Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Sea Circle Calendar 1494. The sea breeze blew past, blowing away the heat of summer and bringing a touch of coolness. At this moment, a young man with short black hair was lying on a hammock under a coconut tree, holding a book in his hand, enjoying the afternoon comfortably. The young man's clean and fair face, with sharp-edged and indifferent, black and deep eyes, glowing with charming luster, thick eyebrows, high nose, beautiful lip shape, all of which express nobility and dignity grace. 4 girls in bikinis were fanning him with feather fans. If it weren't for him still wearing the cloak of justice, surrounded by sailors in marine uniforms, the image and temperament of the young man would be like a scholar. The young man is called Victor, and he is the base commander of the 191 branch of South Blue Marine, with the rank of colonel. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug in the hand of a sailor beside him made a call. Master Victor. Hai Bing immediately brought the phone bug to Victor's side. Victor reached out and casually picked up the microphone. The phone bug imitates the face and voice of South Blue Division 6 Admiral Hagen D.K. Hagen Rear Admiral ordered, Colonel Victor, the port of Wilhelm has been attacked by pirates, please rush to support immediately. Clear. Victor put the microphone down, and said lazily, go and assemble the troops, and then wait for my order. Although the rally order was given, Victor didn't seem in any hurry. Yes. The surrounding marine officers were expressionless, and they were all familiar with it. In their cognition, their chief is a person who has no profit and can't afford it early. What's more, the port of Wilhelm is not within the jurisdiction of Branch 191, and the rescue in the past was purely for help. Unless there are benefits to fish for. Moreover, the 189 branch does not know how to praise, which is too much of a hindrance. Wilhelm Harbor is a very prosperous port city. However, thick smoke can now be seen everywhere. The normally lively streets were filled with screams and wailing, and the clean walls were blackened by flames. Boom! 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 Pirate ships at sea are bombarding the port of Wilhelm, and every time a shell falls into the town, it sets fire to it. During the shelling, some civilians fled with their heads in their arms and escaped from the building, while some hugged the bodies of their family members and cried loudly by the side of the road. The pirates who attacked the port of Wilhelm were a group of pirates called the Haiti Pirates. They had 30 pirate ships and more than 5,000 people. The Haiti Pirates are notorious for burning, killing and looting. In recent years, in many areas of South Blue, no matter men, women, or children, as long as they hear the name of the head pirates, they will tremble with fear. In the port of Wilhelm, the Marine 189 branch is stationed, with nearly 3,000 sailors. Colonel Malone, the chief of the base, organizes the sea soldiers to resist the attacks of the pirates, and at the same time urges his superiors to send reinforcements. The Haiti pirates are not only large in number, but also very powerful in combat. Although Marine defended the port so that the pirates could not land temporarily, the casualties of Marine continued to increase. At this time, the adjutant Captain Grady came to Malone and said to him, report, Hagen Rear Admiral has sent 191 branch to support us. I hope they don't hold grudges and come to support quickly. Malone breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Hagen Rear Admiral had dispatched support. However, he was still a little worried because he had seized a smuggling ship full of arms. And Victor sent someone to say hello, hoping he would let him go, but he ignored it. However, after 6 hours, pirates have broken through the blockade of the port. The reinforcements from Branch 191 have not been seen for a long time. There are less than 2,000 Marines who can guard the port of Wilhelm. Moreover, the two sides have already started hand-to-hand combat mode. We are outnumbered. If you don't come to the reinforcements, you will really be unable to hold on. Malone ordered Grady to urge the reinforcements again and ask where the reinforcements were. In the 191 branch base. The sailors were busy, some were wiping the knives in their hands, and some were oiling their rifles for maintenance. They are making pre-war preparations. However, Base Commander Victor is still in no rush. Despite Hagen Rear Admiral's urging again and again. However, Victor did not give the order to start. Blue blue. Blue blue. The phone bug started calling again. Victor reached out and picked up the microphone. The phone bug imitated Hagen Rear Admiral's expression and voice, and said impatiently, "Haven't you arrived at Port Wilhelm yet?" Victor replied, "It will be there soon." Hagen Vice Admiral has heard similar words many times. Hagen's Rear Admiral's patience was already on the verge of being exhausted. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Colonel Victor, I know you have contacts in this department, but this is South Blue, and your 191st branch is under my command, and you need to obey my orders." Victor is a student of Marine Admiral Zephyr. After graduating from the military academy, he stayed in the headquarters. Rumor has it that he was transferred to South Blue for violating military discipline. Although the military rank remains the same, the colonel of the headquarters has more rights than the colonel of the branch. Victor replied, "Sir, I understand what you mean, I will use the fastest speed to rush to support." After hanging up, Victor said to the surrounding officers, "Leave in 5 hours." "Yes." The officers replied in unison. The fighting continued all night. The Black Pirates didn't expect Branch 189 to be so difficult to crack. They paid the price of nearly 2,000 casualties before entering the town. However, there are very few Marines left in the town. At this time, Colonel Malone had lost his companions, and he was surrounded by a group of pirates. Like a pack of hungry wolves surrounding a wounded tiger. The white military uniform on Ma Long's body has long been bloodline Madara Madara. He has 7 stab wounds on his chest and more than 11 bullet holes in his arms and thighs. The wound was bleeding continuously, and the cloak of justice was also torn. Even though he was outnumbered, he still never flinched. "This is his justice. Get out of here." At this time, a deep voice sounded. Ma Long panted heavily, holding the saber in his hand, and staring ahead. In Malone's line of sight, a tall man wearing a set of black heavy armor appeared. The man walked towards Ma Long step by step, and every step he took would bring Ma Long a sense of oppression. The man's name is Hyde, he is the captain of the Hyde Pirates, and he was offered a reward of 45 million Baileys by Marine. Hyde's weapon is a huge black hammer. The hammer weighs 500 kilograms. As long as it is hit by a hammer, the bones will be smashed to pieces. However, the hammer seemed like nothing in Hyde's hands. In particular, Hyde is as tall as 5 meters, holding a hammer that is more than 3 meters long, as if he can smash everything. Ha 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 ha. Die, Marine! Head held the hammer and rushed directly to Ma Long. Head was heavily armored, and he ran like a heavy tank, and his speed was not slow. Ma Long was shot in the leg, unable to jump and dodge with flexible steps, he could only roll to the ground in embarrassment. Boom! The hammer hit the muddy ground, splashing large pieces of gravel and black mud. Ma Long looked even more embarrassed, and his cheek was cut by gravel. Head swung the hammer again. Boom! The hammer fell. A whole house was smashed to pieces. Malone had tried his best to dodge, he was out of breath. "You can't dodge this blow." With a ferocious smile on his face, Head swung the hammer again. Sure enough, Ma Long couldn't dodge this time, so he could only resist with a knife. But the saber in his hand was directly smashed under the attack of the giant hammer. Ma Long was smashed into the ground, his entire chest was flattened, and his sternum was shattered. He died. Humph! Hyde took the hammer and shook it lightly. After shaking off the flesh and blood, he ordered, "Hurry up, don't leave a single coin behind." "Got it, boss. Here's a fortune." The pirates are very excited, Marine is not in the way, they can plunder Wilhelm Harbor to their heart's content. As pirates, their professional skills are very skilled. The pirates quickly plundered a lot of gold, silver, and money, and a lot of people. Especially women and children, their price in the slave market is much higher than that of men. Chapter 2. Men, women, and children, with their hands tied, were driven onto the boat one by one. The heavy box was filled with gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as banknotes and coins. In addition, the pirates did not let go of food, medicine, drinks, weapons, and ammunition in the Marine branch base. There are too many supplies in the port of Wilhelm. Although nearly 2,000 people were killed or injured, all the pirates, including Hyde, felt it was a good deal. As for the dead, it can only be said that they were unlucky. Those who survive can enjoy themselves to the fullest. At this time, a pirate officer found a fax from the 6th branch in the Marine Temporary Command Post at the port. Why didn't Marines' reinforcements come? Pirate leader Zorro is a little confused. They started attacking Wilhelm Harbor during the day yesterday, and now it's daylight, and Marines' reinforcements haven't been seen yet. Whatever, even if it comes, we can clean it up. Fida, the pirate leader beside him, said with a smile. They wiped out 189 branches and killed nearly 3,000 sailors. Even Colonel Malone, the base chief of Branch 189, died at the hands of their boss. Even if the reinforcements from the 191st branch come, there is nothing to fear. Head sat on his throne on the deck of the main ship, smoking a cigar he had scavenged from a nobleman's house. Gold, silver, and jewels were piled up in front of him. This is tradition. The cotters brought the loot back to the ship, and it was to be distributed by Head. At this moment, the pirates' eyes lit up. In addition to the slaves on the ships, gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as a large amount of cash, are enough for them to be happy for a while. Wilhelm Port is indeed a large port, so fat. It's a pity that there are many goods that can't be taken away, so they can only be burned. At this time, the pirate on the mainmast held a telescope and observed the distance. If an enemy is approaching, he will sound the alarm immediately. Suddenly, Marine's warship appeared on the sea. 1, 2, 3. 6 ships. Master Head, 6 Marine warships appear in the southwest direction. When the pirate on the mast spotted Marine, he immediately shouted down. 6 ships. At least 3,000 people. It's Marine's reinforcements. Zorro's reaction was quick, and he always remembered the reinforcements from Branch 191. It's all over, so come reinforcements. They're here to collect the corpse. Certainly yes, their commander must be a coward. None of the pirate officers on the main ship took Marine seriously. In their view, this Marine, which was supposed to appear yesterday, was deliberately delayed until now. The purpose is to avoid confrontation with them. Head thought the same thing. He stood up, picked up the binoculars and looked out. The warship has stopped. At this time, including Hyde, the cotters of the pirates witnessed all this. Ha 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 ha. Head let out a disdainful laugh, and the group of Marines dared not come over. Boss, go kill them. Kill all these Marines. They are not our opponents at all. The Head pirates just wiped out the 189th branch yesterday, and their morale is booming now. In their view, Marine is simply vulnerable. Then throw them all into the sea. Head's eyes were fierce. If he could wipe out the Marines of the 2 branches in one go, then his reward would be greatly increased. At that time, he will be the strongest pirate in South Blue. At the same time, on the deck of the Marine warship, Lieutenant Colonel Marta was on the mast, observing the movements of the pirates. When he saw the pirates approaching them, he immediately jumped off the mast and reported to York, Lord York, the pirates are indeed coming. You really don't take me seriously. York smoked a cigarette. Get rid of them as soon as possible. Oh. The officers responded at the same time. Like the Head pirates, Marine of Branch 191 is equally confident, and doesn't take the head pirates seriously. Because since Victor came to the 191 branch, he has strictly trained the Marines of the 191 branch, so that everyone's strength has been greatly improved. As for Victor's strength, in the eyes of the officers, it is even more unfathomable. Fire! With Marines' order to fire, 6 warships began to bombard the pirate ship. The 30 pirate ships were also divided into 2 parts. While counterattacking with cannons, they took advantage of the advantages of light hull and fast speed to maneuver at high speed, trying to surround Marines' warship. They're coming around. It's really a group of guys who don't know how to live or die. They will regret it. On the warship, whether it is an officer or a soldier, everyone has a fierce look in their eyes. They followed the great Lord Victor, and their strength has been greatly enhanced. Moreover, they have all been tempered in actual combat, and they are all veterans. What's more, in their eyes, Lord Victor is an invincible existence. Warships and pirate ships soon come into close contact. Although several pirate ships were hit by naval guns and the ships started to catch fire, the pirates on board were very excited. They waved their knives and guns, ready to jump to the opposite warship at any time. They are not afraid of Marine. Ha 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 ha. Heidi also came to the ship's side, holding a big hammer in his hand, ready to jump up and smash a big hole in the opponent's warship. Rush over! Finally, Hyde jumped up and jumped onto the warship with the pirate cotters and many pirate minions. The Marines on the warship were divided into several rows. The first 2 rows held swords, and the rear rows held rifles. As the rifles fired, the pirates were shot and fell into the sea one by one. Ding ding ding! Head was wearing heavy armor, and the bullets hit him and bounced off one after another. Kill them all! With Hyde's roar, the 2 sides began a hand-to-hand combat at close range. He is worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of 45 million. He swung his hammer and swept across. The surrounding Marines were either swept away or temporarily avoided him. Lieutenant Colonel Marta was holding the knife, his tiger's mouth was numb. He had just swung the knife and hit Hyde's hammer hard. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Heidi was even more proud. What are you laughing at? At this time, a man's cold voice came from behind Heidi. Startled, Head turned around hastily. I saw a black-haired Colonel Marine standing behind him, less than 1 meter away. Chapter 3. When did he get behind me? Head was startled. He didn't notice it at all just now, but now it was too late to think about it. Relying on his fighting instinct, he swung the hammer in his hand and slammed it at Colonel Marine in front of him. I thought that this gentle-looking Marine should be smashed into meat sauce. Die! He had a ferocious face and murderous intent in his eyes. He thought that the other party, like Colonel Malone, could be easily resolved. However, Head's hammer was caught. The opponent caught his hammer with bare hands. Is this the strength of 45 million? With a smile on his face, Victor calmly watched Head's reaction. Head's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How is this possible? Are you surprised? Victor's left hand turned black, holding the hammer, and as the fingers of his left hand exerted force suddenly, the hammer was crushed abruptly. The expression on Hyde's face has changed from shock to panic. This is no longer a matter of strength. The opponent's fingers are actually harder than steel. The surrounding pirates were stunned. Who are you? Head didn't believe that South Blue would have such a powerful Marine. Victor said blankly, the dead are not entitled to know. When Head asked Victor's identity, Head punched Victor. It's just that Victor threw his fist too. The fists of the two collided together. Head's hand was wearing a lock glove, however, the moment he touched Victor's fist, his face revealed a terrified expression. My hand! Head felt a terrible force pouring into his arm, moving around. With a bang, the entire arm exploded. Blood, minced meat, and bone dregs flew everywhere. Ah! Heidi screamed in pain while hugging his broken arm. It's so noisy. Victor put his left hand on Heid's stomach. After a few seconds, a big hole exploded in Heid's abdomen. Fragments of flesh and internal organs shot out, splashing the faces of the surrounding pirates. The blood-stained pirates stood there, unable to move, as if they had been petrified. And Victor stood far away, not a single drop of blood spattered on his body. What happened? Boss Head was killed. Is he still human? Now it's not just the pirates, even the cotters have lost their courage. There are so many of us, let's kill him together. Zoro was the first to react among the pirate cotters, and he quickly attacked Victor. Remarkably brave. Victor's voice appeared in Zoro's ear, and Zoro looked at Victor below in disbelief. Just now Victor disappeared from his sight. The moment he was stunned, Victor not only appeared in front of him, but also reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. How is this possible? The surrounding pirate cotters, like Zoro, showed terrified eyes. Just like a ghost, Victor disappeared from their eyes. I like your reaction, because this is the despair of ants. The corner of Victor's mouth raised a smile, and as his right hand exerted force, Zon's neck was directly crushed. Zon's head drooped feebly. Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! The surrounding marines cheered. In comparison, the morale of the pirates plummeted, and they had no fighting spirit at all. A naval battle ended with marines' overwhelming victory. Nearly 3,000 pirates were beheaded. Since Victor came to Branch 191, Branch 191 has left no prisoners of war. Master Victor, a total of 6.3 billion Baileys have been seized, and the value of gold and jewelry is yet to be estimated. A total of 6,416 women, children, and men were captured. Lieutenant Colonel Marta began to report the results of the battle. Victor took out a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, "Release the captives, give them some food, and 20,000 Baileys for living expenses. He's Marine, he stands for justice, he saved everyone here, and he deserves the flowers and the accolades. Of course, this is image engineering. Victor needs to establish a positive image in front of the world, even if his heart is dark." Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Marta recorded Victor's order in his notebook. Victor went on to say, in addition, each of the sailors who participated in the war this time will be rewarded with 200,000 Baileys. Those with a higher rank will receive an extra 100,000 according to the old rules. The pension for those who died in battle is still the old rule. 3,000 people, 200,000 per person. At least 600 million Baileys must be issued. Moreover, the seaman apprentice is 300,000, the seaman first class is 400,000, the third-level non-commissioned officer is 500,000, the second-level non-commissioned officer is 600,000, and the first-level non-commissioned officer is 700,000. As the rank increases, the rewards increase. Although Victor is very greedy, he knows that he should spend the money and can't save a penny. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Marta continued to record. Victor said, "Tell everyone there's a party tonight." Yes. Marta was about to convey the order after recording, but he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked Victor, "Master Victor, do you want to contact the arms dealer for the recovered weapons?" Victor said, "Take it back and store it in the warehouse, and don't sell it for the time being." "Yes, then I will convey your order." Marta turned and left. After Marta delivered the banquet and bonus orders, all the marines cheered, and the shouts of "Long live Victor" sounded in the port. Since following Victor, the marines of Branch 191 have become stronger, promoted faster, and earned more money. These are all real benefits. Therefore, they all follow Victor from the bottom of their hearts. The 189 branch was wiped out by the Black Pirates, and Colonel Malone was killed. The next day, the Black Pirates were wiped out by the 191st branch. After Hagen Rear Admiral learned about it, he was very angry. Because the distance between branch 191 and branch 189 only takes 5 hours. However, until the 189th branch was wiped out, Victor's reinforcements could not be waited for. Hagen Rear Admiral was furious. Therefore, Hagen immediately sent a fax to the headquarters, asking the headquarters to dispose of Victor. Although Victor is Hagen's subordinate, the appointment of Marine is decided by the headquarters. Therefore, no matter how much Victor has done, it needs to be studied and judged by the headquarters. However, since Hagen made a real name report, he must collect Victor's criminal evidence. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku received a fax from Hagen Rear Admiral. In the fax, Victor's 3 crimes were listed. 1. Delay the fighter plane, resulting in the complete destruction of friendly forces. 2. Blackmail nobles in the jurisdiction and blackmail businessmen. 3. Reselling arms. Sengoku couldn't help frowning after reading it. He believed that Hagen Rear Admiral was not slandering Victor. However, Victor's identity is unusual. Victor is not only Zephyr's disciple, but also the son of Sengoku, Zephyr's comrade in arms Iron Man Vice Admiral. 10 years ago, in the Valley of the Gods incident, the Andersons died fighting to protect the Celestial Dragons, leaving Victor, who was only 10 years old. Therefore, although Victor violated military discipline many times, he was still not sent to a military court. No way, who made Victor's background hard enough. The middle-aged and elderly generals of naval headquarters all knew the Andersons. Of course, having a background is one of them. The point is that Victor is very talented. He awakened Observation Haki when he was born, and has the potential to become a Marine Admiral. Hey, where should I put him? Sengoku has a bit of a headache. Leaving Victor in the headquarters, it will make the headquarters a mess. But if they are dispatched to all over the world, it will be a disaster. Chapter 4. What's giving you such a headache? At this time, Tsuru walked into the office, and as soon as she saw Sengoku's frown, she knew that Sengoku was troubled. That kid Victor. Sengoku didn't hide anything, and chose to tell the truth. He is indeed not a disobedient child. He said with a smile. Crane was friends with Victor's mother, Shelley Rear Admiral. After the Andersons died in battle, Naval Headquarters deliberately left Victor in the headquarters to raise him in order to worry about being bullied. Therefore, Crane watched Victor grow up. Later, they respected Victor's decision and sent him to the military academy, becoming Zephyr's first student. Look at it. Sengoku handed Hagen Rear Admiral's fax to he. Crane also frowned after reading it. Delaying a fighter jet is a felony. Moreover, because of the delay of the fighter plane, the 189 branch was wiped out. If he is court-martialed, Victor will definitely go to jail. He asked, then how do you plan to deal with it? Sengoku leaned on the chair, looked up at the ceiling, and said, you can't just listen to what Hagen Rear Admiral said. I will send a fax to ask Victor, and then send someone to South Blue to investigate the situation. If it is true, then do it again deal with. Yeah. He nodded, thinking that this was the appropriate way to deal with it. Sengoku said, regardless of whether it is true or not, we must find a way to place Victor. Keeping him in South Blue is not a long-term solution. Crane suddenly made a suggestion, why don't you let him go to New World? It just so happens that New World is also short of people, and Victor can help. Sengoku was silent for a while, then said, I'll think about it. Although Victor is only 20 years old, he has a strong cultivation talent, especially in Haki and Taijutsu. Moreover, as the first student of Zephyr, Victor has the strength not inferior to Sakazuki and Polo Salino. Today, both Sakazuki and Polo Salino are active in New World, facing the monsters of New World. Master Victor, a fax from Naval Headquarters. Lieutenant Colonel Marta handed the fax to Victor. After reading the contents of the fax, Victor replied, Answer to the headquarters, we were hit by a storm on the way, and the ship was damaged to varying degrees, which caused the rescue to be delayed." "Yes." Lieutenant Colonel Marta turned and left. Facing naval headquarters questioning, Victor found an excuse at random. "The weather problem is the most suitable reason. As for the headquarters, believe it or not, Victor couldn't be bothered. He has no other purpose now, just to make money. If Marine can't get along anymore, then he will leave Marine, whether it's occupying a country or becoming a pirate. Money is capital. Only when you have money can you recruit soldiers, get weapons and ships, and build your own power. If Victor wants to realize his ambition, he must have a lot of wealth and influence. In the year since he came to South Blue, Victor has made more than 3 billion Baileys. This time, the harvest in Port Wilhelm is equal to twice the annual income." After Victor replied to the facts, Sengoku couldn't fault it either. Of course, whether Victor was caught in a storm requires investigation of Branch 191. Since Hagen Rear Admiral reported with his real name, Sengoku will also do a full set. So, Sengoku sent Wood Vice Admiral from the headquarters to form an investigation team to South Blue to investigate this incident. The dispatch of Vice Admiral represents the importance attached to naval headquarters, and Hagen Rear Admiral will definitely not have any objections. Wood Vice Admiral is an iron-blooded tough guy, and in naval headquarters, he is known for his fairness and justice. Hagen Rear Admiral learned that it was Wood Vice Admiral who came to investigate. His confidence is even more sufficient. Therefore, Hagen Rear Admiral immediately dispatched Colonel Gabriel to secretly go to Talos Kingdom. The Kingdom of Talos is within the jurisdiction of Division 191. Unlike the Kingdom of Kozar, which is dominated by light industry and trade, the Kingdom of Talos is mainly based on agriculture and mining. The land and mines were under the control of the nobility. Therefore, the nobles of Talos Kingdom are very rich. However, since Victor was transferred, the lives of the nobles have not been going well. Because Victor will demand protection money from them. Of course, in order not to fall into the trap of others, Victor will ask nobles and businessmen to donate by way of fundraising. If they don't donate money, then Victor will not guarantee that their ship will leave his jurisdiction smoothly. Victor will detain the cargo ship, then search for ammunition and even wanted criminals from the ship, and then find a reason to go to the homes of nobles and merchants to arrest them. Therefore, the nobles and merchants of the Talos Kingdom dare not speak out. Colonel Gabriel first came to Marquis Charles's castle and handed Hagen Rear Admiral's personal letter to Marquis Charles. After reading Hagen Rear Admiral's handwritten letter, Marquis Charlie showed a pleasant expression on his face, but he was still a little uneasy. "Can you really drive that guy out of South Blue?" Gabriel said seriously, "Master Marquis, as long as you are willing to testify against Victor's extortion and extortion, then Wood Vice Admiral will definitely deal with him." The investigation team headed by Wood Vice Admiral had just arrived at Leinster Harbour in the Kingdom of Talos, and was immediately greeted grandly. The King of the Talos Kingdom, as well as a group of nobles and wealthy merchants, Hagen Rear Admiral, the Admiral of the 6th Branch, and several commodores from South Blue, are already waiting in the port to welcome them. The Vice Admiral in this department is far above Hagen. If he can be appreciated by Wood Vice Admiral, promoted and appointed, and brought back to the headquarters, then he has a bright future. Therefore, the senior officers of South Blue are extraordinarily energetic and well-groomed. Before Wood Vice Admiral came, Hagen Rear Admiral had already sent people to contact the nobles and wealthy businessmen of the Talos Kingdom, asking them to testify and confirm Victor's extortion. Hagen doesn't want Victor to stay with South Blue. Therefore, he collected evidence more actively than the investigative team. The base of Branch 191 is in the port of Leinster. At this time, Victor yawned and came to the port with a sleepy face. Seeing Victor's appearance, Hagen secretly sneered. Hagen also inquired about Wood Vice Admiral, and he heard that Wood Vice Admiral is a well-known iron and blood selfless in the headquarters. This time Sengoku Admiral sent Wood Vice Admiral to bring Victor to court-martial. Coming! Wood Vice Admiral's ship is coming! At this time, a Marine Commodore said excitedly. Under everyone's gaze, a huge warship appeared in everyone's sight. That is a large warship that is only deployed in the headquarters, and a ship can carry 1,000 sailors. As the warship sailed into the port, lowered the anchor, and set up the ship's ladder, a man with a serious expression and eagle eyes walked off the ship step by step. The man glanced away, and all the senior marine officers in the port were silent, and their heartbeats began to speed up. It is the oppressive feeling of the strong. Grunt. Hagen Rear Admiral swallowed, and a drop of sweat dripped from his forehead. He's getting a little nervous. This must be Wood Vice Admiral, a tough guy indeed. Just when Hagen was fantasizing about Wood Vice Admiral picking up Victor, Victor waved his hand and shouted, "Wood Uncle!" Chapter 5. Wood Uncle? Hagen Rear Admiral, Marquis Charles, and others were all stunned. On this occasion, isn't Victor's address to Wood Vice Admiral a bit too affectionate? Not only Hagen Rear Admiral, Marquis Charles, and all the nobles and businessmen of the Talos Kingdom, even Lieutenant Colonel Marta and others were shocked. Lieutenant Colonel Marta and others have read the deeds of Wood Vice Admiral from the newspapers, and know that he is a tough guy, impartial. I thought that the investigation team led by Wood Vice Admiral would find out the problem in Branch 191. Unexpectedly, Master Victor actually met Wood Vice Admiral. Now things are turning around. At this time, Victor took the initiative to approach Wood Vice Admiral. Wood Vice Admiral is about 3 meters 1. Victor's about the same height as Wood Vice Admiral. Wood Vice Admiral laughed loudly and said, "I knew that you would cause trouble wherever you were." Victor replied indifferently, "Too good will always make people jealous." Really? Wood Vice Admiral restrained his smile, and then said with a straight face, "If you really want me to find out the problem, I won't let you off lightly." Victor replied disapprovingly, "Would Uncle just check it, there will be absolutely no problem." "Well, that's good." Wood Vice Admiral glanced at Victor and nodded. This scene was seen by Hagen Rear Admiral and others. The Marquis Charles and other nobles and wealthy businessmen began to waver in their hearts. The relationship between Victor and Wood Vice Admiral is obviously unusual. If Wood Vice Admiral favors Victor, then they will make trouble for themselves by proving Victor. Moreover, judging by Victor's calm look, he is not afraid of checking at all. They can have the wealth and status of today, which one is not human. Therefore, they decided to observe the situation first. Wood Vice Admiral declined the invitation to have a meal, and he led the investigation team directly to the base of the 191st branch to start the investigation. Every morning, sailors are called out individually. The sailors who were spot-checked would be taken to the room alone and questioned repeatedly. Moreover, after the questioning, the sailors who were spot-checked could not go back for the time being. Therefore, Marine in Branch 191 has no idea of the investigation direction and progress of the investigation team. This made the officers of the 191st branch start to worry. In case someone slips up, everyone will suffer. However, Victor was very calm. Lieutenant Colonel Marta said worriedly, "Master Victor, will the investigation team find out the problem?" When he learned that the investigation team was coming, Victor notified everyone and asked them to unify their voices and assist in the investigation. In addition, before the investigation team leaves, everyone is forbidden to drink alcohol and keep their mouths shut. It's easy to tell the truth after drinking. After listening to Victor, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's Wood Vice Admiral, there will be no problem." Marta asked cautiously, "Is Lord Victor familiar with Wood Vice Admiral?" Victor said with a smile, "Wood Vice Admiral is my father's best friend during his lifetime. When I was a child, I also peed on his head. So, even if the problem is really found, Wood Vice Admiral will help to fix it." Wood Vice Admiral is a close friend of Victor's father in this life, and the two have a lifelong friendship. On this point, Victor never lied. However, Wood Vice Admiral is indeed impartial. Want Wood Vice Admiral to wipe his A? That's impossible. Black is black, white is white, and Wood Vice Admiral is a man of principle. So that's the case. Lieutenant Colonel Marta finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. At this time, Victor said with a smile, "You can make the relationship between me and Wood Vice Admiral public, so that everyone can feel at ease, and let those guys understand the situation, who can mess with it, and who can't mess with it." Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Marta understood the meaning of Victor's words. The marine executives of South Blue, the nobles and businessmen of the Talos Kingdom, all want to find out the relationship between Victor and Wood. As long as it is confirmed that the relationship between the two is very familiar, then they will not dare to cause trouble. Afterwards, Victor informed Lieutenant Colonel Marta of his background. Through the mouth of Lieutenant Colonel Marta, publicize Victor's background. No wonder Lord Victor is not afraid. It turns out that Lord Victor's parents were both rear admirals in the headquarters and died fighting to protect the celestial dragons. Wood Vice Admiral and Lord Victor's father are close friends, and the relationship between the two is very close. The headquarters are just going through the motions, and do as Sir Victor ordered, and I guarantee that there will be no problems. In Branch 191, both officers and sailors are discussing the relationship between Victor and Wood. Originally, they were all worried that something would go wrong, but now they all took reassurance. Victor's background is there. Marine Ford was born and raised in the military second generation. The news quickly reached the ears of Hagen Rear Admiral, Marquis Charles, and others. Hagen wanted to kick Victor out of South Blue. Now that he learned of Victor's relationship with Wood Vice Admiral, he has regretted it. He already knew Victor had connections. As a result, he also provoked Victor. Now Hagen has to worry about follow-up retaliation. Marquis Charlie and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they held back and did not testify immediately. Otherwise, they will definitely lose their wife and lose their troops. The next day, Hagen Rear Admiral came to Victor on his own initiative. Hagen Rear Admiral brought a lot of people, and everyone brought a gift. Hagen Rear Admiral is here to apologize. Colonel Victor, I didn't know the weather conditions that day, so I blamed you, please forgive me. Hagen offered to apologize and sent a box containing special products. I can understand Hagen Rear Admiral's mood. Victor said with a smile, and he was not polite, and accepted the box. The moment I caught the box, I felt that the box was heavy. It's definitely not an ordinary specialty. Commodore, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major and other officers behind Hagen Rear Admiral also presented gifts. Hagen Rear Admiral and others stayed in Victor's office for a while, and then left. After Hagen and others left, Victor opened the box. Pastries wrapped in oiled paper are placed on the surface of the box, and gold bars are placed under the pastries. The gold in this box has at least 10 million Baileys. After opening the boxes of other people, they also found brand new cash. Victor took out all the money and opened his safe. When the safe was opened, the space inside was almost filled with money. There are many similar safes in Victor. As a time traveler, he can empathize with the words of 3 years to clear the magistrate, 100,000 snowflake silver. The reason why he didn't stay in the headquarters was because there were too few opportunities to make money in the headquarters. Unlike in South Blue, the sky is high and the emperor is far. In his own jurisdiction, he is the ruler, and his word is the law. Chapter 6. After learning of Victor's background, Hagen Rear Admiral took the initiative to apologize, and at the same time sent a gift. He also took the initiative to withdraw the report. Marquis Charles and other nobles and businessmen also came to give gifts to stabilize the relationship with Victor. They didn't want to provoke Victor anymore, and they were all afraid of Victor's revenge. No one came out to testify, and it was impossible to prove that Victor was extorting and blackmailing. As for violating military orders and delaying fighter planes, the 189 branch was destroyed. Because the 191 branch had the same caliber, they all claimed that it was the cause of the storm, which prevented them from rushing to Wilhelm Harbor in time for reinforcements. As for the sale of arms, that is even more nonsense. The investigation team inspected the warehouse and found a large number of weapons. They can already confirm that Victor is innocent. Wood and Victor take a stroll on the beach. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the ground is golden. Time flies so fast, it's been 10 years in a flash. Wood said with emotion. Yet. Victor responded lightly. 10 years ago, your parents and I guarded the Valley of the Gods. Although we finally guarded the Valley of the Gods, they sacrificed. Wood again talked about what happened 10 years ago. However, Victor is not sad at all. As a time traveler, it is also the soul of an adult. Therefore, he doesn't have much affection for his parents in this life. Wood raised his hand and patted Victor's shoulder. Come back to the headquarters early, become a better Marine than your parents, and carry out your justice. Well, I will. Victor pretended to be taught. Wood smiled with satisfaction. He believed Victor would make a good soldier. Because Victor's parents died for justice. Justice will be passed down. Wood firmly believes in this. At this time, a colonel ran over. The colonel was Wood's adjutant. The colonel handed the fax to Wood, Wood Vice Admiral, the fax from this department. After reading the contents of the fax, Wood said to Victor, the department asked me to return immediately. Victor said, Wood uncle, I have prepared some South Blue specialties, you can take them back for me to the uncle and aunt in this department. After hearing this, Wood said with relief, they will definitely like it very much. In Wood's eyes, Victor is a sensible child. Missing the fighter? Extortion? Reselling arms? How could Victor do such a thing? Pure slander. Victor was at the port, and after watching Wood Vice Admiral leave, he said to Lieutenant Colonel Marta, contact the arms dealer and ask them to take away the arms stored in Curry. Victor had known for a long time that he would be investigated. Therefore, instead of selling weapons, he kept a self-certified innocence. Now that the investigation team has left, there is no need to keep those weapons. Selling them all and exchanging them for cash is the right decision. Victor is also not sure how long he can stay at South Blue. If they are transferred away suddenly, all the money can be taken away. Wood's investigation report was handed over to Sengoku by Wood himself. The report is 200 pages long. The subjects of the investigation were 100 Marines from Branch 191, 15 nobles and 40 merchants from the Kingdom of Talos. After reading the report, Sengoku did not doubt the authenticity of the content. He believed that Wood was investigating seriously. However, Victor grew up with a maturity and shrewdness far beyond his peers. If Victor wanted to fool Wood, that was easy too. Therefore, Sengoku does not believe that the investigative report can prove everything. Of course, Sengoku didn't bother to delve into it. Although Branch 189 lost 3,000 sailors, Victor also wiped out the Black Pirates and removed a cancer for South Blue. The newspapers these days are extolling the greatness of Marine. Justice has been proclaimed, and the evil party has been sanctioned. The result is good. Sengoku is not only a tactical master, but also a grandmaster strategy. In his opinion, even if Victor has some selfishness, it doesn't hurt. At this time, Tsuru walked into Sengoku's office. Sengoku took out Victor's information, put it on the table, and said, 10 years ago, after the Valley of the Gods incident, we lost a lot of elite forces, which caused us to lose control of New World. However, Zephyr gave us hope. Crane saw Victor's information, you want to send Victor to New World. Sengoku hummed and did not deny, Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Victor, the strength of the three of them is recognized by Zephyr. Now Sakazuki and Polosalino are active in New World, constantly accumulating experience, they are the future of Marine. I hope Victor is too, and Victor needs more experience. In Sengoku's eyes, Victor is an important combat power of the future Marine. He has decided to train Victor as a substitute for Admiral. Crane asked worriedly, "Do you think Victor will follow the arrangement?" "I'll guide him." Sengoku was confident. Although he was in Marine Ford, he got more information, which gave him a better understanding of Victor. He murmured, "If he can really obey the arrangement, then it will be a good thing." Branch 191, Victor's office. "It's gold that always shines, and I want to make a few more years of money in South Blue." Victor muttered to himself. Just now, Victor received a fax from Naval Headquarters. The department is going to transfer Victor back to Marine Ford. However, during this year, he also made a lot of money, so it was not in vain. Of course, Victor couldn't give up South Blue's foundation. In his eyes, South Blue was a cash machine. Victor decided to recommend Lieutenant Colonel Marta as his successor, so that Branch 191 could continue to make money in the Talos Kingdom, and he could seek benefits behind the scenes. Chapter 7. After a few days. Leinster Pier. On a warship, the sailors were busy moving a large number of safes onto the ship. These safes contained gold, silver, and jewels, as well as large amounts of cash. After the last safe was on board, Lieutenant Colonel Marta boarded the ship and counted the number. After confirming that it was correct, he came to Victor. "Master Victor, your luggage has already been loaded on board." Victor smoked a cigarette and patted Lieutenant Colonel Marta on the shoulder. "When I arrive at the headquarters, I will recommend you to be the colonel of Branch 191. If you encounter any trouble, please send a fax to the headquarters at any time, and I will help you solve it." "Thank you, Sir Victor." Lieutenant Colonel Marta looked at Victor gratefully. Victor said seriously, "The parting is only temporary. When I am in a high position and have real power in my hands, you can all come back to me." Lieutenant Colonel Marta said sincerely, "I will definitely not let down Lord Victor's support." Before Victor came to the 191st branch, Lieutenant Colonel Marta was just a captain officer. Because there is no background, Marta has never been promoted. However, Victor selected him, and in less than a year, Marta was promoted from captain to lieutenant colonel. Now that Victor is leaving, he has to recommend Marta to be promoted to colonel. This is the grace of regeneration. Victor said in Lieutenant Colonel Marta's ear, "Take good care of our site. I will do a lot of things in the future, and I will need money." "Master Victor, don't worry, your subordinates will definitely complete the task." Lieutenant Colonel Marta stood up straight and assured Victor. Yet, Victor was satisfied. His reason for reusing Marta is simple. Because Marta was born in South Blue's recruit battalion, with no background and no strength, she was promoted to the rank of captain with her own enthusiasm. However, Marta has been a captain for 5 years and has never been promoted again. Because the promotion of Marine only depends on 2 points. One is strength, and the other is background. If you have the strength, you can play anywhere. For example, after the Summit War, the Marine World conscripts directly selected Green Bull and Fujitora as Marine Admiral. Not to mention the background. Smoker defied military orders many times and was promoted to Vice Admiral of G5. Therefore, Marta is loyal to Victor. Because without Victor, he wouldn't be able to get up in his life. As for you. At this time, Victor looked at the officers and lieutenant officers who had been single-handedly promoted by him, and said, "I will also recommend you. After I return to the headquarters, you will all be promoted. Long live Lord Victor!" The school and lieutenant officers of the 191 branch shouted in unison. "Even if I leave, the benefits will remain the same," Victor said to the sailors of branch 191. "Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor!" The sailors shouted collectively. As long as there is a chance to get promoted and make a fortune, low-level sailors are willing to give loyalty. What's more, their lives have improved after following Victor for a year. As for justice? Fudge recruit is okay. As long as you have been a soldier for a few years, you will understand the darkness of the world government. And justice is but a hypocritical slogan of the world government. Is it worth going through life and death for a hypocritical slogan? Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Victor came outside Sengoku's office. Report. Victor gave a military salute. Come in. Sengoku's voice came from the office. Victor opened the door to the office and walked in. At this point, Sengoku tore up an abandoned document and fed it to the goat at his feet. Sengoku looked at Victor and said, "You did a good job at South Blue." Victor stood expressionless. "Sit down." Sengoku invited Victor to come to the sofa. Victor was also polite, and sat on the sofa. Sengoku picked up the fruit biscuits that Victor sent, and said while eating, "Do you know why I called you back?" Victor replied, "I don't know for now." Sengoku didn't hide it either, he said straight to the point, "I want to send you to New World, and you also need more tempering." Yes. Victor was not surprised. He didn't deliberately hide his strength. Moreover, his cultivation talent is very high, and Zephyr appreciates Victor very much. In the 2 years after Victor graduated, he was an intern in the first half of the Grand Line in the first year, and in the branch of South Blue in the second year. This made Zephyr quite dissatisfied, and felt that he was overqualified. Therefore, whether it is Zephyr or Sengoku, Victor will be reused sooner or later. Sengoku smiled and said, "Let's go to the G5 branch first." Yes. Victor replied. Sengoku looked at Victor and said, "Your subordinates in branch 191 will all get promoted." Victor was surprised, but not surprised. As the resourceful general, Sengoku is best at collecting intelligence. Therefore, he can conclude from the investigation report of Wood Vice Admiral that Victor is very serious about running branch 191. As for the intention, of course it is to cultivate one's own people. People are selfish, and it is normal to cultivate confidence. Therefore, Sengoku simply acted as a favor, and at the same time, sent a message to Victor, "I will take care of you in the future." I thank Sengoku uncle for them. Victor thanked. Even if Sengoku doesn't help, Victor can still find other uncles and aunts in the headquarters. However, Sengoku is Admiral now, and will be Marshal in the future. He needs Sengoku's help if he wants to be promoted to Admiral. The G1 branch and the G5 branch are the only two directly affiliated branches of Naval Headquarters located in New World. Both the G1 branch and the G5 branch have one thing in common. They each have 2 vice admirals and 4 rear admirals. They have a total of 10,000 elite sailors and 10 large warships. Because they are pirates facing the New World, both the G1 branch and the G5 branch are the top-level combat readiness and the most elite sailors. Victor takes a boat to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, then crosses Marie Joyce, and changes boats to the G1 branch. From the G1 branch, go to the G5 branch. At this time, the warship on which Victor is traveling is on its way to Marie Joyce. Victor came out of the cabin and was going to get some air on the deck. "Is it Senior Victor?" Suddenly, a man's voice sounded from behind Victor. Chapter 8. Victor turned around and looked at the young man behind him. The young man had an excited smile on his face and admiration in his eyes. "You are?" Victor looked at the young man suspiciously. The young man first gave a military salute, and then replied, "Colonel Victor, I am also the second student of Mr. Zephyr. My name is right. I just graduated this year and I am doing an internship on the ship of Vice Admiral Garp. I did not expect to meet the senior here. What a shame. Very lucky. Victor, Sakazuki, and Polo Salino are Zephyr's first students." Victor looked at Wright and said with a smile, "How is Mr. Zephyr? I haven't seen him for a year." Wright said, "Teacher Zephyr is in good health. He often mentions the seniors to us, and let us learn from the seniors." Victor said with a smile, "Mr. Zephyr always praises me, I will be proud." Wright said in admiration, "Teacher Zephyr said that you can learn any physical skill as long as you have seen it once. You are a genius among geniuses, and among all his students, you are the first to master Haki. Especially you develop your 6-style combat skills are particularly practical. And the record you left during school, no one can break now." Wright was eloquent, acting like a little fanboy. However, this is not surprising. Victor Grandmaster Taijutsu and Haki, and he has been practicing very hard since he was a child. In Zephyr's eyes, Victor is not only talented but also hard-working, a model for the students and Zephyr's pride. Victor encouraged, "As long as you maintain your enthusiasm and practice, you can be like me." "Yes." Wright got the encouragement from his idol and was naturally delighted. "Then go ahead. I'll go to the deck to get some air." After Victor finished speaking, he turned and left. Card Victor and others came to the G1 branch base. At this time, 2 vice admirals from the G1 branch were already waiting for them in the military port. "Victor, haven't seen you in a while." The first vice admiral to speak is Boris, who is 57 years old this year. The vice admiral behind Boris is called Cliff, who is 49 years old this year. Victor took the initiative to greet Boris and Cliff. "Boris uncle, Cliff uncle." Boris asked suspiciously, "I heard you went to South Blue? Why were you transferred to the G5 branch again?" Victor explained, "It's the arrangement of Sengoku uncle, he thinks I need more training." "Yeah, Sengoku did the right thing this time." Boris nodded in agreement. "There is no reason to send the elite of the headquarters to South Blue. Isn't that overkill?" Although Victor did violate military discipline, Boris didn't think it was a big problem. Who has never been young and vigorous? At this time, Victor saw many familiar faces. One of them is Akainu. However, Akainu has not yet been given a code name. It should be called Sakazuki. Sakazuki is wearing a red half-sleeved shirt with a marine cap and carries a long knife behind his back. The current Sakazuki has not acquired the ability of lava fruit yet. The other is Polosalino. Polosalino wears a yellow shirt, white vest, and a marine hat. Besides, Hwashaishin, Ghost Spider and others were ignored by Victor. Victor was also seen by Sakazuki and Polosalino among others. Sakazuki was expressionless. A trace of curiosity flashed in Polosalino's eyes. Originally, Victor would be sent to New World for an internship just like them after graduation. However, Victor remained in the first half of the Grand Line. Today, so many young people with potential are gathered together, which means that Marine has made a big move. During dinner, Victor was in the restaurant and saw the trio of Sakazuki, Ghost Spider, and Doberman sitting together forever. Both Ghost Spider and Doberman agree with Sakazuki's justice. Sakazuki's justice is thorough justice, he will wipe out all the villains in the world. This kind of absolute hawkish justice naturally has no shortage of followers. The trio was in the restaurant, though, a little out of sorts. Because Hwashaishin, Jameer, and others sit in the central area with Rear Admiral, Commodore, and field officers. They have Sengoku's minions, Zephyr's minions, Garp's minions, and Crane's minions. In the past, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Crane were comrades in arms, and their subordinates were grouped together, which was equivalent to a faction. Especially Zephyr. Zephyr is famous all over the world for do not kill, so this faction is relatively moderate, and it is the Dove faction of Marine. Victor glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Polosalino sitting alone in the corner, so he walked over with the dinner plate. Polosalino ate the curry to himself, and was a little surprised when Victor sat down. "Is it convenient to sit here?" Victor asked with a smile. "As you wish." Polosalino said indifferently. Thank you then. Victor picked up a chicken nugget, dipped it in sweet and spicy sauce, and ate it leisurely. At this time, Wright walked into the restaurant. He had just finished ordering and was looking for a seat when he saw Victor. When Wright saw Victor, he immediately patted the people around him. Senior Victor is over there. Like Wright, the young people around him are also Victor's little fans. Senior, his name is Connor. Wright introduced the young people around him to Victor. Connor scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Senior, your 6 forms of cultivation experience has helped me a lot. When Victor was in the military academy, he wrote 2 books, 6 forms of derivative techniques and 6 forms of practice. After reading it, Zephyr praised Victor and promoted the 2 books in the military academy. In particular, Victor's juniors have basically read these 2 books, and all of them have benefited a lot. 6 forms is difficult for ordinary people, let alone grandmasters. It's even harder to get a grandmaster. And Victor wrote down his cultivation experience directly, saving Wright and others from many detours. In the eyes of Wright and others, Victor is too selfless and great. Victor smiled and said, You're welcome, if it can help you, then it's worth it. Senior, can we sit next to you? Wright asked carefully. Of course. Victor nodded in agreement. Wright and Connor sat at a nearby table. They were in a great mood and it was great to have dinner with their idols. Polosalino ate by himself, and he couldn't help thinking, so this is the purpose of his writing the book, and he really shouldn't be underestimated. Polosalino and Victor are classmates. When Victor wrote 6 forms of derivative techniques and 6 forms of practice, the students thought that Victor was trying to show off. I didn't expect these 2 books to have such a big influence. For monsters like Polosalino and Sakazuki, 6 forms of derivative techniques and 6 forms of cultivation experience did not help them much. Victor smiled and asked Polosalino, haven't you been promoted to the rank of colonel in 2 years? Polosalino frowned. Is this guy finding fault? Chapter 9. Polosalino and Sakazuki are now majors. Although Polosalino was a little upset, he still joked, you should write another how to raise your military rank quickly, which may help me. Victor thought about it, then nodded and said, it's a good idea. I'll write a book when I'm free. Victor looked at Wright and Connor, I hope it can help you too. Senior, is it true? The eyes of Wright and Connor were full of expectation. In their view, Victor's knowledge and experience are priceless. Yet, Victor stretched out his hand and patted Wright on the shoulder, let's work hard together. Yet. Wright and Connor nodded at the same time. Seeing this, Polosalino couldn't bear it. He can't do the same. The warship departed from the G1 branch and went to Temi Island where the G5 branch was located. The commander responsible for leading the team this time is Kolof Rear Admiral. Kolof Rear Admiral once served as Sengoku's adjutant and won Sengoku's trust. After sailing for 3 days and 3 nights, the marine soldiers on the mast used binoculars to observe several pirate ships, and they could confirm the identity of each other through the pirate flags on the mast. The sea soldier shouted downwards, I found the flying pirates. The colonel and lieutenant officers on the deck immediately ran to the side of the ship and observed with binoculars. It's really them. There are still a lot of them. These guys are really arrogant, don't they hide when they see us? Damn, they are provoking us. Through the binoculars, Wright found that the pirates were waving in the direction of the warship, and some even stood on the side of the ship and peed in the direction of the warship. Soon, Kolof Rear Admiral, who was in charge of the escort mission, also came to the deck. Kolof looked serious and asked, is the Golden Lion on the other side too? The Praia has not been found yet. Robert Rear Admiral replied. Golden Lion's main ship, the Playa, is easily recognizable by its large Golden Lion's head on its prow. Kolof Rear Admiral looked at the fast-moving pirate ship and said sullenly, this guy is still as arrogant as ever. Although the Rocks pirates are destroyed, the remnants of the Rocks pirates are rising rapidly. Whitebeard established the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom established the nations, Kaido established the Beasts pirates, and Golden Lion established the Flying pirates. Especially the Golden Lion and the Air pirates. At present, the Flying pirates have the largest number of pirate ships in New World, and the largest number of personnel, so they are most qualified to be the overlord. Sakazuki looked at the Flying pirates coldly. He has seen this kind of provocation many times in New World in the past 2 years. However, he couldn't respond. The senior management of Marine, or the senior management of the world government, seems to have other plans and is very gentle towards pirates. Therefore, Sakazuki has now learned to be silent. He knows he has no say. Victor watched Sakazuki's reaction. No wonder Sakazuki will become more and more self-closing in the next few years. The tempering in New World not only allowed him to gain more combat experience, but also taught Sakazuki to forbear. And his personality has also become like an extinct volcano, seemingly calm, but in fact, can erupt with destructive energy at any time. As for Polosalino? Victor found Polosalino yawning. It seems that he is used to it and knows how to adapt. Victor looked at Hwashaishin and the others, their expressions were very calm, and they obviously got used to it. Only young graduates such as Wright and Connor clenched their fists and sulked. The purpose of their joining the army is to destroy the pirates. However, the pirates were right in front of them, but they were left alone, which was completely different from what they expected. At this time, Victor said to Kolof, "Can I attack them?" Wright and Connor looked at Victor with anticipation and admiration. They wanted Kolof to say yes. Kolof looked at Victor, still shook his head and said, "That kind of thing doesn't make sense. The distance between the two sides has exceeded the maximum range of the naval gun. Moreover, the Golden Lion is about to become the overlord of the New World. If you provoke them, it will bring the Golden Lion's revenge." Victor responded lightly. He didn't show any dissatisfaction, nor was he disappointed. Soon, the flying pirates accelerated their sailing, leaving the warship behind. After the flying pirates left, Kolof and others left the deck and returned to the cabin. Wright and Connor came to Victor's side. Wright said unhappily, "I really want to wipe out all these scumbags." Connor is not very talkative, but he is also very depressed now. Seeing the pirate leaving arrogantly in front of his eyes really made him extremely angry. Victor put his hands on the railing, looked at the sea and said, "After I gain power, I will make the world clean." "Well, we trust the senior." Wright and Connor looked at Victor's back, and did not doubt Victor's words. This moment, Victor was writing hard in the room, his experience in writing how to quickly promote military rank. From recruit to colonel. Victor wrote his thoughts and experiences into the book. Promoting yourself is a very important and very rewarding thing to do. Victor wants to build his own faction and partisans in his own way, and gradually increase his influence in Marine. Tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door. "The door is unlocked, come in," Victor said casually. Wright and Connor opened the door and walked in. Victor said calmly, "Wait a moment, it's almost finished." Wright and Connor glanced at each other, and then their eyes fell on the table. Victor wrote a stack of manuscripts, at least dozens of pages. After Victor put down his pen, he handed the original manuscript of How to Raise the Military Rank quickly to Wright and Connor. "I hope it can help you." "This is..." Wright and Connor couldn't help but widen their eyes after seeing the content on the paper. Victor said to the two, "This is my promotion experience, which can be used as a reference. I hope it will be helpful to you." "Senior, you've been writing it these few nights." Wright had already noticed Victor's dark circles. Victor said indifferently, "What I promised, I must do it." "Thank you, senior." Connor said gratefully. He could tell from the manuscript that Victor was writing with great care, sharing his own experiences and insights. Especially the article about getting along with superiors, Victor wrote it very specifically. Victor said, "Okay, take it back and read it. The first year of the internship is very important, I hope you can seize the opportunity. After you finish reading it, remember to make a few more copies of it, maybe it can help more people, let them not be confused." "Yeah, we will." Wright and Connor left with the manuscript as if they had found a treasure. Chapter 10. Temi Island, Marine Base of G5 Branch. As the gate of the fort slowly rose, the warship slowly entered the fort. The marine here looks like a pirate no matter what. At this time, the interns on the deck looked at the sailors in the port with curious eyes. On the heads of these sailors, they are either wrapped with marine logo hoods, or painted with marine logos on their cloaks. Even so, the image of these sailors is full of hooliganism, and they don't look like soldiers at all. After the warship stopped, Kolof Rear Admiral was the first to disembark. Kolof Rear Admiral salutes Tucker Vice Admiral. His job is done. Next, the recruited potential newcomers and interns will face cruel training in the G5 branch. Checklist. Tucker Vice Admiral is a very careful person. Although all the sailors in the G5 branch are like hooligans, as the commander of the fortress, Tucker Vice Admiral can't be careless. If any pirate sneaks into the fortress, poisons the fortress, or creates an explosion, it will be a heavy blow to the G5 branch. After all, the G5 branch is isolated in New World. Once something happens, he can only face it alone, and the support from the headquarters will be a few days later at the earliest. At this point, a Commodore began checking the names on the list. Colonel Victor. Major Sakazuki. Major Polosalino. Major Hwashaishin. Following Commodore's roll call, Victor and others responded one by one. After confirming that the number of people is complete, Tucker Vice Admiral said to Kolof Rear Admiral, "You can go back." "Yes." Kolof Rear Admiral turned and returned to the warship. The G5 branch does not have the etiquette of holding a banquet to see them off. Because the G5 branch will be dispatched at any time, and will participate in the battle at any time. The G5 branch is a mobile force, and they have one mission. Carry out special tasks in accordance with the orders of the Ministry. As for the protection of allied countries and civilians, if there is no order from the headquarters, none of them can do it. It is precisely because of the particularity of G5 that the sailors of G5 have a very strong personality. Some grassroots officers and veterans are all veterans and veterans. They do their own way and don't take Marines' military regulations seriously. At this time, Victor has already lived in the officers' quarters. The dormitory is a bit dirty, the tables are covered with dust, there are cobwebs on the windows, and there are dirty bandages in the trash can. Before Victor could find orderlies to come in for sanitation, sirens suddenly sounded in the marine fortress. The whistle of beep beep. Not far from the dormitory, some officers started blowing whistles to gather soldiers. Victor and the others all came out of the dormitory. "Ready to go. Come on, move on, you bloody bastards. Didn't you eat? Or are your legs weak? You drained waste." The officers scolded the sailors with their vulgar words, and under their urging, the sailors quickly boarded the warship. "The rookies who just arrived today, all come here." At this time, a rear admiral with a poker face in his 40s greeted Victor and others. Regardless of the rank of Victor et al., the G5 branch will always only have the difference between rookie and veteran. Victor and others followed Rear Admiral and boarded a warship. "Where are we going?" Hwashaishin asked. Rear Admiral glanced at Hwashaishin, and then said coldly, "Rookie, you can either do 2000 push UPS, or go to the confinement room for 3 days." Hwashaishin froze for a moment, then shouted yes loudly, and started doing push UPS. Rear Admiral walked back and forth in front of Victor and the others, reminding, "From now on, don't ask where to go, you just need to know how to obey orders and execute them, answer yes. Yes. Victor and the others responded in unison. Rear Admiral said calmly, "Welcome to the world of monsters. The new world is a brutal place. Due to the problem of the magnetic field, many areas of New World have bad weather and cannot produce enough food. In order to survive, young people go to sea as pirates. Pirates attacking countries, pirates attacking pirates, and even pirates attacking marines often happen. It's like raising goo. The strength of the New World pirates is getting stronger and stronger. In order to fight against the New World pirates, the marine of the G5 branch is also different from other branches. They have to be more like pirates than pirates, more ferocious and cunning than pirates, in order to defeat pirates and survive in the dangerous New World." With the gates of the fort opened, 3 warships left the fort. The commander of this mission is Nun Vice Admiral. Nun Vice Admiral is 46 years old and in the prime of his life. He has served in the G5 branch for 11 years, and has been on the verge of death many times. The mission this time is to capture a pirate named Jonathan. Jonathan is currently offering a reward of 360 million. In C Circle Calendar 1494, the reward of 360 million was not a small amount. As for why the headquarters is in a hurry to catch Jonathan, that's not what Nun needs to care about. He has never liked to use his brain to think about too complicated things, and just carry out the task. The warship soon arrived at the destination, Helenson Island. Helenson Island is Jonathan's territory, and he has been entrenched on Helenson Island for nearly 2 years. All along, New World's turf has been fiercely contested. Being able to hold onto the territory for 2 years means that Jonathan is indeed capable. Under the night, off the coast of Helenson Island, the lights of the 3 warships were extinguished, and the landing craft had been quietly lowered. The pirates on the island never expected to be raided at night. At this time, the pirates were drinking, playing cards and singing by the campfire. They did this every night, enjoying freedom and joy. Jonathan sat in a chair, closed his eyes and rested. There is only one task today, to catch Jonathan. At this time, Nun came to the side of the ship, and in front of Victor and others, he gave them combat missions. Chapter 11. Under the cover of night, Marine quietly approached the beach in a landing craft, gently paddling the oars. The pirates on the beach are still drinking, gambling, and singing. Until one of the minions was going to pee on the beach. Boom! With a gunshot, the pirate minion was shot between the eyebrows and fell down in the bunker. The gunshots sounded, and the marine of the G5 branch began to accelerate towards the island. Enemy attack! Wake up! The gunshots on the beach woke up the pirates. The pirate quickly picked up the weapon beside him. Although the enemy came very suddenly, Jonathan and his group were able to occupy Helenson Island for 2 years, which meant that they had experienced many battles. Jonathan opened his eyes, his cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. Is there anyone who is not afraid of death? Jonathan muttered to himself, then he held 2 maces in both hands, and stood up. Jonathan is nearly 8 meters tall, and the 2 maces are 5 meters long and weigh 3 tons each. However, not long after Jonathan stood up, a lazy voice came from behind him. You'd better not go anywhere, Victor said calmly. After hearing Victor's words, Jonathan turned around and looked at Victor coldly. Do you want to be smashed into meat paste? At the same time, the battle between Marines and pirates has begun. Led by the bosses, the pirates are fighting back. There are more than 2,000 pirates on the island. The Marine sent by the G5 branch has 3,000 people. In terms of strength, Marine has the upper hand. However, Jonathan and his gang have a geographical advantage. The forest on the island has been transformed, and in some places with higher terrain, the pirates have set up towers. Cannons are erected on the tower, and there are still shooting holes. Bang! Bang! Boom! The shells fell at their feet, and the sailors were blasted into the sky, and then fell heavily on the beach. Never mind the fallen. Rush to the island. The veterans of the G5 branch shouted. Even so, there are still recruits trying to rescue their companions. However, when they rescued their companions, they became the targets of pirate snipers. Pirate snipers are very cunning. They did not shoot the rescue recruits, but aimed at the legs of the sailors, making them immobile. To save a wounded sailor, at least 2 healthy sailors are required. Damn it! Wright, Connor, and others were fresh graduates, and it was their first time experiencing such a scene. However, with their blood and passion, they still rushed to the front of the team and fought with the pirates on the island. More and more pirates fell at the feet of the two. Before they knew it, Wright and Connor had defeated nearly 100 pirates one after another. Therefore, the two of them attracted a lot of attention. For example, the leader of Jonathan's command, Big Shield Lore. Big Shield Lore, who is more than 6 meters tall, has a reward of 170 million Baileys. Lore's weapon is a metal shield taller than others. Lore will use the shield to resist any attack, and will also smash all enemies to pieces against the shield. At this time, Lore started to accelerate with the shield in his hands. He took a big step, and the speed was extremely fast. As he sprinted, all the marines in front of him were knocked into the air. Reiner, Conti, and others hurriedly escaped. Just Luo'er's aura made them understand that they were invincible. And those marine soldiers who were unfortunately knocked down fell to the ground one by one and died on the spot. Ha ha ha! Lore laughed out loud, not paying attention to the marines at all. Little devil, you are very strong. Lore attacked the two of them again. Connor didn't dare to be careless. After avoiding the impact of the shield, he raised his foot and kicked hard. Tempest Kick Javelin. Connor gathered the strength of the kick when he kicked out the slash, and kicked violently towards the enemy. The Tempest Kick slash he shot was like a javelin, and it hit the shield fiercely. Connor is confident in his Tempest Kick, however, he underestimated the hardness of LOL's shield. LOL's shield is made of special metal, indestructible. Finger pistol diamond crushed. Seeing this, Wright approached at high speed continuously with a razor. Afterwards, he concentrated all his strength on his right index finger, and the hardened finger released a blow between lightning and flint. Fingertips have terrifying destructive power. Zephyr once said that Victor once shattered a diamond with one finger. However, Wright's finger pistol has not been refined yet. Right. Connor rushed to Jonathan with the knife in both hands. There are more and more little ghosts who don't know how to live or die. Luo'er sneered ferociously, and then threw out another stick. The shield hit Connor's face directly. Connor held the knife in both hands, trying to block it, but the blade in his hand shattered. How much longer can you laugh? Holding 2 knives, the ghost spider rushed towards Luo'er. Just before the ghost spider approached, a saber light passed by. The ghost spider held the knife and stood in front of him. However, the ghost spider was still sent flying, and its feet slid on the ground for a certain distance before barely standing still. The response is quick. At this time, a man covered in bandages appeared in front of the ghost spider. The bandaged man held a knife in each hand and said coldly, "Zombie sword hero Rex, offering a reward of 190 million Baileys. However, how many knives can you block today?" When Rex spoke, he swung his 2 knives again and attacked the ghost spider. When the ghost spider was about to use life return, Rex suddenly stopped and turned sideways to resist. With everyone watching, Sakazuki slashed at Rex with his sword. 1 sword against 2 swords. Rex held on to the double knives and persisted. He secretly groaned, knowing that Sakazuki's power was above him. And the strength of Sakazuki and Ghost Spider is obviously not at the same level. Does Marine still like to play more with less? Then, another icy voice sounded. A black-skinned murloc full of fangs appeared in front of Marine. The Black Mermaid Yusure has a reward of 210 million Baileys. Yusure is good at murloc karate and also masters haki. Encountering Yusure at sea is definitely a nightmare. Hey, let me play with you. Suddenly, Polosalino walked in front of Yusure. Yusure looked at Major Marine in front of him, saw that he was acting like a fool, and didn't pay attention to Polosalino. The only thing missing is Jonathan. None Vice Admiral observed, but after waiting for a while, Jonathan didn't show up. The center of Harrison Island. Ha ha ha. Jonathan swung 2 maces, and every time he swung, there was a whistling sound of wind. However, no matter how he attacks, he can't touch Victor. Who are you? Jonathan looked serious. He was surprised that he failed to hit Victor once with Grandmaster Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Chapter 12. It's normal for Jonathan to be skeptical. The number of Marine Rear Admiral and Commodore killed by him also reached double digits. As for field officers such as colonels and lieutenant colonels, the number is even greater. However, Victor, a mere colonel, was able to easily escape his attack. Moreover, Victor is still so young. It's just unbelievable. Victor asked with a smile, shouldn't I have such strength at my age? Jonathan frowned, and Victor expressed his confusion. Let me tell you a secret. Victor wrapped his hands around Armament Haki, and then said to Jonathan, I never feel that I am weaker than anyone, even when facing Roger and Garp. After Jonathan listened, his first reaction was not to question. He too was taken aback by his own reaction. However, Jonathan calmed down and said, Boy, although you are very strong, this is new world. After speaking, Jonathan's body changed. He actually grew horns, his face became a bull's head, and his height increased from 8 meters to more than 12 meters. Zoan ox fruit, bison form. Jonathan was able to rule Harrison Island not only because of the strength of his cotters, but also because of his own strength. In addition to body bestialization, Jonathan also started covering his whole body with Armament Haki. What? With a low growl, Jonathan swung the mace in his hand and slammed it hard at Victor. He is so powerful that he can sink a warship with one stick. Faced with the mace hitting him, Victor didn't dodge this time. I saw the iron fist entangled with Armament Haki directly blasting towards the mace. Bang! Victor's fist landed hard on the mace. The moment it hit the mace, a terrifying shock wave spread out. Boom rumble! The ground was shattered, and the surrounding trees fell back in pieces. Tsitsizi! Armament Haki rubbed violently. On the huge bull's head, the bull's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his gums tightly, trying to output his own strength as much as possible. However, no matter how hard Jonathan tried, he still couldn't suppress Victor. Victor asked calmly, is this your best effort? Cow Demon Smashing Mountain Strike. Jonathan swung another mace again and smashed it hard at Victor. Boom! After the mace hit the ground, it made a big hole in the ground. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, and the naked eye could no longer see the situation in the dust and fog. Only Observation Haki is still locked on Victor. Behind. Jonathan immediately turned around and slammed hard behind him. Earthquake. Another powerful blow. Boom. This blow hits the air again. In an instant, Victor appeared in front of Jonathan, raised his foot and kicked his leg hard. The high whip kick hit Jonathan's cheek, and his entire face was deformed directly. Jonathan was kicked out like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Jonathan's body was flying in the forest, smashing into pieces of trees continuously, and didn't stop until his body was embedded in a mountain wall. However, before Jonathan climbed out of the mountain wall, Victor had already chased him. He stepped on moonwalk and quickly chased to the front of the mountain wall. Shatter the sky! Victor raised his hand and pressed his palm to Jonathan's chest. Wrapping Armament Haki's palm, pouring Armament Haki into Jonathan's body. Moments later, the entire mountain exploded, burying Jonathan under the rock. After Victor solved Jonathan, he went back to find Nun and others. Sure enough, it was exactly what Victor thought. Today's battle is well orchestrated. The person in charge of writing the script, of course, is Sengoku. Jonathan and the pirates under his command are the whetstones of Marine, responsible for honing the new generation of naval headquarters. At this time, none watched the battle from a distance and did not intervene in the battle. This is the order Sengoku gave him. However, the performance of the newcomers is indeed very good. Hwashaishin, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and others now join forces to besiege Lore, while Wright, Connor and others retreat to the side. Even the seniors, is it difficult to take him down? Wright covered his mouth. He had just been hit by a shield, and suddenly felt his blood churning and his internal organs shifting. Connor's gaze was looking for Victor everywhere, but he couldn't find Victor, so he could only cast his gaze on Sakazuki. I heard that Sakazuki, Polo Salino, and Victor are tied for monsters among Mr. Zephyr's first class of students. Sakazuki confronted Rex. Polo Salino's opponent is Usure. Bang! 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 Sakazuki swung the sword in his hand and slashed at Rex continuously. A knife is faster than a knife. Rex resisted one after another, the hand holding the knife felt numb. Monster! Rex looked at Sakazuki coldly with fear in his eyes. He knew very well that Sakazuki was much stronger than the ghost spider. Sakazuki calmly walked towards Rex with a blank face. Rex knew that the enemy was very powerful, so he didn't dare to be careless. Sakazuki suddenly picked up speed and he started running. Seeing this, Rex swung his two knives. Dual swordsmanship. Ashura Karma fire. I saw that Rex's double swords were burning with flames, but when he slashed at Sakazuki, Sakazuki disappeared from him. So fast. Rex stood where he was, muttering. After a while, Rex's head rolled off his neck. The other side. Polo Salino and Usure face to face. Sure righteous fist. USA Rayleigh used all his strength to punch Polo Salino hard on the cheek. Polo Salino tilted his head to avoid the attack, smashing a big tree in front of him with his punch, and saw dust flying all over the sky. Seeing that Polo Salino dodged the attack, Usure continued to attack. 5,000 tile roundhouse kick. Usure kicked Polo Salino hard with a roundabout kick that was powerful enough to split 5,000 tiles. Polo Salino raised his foot and kicked a side whip. Roundhouse kick and side whip kick together. Tsitsaizi. The armament haki on the 2 feet rubbed violently, and the shock wave generated pushed away the marines and pirates fighting around. It's as strong as a monster. Polo Salino pretended to be scared. Damn BD. Usure felt that his calf bone was about to split. Polo Salino's armament haki is so hard. At this time, Polo Salino saw Sakazuki at the side from the corner of his eye, and knew that Sakazuki's battle was over. Tang Kao a Zheng Chuan. Usure also noticed Polo Salino's distraction, so he prepared to swing a forehand punch, generating shock waves in all directions 360 degrees. No matter how fast Polo Salino was, he couldn't dodge this blow. However, at the moment Usure swung his fist, Polo Salino leaped into the air and shot out the finger pistol. Call out! Call out! Call out! Flying finger pistol hit Usure's knee and arm joint solidly. In an instant, Usure lost his combat effectiveness. Hit every joint precisely. Is this the strength of a monster? None thought in his heart. At the same time, a crescent-shaped white slash pierced the sky and flew towards LOL. Lore turned around and hurriedly blocked with his shield. However, he was able to defend against the shield that Hwashaishin and others attacked together, but it was cut open by the crescent-shaped white slash. None and the others looked towards the sky. It's Victor. Chapter 13. Senior Victor. Seeing Victor appear, Wright and Connor immediately lifted their spirits. None looked at Victor, and then at the direction where Victor appeared. Let's deal with Jonathan first. None thought to himself. At this moment, Lore's eyes widened and he looked down at his belly at the same time. He was slashed by the crescent/kicked by Victor. How can that be? LOL looked ahead in disbelief. Although his strength is not the strongest within the Jonathan pirates, his defense is the strongest. LOL even blocks Pluton Rayleigh's slashing blows when confronted by the Roger pirates. Victor walked over calmly, each step giving LOL a sense of oppression. Lore dropped his shield while clenching his fists, his armor covering his whole body. What? With a loud roar, Lore gave himself courage through the roar. Lore and Victor are less than 100 meters apart. After a few big strides, Lore came to Victor. He stopped abruptly, clasped his hands tightly, and slammed a cannon punch at Victor below. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and the ground shook violently, and the dust and mist raised by the punch covered everyone's sight. At this moment, Sakazuki, Polosalino, and the others were all staring ahead. They already mastered Haki during their graduate practice. How strong is he? Polosalino thought to himself. During their time in the military academy, Victor showed a terrifying talent, as well as terrifying strength. Although the names of Victor, Sakazuki, and Polosalino are juxtaposed, they all exist like monsters. But Polosalino thinks Victor is the real monster. Or rather, a monster among monsters. The smoke dissipated, and Victor calmly blocked Lowell's cannonball attack with only one hand, while Lowell's eyes were tearing apart, his teeth were grinning, and his veins were bulging all over his body. Obviously, Lore has tried his best. You did your best, Victor said calmly. As soon as the words fell, Lore felt a huge force, and his whole body was blown away. Rumble! Lore's body rolled continuously on the ground, smashing countless trees, rocks, and hills, and then stopped. Nun frowned tightly, his eyes hard to hide the shock. Originally he guessed that Sengoku wanted to hone Marine's new generation. However, after seeing the strength of Victor, Sakazuki, and Polosalino, he seemed to understand Sengoku's intentions. This is not only tempered, but also to allow them to accumulate military exploits and prestige in a short period of time. This is training the three of them. Especially Victor. At present, Victor has shown the strength of a monster. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Victor maintained his punching posture. He just sent Lore flying with his fist, and the flying distance exceeded 1,000 meters. This is too exaggerated. The battle is over. All that's left is to clean up the battlefield. The medical team began to treat the wounded, and Marine, who died in battle, was put into a body bag. Victor came to Wright, Connor, and others. Wright suffered a broken left arm, 4 broken ribs, and damage to his heart, lungs, and liver. Connor's injury wasn't serious, but he needed a while to recuperate. Are you all right? Victor took the initiative to ask Wright and Connor. A little injury. Wright wanted to get up, but was pushed back by the doctor. Victor said to Connor and the others, sweat more in normal times and bleed less in wartime. You need to practice harder. Yes. Wright and Connor cheered up and answered loudly. Well, take a good rest, only by taking good care of your body can you punish evil. After Victor finished speaking, he turned and left. When will I be as powerful as Senior Victor? Senior Victor's Tempest Kick just now is really amazing. I remember that move is called Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Well, I want to learn too, but it's so difficult. After Victor left, Wright and Connor started chatting about Victor's Tempest Kick. Tempest Kick Crescent Sky Chong. In 6 styles of practice, Victor believes that in order to practice aggressive physical arts such as finger pistol and Tempest Kick well, the premise is to temper the body into a weapon. When using kicking skills, the legs should be used as knives, and iron cutting should be used as the standard of practice. When the two were chatting about the 6-style practice, the soldiers finally found Jonathan. Jonathan is still alive. However, Jonathan's body was severely damaged. His internal organs were damaged, bones were broken, muscles were torn, and blood vessels were destroyed. Thanks to Jonathan for the Zoan demon fruit power. Otherwise, Jonathan would surely die. When Jonathan was dragged to the beach by a group of sailors, Nun and others saw Jonathan's condition. Except for a heavy kick in the face, there are basically no trauma. However, the injury to the internal organs is very serious. After reading the inspection report, Nun looked at Victor. He was curious about how Victor did it. Marine Fort, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku received a report from the G5 branch. The Jonathan pirates were wiped out. Jonathan, LOL the Great Shield, and Yusare the Black Shark were captured alive, and the zombie Rex was beheaded. The number of pirates eliminated reached more than 1,600, and nearly 400 pirates were captured. This time the results were fruitful. However, Sengoku is more concerned about the performance of Victor, Sakazuki, and Polisalino. Actually, Nun's guess was correct. Sengoku asked Victor and others to go to the G5 branch, not only to train the three of them, but also to hope that the three of them could accumulate military exploits and prestige. In the coming decades, new generations like Victor will be the future of Marine. And Victor's performance also made Sengoku very satisfied. Nun's evaluation of Victor's strength is a monster. Now Victor is only 20 years old. Also, Victor hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. How to train Victor and others to make Victor and others the strongest combat force in Marine. Sengoku needs to discuss with Sora and ask 5 elders for instructions. Sengoku believes that 5 elders will take this issue seriously. In the Marshal's office. The current Marine Marshal Sora is looking at the battle report submitted by Sengoku. This time, the task of capturing Jonathan alive was not an order issued by Sengoku privately. Sengoku isn't Garb, and won't do things that disgust his boss. After reading the battle report, Sora said, "I'll go find the 5 elders." The world government controls most of the devil fruit, and the agents directly under the Marine and world government are also constantly recycling devil fruit. However, in order to ensure safety, the world government needs to observe and test to ensure loyalty before providing devil fruit. The rarer and more powerful the devil fruit, the less you can go wrong. Otherwise, if there is an act of rebellion, the consequences will be disastrous. World government doesn't want to be backlashed by its own power. Chapter 14. Holy Land Marie Joys. Pangu City, between the powers. When Kong walked in, the 5 elders were already waiting for him. The 5 elders sit from left to right, they are the supreme leaders of the world government. At this time, the old man in a black suit sitting on the far left said, "Can you ensure their loyalty?" The old man has white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. He looks dignified. Sora replied, "Although they each have personality problems, but so far, they are loyal to the world government." At this time, the old man sitting in the middle, wearing a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, said, "All 3 of them have the potential to become admirals, and we can start observing." The old man with long straight hair expressed his opinion. At this time, the blonde old man in a dark red suit without a tie and a scar on his chest said, "Marine's strength is indeed going to increase. What happened 10 years ago can't happen again." The bald old man in a dark green suit and with a figure-8 mustache also echoed, "It would be a shame if something like this happened again." The 4 members of the 5 elders have already made a statement. After listening to the answers of the 4 people, wearing a white Taoist robe and glasses, the only old man in the 5 elders who did not wear a suit put the samurai sword in his hand on his lap. "Go back, we will make the best arrangement." "Yes." Sora turned and left the room of power. After Kong left, the curly-haired old man said, "No matter what, you must ensure your loyalty." The words of the curly-haired old man made the other 4-5 elders nod at the same time. At this time, the old man in a white robe looked at Victor's information. This information was not provided by Marine, but collected by CP0. In Victor's profile, Victor's life experience and personality are introduced in detail. Victor likes forming cliques, making money, and expressing himself. Victor did anything to make money. The fact that the 189 branch refused to save them, even deliberately delayed the rescue time, and allowed the pirates to plunder the port of Wilhelm is proof. The old man in the white robe said with a smile, although he will not be loyal to justice, I think he will be loyal to the world government. The flaws do not conceal the virtues. In order to achieve his goal, Victor will do whatever it takes. For the sake of money, he can even give up the bottom line. 5 elders are more at ease with this kind of people with tainted conduct. If Victor's sense of justice is too strong, then 5 elders should consider it instead. Of course, it is too early to make a decision and further observation is required. G5 Branch Training Ground. Victor is teaching Wright and Connor the 6 styles in the training ground. At this time, he was demonstrating the flying finger pistol. The steel pillars at a distance of 30 meters were hit by the air bullets fired by Victor, leaving deep craters one after another. This is a steel pillar. Next, Victor started using the Tempest Kick. Tempest Kick Crescent Sky Rush. Victor kicked decisively towards the steel pillar on the front side, and a white crescent-shaped slash flew out, cutting off nearly 100 steel pillars in the middle. This scene not only amazed Wright and Connor, but also stunned the onlookers from the G5 branch Marine. Although Marine from the G5 branch has also heard that Victor is very strong, hearing about it and witnessing it with his own eyes are completely different feelings. I wrote in the book that if you want to practice the 6 postures well, your body is the most important thing. After Victor finished speaking, he took off his shirt, revealing a body of strong, muscular, sculpture-like muscles. Although Victor's image is as elegant as that of a prince, and he never dragged his feet in battle, but after he took off his shirt, he added a bit of iron-blooded and tough man's temperament. Our power is hidden in our body. If we mobilize it and exert its greatest power, this is what we need to master. At this time, Victor's body changed significantly, and his right arm became thicker. It's the return of life. Wright, Connor, and the field officers who were watching around thought at the same time. You all know that life return can freely control the body, hair, and internal organs. As long as the consciousness is poured into it, you can freely control any place. And now, we mobilize the energy of the whole body. As Victor spoke, he aimed at the steel plate in the distance. There was a bang, and Victor's fingertips released a huge air bomb. After the air bomb hit the steel plate, a big hole was pierced through the steel plate. At this time, Victor cancelled the return of life. I just gave an example, I hope you can understand the actual usage of return of life. Both Wright and Connor looked at Victor with admiration. I still have something to do, you guys continue to practice. After Victor finished speaking, he turned and left the training ground. Polo Salino watched all this from a distance, and he murmured, still pushy as before. At this time, Marine with the G5 branch came to Wright and Connor. Excuse me, can you lend us Colonel Victor's cultivation experience? A lieutenant colonel asked Wright seriously. Wright replied, of course. Wright believed that Senior Victor would not mind. In his eyes, Senior Victor is a great and selfless person who has been helping others without reservation. Victor returned to the dormitory from the training ground. His dormitory is very clean. However, he did not clean it himself. Now he has more and more fans. Cleaning dormitory and other sundries, naturally some people rush to do it. Victor sat at the desk and started to pick up the pen. He was going to write Haki practice experience. This is an advanced part of the 6-style practice, and Victor will still make it public so that more Marines can practice it. As for the benefits of doing so, it is natural to generate more followers. Using the power of his followers, Victor can form a faction on his own in the days to come. Tuk tuk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The door is unlocked. Victor said casually. The door was opened. Nun Vice Admiral walked in. He came behind Victor, and after seeing what Victor wrote, he couldn't help frowning. Such a precious thing, do you want to share it? Haki's method of cultivation has always been the secret of the strong. It can only be obtained by following the strong. If there is no guidance from the strong, many ordinary people will not be able to master Haki in their lifetime. Victor said calmly, if our marine was strong enough 10 years ago, there wouldn't be so many sacrifices. After listening to Victor's words, Nun nodded. The Valley of God incident really shouldn't have happened. He was misled by Victor. Nun thought it was because of the death of his parents that he actively improved Marine's strength. After Victor stopped writing, he said seriously, Uncle, sooner or later, I will make the world clean. Chapter 15. In past and present lives, Victor believes that the most important thing is to establish a personality for himself. In front of his juniors, he is a selfless senior. In front of his elders, he is a man with lofty aspirations. In front of the world government, he is a tainted person. In front of his subordinates, he is a man worth following. Human settings can provide the rationality of behavior. In short, personality is very important. So far, Victor feels that he has done a perfect job. The students adore him. Marine of Branch 191 is willing to follow him. The elders were also misled by him. I believe that the world government will also be misled by him. Only in this way can he gain greater power, as well as higher status and power. Since capturing Jonathan, the G5 branch has not gone out to perform tasks for nearly half a month. For half a month, Victor selflessly imparted cultivation methods every day, and at the same time compiled his personal experience. In the G5 branch, the Marines, whether they are officers or soldiers, are copying Victor's book. Whether it is promotion or cultivation, Victor's knowledge and experience can help them. This is like the notes of a top student, and it is a treasure for those who are eager to go further. Moreover, as long as Victor arrives at the training ground, there will be many Marines watching. They all came to attend classes. For them, the cultivation methods and cultivation methods taught by Victor can improve their strength more efficiently. Colonel Victor! Colonel Victor! Colonel Victor! Victor was walking on the way to the restaurant, and the officers and soldiers along the way would greet him proactively. His selflessness and strength won the respect of the G5 branch. Victor would respond with a smile. Senior Victor! At this time, Wright and Connor led a group of officers trotting all the way to Victor's side. It's you. Victor stopped, looked at Wright, Connor, and the people around them. Who are these? Senior. Wright introduced the people around him. They are Major Eric, Major Kennard, Captain Wilder, and Galore Lieutenant Junior Grade from the G5 branch. After reading your book recently, they all came to thank you of. Victor smiled slightly and said, they're all Marines, so you don't need to be so polite. Major Eric raised his hands in salute. Colonel Victor, your book has helped me a lot. If there is a chance, please let me follow you. So are we. Kennard, Wilder, Galore and others said at the same time. Why are there so many people following Garp? Not just the title of a Marine hero. What's more important is to follow Garp and be able to get Garp's guidance. However, with so many Marines, not everyone has the opportunity to stay with Garp. But Victor is different, he is really too selfless. If you can stay with Victor, you can get advice from Victor when you encounter problems in cultivation. Of course, in addition to getting guidance from Victor, there are also opportunities for promotion. Most of the Marines who will be assigned to the G5 branch have no background in the headquarters, or have personality problems and poor popularity. Otherwise, those with a background or a good relationship will definitely not go to the G5 branch. Because the sacrifice rate here is too high. Therefore, in the original timeline, when Smoker applied to Aokiji to be transferred to the G5 branch, it would make most people feel incredible. Well, there will be a chance. Victor said seriously. Willing to follow him? Of course, the more the better. What Victor is doing now is to promote himself and let his personality charm affect more people. See Circle Calendar August 1494. Victor was called to the office by Nun. Nun handed a letter of appointment to Victor. From now on, you will be appointed as the commander of the special forces of the G5 branch. Victor looked at the appointment letter, and he blindly guessed it was Sengoku. Because Nun is very rigid and never gives anyone a back door, therefore, his popularity in the headquarters is not very good. Sure enough, Nun went on to say, Sengoku Admiral's original words, manpower and equipment, you can choose whatever you want. Thank you, Uncle Nun. Because in the office, Victor didn't see much outsiders. Go ahead. Nun nodded. Yes. Victor gave a military salute, then turned and left. Victor came to the training ground. Since he came to the G5 branch, the training ground has been crowded with people every day. At first it was to join in the fun, later it was to learn how to practice, and now it was to practice hard and strive to improve its own strength. A man's desire to become stronger is engraved in his bones. Therefore, when this group of unpopular G5 branch Marines have a way to become stronger, they naturally have to seize the opportunity. Now, they are practicing hard under the scorching sun one by one, strengthening their physiques, and under them, the ground is already wet with sweat. Colonel Victor! Colonel Victor! Colonel Victor! Seeing Victor coming, the Marines in the training ground stopped and saluted Victor. Victor walked all the way to Wright, Connor, and others. They are now practicing with Eric, Kennard, and others. According to the cultivation method and cultivation experience taught by Victor, they find each other's shortcomings. Senior Victor. Colonel Victor. Eric, Kennard, and the others stood up straight and began to salute. Look at this. Victor handed the appointment letter to Eric. Eric showed an excited expression after reading the above content. Although it is only a special task force directly under the G5 branch, the commander is Victor. Moreover, the required officers can be selected by the commander himself. Subsequently, Eric handed over the letter of appointment to Kennard and others. Kennard and others were also very excited after reading it. Victor calmly asked Eric and Kennard, "Are you willing to join the special forces?" "Of course I would." Eric, Kennard, and others said in unison. Victor said lightly, "Do me a favor first, help me recruit 2 squadrons." "Yes." Eric, Kennard, and others saluted. There are 2 squadrons of special forces, and each squadron is full of 500 people. Victor directly selected Eric and Kennard as squadron leaders. Wright, Connor, and others naturally joined the special forces. I heard that Victor has become the commander of the special forces, and at the same time, he needs to recruit members. Therefore, there are a lot of people who sign up. In less than half a day, the special forces were fully recruited. On the second day after the establishment of the special forces, Victor received a new task. New mission, track down the Roger pirates. Chapter 16. Tracking down the Roger pirates is a dangerous mission. In the past, Marine who followed Roger's pirates did not end well. However, tasks are tasks and must be performed. After receiving the task, the special forces left the base on the same day. 10 days later. The sun was shining, the sky was blue and the sea was calm. On the deck of the warship, Wright, Connor, and several young officers chatted together and enjoyed the afternoon tea time. At this time, Wright said curiously, "The headquarters really care about Roger. Obviously there are so many pirates in New World, especially the Golden Lion, which is much more rampant than Roger." Connor nodded. There are a lot of news about Golden Lion in the recent newspapers. Followed by Whitebeard, Bigo, Kaido etc. As for Roger's news, I only saw it once 10 days ago. Wilder lowered his voice and whispered, "I heard that Roger holds the secret of ancient weapon." Ancient weapon. Wright and Connor were unfamiliar with the word ancient weapon. Wilde looked at the two of them and said, I was also in the previous army, and I heard about it by accident. I heard that ancient weapon has the power to destroy the world. That was obtained by Roger, isn't it very dangerous? Wright said subconsciously. Wilder said, that's why the world government and the headquarters are in a hurry to deal with Roger and his gang. I see. Wright, Connor, and others finally understood Roger's danger. At this time, Victor, Eric, and Kennard came over. Seeing Victor approaching, Wright, Connor and the others immediately stood up straight and saluted. It's almost to Gal Island, everyone pay attention, there may be extreme weather later. Victor reminded Wright and others. Extreme weather. Wright and the others looked at the clear sky and the calm sea. To become a qualified Marine, one must not only look at personal bravery, but also understand geography and weather. After Victor finished speaking, he handed a logbook behind him to Wright and the others. If you have time, you can read it. Wright opened his eyes and said, this is the pirate's logbook from the day before yesterday. Victor hummed and said, there are a lot of trophies, and the logbook is the most precious among them. Thank you, Senior, I will definitely read it. Wright replied seriously. Wright believed Victor was right. Okay, everyone else is also ready for severe weather at any time. Victor said to Marine on the deck. Yes. The Marines on the mast and on the deck all answered loudly. When the boat approached Gal Island, the sky suddenly darkened. This phenomenon can only be described as bizarre. The sky was still clear just now, and in a blink of an eye, it was covered with dark clouds, black as ink. Not only that, the sea was rough, and the waves that suddenly rolled up were more than 10 meters high. In addition, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, accompanied by violent storms from time to time. The sailors on the deck furled the sails in the shortest time, and then returned to the cabin. At this time, the cabin is like a tin can, and the sailors in the cabin are like candy in the tin can. In the face of the forces of nature, warships are really too small. The storm of the night is over. The Marines of the Special Forces were all tormented enough. Everyone adores Victor, though. If Victor hadn't warned them in advance and let them prepare for emergencies in advance, they would have been caught off guard. If one is not careful, the ship may even be destroyed. After the warship docked, the Marines quickly landed on Gal Island. The wreckage of ships floated on the beach of Gal Island. These wreckages have already been damaged by the washing of seawater and the scorching sun. The Special Forces need to replenish supplies on the island in the shortest possible time, such as fresh water, as well as fruits, food, and other supplies. However, there are already guests on the island of Gal. This guest is not welcome Marine. At this time, Marine soldiers enter the forest, where they will hunt, log, collect herbs and other materials. However, in a clearing in the forest, a tall, thin man sat. When the Marines saw the tall, thin man, they were all stunned. They can't get it wrong, and the appearance of the other party is too recognizable. The man wears a plum red shirt and blood red trousers, black leather shoes with gold rims on his feet, a large blood red cape with a plaid pattern inside, a blue rose around his neck, and wearing a slender umbrella with a bat handle. The man's eyebrows are red, a gold chain hangs from his mouth, and he always has a wicked smile. Just kidding. How did you meet this guy here? Oops, I'm going to die this time. I'm going to die here. Although they are Marines selected by the G5 branch, it doesn't mean they won't be afraid. Especially the strength of the enemy is beyond their imagination. He actually chased here. The corner of the man's mouth raised a playful smile. Is it Garp, or Sengoku? As soon as the man finished speaking, some sailors turned around and ran away, shouting as they ran, the Red Earl is on the island. Do not come. Everyone run. The Marines reminded their companions loudly. The Red Earl, Baloric Redfield. Although there is only one person, relying on his own strength alone, he can keep pace with the strong men in the sea. He is the big pirate of New World, a strong man with terrifying power. There are countless pirates and marines killed by the Red Earl. However, the next second, the forest fell silent. The sailors fell to the ground, and a lot of blood flowed from their bodies. Redfield is still holding the umbrella. Use an umbrella as a sword. He has extremely powerful swordsmanship. In terms of personality, it is similar to Hawkeye my hawk. What happened? Did you hear that? Did he just call the Red Earl? Go and have a look. You report to Colonel Victor. The Marines are divided into two parts, one to inform Victor, and the others to the forest. However, when they arrived in the forest, they found the remains of dead bodies everywhere. At least more than 50 sailors died tragically. Their bodies were cut into pieces, and their deaths were horrible. At the same time, the sailor who came back to report, didn't care to catch his breath, and came to Victor. Colonel Victor, the Red Earl is on the island. After hearing the name of the Red Earl, Eric, Kennard, and the others widened their eyes at the same time, filled with uneasiness. Some Marines made a hissing sound and secretly took a breath. It is said that even Marine Admiral cannot defeat the Red Earl. And Marine Admiral is the strongest combat power of Marine. Chapter 17. It's different from fighting Jonathan. Although Jonathan is strong, he is not at the same level as the Red Earl. In the past, as long as Marine encountered the Red Earl, he would basically die. The Red Earl is brutal. Therefore, Marine is very afraid of the Red Earl. Are you scared? At this moment, Victor's voice sounded behind Eric, Kennard, and others. Colonel Victor. Senior Victor. When Eric and the others saw Victor, their uneasy hearts suddenly calmed down. Victor looked at Eric and the others, and said calmly, "It's just a Red Earl, I'll take care of him." Colonel Victor, the enemy is the Red Earl. Eric wants to remind Victor. Although Eric knows Victor is strong, the Red Earl is a great pirate and has been famous for years. Victor ignored it and stepped out with his right foot. Call out! Call out! Call out! Victor sprinted through the air, heading towards the forest. On the outskirts of the forest, nearly 100 Marines stood on the outskirts and dared not enter. Marine, who had just entered, only let out a burst of screams, and none of them came back. With a snap, Victor landed in front of them. Colonel Victor. Like Eric and others, the Marines outside the forest felt reassured after seeing Victor appear. Victor said without turning his head, "Don't get too close, so as not to be affected." Yes. The surrounding Marine nodded instinctively. Victor hummed, and strode into the forest. There were corpses all over the ground, and the corpses were not complete. Redfield cut the corpses into pieces. According to random statistics, there are at least 100 corpses. I have lost so many subordinates. Victor said calmly, "How do you plan to atone for it?" Redfield stood directly in front of Victor. At this moment, Redfield pressed his hands on the handle of the umbrella, and he looked at Victor expressionlessly. "If you want to avenge your subordinates, then attack them." Redfield's mouth curled into a smile. "As you wish." Victor took off the cloak of justice behind him and threw it into the air. And the moment he threw off the cloak of justice, he raised his foot and kicked it straight ahead. The black feet entwined by armament haki firmly stepped on the tip of the black umbrella. Tsitsaizi. The armament haki of the two rubbed violently. "You are stronger than I expected," Redfield said with a frown. The moment Victor dropped his cloak just now was actually a flaw. Redfield seized the opening and wanted to kill Victor with one blow. Victor, however, not only anticipated his Redfield moves, but was extremely fast. "Then your judgment was wrong again," Victor said calmly. Redfield looked puzzled. "My strength is stronger than yours." The moment Victor spoke, his right foot exploded with great strength. Clatter la la la. Redfield didn't react for a while, and was pushed back a distance by the huge force. Just as Redfield stood firm, Victor turned into afterimages and rushed forward. So fast, so explosive. Redfield felt that Victor was even comparable to Whitebeard and Roger in terms of explosiveness. Also, Victor looks so young. Surprised? Do you think I'm too young? With a whoosh, Victor appeared in front of Redfield, raised his foot at the same time, and made a kick. Victor's lower split was like a guillotine on a guillotine, falling extremely fast and terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Redfield raised his umbrella sword to resist. Tsitsaizi! In the sound of armament Haki's rubbing, with the two of them at the center, the surrounding trees were broken by the impact of the shock wave. This kid's strength is so great. Redfield felt as if a storm was hitting the shore in his heart, and he couldn't calm down. He had fought against Sora, Sengoku, and others when he was young, however, their strength at that time was definitely not that strong. Don't think I'm weak just because I'm young. As Victor said, he kicked a high whip again, like a machete, straight to Redfield's neck. Rumble rumble. On the outskirts of the forest, the Marines don't know what's going on in the forest. All they saw were patches of fallen trees. This is caused by the battle between the Senior and the Red Earl. Wright and the others were shocked. They hadn't seen Victor and Jonathan fight earlier. Therefore, they only know that Victor is very strong, but they don't know that Victor is so strong. Boom! At this time, there was another loud noise from the forest, shaking the entire island of Gal. Don't know what happened inside. In the forest, Redfield glanced not far away. The dust and mist dissipated. A deep pit was revealed. Victor is still in the pit, maintaining a downward punching posture. If Redfield hadn't dodged in time just now, the punch would have landed on him. What a disappointment, I thought you were going to punch me in the face. Victor said calmly. Is this guy a monster? Redfield looked at Victor coldly. However, Garp is right. Victor suddenly smiled. As a time traveler, he knew that Sengoku exaggerated the strength of the Red Earl, saying that the Red Earl was on an equal footing with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion on his own. In fact, the strength of the Red Earl is not that terrifying. Garp said that the Red Earl is not enough to leave a name in history, and the Red Earl himself thinks he is not as good as Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. Among other things, Redfield's courage is obviously not enough. How can a real strong man shrink back from a head-on confrontation? What did Garp say? Redfield asked. It doesn't matter. Victor shook his head. Although you are not as good as Roger and the others, if I beat you, not only will I be promoted, but I will also be famous in the sea. The last time Jonathan was caught, Victor didn't get promoted either. Fortunately, Sakazuki, Polosalino and others were not promoted either. Now, if Redfield is caught again, then promotion is the second priority, and fame is the key point. You want to catch me, too? Redfield snorted coldly. He didn't deny that Victor was strong, but he wasn't weak. Death bite. In an instant, Redfield launched an offensive, and he stabbed the umbrella sword continuously. The umbrella sword seemed to turn into hundreds of lion majesty, biting Victor viciously. However, Victor looked indifferent and avoided them all. Moreover, it was avoided in advance. His moves seemed to be seen through and cracked by Victor. This surprised Redfield. Can you see the future? Redfield said coldly. After many years in the sea, Redfield also heard that Observation Haki can predict the future, but this state is extremely difficult to achieve. For example, Katakuri can see the future for a period of time, and Luffy raised his knowledge to see a part of the future in the battle with Katakuri. Avoiding attacks and anticipating attacks are just the basic operations of Observation Haki, not foreseeing the future. Chapter 18. Did you see it? Victor smiled lightly. In fact, he didn't intend to hide his strength at all. He has been very high profile since time travel. From childhood to adulthood, he was a genius in the eyes of outsiders. Regardless of his talent or his hard work, he is the number one among his peers. Therefore, it is a matter of course that he is strong. Ha ha ha. Redfield burst out laughing suddenly, then, he raised the umbrella sword in his hand, pointed at Victor, and said in a joking tone, "Killing a genius like you, the marine executives will be very heartbroken." "Kill me? Do you have that strength?" Victor smiled, shook his head lightly and said, this attitude seemed to be joking and mocking Redfield. "Boy, be prepared to die." Anger appeared in Redfield's eyes, and then he swung the umbrella sword in his hand, and he stabbed forward. A blood-red sword light pierced Victor. Victor tilted his head away from the attack. "Call out!" Redfield shaved and disappeared from Victor's sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Victor like a ghost. However, Victor had already seen Redfield's movement, and his heavy punch slammed out, hitting Redfield's cheek. Boom! Redfield got a punch in the cheek. However, this punch was deliberately received by Redfield. Although the fist was heavy, but by leaning back after being hit, Redfield kicked sideways and kicked Victor hard. Victor was kicked in the stomach and slid backwards. It's a heavy kick, and the sharp toe wraps around Armament Haki, easily kicking a warship out of a hole. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Victor's right foot slammed down and his body stabilized. The competition between the strong players of their level, if they only compete with Observation Haki, it will be a fairly long and protracted battle. Therefore, if you want to get the results quickly, it is not a matter of fighting for knowledge. It's about fighting for their own body. To put it simply, the stronger the body, the more resistant it is to be beaten, and it will survive to the end. Redfield is 44 years old and still in his prime. He is not afraid of physical confrontation. Moreover, since he went to sea, he has experienced countless fierce battles, and he has experienced more than a dozen fierce battles that were near death. In contrast to Victor. In Redfield's eyes, Victor is a young man. No matter how strong he is, he has not passed the test of life and death. Whether it is physical strength or personal willpower, nothing can compare with him. Come again. Redfield pounced again. The blood-red cloak on his body fluttered, shuttling through the space like a vampire. Victor snorted coldly, clenched his hands into fists, and charged for a short time. 6 Style 6 King Spear. This was originally the strongest physical skill of the 6 forms that only Liu Qi could use. It is the highest profound meaning that can only be comprehended by grandmasters who have cultivated the above 6 forms to ultimate. However, Victor's talent can only be described as monster. He can use all the physical skills he has seen in his previous life. At this time, both hands clenched into fists together, sending out an attack similar to a shock wave, and the shock wave hit Redfield. Redfield was hit, blood spurting from his mouth. However, Ladefield's attack also followed. Ladefield swung the umbrella sword in his hand and slashed forward. The blood-red slash hits Victor. Victor's body was bleeding. However, the two seemed to be fine. It seems that they have been severely injured, but they are completely insignificant. Victor and Redfield each make adjustments before disappearing again. Both of them were as fast as ghosts. Call out! Call out! From the disappearance of the two at the same time, to the appearance of the two at the same time, it seemed that it was only a breath. Victor kicks hard and Redfield kicks back. Boom! With this heavy kick, the strength of the two bodies was released respectively. Armament Haki made a sizzling sound, and the shock wave generated by the impact spread out. There was madness in the eyes of Victor and Redfield. "You're strong," Redfield said to Victor. "You're not weak either," Victor replied. Redfield showed a ferocious face, and sneered, "If you are given a few more years, maybe Roger and Whitebeard are not your opponents." "I never saw them as my goal," Victor said. A trace of surprise and curiosity flashed in Redfield's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Because a split second later, Victor punches Redfield hard. Redfield raised the umbrella sword in his hand, and armament haki was wrapped around the umbrella sword. Boom! The impact of the two forces once again caused a huge explosion. The air wave caused by the shock wave completely destroyed the surrounding forest. The torsos of the big trees that were knocked down by the shock wave, or even broken, were shattered into a sky full of sawdust under the abuse of the overflowing armament haki. The clothes on Redfield's body were also shredded into strips at this time. At this time, the two had already appeared in the sight of the Marines. The surrounding forests have completely disappeared, and the ground is full of traces of destruction and raging. This scene left Eric and the others dumbfounded. This guy's armament haki is weird. Redfield's eyes widened, and he quickly separated from Victor. Just now, he discovered the anomaly of Victor's armament haki. Victor's armament haki was able to break through his defenses. In Redfield's cognition, armament haki has three types: hardening, entanglement and external release. Both hardening and winding can enhance attack and defense. The external release is to gather the armed color on the hand or weapon, and then release it, which directly evolves into a substantial attack or defense power. It can launch a powerful impact to fly away the enemy, and can also form a protective wall, and even defend against invisible attacks. However, armament haki, which Victor had just released, actually drilled into Redfield's body like a drill. Although no major injuries were caused by Redfield's defense, it has already aroused his vigilance. Did you find out? Victor smiled slightly. The usage of emission is similar to the dark force in martial arts novels, and it is a unique usage method of Wano Kuni. After Wano Kuni closed the country, the usage of emission did not spread overseas. After Kojiki Odin and others went to sea, the use of emission was passed on to Whitebeard and Roger pirates. It seems that if you want to kill you, you have to pay a big price. Redfield's eyes darkened, and he knew he had underestimated Victor. Victor is strong. Although Victor is very young, Grandmaster has a more advanced method of using haki. If you want to kill Victor, you have to fight with your life. And there is a price to pay for fighting. The price could be a hand, a leg, or even worse, disability. Chapter 19. At this time, Redfield's eyes became sharp and fierce, and his hand holding the umbrella sword had bruised veins and blood vessels, and dense cracks appeared on the ground under his feet as he exerted force. He is not just serious now, but prepared to fight for his life. Redfield knew Victor was strong. Facing the strong, there is no luck, only to fight with all your strength. Very well, you are a qualified stepping stone. Victor said calmly, and then made a pose. Redfield had never seen this pose. However, he hasn't seen it, which doesn't mean that Wright and others don't know each other. It's the return of life. 8 inner gates. Open the gate. The eyes of Wright, Connor, and others were full of excitement. Victor once wrote in 6 types of derivative techniques. Life return 8 inner gates open the door, by removing the restriction of the brain region, in order to achieve the purpose of exerting the physical ability of 100. Of course, the price is to overload the body's energy to increase strength and speed. However, they haven't been able to master it yet. Because it is crazy for them to solve the problem of brain domain limitation. Eric murmured, Colonel Victor wants a quick victory. As predicted. Under the excited eyes of everyone, Victor disappeared in place in an instant. So fast. If the speed of Victor and Redfield were ghosts just now, then Victor's speed is already unbelievable. Wasn't Victor's full strength just now? Is it now? While Redfield was shocked. Boom! Victor lifted his foot and kicked Redfield hard. Redfield raised the umbrella sword in his hand, trying to block Victor's attack. However, Redfield was kicked away. Crash la la la! After Lighterfield's feet slid on the ground for a certain distance, he barely stopped. Is there such a strong power without accumulating power? Redfield was shocked. However, before Redfield could stand still, Victor had already launched an attack from behind. Boom! With the sound of a gas explosion, Victor began to attack Redfield with heavy punches. This punch is 100 strength again. That kick just now was also 100 strength. After the punch hit Redfield's cheek, Redfield was in pain. This punch directly collapsed his nose, and blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. However, before Redfield could react, Victor kicked out with the other foot, kicking Redfield hard in the abdomen, causing him to fly backwards again. The attack is not over yet. Victor is catching up again. Boom! Another hard kick. Puff! Redfield spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been kicked to pieces. The current Redfield hasn't eaten devil fruit yet, and doesn't have the ability of vampires and the recovery ability of Zoan phantom beasts. Bang bang bang! Victor's fists and feet hit Redfield like a violent storm. Redfield could only resist and dodge with all his strength. A hole! Redfield gritted his teeth and held on. He had thought it would be a tragic life and death struggle. Unexpectedly, he was suppressed by Wonkin in terms of speed and strength. Victor is not talking nonsense, his current state will put a super high load on his body, so the sooner the fight is resolved, the better. 2 hours, within 2 hours. He was going to end the fight in 2 hours. Time passed by every minute and every second. The high-intensity battle between the two has lasted for an hour and 50 minutes. Redfield's chest heaved violently. And Victor can feel pain in muscles and bones. A tearing pain. Wright and the others were stunned. As mentioned in Victor's book, the use time of 8 inner gates should be controlled as much as possible. If it exceeds 10 minutes, it may cause blood vessels to rupture, muscles to tear, and bones to shatter. At this time, Victor disappeared in place again, and his terrifying speed appeared in front of Redfield in an instant. Victor moved at high speed in front of Redfield, leaving after images in front of his eyes. Breakthrough! Before Redfield had time to react, Victor attacked suddenly. Victor kicked Redfield in the jaw. This blow sent Redfield flying to an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. At this time, Victor also disappeared. At a terrifying speed, he flew towards the sky on moonwalk. Oh my god, I caught up. Senior Victor is too fast. Wright, Connor, and others exclaimed. At this time, Victor came behind Redfield and hugged Redfield. Then it rotated at high speed in the air and hit the ground. Redfield was hit on the head. There was a loud bang, and the entire island was shaking, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and the entire island was full of cracks. This time the impact caused Redfield to suffer great damage. Thanks to Redfield's strong physique and tough life, for other people, this move can be said to be a fatal move. Its life returning 8 inner gates by Aolianhua. Wright, Connor, and the others held their breaths. This was the first time they had seen this move. Victor looked at Redfield who was lying on the ground, and then released the open door status. Victor felt tired when he lifted the door. It's like running 1,500 meters in a previous life. Although it is tiring, it is acceptable. At this time, Wright, Connor, and others all ran over. The Marines raised their knives and pointed at Redfield on the ground. Don't worry, he has lost consciousness. Victor said to Wright and others. The Red Earl has been defeated by Colonel Victor. Long life Colonel Victor! Long life Colonel Victor! Long life Colonel Victor! The Marines recovered from their shock and started cheering and shouting. Although many comrades were killed just now, it was enough for them to capture Redfield alive. Victor said to Eric, "Send a report to the headquarters." Yes. Eric immediately went to send a fax. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku is working on a new battle plan. At this time, a Marine Commodore ran in excitedly. Marshal Sengoku. With the fax in his hand, Commodore excitedly said to Sengoku, "Colonel Victor captured the Red Earl alive." "What did you say?" Sengoku was stunned when he heard the words, and after more than 10 seconds, he asked, "What did you just say?" Commodore repeated, "Colonel Victor captured the Red Earl alive." Sengoku froze. Victor actually caught the Red Earl. At the same time, in Naval Headquarters, everyone including Crane Vice Admiral, Wood Vice Admiral and others knew that Victor had captured the Red Earl. As the Marine Marshal, Sora naturally knew about this. He had the same reaction as Sengoku et.al. They were shocked. Speaking of which, when Sora was serving as Admiral, he wanted to capture the Red Earl. It just didn't work out. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Sora called towards the door. Sengoku opened the door and walked in. Kong asked seriously, "Are you going to talk about Victor's promotion?" Victor captured Jonathan alive, which was no small feat. Now, Victor has captured the Red Earl alive again. It would be unjustifiable not to give Victor a promotion. Chapter 20. If promoted to Commodore. Sora hesitated. It's not that he doesn't want to give Victor a promotion. Instead, he was promoted to Commodore, which really didn't match Victor's military exploits. The Red Earl is also a great pirate after all, and catching the Red Earl is a great feat. Sengoku did not hesitate, he said, "Promote Victor to Rear Admiral first, and after a year, promote him to Vice Admiral." Sora looked at Sengoku, a little surprised. He originally only wanted Victor to be promoted to Rear Admiral. As a result, Sengoku directly overweight. Promoted to Vice Admiral at the age of 21. Will it be too fast? Think about when they joined the army and slowly promoted from seaman recruit. Sengoku seemed to see what Sora was thinking, and he said seriously, "After the destruction of rocks, it is a fact that pirates are rising rapidly, and we must cultivate a new generation of Marines." The implication: Marines must not only cultivate powerful Marines, but also have deterrent power. After a while, Sora nodded, accepting Sengoku's suggestion. Although Kong is the marshal, he is indeed not as good as Sengoku in terms of employment and layout. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Pangu City, between the powers. 5 elders also received Victor's battle report, and there is still time to submit a report. He actually captured the Red Earl alive. He is only 20 years old, does he already have the strength of Admiral? Both the white-haired old man and the blonde-haired old man frowned. Isn't it normal for a genius who can develop this physical technique to defeat the Red Earl? At this time, the old man in glasses wearing a white Taoist robe was not surprised, and there was an extra copy of 6 forms of derivative techniques in his hand. Among them, there is a record of returning life, opening the door, and expressing the lotus. By removing the limitations of the brain domain, you can exert your own 100% speed and 100% strength. However, the price is very high, and it is necessary to bear the overload of the body. According to the report of the special agent stationed in the Secret Service, Victor used life return open the door by Lianhua to defeat the Red Earl. You're right, he's a genius. At this time, the white curly-haired old man said, in the report submitted by Sora, it is clarified that they will be trained to become Marines in the future. Since it is the facade of the world government, let him be stronger. There is a devil fruit ability suitable for him, but don't rush to give it to him. The old man with a mustache and a birthmark on his forehead said seriously, his loyalty still needs to be tested. Then give it to him after he's promoted to Vice Admiral. The old man with glasses knows what kind of devil fruit it is. That is a power over Logia. Best for Victor and best for Victor's power. Because of the encounter with the Red Earl, the mission of the Special Forces was temporarily suspended. The military doctor also gave a report on Victor's injuries. So, Victor led the Special Forces and returned to the G5 branch. With the gates open, The warships belonging to the special forces slowly entered. In the port of the G5 branch, Nun, Vice Admiral, and others have brought people to wait. Victor's body was covered with gauze, and he walked down from the warship step by step. Salute. Nun and Vice Admiral lead the salute. All Marines in the G5 branch, salute Victor. The Red Earl has killed a large number of Marines and committed countless crimes. Victor captured the Red Earl alive, not only to gain military exploits, but also to avenge the dead Marine. Therefore, Victor deserves the respect of the G5 branch. Victor also saluted Nun, Vice Admiral, and others. Then the Red Earl was carried from the ship. Redfield is now in a mess. He is bound like a rice dumpling by chains as thick as his arms. And he closed his eyes, seemingly not paying attention to the gazes around him. In fact, even though he pretended not to care, he was still very upset. Because he kind of became like a wild animal in a zoo, being admired and commented on by others. Is that the Red Earl? With such a serious injury, he is still alive. It's even worse to live, and he will definitely live a life worse than death. The Marines were talking in low voices. At this time, Victor came to Nun's side. Nun patted Victor on the shoulder and said, "Good job. It's just luck, I happened to meet him." Victor said indifferently. Nun took the letter of appointment and said, "Well, take care of your injuries, you are a big star in Marine." Victor took over the letter of appointment, and Naval Headquarters officially awarded the rank of Victor Rear Admiral. Just over 2 years after graduating from the military academy, Victor has been promoted to Rear Admiral. The sea. The Newsbird landed on the Golden Jackson. Rayleigh paid Newsbird 500 Baileys for a copy of the newspaper. Rayleigh was shocked when he saw the newspaper headlines. "Mr. Rayleigh, what's the matter?" At this time, Buggy came over, and seeing Rayleigh's shocked appearance, he asked a question. As soon as Shanks wanted to come over, Roger held down the straw hat on his head. "Brother, what's the matter?" Roger asked Rayleigh. "There's a big guy out of Marine." Rayleigh handed the newspaper to Roger, "Tougher than those two I met last year." Roger took the newspaper and saw 2 photos on it. One is a photo of Victor. The other is a photo of the Red Earl. Victor, 20 years old, Colonel Marine, capturing the Red Earl alive is really amazing. Roger was reading Victor's personal introduction. He has sailed the sea for many years and is a big pirate with both experience and strength at the peak. Roger understood Marine's intentions. Marine wants to make heroes. Just like Garp was 10 years ago. The Red Earl and Jonathan were captured alive. Victor has already made outstanding achievements at such a young age. Buggy jumped up, trying to read the paper. At this time, Bullet also came over. 3 years ago, Bullet joined the Roger Pirates, and since then his goal has been to defeat Roger. Now, Bullet is 17 years old, and he has enough strength to rival Rayleigh. Therefore, Bullet is not interested in most of the underdogs. Now hearing that Victor captured the Red Earl alive, Bullet took note of the name Victor. Roger handed over the newspaper to Jabba et.al. Jabba and others got together to read this report together. At the same time, on the Moby Dick, Marco also bought a newspaper. When Marco saw the news that Victor had captured the Red Earl alive, he was also shocked. How can that be? Marco couldn't believe his eyes. They had encountered the Red Earl. The Red Earl is very powerful. Although Whitebeard did not decide the outcome with the Red Earl, Whitebeard also recognized the strength of the Red Earl. However, it was such a strong man who was captured alive by a Marine colonel. 20-year-old Colonel Marine. A name I've never heard of before. After seeing the contents of this newspaper, Whitebeard frowned, he had a bad feeling. Chapter 21. Newgate, Marco, what are you looking at? At this time, a tall man with phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows, long and wild black hair, especially gathered into a large round plane at the top, approached. The man is Kojiki Oden in an orange kimono with his thighs bared. The current Kojiki Oden is the captain of Whitebeard's second team. Not long ago, the Whitebeard pirates officially launched the captain system. Whitebeard looked at Kojiki Oden, and Kojiki behind Kojiki Oden. Kojiki was holding his son Momonosuke in his arms. Momonosuke was just born and was lying in his mother's arms, but Kojiki Oden woke him up because of his loud voice. Whitebeard frowned when he saw Kojiki Oden waking Momonosuke up. He is a family man. Therefore, very dissatisfied with Kojiki Oden's behavior. At the same time, Seiki, Bista, and others also came over. They are also curious. Whitebeard handed the newspaper to Kojiki Oden. Read it for yourself. Kojiki Oden took the newspaper, sat cross-legged on the deck, and began to read the contents of the newspaper. Seiki, Bista, and others also formed a circle. The Red Earl will be captured alive by a Marine colonel. This is impossible. Victor? I've never heard that name. Have you heard of him? Seiki, Vista, and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, their faces full of shock. Only 20 years old. Whitebeard drank his wine, his deep frown represented his worry about the future. Young people today are really amazing. At this time, Teach, who was only 12 years old, also came to watch. 10 days ago, Colonel Victor captured the great pirate Red Earl alive. Teach thought to himself, try to avoid him in the future. At this time, Whitebeard looked at the people on the boat. When you meet Marine in the future, avoid as much as you can. Whitebeard has long advocated avoiding Marine. He didn't want to go head-to-head with Marine. It's not that he's afraid of Marine, it's that he doesn't want to get into trouble. Now in the new generation of Marine, there are monsters like Victor. This made Whitebeard firm in his opinion. Wanguo, the capital of Cake Island. Inside the Cake Castle. As the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, Charlotte Sparrow has a strong sense of responsibility and mission. He has a clear mind, a brilliant wrist, and is good at tactics. He plays the role of a military advisor in the Big O pirate group, and has his own views on the development of the pirate group. At this moment, Sparrow was reading today's newspaper. What? When Sparrow saw the headlines in the newspaper, he almost rolled his eyes out of their sockets. His unbelievable appearance attracted the attention of his younger brothers and sisters. The eldest daughter Charlotte Compote, the second son Charlotte Katakuri, the third son Charlotte Deifuku, the fourth son Charlotte Owen and others all joined together. After seeing the contents of the newspaper, everyone was as shocked as Sparrow. Mama! Charlotte Linlin was enjoying the dessert. After seeing the children's reactions, she smiled and asked, "What happened?" "Mom," Sparrow said to Charlotte Linlin, "the Red Earl has been captured." Mama! Charlotte Linlin said disapprovingly, "Being caught can only show that he is too weak." Charlotte Linlin didn't think much of the Red Earl. Although the Red Earl is indeed not weak, those who are defeated are the losers of the sea, and they do not deserve sympathy and attention. "Mom, he was caught by a 20-year-old Marine colonel. Sparrow is 22 years old, but he doesn't think he can catch the Red Earl." Katakuri stared intently at Victor's photo. Victor was his age. I wonder if he is stronger or weaker than Victor. 20 years old. The smile on Charlotte Linlin's face disappeared, replaced by seriousness. "Bring the newspaper here." Sparrow immediately brought the newspaper to Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin looks at Victor's photo. If Garp, Sengoku, and others captured the Red Earl, Charlotte Linlin would not be surprised at all. However, Victor is only 20 years old and a newcomer to Marine. One more Admiral-level combat power in Marine will have a huge impact on the Order of the Sea. Charlotte Linlin said seriously, "Pass down the order, don't conflict with Marine in the near future." "Yes." Sparrow and others replied at the same time. "There's nothing shameful about staying out of the way. Charlotte Linlin is no fool. 5 years ago, after Kaido and Yin escaped from the laboratory, they began to recruit new partners continuously, and their power gradually grew, and their reputation spread far and wide. At this time, the Beasts pirates are entrenched on an island called Beasts Island. Huge beasts can be seen everywhere on the Beast Island. Elephants, lions, and tigers tens of meters high can be seen everywhere. And in the center of the island, huge skeletons can be seen everywhere. These skeletons are the bones of beasts of prey. Kaido is in a cave, holding a roasted elephant leg, gnawing on it. At this time, a minion came in with a newspaper. Minion handed the newspaper to Yin. After reading the contents of the newspaper, Yin's pupils contracted, and the hand holding the newspaper trembled slightly. What's wrong? Kaido glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed Yin's abnormality. Yin said in a deep voice, "The Red Earl has been arrested. Isn't that normal? There's no need to make a fuss." Kaido didn't think so. After the destruction of the Rocks pirates, Kaido wandered alone and was captured by Marine many times. After one capture, Dr. Vegapunk extracted the blood factor from Kaido to create the first man-made devil fruit. Yin shook his head and said, "The one who arrested him was a Marine colonel, only 20 years old." 20-year-old Colonel Marine. Kaido was shocked. 16 years ago, 15-year-old Kaido cooperated with Rox D. Zebek for the first time, became a trainee pirate of the Rocks pirates, and met Charlotte Linlin. Since then, Kaido has grown faster and faster. However, Kaido doesn't think he can capture the Red Earl alive in a one-on-one situation when he is 20 years old. Charlotte Linlin might. After all, Charlotte Linlin is a born monster. Ember said in a deep voice, "We should avoid conflicts with Marine in the near future." Yin is Kaido's right hand. He has a calm personality, extraordinary courage, wisdom, and bravery, and is even more loyal to Kaido, thinking of Kaido in everything. From Yin's point of view, Marine now has a young Admiral-level fighter. And, Victor is in the New World. If Marine is provoked, Marine can mobilize mobile forces at any time to deal with them. So try to keep it low-key and let Marine deal with the high-profile guys. Such as Golden Lion. Chapter 22. New World, Glossa Island. This is the base camp of the Flying Pirates. Currently, the Flying Pirates are the biggest force in New World. Unless the Golden Lion gave the order to attack all. Otherwise, there would be at least 20 pirate ships in the port of Glossa Island every day. In Golden Lion's cognition, as long as he can join forces with Roger and make Roger his right-hand man, then he can dominate the world and become the king of the world. At this time, Golden Lion had just woken up and was reading a newspaper. The front page headlines in the newspapers attracted the attention of the Golden Lion. Colonel Marine Victor captures the Red Earl alive. What a ridiculous joke! Golden Lion snorted coldly. He had contact with the Red Earl once. The Rocks had invited the Red Earl back then. Only the Red Earl refused. The Red Earl's strength is not weak, but if Golden Lion is confident that he can defeat the Red Earl, it just takes a lot of time and comes with a price. However, such a monster was caught by a 20-year-old Colonel Marine. This is simply impossible. Boss, this is a lie fabricated by Marine. A captain under the command of Golden Lion spoke. It's not the first time Marine has done something like this. Isn't that how Garp's hero name came about? The Golden Lion wouldn't believe the stories in the newspapers. Marine wants to make another hero. Marine did not say how many people were killed or injured. Maybe Sora and Sengoku are helping. The pirate cotters in the hall, you said something, I said something, each expressed the same opinion as Golden Lion. Birds of a feather flock together. The pirates who are willing to follow the Golden Lion have somewhat in common in terms of personality. Moreover, their loyalty to the Golden Lion is extremely high, and they believe in the judgment of the Golden Lion. Ignore him, our target is Roger. Golden Lion threw the newspaper aside and said disapprovingly. Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the G5 branch. Tuk tuk. Victor knocked on the office door continuously. "Come in." After hearing Nun's voice, Victor walked in. Nun gestured for Victor to sit down. "Uncle Nun, I heard you have something to ask me." Victor sat down and asked. Nun handed the fax from the headquarters to Victor, and he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Victor Rear Admiral." Although Nun is usually a very serious person, he is really happy that Victor captured the Red Earl and was promoted smoothly. Nun believes the Andersons will also be proud of Victor. Victor accepted the fax, and after reading it, a slight smile appeared on his face. Marine Rear Admiral. This was within his expectations. At the same time, Victor was also appointed as the commander of the Special Forces directly under the headquarters. From the Special Forces of the G5 branch, it was renamed the Special Forces directly under the headquarters. This is not just a name change, but at the same time, the authority has also increased. Although Nun is Vice Admiral, after changing his name, Nun can no longer command Victor. Now Victor is dispatched by the headquarters, and to put it bluntly, under the control of Admiral and the Marshal. Nun said to Victor, "Go and celebrate the day." "Yes." After saluting, Victor turned and left. Victor returns to the Special Forces camp. At this time, the Marines in the camp stopped their work and fell silent. "I'm going to announce 3 things now." Victor waved the fax in his hand and said to everyone. Eric, Kennard, and others all looked at Victor. Victor said, "The first thing is, I was promoted to the Rear Admiral of the headquarters, and the Special Forces also became directly under the headquarters." After listening, Eric, Kennard, and the others all showed excited expressions on their faces. As the saying goes, one person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. Because of the promotion to Rear Admiral, it means that Marine, who followed Victor first, has a chance to be promoted. The second thing. Victor raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers, everyone is promoted by 1 rank. Eric and the others were taken aback for a moment, then shouted loudly. "Long live Victor Rear Admiral! Long live Victor Rear Admiral! Long live Victor Rear Admiral!" The cheers and shouts of less than 1,000 people resounded through the entire G5 branch. What are the Special Forces doing? I do not know. Go and have a look. Some curious Marines came near the Special Forces camp. At this moment, Victor clenched his fist. The moment Victor clenched his fist, the camp fell silent. Victor continued, "Third thing. Start the celebration tonight, and I will be responsible for all expenses." Victor said calmly. "Long live Victor Rear Admiral! Long live Victor Rear Admiral! Long live Victor Rear Admiral!" Marine cheered again. "Right, Connor." At this moment, Victor named Wright and Connor. Wright and Connor came to Victor. Victor patted the 2 of them on the shoulder and said, "From today on, you will be promoted to captains and temporarily serve as staff officers of the Special Forces." Wright and Connor were stunned. They were actually directly appointed as captains. "Now I need you guys to do me a favor," Victor said to Wright and Connor. In the expectant eyes of Wright and Connor, Victor said, "Help me prepare the promotion list, and no one will be left behind." "Yes." Wright and Connor nodded at the same time. Eric was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and Kennard was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Although the size of the Special Forces has not expanded, everyone has been promoted to a higher level. A promotion means a raise. Who would struggle with better treatment? Especially Wright and Connor were appointed captains by Victor. Wright and Connor were directly promoted to captain after just a few months of internship this year. Why did the others just go up 1 level? The reason for this is that they call their seniors and get closer to Victor. The minds of Eric, Kennard, and others also became active. They need a closer relationship with Victor. Or rather, they wanted Victor to see their loyalty. In this way, they can rise faster. The news that Victor was promoted to Rear Admiral quickly spread throughout the G5 branch. Although Sakazuki, Polosalino, and others were also promoted. However, they only rose one level. Promoted from major to lieutenant colonel. In terms of promotion speed, they will lag behind Victor. Some of the military cadets who were interns at the same time as Wright and Connor are now sergeants and warrant officers. Look at Wright and Connor, who were directly promoted to captain by Victor. Also, Victor is already a rear admiral. He was promoted to Marine Rear Admiral at the age of 20, and he also captured the Red Earl, who was difficult for Admiral to deal with. The future looks bright for Victor. Therefore, more and more military officers, as well as the new military cadets, became active in their minds and began to draw closer to Victor. Only by following a strong man like Victor will there be a future. Chapter 23. South Blue, Leinster Harbour, Marine 191 Branch Base. Colonel Marta patrolled the port as usual. Merchants and tourists entering the port are required to pay taxes. Taxes are normal, as each country's seaports pay taxes. However, the port of Leinster has yet to donate. The beneficiary of this gratuitous, charitable donation is the Disabled Veterans Marine Foundation. Although it is a donation, it is mandatory and collected on a head-by-head basis. Regardless of men, women, or children, as long as they enter Hong Kong, they will donate. The wind leaves traces, and the geese pluck their hairs. This is the fine tradition left by Victor to Branch 191. Marta, as Victor's successor, naturally wants to keep it. At this time, a newsbird landed in front of a passenger. The passenger just paid the donation and bought a newspaper. The headline of the newspaper was Victor's promotion to Marine Rear Admiral. The youngest Rear Admiral in history at sea. However, before the passenger finished reading the contents of the newspaper, Marta grabbed the newspaper directly. Look at the eye-catching title, and the photo under the title. Colonel Marta's body was shaking. He is so excited. Because Master Victor has been promoted. Marta believes Victor will not forget him. This means that he can continue to be promoted. The base of the G5 branch, the headquarters, is directly under the temporary command post of the Special Forces. Victor wrote a letter in which he recommended Lieutenant Colonel Oren to Sengoku to become the commander of the 189th branch. After the 189 branch was wiped out, it has not yet been supplemented with personnel, and the organizational system has been restored. However, Victor saw the news of the reconstruction of the port of Wilhelm today. I believe that the restoration of the 189 branch is also a recent event. Therefore, Victor recommended his former subordinates. Lieutenant Colonel Oren is also a member of Branch 191. After Lieutenant Colonel Marta was promoted to Colonel, Oren was also promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. In addition to Lieutenant Colonel Oren, the officers of the 191st branch have also been promoted. Right. At this moment, Victor called out. In the office, Wright stood up. Victor said to Wright, "Send this letter to the headquarters." Yes. Wright nodded, and immediately took the letter. Wright naturally saw the contents of the letter. He admired Victor even more. Although it is already the Rear Admiral of the headquarters, it still takes good care of the former subordinates. Connor is also in the office. He is studying the pirate's logbook and drawing a nautical chart at the same time. This is his interest and hobby. Moreover, Victor told them that to become a qualified commander, one must be familiar with astronomy and geography. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this moment, the phone bug on Victor's desktop beeped. Victor picked up the microphone. Mimicking Sengoku's voice, the phone bug said, "Victor, your Secret Service is in charge of escorting the Red Earl." Yes. Victor nodded seriously. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku just put down the microphone. At this moment, Sengoku's Lieutenant Hill Commodore walked in. "Sengoku Admiral, this is a fax just sent by Victor Rear Admiral." Hill Commodore held the fax in his hand and placed it in front of Sengoku. Sengoku glanced at the recommendation letter. A long list. Same as before. The recommended personnel are all former subordinates of Victor. Sengoku is used to it. Sengoku then wrote agree on the letter of recommendation and stamped it with his seal. For Victor's request, Sengoku will fulfill it. That's not a very outrageous request. It doesn't matter if Victor wants to support his subordinates or make money. As long as Victor can obey the orders of the ministry. The flaws do not conceal the virtues. Polo Salino was at the harbor, watching the Secret Service assemble. Victor walked behind Polo Salino. I never thought we could act together. Polo Salino, Sakazuki, and others stood up straight and saluted at the same time. Victor is now the rank of Rear Admiral and the highest officer of the escort mission. Let's go. Victor said to everyone. Yes. Polo Salino and the others said in unison. Marine in the military port boarded 3 warships respectively. This time the escort mission was assisted by 2,000 Marines sent by the G5 branch. After arriving at the G1 branch, the Marine of the G5 branch will return the same way. Be careful on the road. Nun Vice Admiral said to Victor. Victor stood up straight and saluted Nun Vice Admiral. Nun Vice Admiral responded with a military salute. Subsequently, the Marine in the naval port removed the gangway. 3 warships slowly sailed out of the G5 branch. Port Wilhelm, Branch 189. Colonel Oren led a group of officers into the devastated base of the 189th branch. Go and invite the nobles and rich merchants. Oren said to Lieutenant Colonel Beeg beside him. Lieutenant Colonel Beeg smiled and said, Go right away. Oren proudly said, Tell them, if they don't show up, they won't do business in Port Wilhelm in the future. Hey hey! The surrounding officers laughed out loud. They want to inherit Lord Victor's ideas and practices. Being a Marine means making money. Of course, it is also important to protect the safety of Fangping in the place where money is earned. Under Lord Victor's governance, Leinster Harbour has enjoyed good weather, and even thefts seldom occurred. The port of Wilhelm used to be a mess under the administration of Colonel Malone. Therefore, Master Victor's justice is correct. Evening. In the 189 branch base. Hundreds of Marine soldiers conscripted a group of civilians and cleared the branch base. At this time, a large number of tents were set up on a clean open space. There are tables and chairs in the tent. The nobles and wealthy businessmen who were invited have already taken their seats. Is everyone here? Colonel Oren asked. Lieutenant Colonel Beeg replied, Just counted and everything is here. N. Colonel Oren nodded in satisfaction, and then under the eyes of everyone. Colonel Oren turned towards the sky and shouted loudly, Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! At this time, the surrounding Marines shouted at the same time. The Marines brought by Oren are all veterans from the 191st branch. Although there were only 1,000 people, the momentum was terrifying. The nobles and wealthy businessmen present were all frightened by this scene. Everyone, after Lord Victor came to Leinster Harbour last year, the law and order in Leinster Harbour improved. All pirates who dared to harass Leinster Harbour were hanged in the harbour. This year, if Lord Victor hadn't saved Wilhelm Port, then Wilhelm Port would have been completely destroyed by the Black Pirates. Lord Victor is a god, protecting the safety of everyone here. Oren's expression was agitated, which really frightened everyone present. However, Beeg and others are used to it. Not only did they not feel embarrassed, but they learned from Oren. Because Oren's promotion rate is faster than Marta's. Oren is good at sycophants. He is like a follower of Victor, serving the gods with the most devout heart. Therefore, Victor liked Oren very much and promoted Oren exceptionally. Chapter 24. The Holy Land of Marie Joyce, the city of Pangu, among the powers. 5 elders just received a survey. After reading the survey, the 5 elders all laughed. Victor is really duplicity. Victor's recommendation of Oren as the commander of the 189th branch also reached the ears of the 5 elders. After Oren took office, he immediately began to blackmail and threaten the merchants and nobles in Port Wilhelm. If protection fees are not provided, merchants and nobles cannot do business normally. In addition, all merchants and passengers traveling to and from Wilhelm Port need to pay tolls. Of course, whether it is protection fees or tolls, they are all donated to the so-called Disabled Veterans Foundation in the form of donations. World government can easily find out from the bank account that the owner of the foundation is Victor. From the 191 branch, and then expanded to the 189 branch, Victor has been making money. Moreover, Victor also gave those subordinates who flattered him a chance to be promoted. A person with desire and greed, isn't he the most suitable candidate? Yeah, I hope he can keep his desire. Then let him come to see us. The 5 elders made a unanimous decision. They wanted to see Victor for themselves. After several days of sailing, the fleet arrived at the G1 branch. Subsequently, the 2 ships of the G5 branch returned to the G5 branch. Victor and others continued to Marineford. Enter the gateway of justice from Marineford and eventually reach Impel Down. Hurry up, move faster. The prisoner is coming soon. In Impel Down, the jailers quickly stood on the pier under the urging of the warden Frundi. They are ready to meet the prisoners. Every time they meet a dangerous prisoner, they will be so cautious. At this time, Gary, the deputy director of Impel Down, Canlot, the warden, and others were all waiting at the pier. Under their gaze, 3 warships appeared on the sea. The warship stopped at the pier, and Victor stepped off the warship. I've given it to you, Victor said to the waiting deputy director Gary, warden Canlot, and others. At this moment, Victor felt an unusual gaze from the crowd. Behind Gary and Canrod stood a huge young man who looked like Satan. Victor recognized the identity of the young man. It was Magellan, the director of the future Impel Down. Magellan stared at Victor. Magellan is still very young, he is only 19 years old. Today, Magellan is the deputy warden. However, Victor is only 1 year older than him and is already famous all over the world. Defeated the long-established pirate at the age of 20. That's a villain that even Marine Admiral can't deal with. Victor caught Magellan's gaze. Cough cough cough. Gary glanced sideways, and then deliberately coughed to remind Magellan to pay attention to his performance. He's going to be the future of Impel Down. Victor looked at Magellan, smiled and said to Gary and the others. At this time, the Red Earl was carried off from the warship and handed over to the jailer. After Gary and others confirmed the identity of the Red Earl, they sent the Red Earl to Impel Down. Then take the elevator and go directly to the eternal hell of LV6. After Victor and others left, Gary couldn't help looking at Magellan. Magellan is now only the deputy warden. Moreover, Magellan has not eaten the poisonous fruit. However, Victor actually sees Magellan as the future of Impel Down. Gary felt that this matter needed to be reported to Director Ragnar. After handing over the prisoners, Victor returned to Marineford. He believed that coming back this time was not just for escorting prisoners. As predicted, when Victor disembarked from the warship, there was a Marine Commodore waiting for him in the naval port. This Marine Commodore is called Sanis. When Sanis saw Victor, he immediately raised his hands in salute. Victor Rear Admiral, the Marshal is waiting for you on board. Sanis said to Victor. Victor glanced at the warship not far away, then nodded, and followed Sanis Commodore. Soon, Victor saw Kong and saluted Kong. Kong has a sullen face, showing no signs of happiness or anger, and just said lightly, "Sit down." Victor sat in his seat without saying a word. He doesn't like empty space very much. In his memory, Kong will always be a poker face, as if the whole world owes him money. At this time, the warship left the harbor. Victor didn't ask where. However, judging from the direction of sailing, it should be Marie Joyce. Kong suddenly said, 5 elders want to see you. Yet. Victor replied calmly. Kong said seriously, today's meeting is related to the future of you and Marine. I see. Victor nodded. Following behind Kong, Victor walked into Pangu City for the first time, and entered the Room of Power for the first time. Between the powers is the office of the 5 elders. At this time, Sora and Victor came to the 5 elders one after the other. The 5 elders were busy with each other, and after seeing the two of them, they didn't stop what they were doing. Until the white straight-haired old man put down the document in his hand and said, Kong, you can go out now. Yes. Kong replied, then turned and left. Sora is not the same as Akainu. Akainu thought that as the Marine Marshal, he could give advice to the 5 elders. In fact, whether it is the Marine Marshal or the Commander-in-Chief, they are all the same in the eyes of 5 elders. They are all puppets. Of course, this is also an understatement. 5 elders is hinting at Victor. In the face of the supreme power, even standing at the top of Marine is still very small. Victor, on the other hand, was very calm. No surprise, no fear. The 5 elders looked at Victor, and then at each other. The old man with glasses said, we know what you want. The bald old man echoed, what you are after is human nature. At this time, the blonde old man looked at Victor and asked seriously, what are you willing to pay? Victor stood up straight, and replied in a military manner, neither humble nor humble, absolutely loyal. Ha ha ha. The 5 elders smiled at each other. The old man with curly white hair asked, tell me, what is absolute loyalty? Without the slightest hesitation, Victor replied, I will kill what the Marine dare not kill, and I will do what the Marine dare not do. As long as it is the order of the world government, I would rather kill 10,000 wrong people than spare a single person. Ha ha ha. The 5 elders laughed again. The straight-haired old man stood up and said to Victor, we have felt your awakening. In order to allow you to perform tasks better and maintain the rule of the world government. In the hands of the old man with straight white hair, he picked up the box prepared in advance and handed it to Victor. Victor took the box and opened it. Inside is a devil fruit. Chapter 25. The devil fruit contained in the box is purple and pineapple-shaped. Victor has seen the devil fruit illustrated book. Therefore, he did recognize this devil fruit. It's Zoan's human fruit, phantom beast, and titan form. Phantom beast species, that is even rarer than Logia. Moreover, the Zoan devil fruit resides within the will. Titan, that is the legendary Titan Protoss. At this time, the old man with white straight hair smiled and looked at Victor, it should suit your fighting style very well. Yes. Victor was satisfied. The old man with glasses said, eat it, and then use its power to your heart's content. While maintaining the authority of the world government, you can also get everything you want. Yet. Victor took a bite of devil fruit in front of 5 elders. Unpalatable is really unpalatable. When I swallowed the first mouthful, I almost spit it out. However, after swallowing the devil fruit, a lot of information appeared in Victor's mind. The 5 elders looked at each other. At this moment, as at that moment. They choose Victor now, just as they chose Sengoku in the past. Among the new generation of Marine, a person with both wisdom and courage is needed. Victor is worth developing. Also, 5 elders think Victor is manageable. Because everything Victor wants, world government can give him. After Victor leaves the room of power, he encounters Sora in the corridor. Kong was talking to a bald old man. Although the old man was old, he was still strong, and the epaulets on his military uniform revealed his identity. The current Commander-in-Chief Glenn. Glenn is 86 years old this year, which is considered an advanced age. He has read countless people, and he is the best of his time no matter in terms of resourcefulness or strength. Glenn looked at Victor. Victor stood up straight and saluted Glenn, Commander. When I saw you for the first time, you were only this old. Glenn gestured with his hand, then said to Victor with a smile. Hey, unexpectedly, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Glenn walked up to Victor and patted him on the shoulder. Anderson would be proud of you, the youngest Rear Admiral in our Marine. After speaking, Glenn walked into the room of power. We're going to meet the 5 elders, you go back by yourself first. Sora said to Victor. Victor nodded, and left Pangu City. Victor is ready to return to the new world. He has now gained more power. In the world of One Piece, if there is no awakening ability of the Zoan Phantom Beast species, it is impossible to have a peak duel in the later stage. Luffy's Nika form can restore his status to full. Kaido's awakening state is probably similar. Because of Zoan's awakening ability, it has the ability to restore the state. Now, all Victor needs is military exploits, through promotion to Marine Admiral. He's going to be the youngest Admiral in Marine history. However, before Victor returned to New World, Sengoku gave him a new mission. Buster Call. Victor was notified of the Buster Call. The target is a country called Raytar. Buster Call is a brutal and inhuman attack that burns everything, consisting of 10 ships, 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and an elite force of 10,000 marines. This time, Victor is programmed into it. Naturally, he also planned to hone Victor. If Victor does not perform well in this mission, it will affect his future. Therefore, Victor naturally cannot show mercy. The fleet assembled at Marineford, and the next day, the fleet left Marineford and sailed for Radel. Senior, who is our target this time? It was the first time that Wright and Connor performed Buster Call. Just hearing the name, they feel very anti-wind. Buster Call, must be to crusade against demons. Of course, it is understood literally. Victor looked at Wright, Connor, and the others, and suddenly said seriously, you have to remember one thing. Wright, Connor, and others listened carefully. Victor said to Wright, Connor, and others, you are soldiers, and you need to obey the orders of your superiors no matter when and where. Yes. Wright and Connor nodded after hearing Victor's words. This sentence must be remembered forever. Victor patted the 2 of them on the shoulder and said. The Kingdom of Raytar is a small island nation with a population of less than 1 million. Although the country is small, it was once a member of the world government. Later, because the island's resources were exhausted and it was impossible to pay the heavenly gold, it was forgotten by the world. However, it is such a small island country that has been forgotten by people, but it is facing a catastrophe. At this time, 10 warships stopped off the coast of Raytar Kingdom. Strangely enough, the Kingdom of Raytar did not see a single ship. Is there no fleet to trade here? The gun cover of the naval gun was torn off, and the muzzle was aimed at the town on the island. Fire! Sengoku gave the order to fire. Boom! 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 10 warships and hundreds of naval guns fired salvos, and the shells landed on the island, immediately causing flames to soar into the sky. Shells fell into the town, destroying a house in one shot. The whole house was instantly engulfed in flames. The residents in the room didn't even have a chance to escape. At this time, Wright, Connor, and others used binoculars to observe the situation on the island. They saw people who had nowhere to escape on the streets of the town, being blown to pieces one by one. These people have one thing in common. Their bodies were all emaciated, and their skin surface was festered, as if they were infected with some kind of disease. Senior, they don't look like pirates and villains. Wright couldn't stand it anymore, he turned and asked Victor. Victor smoked a cigarette and said calmly, remember what I told you before. Wright nodded with difficulty. Victor said, we are soldiers, and the job of soldiers is to carry out orders. Connor clenched his fists and looked puzzled, but why are you shelling civilians? Isn't the justice of Marine to eliminate the strong and help the weak, punish the evil and promote the good? Victor smiled and said, just execute the order. Me? Connor hesitated to speak. Victor was smoking, and he could feel someone watching him. Was it someone sent by the five elders? Is it testing his performance? If yes, then take a good look. Absolute loyalty. The shelling lasted more than an hour. The entire island was burning, and the entire capital was reduced to ruins. With such intensive shelling, how many survivors will be left in the capital? At this time, Sengoku's voice sounded on the ship's radio, ready to land. No one left. Victor looked at Eric, Kennard, Wright, Connor, and others. After landing on the island, don't leave any alive, not even a mouse. Yes. Eric, Kennard, and others were greatly shocked. However, this is an order and must be carried out. Chapter 26. Under Victor's order, the special forces began to land. They have only one task, and that is to kill anyone they meet, leaving no one alive. In the village closest to the beach, sporadic gunshots sounded at any time. If survivors are found, they are shot directly. At this time, a sea soldier named Omar discovered a cellar. The cellar door was closed. Omar opened the cellar door. When the light shone into the cellar, Omar could clearly see the faces of a dozen children. The children were all thin and frightened with purple abscesses on their faces. At the same time, Omar noticed that their eyes were full of fear, and they were all squeezing into the corner one by one. Have you found anything? An ensign came outside the cellar and asked Omar. Omar turned around and reported, Sir, there are many children inside. Then execute them all. Ensign frowned and ordered. KOK are all children. Omar's hand holding the gun was trembling, asking him to kill these sick children. How could he do it? Ensign ordered, follow orders. Here, they are all children. Omar gritted his teeth, but he still couldn't bear to shoot. Let him risk his life to fight the pirates, he will never turn back. But let him kill sick children. If you can't do it, get out of the way. Ensign didn't have the patience to persuade him, and then he ordered a few sailors to do it. You are not allowed to go in. Omar stopped in front of the cellar, not letting anyone pass. Catch him. Ensign lost patience. The surrounding sailors rushed forward to arrest Omar. However, Omar raised his gun, as if to resist. Put the gun down. Omar. Are you crazy? The sailors also did not expect Omar to point his gun at his companions. At this time, Victor came over. What's wrong? Victor asked Ensign. After seeing Victor, Ensign immediately stood up straight and saluted. Victor Rear Admiral, a child was found inside, but Seaman First Class Omar wants to stop others. Victor came to Omar. When Omar saw Victor, the hand holding the gun trembled. He could push the others back with a gun, but he couldn't threaten Victor. Never point a gun at your comrade, let alone your commander. Victor reached out, grabbed the rifle, and with a gentle pull, the rifle was there. Omar dared not resist at all. Don't feel guilty, they are all infected with the virus, if it spreads outside, more people will die. In front of everyone, Victor made up a reason at random. Of course, his subordinates will think that it is the reason provided by the world government. I can help you transfer to other units. Victor patted Omar on the shoulder and handed the rifle to the other sailors. Blow it up, Victor said to a sailor. Yes. Sailors threw explosives towards the cellar. Boom. The cellar was blown down. There can't be any living creatures inside. Omar stared at all this dumbfounded, then knelt on the ground. In a small alley in the town, Wright found a diary. The owner of the diary is a doctor, and he recorded a strange disease that broke out in the kingdom of Raytar. The skin of all people infected with strange diseases will fester. The doctor investigated and found that it was a problem with the water source. The water source of Raytar Kingdom is polluted. The pollution source comes from the mining area. The minerals produced in the mining area used to be the main source of income for the Kingdom of Raytar. It was also because of the depletion of resources that the kingdom of Raytar was unable to pay the heavenly gold and lost the protection of the world government. Moreover, when the kingdom of Raytar sought help from the outside world, there were no doctors to help them. The entire country is controlled by the army of the world government. All ships were destroyed. Nearly 1 million people across the country have been quarantined. Wright handed the diary to Connor. After a quick glance, Connor frowned and said, "It's related to world government." Wright said, "That's why the buster call was issued. Give it to the senior first." At this time, Wright said to Connor. Connor nodded. Immediately, Connor and Wright found Victor. They are responsible for clearing the east and looking for survivors. Senior. Wright handed the diary to Victor, and said in a low voice, "The world government is hiding the truth." After reading it, Victor threw the diary into the fire. Victor patted Wright on the shoulder, "Remember what I told you. Obey orders." Wright stood up straight and replied loudly, "Yeah." Victor walked on. This scene was watched by someone from a distance. The kingdom of Raytar, with a population of nearly 1 million, all died under buster call. However, no one will care about it. Because they have been forgotten by the world. Over the years, the world government has isolated the kingdom of Raytar, and no information can be transmitted to the outside world. Similar things, there is also the country of Fervans, which is called White Town by the world. The world government has long deliberately concealed the toxicity of lead ammonium and its characteristics of accumulating toxins in the bodies of long-term contacts. As a result, the residents of Fervans all suffered from the poly-lead disease that had abnormally pale complexion, shortened life expectancy, and eventually resulted in the cannibalization of children. Moreover, because the world government deliberately ignored it, and neighboring countries mistook the PB disease as a terrible infectious disease, they successively imposed isolation measures on Fervans, and even killed the infected residents of Fervans. Marie Joyce, Pangu City. Between powers, the 5 elders are watching CP0's report. According to CP0's monitoring, Victor's performance in Buster Call is very good. Resolutely execute the order, and transfer all soldiers who refuse to execute the order from the special forces. Any evidence that might endanger the world government was also destroyed by Victor. The straight-haired old man smiled and said, "He really didn't disappoint us. This is in line with our expectations." The old man with glasses said with a smile. The bald old man chuckled, "The youngest and most powerful admiral in marine history will be the new face of world government." The curly-haired old man said, "Indeed, he is much more reliable than Garp." At this time, the blonde old man asked, "Then should he be transferred to New World?" The bald old man said, "It is necessary for him to accumulate more military merits, and it will also enhance his deterrent power." The old man with white straight hair said, "Well, I think so too." Ha ha ha. The 5 elders looked at each other tacitly. Victor was a sword they forged. Not only must you have strong strength, but you must also have terrifying prestige. Just like Garp, pirates shudder when they hear Garp's name. Chapter 27. After the execution of the Buster Call, Victor and all officers and soldiers of the Special Forces got a 1-month vacation. The officers and soldiers of the Special Forces went to Sabayati Archipelago immediately. They are human too and need indulgence. The Sabayati Archipelago is just the place to be happy. Before all the officers and soldiers of the Special Forces set off, Victor paid 300 million Baileys out of his own pocket. These 300 million Baileys are enough for all the officers and soldiers to have a big meal. All officers and men are naturally grateful for Victor's generosity. As for Victor, he has other things to do. On the first day after the vacation, Victor went to the Marine Cemetery. The Marine Cemetery is in the southwest corner of the town of Marine Ford. The remains of the Marines in this department are all buried here. Victor came to visit the graves of his parents in this life. He comes here every year. He is not out of filial piety. Instead, he wants other people to see his filial piety. Victor brought the Andersons' favorite wine and desserts as offerings. Jujube wine, chestnut cake. Victor laid out the offerings, then sat quietly beside the tombstone, quietly. He will sit all day. During this process, there is always a marine who will see it. If someone wears a mask all their life, that mask becomes someone's face. Victor has maintained this habit for a full 10 years. Therefore, in naval headquarters, everyone thinks Victor is a dutiful child. How can a filial child be so bad? Now, Victor, by the way, for the 5 elders. Anyway, it's acting, the number of audience doesn't matter, as an actor, he just needs to play his role well. You are indeed here. At this time, a woman's voice sounded behind Victor. It was Crane who came. Victor didn't answer. Crane came to Victor and presented his own flowers. Every year, as long as there is a holiday, you will come to accompany them. Victor asked, Tsuru aunt, is there something wrong? Crane said, Zephyr heard that you are on vacation, and asked you to go to the military academy to find him tomorrow. Yeah, I see. Victor nodded. Crane raised his hand and patted Victor's head lightly. I know you won't forget your parents' enmity, and I can't persuade you to let go of your enmity, but don't do extreme things. Victor didn't answer. Crane sighed softly, looking at the tombstone of the Andersons. In her opinion, the purpose of Victor's promotion and establishment of a faction is to revenge. Victor wants to purify the sea. It means war. Therefore, she judges that Victor is preparing for the war in the future. It's just that Crane can't persuade Victor. Although she can activate the devil fruit ability to purify Victor's heart. However, she can't do that. Marine Ford Township, Marine Military Academy. When Victor walked into the military academy, he immediately attracted attention. During his school days, Victor was a star on campus. Moreover, Zephyr often mentions Victor. Even the current marine gymnastics textbooks contain Victor's 6 forms of derivative techniques and 6 forms of cultivation experience. On each book, not only Victor's name, but also Victor's photo. Holder of various records in the military academy. So far, it has not been surpassed. At this time, Zephyr was on the high platform of the training ground, watching Victor who was walking step by step. Under the watchful eyes of all the cadets, Victor stepped onto the high platform. Teacher Zephyr. Victor salutes Zephyr. Zephyr patted Victor on the shoulder in relief, and said, You did a good job. Victor's face was expressionless. At this time, the cadets in the training ground watched Victor. In the eyes of most military students, there is worship. 2 years ago, Victor graduated from here, and now he is the brightest star in this department. The news about him defeating and capturing the Red Earl alive has long been known to the world. Among the crowd, a young man with a turban on his head was looking at Victor. Kuzan. Zephyr looked at the young man, and called out the young man's name, Come up. Now Kuzan is very energetic, not only talkative, but also full of energy. He yearned for justice and yearned for life after graduation. Become an excellent sea soldier, punish the evil and promote the good, eliminate the strong and help the weak. Meanwhile, Kuzan also adores Garp. Hello senior. Kuzan was very curious about Victor. At only 20 years old, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral was able to, and the Red Earl was captured. Victor said with a blank face, When you see the officer in the future, you must learn to salute. Victor Rear Admiral. Kuzan straightened his body and saluted again. At this time, Zephyr said to Victor, Today I specially invite you to come back to give a speech, and talk to them about how to exercise your body. Victor heard this and did not refuse. He knew that Zephyr was also motivating students by doing this. Have the cadets target Victor. After all, not everyone has the talent of Victor, Sakazuki, Polosalino, Kuzan, and others. However, Victor is not only talented, but also practiced hard. Physical training, I have divided it into 3 primary, intermediate, and advanced chapters. The primary chapters are health preservation, strength training, and energy accumulation. Health preservation, as the name suggests, is to keep the body energetic through regular diet and sleep. Only with abundant energy can we maintain our high-intensity training for a day. Strength training is a daily exercise program. These Zephyr teachers have taught you and will also supervise you to make you stronger and increase your strength and endurance. As for accumulating power, it is to keep the power of promotion in the body. As we all know, our body is a container, and any part of our body stores energy. When we need it, we can mobilize it. Victor began to explain the elementary chapter of physical training. Every student present is listening carefully, including Kuzan. Although Kuzan admires Garp very much, he feels that the physical training methods taught by Victor, as well as the 6 style derivative skills, are simply more subtle, better understood, and more practical than those learned in military schools. Of course, Kuzan didn't think Zephyr taught him badly. It's just that Victor's way of thinking is completely different from Zephyr's. If you have seen the derivation skills of the 6 styles, you should remember a life return 8 inner gates open gate. Originally, our body control is controlled by the brain, the left brain controls the right body, and the right brain controls the left body, but the return of life can freely control every part of the body, including hair and pores. Therefore, I came up with a method to release the control of the brain and completely concentrate the energy of the body. It allows me to exert my full speed and strength in a short period of time. Victor spoke very seriously, and the students in the training ground paid full attention, for fear of missing a word. Chapter 28. Zephyr arranged 3 presentations for Victor. The first 2 sessions were physical training and 6 style training. The last one is Victor's personal talk show. When I was 10 years old, I lost my parents. My parents died at the hands of pirates for justice. Of course, I am not the only one who has become an orphan. There are many, many people in this world. Since then, I have had a dream. Dreaming that the sea becomes pure. There are no pirates, no crimes, no killings, and every child can grow up healthy, happy and carefree with the company of their parents. I know it's hard, and I also know that it's hard to do it on my own. However, I want to try, through our hands, to create such a pure sea. I also believe that there will be like-minded partners like me. Victor has both voice and emotion, and his feelings are sincere and moving. On the training ground, every cadet was moved by Victor. Zephyr sighed secretly. Victor's dream, he knew it early on. Over the years, Victor has stuck with it. Zephyr also asked Victor why he selflessly shared the physical skills and cultivation experience he had learned. Zephyr will never forget Victor's answer to this day. If every marine can become stronger, there will be fewer tragedies in the sea. Therefore, Zephyr believes that Victor's current actions are all based on justice and dreams. After listening carefully, Kuzan felt admiration for Victor. If it was him, it would be difficult to be like Victor. It's not that Kuzan is selfish and unwilling to share his cultivation experience, but because it requires patience. In Kuzan's eyes, Victor is indeed doing something great. 3 speeches are over. Victor didn't leave military school. Victor will be in counseling for the next week. If the juniors and juniors have any questions, they can ask him. And Zephyr also had people videotaping speeches. He will share the images with each class of students. Now the character set is complete. After leaving military school, Victor felt a sense of relief. In order to maintain his great image, he had to be patient and be an enthusiastic senior. Every student who came to him for consultation, he will patiently answer their questions. He suddenly admired Song Jiang and Liu Bei. It is said that Song Jiang and Liu Bei are hypocritical. However, it is their skill that these two can maintain it for such a long time. At this time, a newsbird flew by. Victor beckoned, and newsbird delivered a newspaper. After Victor paid the money, he began to read the contents of the newspaper. The headline on the front page is that Golden Lion eliminated 3 pirate groups in a row in a week. Nearly 10,000 people perished at sea during the annexation. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Victor looked at the contents of the newspaper and couldn't help smiling. Golden Lion is a villain with strong action. If I catch the Golden Lion, can I be directly promoted to Marine Admiral? Victor murmured. Now Naval Headquarters only has one Admiral in Sengoku. Although Zephyr is also a Marine Admiral, he is basically busy in the military academy and is not considered a combat power. The world government wants to promote Garp to Admiral. However, Garp has always refused to accept. Therefore, arresting the Golden Lion is a very good opportunity for Victor. However, it is not so difficult to capture the Golden Lion alive. Golden Lion is stronger than Red Earl. To be honest, the difference in strength between Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Garp is not that big. And, Golden Lion has lion fruit. Unless someone joins forces with Victor, it will be difficult to catch the Golden Lion. Victor. At this time, a soft voice came from behind. Victor turned to look. I saw a woman in a red shirt and beige shorts beckoning to him. Beside the woman, a young man wearing a brown vest and brown trousers, looking carefree, was picking his nose without any image. It's Jun and Cake. Victor took the initiative to walk over and greet Jun and Cake. Jun, Cake, future Marine Admiral candidates. In fact, they also have the strength of Admiral. Just not as good as Fujitora, Green Bull. I want to call you sister. Jun raised his hand and patted Victor's head lightly, his eyes full of doting. Jun is regarded as a younger sister by Tsuru. During a mission, Crane brought Jun back and raised him into Marine. As a child, Victor received a lot of attention from Jun. She takes care of Victor like a sister. I really want to be hit on the head by Jun. Jiaji was forced to be jealous beside him. However, Jun continued to ignore Cake. She took Victor's hand and said, You have already been promoted to Rear Admiral, and we haven't celebrated for you yet. Then make it up today, Victor said. Hey, don't be so close. Jiaji reminded. Jun smiled and said, Then let's go to Sabayati Archipelago. Yeah. Victor nodded in agreement. Victor. Jiaji continued to be upset by his side, but still no one paid him any attention. Victor, Jun, and Cake came to Sabayati Archipelago. All 3 of them were in civilian clothes. However, the looks and figures of Victor and Jun are easy to attract attention. He looks so familiar. Where have I seen him? When you say that, I think I've seen it somewhere before. I remember, it's Victor Rear Admiral. Yes, it's him, Victor Rear Admiral who captured the Red Earl. Victor was recognized anyway. He is now considered a celebrity in the sea, a big man who makes the headlines of the newspapers, so it is not surprising that he is recognized. However, Victor's expression is very natural. He didn't feel nervous or uncomfortable at all. Even if there are thousands of eyes looking at him, he remains indifferent. At this time, there was a young man with grey-green hair in the crowd. While the crowd was not paying attention, he stole a woman's wallet. When the teenager was about to run away, Victor's eyes fell on him. The teenager felt like he was locked in. Before Victor could make a move, Jiaji followed Victor's gaze, grabbed the boy first, and snatched the wallet back from the boy's hand. Cake thought he could show it in front of Jun. After the boy was caught, his complexion was gloomy. Since he was 12 years old, he started stealing money because he had no money to eat. So far, every time he was caught, he was beaten severely. Victor took the wallet and handed it to the dazed woman. The woman saw her wallet, subconsciously touched her clothes, and found that the wallet was gone. Thank you, Victor Rear Admiral. The woman said gratefully. Victor took out some change from his body, handed it to the young man, and said, Go shopping and eat. When you are full, find a job and stop stealing. The boy looked at Victor blankly. Hey, Victor, he's a thief. Jiaji reminded. From Jiaji's point of view, Victor's handling method was wrong. Victor said indifferently, if he still had his parents, they wouldn't make him suffer so much. Yet, Jun took the lead in applauding. There was applause all around. Chapter 29. In Jun's eyes, Victor is a very gentle boy. Because I have been exposed to rain, I always want to hold an umbrella for others. Victor lost his parents when he was 10 years old, and Jun believes that Victor's words came from the bottom of his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the people around this scene, they all thought Victor was a very kind marine. The boy took the change and ran away quickly. He hid in the corner, gasping for breath. His name was Gilder Tetsalo. He was born into a very poor family. He was ostracized by his friends because he was poor, and he yearned for the entertainment scene from outside the venue. However, his father was a gambler and died of illness one day. Later, the family became poorer, and the mother hated Tetsalo's singing, so she ran away. Since there was nothing to eat, he started stealing money. And he made friends with money. Victor Rear Admiral. Tetsalo looked at the change in his hand and remembered Victor. For the first time since he was a child, someone helped him. Victor. What an attractive man. Behind a big tree, a young woman with short black hair and a spider-patterned blouse murmured. Women are called Shuki. 12 years ago, she was hunted down by Monkey D. Garp, and then retired to run bars on the islands of Sabayati. She is an informant herself, collecting a lot of information and selling some information. Right now, Victor's intelligence is valuable. Powers all over the world are interested in Victor. Under Shuki's gaze, the three of Victor walked into a tavern. Victor could feel a lot of people watching him. However, he didn't really care. In the tavern, Victor ordered a lot of food and drink, and Jun sat beside him, singing and drinking with Victor. Plus, you can only drink boring wine. The taste of wine is sour. At this time, Victor suddenly asked Jun, "Want to come to my army?" "Your army?" Jun was stunned for a second or two, then smiled and said, "Since it is Victor's invitation, my sister will naturally agree." Cake was surprised when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "Hey! Jun, how can you be with Victor?" Victor also ignored Cake, "Then let me talk to Sengoku uncle and ask him to transfer you over." Although the combat power of the special forces is not weak, they lack strong ones. In New World, there are forces that are as strong as their own and their cadres are everywhere. The 1-month vacation is coming to an end soon. Victor leads the special forces and leaves Marie Joyce. This time, Victor did not go to the G1 and G5 branches, but went directly to the Crusade mission. Fight against the great pirates in New World. Apparently, 5 elders and Sengoku have the same idea. They all want to develop Victor into a second Garp. Or, to put it another way, both the 5 elders and Sengoku want to reduce Garp's influence. 5 elders and Sengoku gave Victor a crusade list. Including Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others are all on the crusade list. Of course, there are other optional targets besides Whitebeard etc. For example, Gustav the man-eating crocodile, Butler the troll, Cindy the executioner, etc. The bounties offered by these great pirates are each more than 500 million Baileys. It seems that some are busy. Victor smiled and handed the list to Jun. Originally, the fate of these great pirates was either to be defeated by Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, or to be sent to impel down by Garp, Sengoku, and others. "Oh my god, are they thinking you're a Garp?" Jiaji said in surprise. Although Victor only invited Jun, Cake followed him on board. He doesn't worry about Jun being with Victor. Lonely and widowed, what if? In short, they cannot be left alone. So, at Cake's request, Sengoku also agreed to Cake's transfer to the special forces. Who do you want to fight against? Jiaji knew Victor, since he was young, he liked to take the number one spot. Victor loves to express himself too much. Gustav, Victor said. Are you crazy? Jiaji said in astonishment. Man-eating alligator, Gustav. A reward of 665 million Baileys is offered. Gustav is not only powerful, but also has the habit of eating people. Rumor has it that Gustav once ate people from a country when he was angry. Actually going to crusade against him, and only with the special forces. After several days of sailing, the warship arrived at a deserted island. Wright stood on the mast, watching with a telescope. He found several pirate ships parked in the harbor. On the masts of these pirate ships, there are pirate flags with giant crocodiles biting skulls. Report: the pirate ship of the giant crocodile pirates was found ahead. Wright quickly came to Victor. Well, Sengoku Admiral's information is really accurate. Victor held a small box in his hand. Inside the box is a fragment of a life card. In the early years, Sengoku sent people to lurk into the giant crocodile pirates and became one of them. As long as Sengoku wants to do something to the giant crocodile pirates, he can finish them at any time. Victor took out a cigarette, smoked it slowly, and said, "Let's do it." Yes. Wright immediately communicated Victor's orders. Subsequently, the warship began shelling. Boom! 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 With the sound of cannons, the cannonballs fell towards the pirate ship in the bay with the sound of piercing through the air. First sink the pirate ship so that the pirates cannot escape from here. The giant crocodile pirates naturally heard the sound of the cannon. The cotter in charge of standing guard immediately picked up the binoculars and observed the sea. It's marine. Only one warship. After the cotter saw it clearly, he immediately shouted downward. Upon hearing this, Gustav snorted coldly, "Do you dare to arrest me with just one warship? Boss, could it be Garp?" At this time, the white-bearded cotter beside Gustav asked. Gustav was taken aback when he heard this. Do not rule out this possibility. Even if Garp came, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Gustav snorted coldly, he opened his mouth, showing his fangs, "I will chew Garp whole and swallow it in my stomach." Gustav is 33 years old this year. Since his debut, he has encountered and played against Garp, Sengoku, Roger, Whitebeard and others many times. It's just that he hasn't lost yet. Because Gustav's devil fruit is a very rare Zoan crocodile fruit in the form of the ancient emperor crocodile. The emperor crocodile was once one of the largest crocodiles, with an exceptionally sensitive sense of smell and a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Even a dinosaur would become its mouth in an instant. Since Gustav's debut, countless opponents have been crushed and devoured by his giant mouth. Report: all 3 enemy ships are on fire. At this time, Connor reported the results to Victor. Yet. Victor nodded, and then continued to give orders, "Tell brothers, prepare to go to the island for battle." Yes. Eric, Kennard and others are ready to go. As the landing craft fell into the sea, the special forces prepared to attack the island. Victor looked at Jun and Cake, "Please take care of them." Jun hummed. "You don't need to tell me, I will do the same." Jiaji said unhappily, and then muttered in a low voice, "I hope there will be no accidents." Chapter 30. Victor stepped on the moonwalk and rushed into the air. His moonwalk is very fast, and every time he steps out, it is a full 100 meters away. In a few moments, Victor was already seen. Cake and Jun quickly appeared on the beach with the special forces. There are only so few people who dare to attack us. Brothers, kill them all. Kill. A raging soldier, a raging nest. Under the influence of Gustav for a long time, the pirates of the giant crocodile pirates are very cruel, and they are particularly bloodthirsty in battle. At this time, with the encouragement of the cotters, the pirates rushed from the woods on the island to the beach. Boom! 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 At this time, the naval guns on the warship began to bombard the woods. The shells fell into the woods, ignited the woods, and blasted some unlucky people into the sky. Rush over and get entangled with Marine. Pirates of New World have rich combat experience. They knew that Marine's guns were more accurate and more powerful than theirs. Therefore, only after close combat can their strength and numerical advantage be brought into play. Die! A sailor just raised the butt of his gun and knocked over a pirate minion. However, before he could refill his gun, a sharp knife came from behind and pierced his chest. Gerald! When the sailor fell, he could still see his companions shouting. Plop! He opened his eyes wide, feeling that his vitality was draining rapidly. Warm blood flowed out from the body, staining the beach red. Pirate and Marine fell to the ground one after another. This is the battle of the New World. Keep in formation, don't be surrounded and divided. Eric, Kennard, and others reminded loudly. Beside them, dozens of pirates have been cut down, and the knives in their hands are covered with blood. There is no justice or evil on the battlefield, only strong and weak, life and death. The pungent smell of gunpowder smoke mixed with the smell of blood and body odor of sweat. The heartbeat was beating violently, and at this moment, everything was very clear. Both Jun and Cake are sword masters in the headquarters. Jun chopped down dozens of people in succession with the jinpira in his hand, and saved more than 10 people at the same time. The number of pirates who have been hacked and killed is more. Victor really knows how to pick opponents. Gage muttered. If it was in the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates would have already fled. However, New World's pirates are different. Pirates of the New World are like bloodthirsty beasts. They will not be defeated until their leader is defeated. You seem to be very powerful. At this time, a swordsman with 2 swords rushed towards Jiake. Jiaji glanced at him, then quickly swung his knife and slashed at the person coming. When the 3 knives slashed together heavily, there was a lot of disdain on Jiaji's face. Sneak attack. As a swordsman, Jiaji disdains sneak attacks the most. He likes to beat his opponents with dignity. I just want to take your head off, I don't care how. The man licked his lips and looked at Jiaji provocatively. There are too many idiots like you. Don't look at him as a fool, his strength can be ranked among the young and strong factions in the headquarters. It's just that Jiaji's desire for promotion is not strong, and when he gets along with the senior management of the headquarters, he always causes troubles. Otherwise, Jiaji is now also a rear admiral. Oh, then chop off my head. The man swung the 2 knives frantically, his speed was getting faster and faster, and his movements were very exaggerated. Mad Dog Johnson. The 4th seat in the giant crocodile pirates has a reward of 150 million Baileys. Boom. Just then, there was a loud noise. Dozens of sailors were blown out. Ha ha ha. I saw a tall titan with a black cannon in his left hand. Cannon Golding. Golding is more than 16 meters tall, and his left hand has been transformed into a cannon, while his right hand holds a huge sword. Golding, the 5th member of the Crocodile Pirates, has a reward of 140 million Baileys. Their cotters have appeared, everyone be careful. Jun opened his mouth to remind everyone. It's so beautiful. At this moment, a man with a steel fork jumped up. The man's skin is dark blue, with brown Madara lines on his face and a mouth full of fangs. He is Murloc Lowry, the 3rd member of the giant crocodile pirates, who has a reward of 190 million Baileys. Lowry is about 5 meters tall, and the steel fork in his hand is nearly 7 meters long. However, the 7-meter steel fork was very nimble in Lowry's hands. He stabbed Jun continuously, and Jun arrived with his sword. Ding ding ding. Every time the steel fork and sword collide, sparks will be splashed. Jun knew that Lowry was strong, so she focused on it and didn't dare to be distracted. Howl! Howl! At this time, there was a loud howling of wolves in the bushes. Two human wolves, one black and the other white, jumped out of the forest. They were about 3 meters tall, and they smashed the pirate's head with a slap of their sharp claws. "Brother werewolf!" Right stared at the werewolf rushing out and shouted loudly. There are 5 powerful cotters in the giant crocodile pirates. Among them, the first and second place are the werewolf brothers. The big brother is called Bogda, and the younger brother is called Chinoel. Bogda ate Zoan dog fruit coyote form, Chinoel ate Zoan dog fruit maned wolf form. At this time, the black coyote and the white maned wolf sneaked up behind Marine. They have been lying in ambush in the woods, waiting for a sneak attack. "Let me be your opponent." Eric waved the knife in his hand and rushed towards Bogda. Kennard also charged at Chinoel. "Is it up to you?" Bogda kicked Eric in a roundabout in the wolf form. Eric reacted quickly enough and immediately dodged away. However, in the next second, Bogda had already pounced. He opened his bloody mouth wide, intending to bite Eric. Eric swung his knife and slashed away. Ding! The knife in Eric's hand was actually bitten by Bogda. Eric began to exert force, trying to draw the knife out. However, while Bogda shook the wolf's head, his right paw grabbed Eric hard. Under Victor's guidance, Eric has greatly improved his strength. He quickly gave up the knife in his hand, and at the same time, adjusted his breathing and controlled his body. Paper arts. Eric's body seemed to turn into a piece of paper, and he floated backwards, avoiding the fatal claw. And not far away, Kennard's situation is even more dangerous. Kennard knows that his talent is very average, so he majors in Tempest Kick and Iron Body. His slash missed Chinoel. Chinoel runs around the Kennard loop. In Kennard's blind spot, Chinoel jumped above Kennard's head. Kennard's body was shrouded in black shadow. The claws clawed hard at Kennard's head. If caught, as long as Noel's sharp claws are used hard, Kennard's head will be crushed. On the nick of time. Just a whoosh. A boulder flew over. Before Chinoel had time to react, he was hit by a boulder. Boom! Chinoel fell to the ground, covered in blood. The stone is flying from that direction. It's Victor. Jiaji's eyes widened. He was about to go to support just now, but he didn't expect Victor to be faster. It's just that he finds it incredible. Victor was able to provide support from 1,000 meters away. Chapter 31. An area a few kilometers away from the beach. The originally flat ground has become the surface of the moon. As far as the eye can see, there are potholes everywhere, cracks on the surface, and cracks can be seen everywhere, like a scene of doomsday. "What are you doing?" Gustav looked at Victor suspiciously. Just now Victor was heading towards the beach when he suddenly threw a boulder. This puzzled Gustav. Victor didn't answer, his observation haki spread all the way to the beach. Just now he predicted that Jiaji would not be able to rescue Kennard, so he made a move to help. The Secret Service is his basic base, a combat force that can be used, and his team in the headquarters will be in the future. Victor didn't want to lose too much combat power. "Boy, although you are very strong, don't underestimate me." Gustav and Victor have just fought several tricks. Victor has great strength and speed, and armament haki is scary hard. Incredible. Victor is only 20 years old. "Oh." Victor replied calmly. "Even Roger, Whitebeard, wouldn't dare to look down on me like that." At this time, Gustav's body began to change. His skin had turned grey, as if a thick layer of plaster had adhered to it. And Gustav's head turned into a crocodile head, and a thick tail grew out of the ridge tail. When Victor looked at the giant crocodile over 50 meters in front of him, his expression was very calm. Gustav's material, he has read it. In the form of the Emperor Crocodile, Gustav has a super terrifying bite force. Even a warship would be easily crushed by him. Of course, this is not the most terrifying. The Emperor Crocodile is covered with armor. Bone plates grow in the skin, making their skin difficult to pierce. In addition, it is the terrifying vitality and resilience of the emperor crocodile. Emperor crocodiles can survive without eating for a long time. Moreover, they have 4 atria. When hunting, the powerful heart can send a large amount of oxygen-rich blood to the tail and head, enhancing their explosive power. With this devil fruit, Gustav challenged the strong everywhere in New World. Gustav, who turned into a crocodile, flicked his tail. The thick tail swept across, and a hillside tens of meters high was crushed. He's showing off his powers after transformation. I know you are difficult to deal with, so I found a helper. Victor said calmly. Ha ha ha. Gustav heard this, thinking that Victor wanted to find more Marines to besiege him. No matter how many people come, I won't be afraid, I will eat a lot of them before I fall down. A lot of people. The horror of Gustav lies in his development of devil fruit's ability. According to information from Naval Headquarters, Gustav has awakened. After awakening, Zoan devil fruit has a terrifying recovery ability. Plus, the crocodile itself has thick skin, high attack, thick blood, and strong recovery ability. It is not an easy task to defeat Gustav. Therefore, Roger, Whitebeard and others did not want to entangle with Gustav. Victor shook his head with a smile, and said, "You may have misunderstood." Misunderstanding. Gustav's eyes were full of confusion. Victor said with a smile, "I don't like anyone intervening in my battles, because I have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Whether it is Roger or Whitebeard, I don't think I am weaker than them." "You are really crazy." Before Gustav could finish his sentence, he saw Victor's transformation. "It's the first time I've used its power to fight." Victor's body became bigger, and his original height of 3.1 meters suddenly soared to 30 meters. At the same time, tattoo patterns such as the sky, the earth, the sun, and the moon, mountains and rivers, and stars appeared on his body. What is even more exaggerated is his muscle mass, which is as hard as granite. Moreover, there was a suffocating sense of oppression on Victor's body. Like a god. "Ah, what is this?" Gustav's eyes widened. Victor raised his right hand, and the fist was covered with a faint golden light. Divine cut. Victor pressed his right hand down, and that golden fist turned into a huge golden light fist and flew towards Gustav. Gustav's huge crocodile body wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge it. Boom! The fist of light landed, the ground was shattered, the area around Gustav was shattered, and the entire island shook. Both sides, who were fighting fiercely on the beach, stopped. What's going on? Did the impact just now be an earthquake? Could it be an eruption of a submarine volcano? The severe earthquake made the people on the island feel uneasy. "It's a phantom beast!" Gustav exclaimed in horror. The Zoan phantom beasts can transform into mythical or legendary animals or characters. In addition to possessing Zoan's properties that enhance the physical fitness of the eater, it also possesses certain special superpowers. The strongest species in devil fruit Zoan. At the same time, phantom beast devil fruit is very rare, even rarer than devil fruit Logia and Zoan ancient species devil fruit. Although emperor crocodiles are rare, they are simply incomparable to phantom beasts. "Well, because fighting you will take a lot of time, so I found a helper and asked them to take care of my subordinates so that I can fight you as much as I want." At this moment, Victor, who turned into a titan, looked at Gustav expressionlessly. From the perspective of a god, he looked at the humble reptile in front of him. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, even if Sengoku comes, it is impossible to defeat me." Although he was punched, Gustav's body recovered quickly. His devil fruit has awakened, and his body's recovery ability has reached a terrifying level. However, Gustav knows the form of the beast, so it is impossible to be Victor's opponent. So, Gustav transformed again, and his figure became a crocodile titan. Like the jailer beast in Impel Down. It's just that after the Emperor Crocodile is awakened, its body is even bigger. Roar! Gustav roared to the sky. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the ground under Gustav's feet could no longer bear his strength, and dense cracks appeared, and the cracks began to spread in all directions. Ah! Along with the roar, Gustav's huge body jumped up from the spot. I saw Gustav spinning in the air, then drew an arc in the sky, and charged towards Victor. Good time! Victor raised his arm and punched the huge crocodile head. The fist wrapped around Armament Haki, and the crocodile head wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, collide in mid-air. Rumble! A shockwave of destruction swept across the entire island. Everyone present felt as if they were in the doomsday, and the surface of the earth began to collapse. Chapter 32. Tsitsizi. Armament Haki rubbed violently. Gustav is horrified, and he wants to crush Victor. Therefore, he keeps unleashing his own Armament Haki regardless of his own consumption. At this moment, the ground under Victor's feet continued to shatter and collapse. However, Victor's mouth curled into a smile. No wonder the strong like to single out the strong. Unscrupulous release of power, arbitrary destruction. This feeling is simply wonderful. As the two separated, a landslide with a diameter of several kilometers appeared in the area where the two were located. None of the landslide areas are flat. However, the two were separated for less than a second, and each rushed towards each other fiercely. Both are over 30 meters tall. Boom! 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 The two punches were faster and heavier than each other. The fists slammed together, and the air explosion and sound waves produced continued to destroy the surrounding environment. However, anyone who is not blind can see that Victor has the upper hand. Despite his larger size, Victor's fighting skills are still superb. Gustav was continuously hit on the head and ribs with heavy punches. On the other hand, Victor was almost never hit by Gustav. One ebbs and another, Gustav consumes more energy. As predicted. More than 10 minutes later, Gustav was out of breath, and his body was continuously injured, which made him consume more energy to recover from his injuries. Do you need a little more time to recover? Victor did not continue to attack, but asked Gustav. It seems to be polite, but in fact it is contempt. Gustav gritted his teeth, clenched his hands into fists, and Armament Haki wrapped his fists. Ha ha ha! Belittle me again and again. Boy, congratulations, I will eat you. Gustav gritted his teeth, anger, fighting intent, and murderous intent erupted at the same time, and at the same time, his eyes glowed red. It's Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is released with it. As the Conqueror's Haki spread, the black lightning-like Conqueror's Haki darkened the sky, and all the insects, snakes, birds, and beasts on the island hid in their burrows, trembling and panicking. Although Conqueror's Haki is a kind of kingship, only one person in a million has it. But this is New World, the strong who can come to New World and dominate one side in New World, how can they be mediocre? As Shacklock Doll said, in this sea, there are countless silver medalists who are hated just because they have not defeated Whitebeard and Roger. At this point, Gustav decided to kill Victor at any cost. He is king of the sea. The king's anger is not something that mortals can bear. Under the coercion of Gustav's Conqueror's Haki, everyone on the island, whether it's a marine or a pirate, is extremely disturbed. Victor. Jun looked in Victor's direction worriedly. The Titan in the distance stood still, unaffected by Gustav at all. I reminded him that Gustav shouldn't be the target. Jiaji muttered and continued to complain. But his attack didn't stop. While driving Johnson back with a knife, he blocked Bogner's attack and saved Eric. On the other side, Eric, Kennard, and others were breathing heavily. They are also adapting to combat. Thanks to you, we may not survive today. Bogner looked down at the wound on his chest, and just cut his chest open with a knife. However, the wound was not very deep. He is Zoan Demon Fruit Power, the wound will stop bleeding quickly. We have to retreat early. Chi Noel said worriedly. Every pirate in the Crocodile Pirates has seen Gustav's appearance after being enraged. After Gustav is angry, his strength will become stronger and stronger, especially after losing his mind. He will completely lose control and fight only by his own instinct. Moreover, after losing control, kill and eat them all, regardless of whether they are enemies or friends. Then be a little more serious, just to try its resilience. A gleam flashed in Victor's eyes. Gustav senses a change in Victor. Is this guy using me as a test subject? Thinking of this, Gustav was furious. In the Zoan Devil Fruit, all will reside. After Gustav awakened, he also activated the host's will. The Emperor Crocodile lodged in Gustav's body was no ordinary Emperor Crocodile. It's murderous. After awakening, Gustav will be affected by his will, cruel, bloodthirsty, and braver as he fights. Victor took a deep breath. Life returns. 8 inner gates open. Victor took a lunge and adjusted his breathing, disengaging his brain domain. The tyrant strikes. Gustav attacked directly, his sharp claws grabbed Victor fiercely. Victor feinted and avoided Gustav's attack. When Gustav passed a position, he raised his foot and kicked with a side whip. Victor's whip kicked Gustav's forearm, and Gustav retreated dozens of meters after being kicked. When he retreated, his feet smashed the ground continuously, leaving huge pits on the ground. Moreover, before Gustav could stand still, Victor had already rushed forward. It is unbelievable that such a tall body of a titan can still have such a fast speed. Dive belly punch. Victor lowered his head to avoid Gustav's sharp claws, and at the same time, he punched Gustav hard, hitting Gustav in the stomach. Boom! The huge sonic boom shook everyone's eardrums, which showed how powerful this punch was. After Gustav's body was blown away, his body rolled continuously, plowing a gully several meters wide and tens of meters deep on the ground. It was not until Gustav smashed more than a dozen peaks that he barely stopped. Gustav stood up, he wrapped Conqueror's Haki's sharp claws, and angrily grabbed around. Immediately, the rock wall of the mountain shattered into slag like tofu. Looking at Victor again, Victor hooked his fingers towards Gustav. Is this adding fuel to the fire? Still think Gustav is not angry enough? The color of Gustav's skin changed. It was originally grey like skin covered in cement, but now it turned dark red, clinging to his body like magma. Tyrant domain! Roar! The will lodged in Gustav's body completely affected Gustav's mind at this time. Seeing this, Victor raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. That's how it should be. Boom boom boom! Gustav rushed to Victor. His eyes were red and his aura was frightening, like a demon. It was as if he was no longer human. Seeing this, Victor actually stood where he was, neither dodging nor evading. I saw the dazzling golden light from Titan's whole body. When Gustav rushed in front of him, Victor threw out his fist, and the golden light instantly swallowed up all the darkness around him. Chapter 33. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening noise, the marines and pirates on the entire island were temporarily blinded by the strong light. Wait for the golden light to dissipate. Marine and the pirates slowly opened their eyes. This. The marines and pirates present were dumbfounded. I saw that Victor was still maintaining his punching posture. Right in front of Victor, a fan-shaped area appeared. This area is as big as several football fields. The stones, soil bags, and trees in the area have completely disappeared, and even the soil on the ground has disappeared to a depth of more than 3 meters. As if it never existed. Where's Gustav? Everyone on the island did not see Gustav. Look, I found him. At this time, a marine found Gustav. Gustav was lying thousands of meters away. Gustav was just blown away. Victor's punch knocked Gustav back head-on. At this moment, Gustav fell to the ground, motionless, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Did you win? A sailor asked his companion. It should have won. Another sailor replied. Has the boss been defeated? Impossible. How could the boss lose? Even if it's Roger, it's impossible to defeat the boss so easily. At this time, the pirates of the giant crocodile pirates began to waver, and their morale was severely hit. Cake, Jun, and the others looked at Victor. Victor walked up step by step, as if he was going to give Gustav a final blow. When Victor came to Gustav's side, he raised his right arm. The right fist released a dazzling golden light again. Roar! Gustav suddenly let out a roar. Victor's observation haki has seen the future. Gustav opened his mouth wide, trying to crush Victor's body in one bite. It is true that Gustav was severely injured, but he still had the strength to fight back. The will residing in Gustav's body is not only cruel, but also cunning. It waits for Victor to approach, then launches a sneak attack. At this time, Victor raised his right arm, which happened to block Gustav's bloody mouth, and let Gustav bite. Gustav's teeth wrapped around armament haki. However, Victor is covered with armament haki's skin, like a diamond. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bite open a hole. Do you know why Roger, Whitebeard didn't provoke you? Victor said calmly. Gustav didn't respond at all, he is now completely driven by will and instinct. Because it's a waste of time. Victor raised his right arm and fell hard to the ground. Gustav's body fell to the ground. Boom! Like a drumstick hitting a drum. The entire island was like an earthquake, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long, bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. Boom! 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 Then, Victor raised his fist. The left fist hit Gustav heavily. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every heavy punch hit Gustav's head firmly. And Gustav bit Victor's body, refusing to let go. After blasting hundreds of punches in a row, Gustav just lost consciousness. This time, Gustav finally stopped moving. It's finally over. Victor exhaled lightly, disabling the return of life. Victor was visibly tired when he returned to his normal state. Returning life 8 inner gates. Opening the gate is already a heavy load on the body. In addition to the time when Victor and Gustav fought, it dragged on too long. Boom boom boom. The heartbeat was beating violently. The beating frequency is definitely more than 5,000 times per minute. Fortunately, he ate phantom beasts, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. Although I feel tired, I can continue to fight. However, he has to show fatigue, proving that he has consumed a lot. At this moment, Victor turned around and at the same time lifted Gustav's body above his head. Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! All Marines in the Special Forces shouted. Bogda, Chinoel, and others looked desperate. Victor ordered, "Kill all the pirates!" Oh! The Marines cheered and shouted at the same time, but one of them noticed that Victor's chest heaved violently, obviously very tired. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku's desktop is full of Koyama Taka's files. He is the only one in Admiral now. Therefore, his workload is very heavy. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug on the desktop was calling. Sengoku picked up the microphone of the phone bug. At this moment, the phone bug imitated Victor's voice and said, "Sengoku Admiral, I have captured Gustav." Sengoku was taken aback. After a while, he realized, "You said you caught Gustav." "Yes." After getting an affirmative answer from Victor, Sengoku was no longer in a daze, but was shocked, and then fell silent. Gustav's strength is not strong. However, on the sea, absolutely no pirate group would like to meet Gustav. Because Gustav is notoriously thick-skinned and very resistant to beatings. Not even Garp can beat him easily. Moreover, the worse Gustav was beaten, the angrier he would be, and the destructive power would increase accordingly. Marine tried to capture Gustav once, but in the end, it lost troops. Many of the Marines who participated in the arrest were eaten. After a moment of silence, Sengoku asked, "Did you catch it alone?" Victor replied, "Yes." "Yet." Sengoku nodded and asked again, "Are you hurt?" Victor replied, "The right hand is injured and I can't move it temporarily." "Yet." Sengoku nodded, "That's right, if it doesn't hurt, it's outrageous." However, Sengoku can confirm that Victor has become stronger again. Sengoku said, "I'll send someone to connect with you." After finishing the call, Sengoku started writing the report. Victor actually made another big news. 5 elders will be very satisfied with the efficiency of this crusade against pirates. A smile appeared on Sengoku's face. His layout of New World could be more radical. At the same time, inside the cabin, Victor held the wine glass in his right hand, and gently put down the microphone with his left hand. Holding the phone bug in his hand, Wright asked with a smile, "Senior, are you going to be promoted again this time?" They were even more excited than Victor. Because if Victor gets promoted, they can follow suit. Although Wright and others follow Victor because of Victor's greatness and selflessness, why not do it if they can become stronger and get promoted? Moreover, Wright and the others were addicted to the happiness brought about by being promoted and becoming stronger. Victor said with a smile, "The rank of Vice Admiral is definitely inescapable." In fact, Victor is not very interested in the position of Commander of the Special Forces. Although the military rank is not low, and the degree of freedom is also very high, but there are too few soldiers under his command. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, Victor wanted to get a direct branch commander. "I don't know, which branch will it be arranged for? Is it G5 or G1? No matter where. World government and headquarters will definitely make full use of Victor's combat power. However, the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden, the cunning rabbits are dead, and the lackeys are cooking. What Victor wants is power, not authenticity. World government is working hard. Raising the bandits' self-respect is the kingly way." Chapter 34. Victor caught the news of Gustav, and a week later, it was published in the newspaper. Gustav is not the same as the Red Earl. The Red Earl did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. And Gustav has destroyed many countries, and he has really eaten many people. In the Grand Line, if a child cries, the grown ups just say, "Gustav will eat a crying child." Soon, the baby stopped crying. Therefore, when newspapers fly to all parts of the world with the news bird, the news that Victor caught Gustav this time shocked the whole world. Gold Jackson. Rayleigh waved to Newsbird. The Newsbird landed on the side of the ship. Rayleigh paid 500 Baileys for a newspaper. When you see the headlines in the newspaper, Rayleigh's eyes widened. That surprised appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. When the crew sailed at sea, the only way to get information was the newspaper delivered by the Newsbird. "Mr. Rayleigh, what's the matter?" "Vice Captain." At this time, the crew gathered around and surrounded Rayleigh. Their eyes were all on the newspaper. Marine Supernova, Rear Admiral Victor captures the man-eating crocodile Gustav alive and destroys the giant crocodile pirates. Is this guy so strong? Not long ago, didn't he just capture the Red Earl? Marine has produced an incredible guy. Is he really only 20 years old? I hope I don't meet him, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Could he be hunting the strong? The crew members of the Roger Pirates exclaimed and guessed one by one. After Victor entered New World, he has captured 3 big pirates. At this time, Roger came over, holding 2 wine bottles in his hand. Both Roger and Rayleigh leaned against the gunwale. Roger handed Rayleigh a bottle of wine, and Rayleigh took a sip of the wine. "Goo goo." Roger is drinking. Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes were serious, and he said, "My hunch is right, the situation in the sea is about to change." Roger laughed. Then, Roger raised his head, looked at the sky, and said, "It's okay, there's still enough time." Gordy Roger suffers from an incurable disease. So, he invited Crocus to board the ship as a ship's doctor, and Crocus agreed to Roger's invitation in order to find the whereabouts of the Rumba pirates. And he was implying that Victor would not affect his plans. Kuricus came over to examine Roger. Bullet watched, frowning. Moby DK. Whitebeard took his seat, a jug of wine in his hand. Goo goo goo. Coo la la la. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing as he took a swig of his drink. Just now, Kojiki Odin's second team killed another group of traffickers, seized their treasures, and rescued the people on board. At this time, a newsbird flew over. Hey! Kojiki Odin waved at the newsbird while shouting. The newsbird flapped its wings and flew over. Kojiki Odin got the newspaper. Kojiki hugged Momonashuk and came over to pay. Kojiki Odin looked at the contents of the newspaper, then opened his mouth in surprise. Hello, Newgate. Kojiki Odin hurried over to Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard was listening to everyone telling stories. Seeing Kojiki Odin's startled look, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" The crocodile was caught. Kojiki Odin handed over the newspaper to Whitebeard. Whitebeard took the newspaper and looked at the front page. Gustav is under arrest. Whitebeard frowned. Gustav is strong and very durable. When Whitebeard met Gustav, he didn't want to bother him much. Marco came over with a solemn expression, "Father, Gustav is the third." Sax came over and said worriedly, "This guy named Victor, is he trying to catch all the big pirates in New World?" Bista, Jaws, and others also showed worried expressions. If Victor's goal is really to hunt the big pirates of New World, then Whitebeard will also be Victor's goal. Whitebeard saw the worry in the eyes of his sons, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as there is no conflict with Marine, everything will be fine." IWC, Cake Island. Inside the Cake Castle, Charlotte Linlin just finished reading today's newspaper. Perospero, Deifuku, Owen, and others all had worried expressions on their faces. 3 great pirates have been captured since Victor entered the New World. Victor's ability to capture the 3 big pirates proved that he was not weak, and it was not accidental. Who will be his target next? Whitebeard? Roger? Golden Lion? Still them. Katakuri folded his arms across his chest and remained silent. He had fought against Gustav, and although the time was short, he could be sure that Gustav was stronger than him. Mama. Charlotte Linlin said coldly, "What are you afraid of?" "Just a Marine." Charlotte Linlin burned the newspaper in her hand directly. Linlin is right. Longbread had a serious face. As one of the founders of the Bigo Pirates, he was qualified to remind everyone, even if Victor is the same as Garp, there is no need to be afraid. "Linlin is invincible!" exclaimed the loaf. "Yes, Mother is invincible. Mom is invincible." In the main hall, those teenage boys and girls echoed one by one. Mama. Charlotte Linlin sullenly said, "However, I have to admit that Marine is changing the pattern of New World little by little. In the past, Marine's presence in New World was not very high. Especially the era of the rocks. However, Victor's appearance changed the situation. Victor isn't Garp, but he's more of a threat than Garp." Beast Island. Kaido also obtained the news that Victor captured Gustav from the newspaper. Yin had a mask on his face, so he couldn't see the expression on his face clearly. At this moment, Yin said to Kaido, "Do you want to change places? A fixed site means that Marine can come directly to the door." Yin escaped from the lab with Kaido, and didn't want to go back. Kaido raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and said disapprovingly, "If he dares to come to me, then I will kill him. Boss is invincible. Kill all Marines." Inside the cave, many cotters of the beast's pirates drank and shouted. "They are all drunk, and now they can't wait to find someone to have a fight with. Yin didn't persuade. Kaido looked at Yin, he knew that Yin was worried, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm very strong." Kaido is really strong. However, Victor's hunting behavior is disturbing. There are still quite a few pirates who have the same idea as Yin. Chapter 35. Oren pays attention to the newspaper every day, collecting all the news about Victor. Of course, Oren never missed any of the tasks assigned to him by Victor. However, Oren's target is not just the commander of the 189th branch. Oren also wanted more power. If subordinates want to climb up, they need to master two cores. One is loyalty and the other is performance. These two cores are indispensable. Oren is very good at coming. He asked his subordinates to recite Victor's teachings every day. Every day in the school field drills, I have to shout "Long live Mr. Victor," and mold myself into a fanatical admirer of Victor. This kind of performance made him highly valued by Victor. However, this is not enough. His main task now is to make money for Victor. Moreover, the income of Wilhelmport can no longer satisfy Oren. Oren set his sights on the neighboring kingdom of Arthur. The kingdom of Arthur is very rich, and the nobles there own tens of thousands of slaves, countless cattle and sheep, and a large amount of minerals. However, the kingdom of Arthur is a member country of the world government, and Oren can't just go for it. Need an excuse. Just what excuse should I use? Oren racked his brains. Oren learned everything from Victor. Moreover, what he learned is still superficial. Victor is doing well. In the eyes of 5 elders, the investment in Victor has already achieved excess returns. Make Victor a marine supernova to maximize Victor's intimidation. All forces in the world must have begun to pay attention to Victor's name. Some forces even began to fear Victor's existence. That's enough. So the 5 elders made a surprising decision. Sengoku came to the marshal's office. On the empty desk, there is a document. Let's take a look first. Sora handed the file to Sengoku. Sora said to Sengoku, the world government decided to appoint Victor as the commander of G1. After Sengoku read it, his expression was calm and he was not surprised. Let Victor be the commander of G1 to show Marine's deterrent power, which is also in line with our expectations. Kong said with emotion, yet, Victor's growth rate is not right. It is the surprises he brought to the world. There are too many. The 3 heroes of the same session are Victor, Sakazuki, and Polisolino, known as the 3 monsters. Today, Victor has left Sakazuki and Polisolino far behind. At the same time, Victor captured the 3 big pirates, the most dazzling supernova in Marine, and Megatron the world. Strike while the iron is hot, raise Victor's rank and get Victor promoted to Vice Admiral. The youngest Vice Admiral in Marine history. De Rice Rosa, Arena. King Liku entertained Victor with the grandest etiquette, and held the most exciting duel at the same time. After Victor handed Gustav to Nun Vice Admiral, he went to De Rice Rosa for vacation. De Rice Rosa has warm sunshine, all kinds of food, and hot beauties. Great for vacation. Blue blue. Blue blue. When the phone bug was calling, Wright handed the phone bug to Victor. King Riku secretly glanced at Victor. Victor reached out and picked up the microphone. The phone bug imitated Sengoku's voice. Victor, congratulations on your promotion to Vice Admiral. At the same time, you have been appointed as the commander of the G1 branch and handed over to Boris Vice Admiral in a month. I see. Victor put down the microphone expressionlessly. Jun and Cake looked at Victor. Jiaji muttered, you actually became the commander of G1. Jun smiled and said to Victor, congratulations, Victor. Congratulations to Victor Vice Admiral. King Liku, his wife, and the ministers of De Rice Rosa also congratulated in unison. At this time, Eric, Kennard, Wright, Connor, and others were all very excited. Because Victor's promotion to the commander of the G1 branch means that they have another chance to be promoted. After a few days. Sabayati Archipelago. At first it was business as usual when the latest newspaper was posted on the bulletin board. My God, I've been promoted again. Isn't this just promoted to Rear Admiral? Not just Vice Admiral, but Commander. Oh my God, that's 10,000 Marines in charge of the elite. There are more and more people watching the excitement. Not long ago, Victor captured Gustav and got rid of a demon for the world. Therefore, Victor's reputation is high. As a Marine supernova, it took less than a year from Colonel to Vice Admiral. At this time, in Shuki's ripped-off bar. Shuki is also reading the newspaper. Marine is really shaping up to be a second Garp. Shuki murmured, I hope you don't run into him. She also has someone she cares about, and that person is now the common target of Marine and the pirates. Newspapers spread all over the world. Master Victor has been promoted to Vice Admiral. It's still the commander of the G1 branch. Oren held the newspaper, and his current mood can only be described as excitement. The commander of the G1 branch is the real power faction, who really controls the elite troops. Unlike most of the vice admirals in this department, they all seem to have the rank of vice admiral, but they don't actually have much real power. For example, the staff of the headquarters, Titan Vice Admiral and so on. These vice admirals have military ranks, but they have no right to speak. They basically have no say in the appointment of personnel in the headquarters. As for the commanders of the branches directly under the headquarters, when they go to the headquarters for meetings, they all have the right to speak. At this time, Oren excitedly picked up the pen and began to write his open-source plan on the letter paper, hoping to make more money for Victor. In Branch 191, Colonel Marta was equally agitated. Fleet Admiral of the 6th Branch, maybe this position can be won. His loyalty to Lord Victor will never forget. A month later, Boris Vice Admiral and others were ordered to be transferred back to the headquarters to report on their work. For them, it's not bad news. To be precise, for the generals of the G1 branch, it is a lucky thing to be able to return to the headquarters to report on their work. At this time, Boris Vice Admiral is handing over to Victor. Victor, you're doing great. Relieved, Boris Vice Admiral put his hands on Victor's shoulders. I'll keep trying, Victor said. Well, I'll leave it to you here. After Boris Vice Admiral and others handed over, they boarded the warship directly and left the G1 branch. Victor was in the military port, watching Boris and others leave. When the warship that Boris and the others were on disappeared from sight, Victor said to everyone, from now on, enter the first-level combat readiness state. Jun and Cake were confused. Deputy Commander Cliff was also puzzled. The new official took office with 3 fires. Victor was just expressing himself. He wants to make New World go crazy and show his iron-blooded skills to the outside world. Chapter 36. The state of first-level combat readiness means that during the period of combat readiness, one must be ready for combat at any time. During this period, all recreational activities are prohibited. For the sailors of the G1 branch, this is definitely not good news. In the camp area of the G1 branch, when the day's training is over, the sailors drag their tired bodies and want to go back to the barracks to rest. But they found that outside the barracks, there was already a team of inspectors checking. The inspector team of the G1 branch has been replaced. Victor transitioned from Secret Service to Inspectorate. The first task of the inspection team is to inspect the combat readiness of the G1 branch. During the preparation period, if Marine is found to be slack, he will be educated immediately. Members of the inspection team walked into the barracks and left the barracks after a simple inspection. After the inspection team left, the sailors breathed a sigh of relief. If they are caught drinking and gambling by the inspection team, they will be miserable. Not just grassroots soldiers. The officers of the G1 branch are no exception. The inspectorate also supervises the officers. This made the officers tense up. They dare not have any contempt for the new commander. Because once they violate the military regulations, they will cause big trouble. The 10th day of the first level of combat readiness. Jun came to Victor's office and asked Victor, "Is it really okay to continue to maintain the first level of combat readiness?" Victor replied with a smile, "I am the commander here, of course it's no problem." Jiaji muttered, "What are you trying to do?" The officers of the G1 branch will be afraid of Victor, but Jiaji is not afraid. Anyway, he doesn't plan to stay in the G1 branch for a long time. Moreover, Jun won't stay in the G1 branch for long. Because the headquarters will transfer them back after a while. Of course it's for justice. Victor said seriously. I don't believe it. Jiaji said disapprovingly. At this time, Wright walked in, with an extra document in his hand. The report, the intelligence of the New World Underground Forces, have all been sorted out. Wright put the information in front of Victor. This data is collected by Marine. Although there is a lot of information, it is certainly not comprehensive. After all, Marine is not CP0, and is not a professional in intelligence. Victor looked through the intelligence and documents, and found a person's name. Cake and Jun leaned over their heads and looked at the table. Warcraft Kali, the king of the New World black market. Are you going to find him? Jun asked. However, he doesn't seem to be wanted. Jiaji muttered. The black market has always been a grey area. Marine also buys intelligence from the black market. Pirates are no exception. Victor has been in close contact with South Blue's black market since his time at South Blue. Talk to them. Victor said with a smile. Salade Island, this is the most neutral island in New World. Marines can come to this island, and so can pirates. Of course, the prerequisite for Marine to come to this island is to avoid disputes and conflicts. Otherwise, the island and New World's black market will not welcome or do Marine business. In the same way, pirates who come to this island must also abide by this rule. Otherwise, they will also be blacklisted, and the black market will no longer do their business. As the king of the New World black market, Warcraft Kari's daily life is very comfortable. He likes chaos, but he also likes order. Chaos brings fortune, and order gives him some mastery. For example, in Salade Island, he is order, and what he says is everything. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug kept calling. Carrie picked up the phone. What's wrong? Master Carrie, a Marine is coming. A coder reported. Carrie said disapprovingly, Marine is also a guest, so don't make a fuss. How many of New World's underground forces have not received business from the world government? CP0 is a regular here. Therefore, Carrie didn't panic about Marine at all. What's more, Carrie also sent Celestial Dragon's heavenly gold. Here comes Victor Vice Admiral, said the officer. Victor? The new commander of the G1 branch? Carrie was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said to the coder, go and bring him to see me. Since it is a big customer, it is natural not to be negligent. At this time, 5 warships arrived at the pier on Salade Island. Victor boarded the pier with Jun, Cake, and other brigade marine. At this time, there were no pirate ships moored at the pier. The black market has its rules. All ships cannot directly enter the black market. This is the rule. Of course, Marine and CP0 are exceptions. At this time, Victor took the brigade marine and swaggered into the black market. The black market is not a vegetable market. It's a bit like a bank here. Behind each window, there are tellers serving. At this time, some people were buying guns, and some were buying naval guns. Jun, Cake, and the others were eye-opening. In addition to arms, medicines, food, and clothes, you can also hire killers, buy intelligence, buy and sell people, and so on. Victor Vice Admiral, this way please. A man wearing a blindfold came to Victor. At the invitation of the man, Victor came to the building in the center of the island. The building is a castle. As the drawbridge was lowered and the city gate opened, Victor and others entered the castle. This way please. The blindfolded man took Victor up the elevator. The castle is 7 stories high, comparable to a fortress. In the castle, there are 3 steps for one post and 5 steps for one post. There are many security guards in the black market. Finally, the blindfolded man leads Victor to a house. The blindfolded man pushed away from the room. Victor saw everything in the room. I saw a tall man sitting in a huge room. The man is Warcraft Carrie. Ha 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 ha. Carrie said to Victor with a smile, I didn't expect to see Victor Vice Admiral so soon. Victor walked in with Jun, Cake, and others. Seeing that Victor didn't say hello to him, Carrie felt that Victor was a bit impolite, so he turned cold and said, I don't know what business Mr. Victor is here for. Victor said, the black market will be included in the scope of marine supervision in the future. Carrie's face was full of question marks, and then he laughed loudly, Victor Vice Admiral, do you know where this is? After laughing for a while, Carrie looked at Victor seriously, this is a neutral zone recognized by the world government. Victor said, that was before I came, and now I inform you that this place has been put under supervision. From then on, any shopping list here must be handed over to Marine. Please leave, you are not welcome here. Carrie snorted softly, protecting the information of customers is the purpose of the black market. What if I don't leave? Victor asked with a smile. Carrie looked at Victor, then clenched his fists and said with a grin, it seems that you don't quite understand my horror. Chapter 37. Hearing this, Victor said blankly, I'm also curious, how strong is Warcraft Carrie? Boy, you will regret offending me. Carrie is 7 meters tall, much taller than Victor. Come and try. Victor hooked his hand towards Carrie. At this point, Carrie stood up, raised his hand, and punched Victor. Instead of ducking, Victor raised his hand and blocked Carrie's fist with one. At this time, the black market cotters inside and outside the room were also taken aback, because they knew how terrifying Carrie's power was. Even sea kings, Carrie can tear them apart with his bare hands. You. Carrie was also surprised. Although he expected Victor to be strong, he didn't expect Victor to block his punch so easily. Accident. Vic said quietly. It's just blocking a punch, don't be too arrogant, BD. Although Carrie was shocked by Victor's power, he was the king of the black market, the absolute ruler of the city, and he was not weaker than Marine Admiral. At least he thought so. Victor said, I will give you another chance, if you can obey my order, then I can guarantee your business as usual. Victor's words made Carrie's fist stop suddenly. Before Carrie could react, Victor warned again, if you continue to refuse, then you may be very embarrassed and even die. I should tell you this sentence, brat. While Carrie was speaking, he had thrown dozens of punches in a row. Each punch carried enough destructive power to crush a warship. However, Victor dodged so easily that Carrie didn't even touch Victor's shirt. Boom boom boom. Although the floor of the fortress was solid, Carrie possessed no less strength than Admiral, so under his fierce attack, he smashed a hole in the floor of the office. What's wrong? What's the movement? It looks like something has fallen. Go and see. The surrounding security guards immediately ran over. Just then, Victor stood in front of Carrie. Die! Carrie's fists blasted out. At this time, Victor was moving fast, leaving only shadows in front of everyone's eyes. Behind. Do not. Overhead. Kali's observation haki locked onto Victor, who quickly raised his hand. Finger pistol fort cannon. Victor's finger pistol is as powerful as a fortress cannon. Concentrate the body's armament haki on one point and release it. Boom. Carrie was hit head-on and was blasted out on the spot. However, Carrie was not injured, he just blocked it. At this point, Carrie glared at Victor, his armament haki covering him. Although covering the whole body with armament haki will cause a lot of damage to Carrie, Victor is faster than him. He has to be as defensive as possible. Not bad. Victor disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Carrie. Victor leaped into the air and swept towards Carrie with his whipped leg, but Carrie raised his arm to block it. However, the ground under Carrie's feet was shattered due to unloading. This guy has so much strength. Carrie was horrified, and had a better understanding of Victor's strength. However, he can't give in. Victor did not continue to attack Carrie, but said coldly, "Surrender, you can't beat me. If you die here, then I will be troubled too." The black market is also one of the sources of intelligence for CP0 and Marine. If Carrie dies, it will make the black market leaderless in a short time. Even, Saladai's black market may be disbanded. Surrender? Do you think I only have this little strength? Carrie said coldly that he would not admit defeat. Victor shook his head and said regretfully, "Not surrendering? What a fool! Shut up, UBD, I will deal with you hard." Carrie's eyes were full of murderous intent. Jun noticed something was wrong and immediately reminded, "Victor, be careful with his devil fruit ability." As the king of the New World black market, Carrie also relies on his own strength and deterrence to dominate one side. It holds a very scary devil fruit. This devil fruit is the fruit of paramecia decay. Any creature touched by Carrie will age rapidly. As if the body's moisture was drained, until the skin was completely withered and turned into skin and bones. Carrie's ability scares countless people. "Little devil, if you apologize to me now, then you can leave here decently, otherwise you will be like him." Carrie pointed to a security guard who was hiding in the distance, and then he suddenly disappeared in place. At this moment, Carrie's palm glowed with a purple-black light. He held the guard's head down. The body of the security guard has changed. His body began to shrink, and his healthy skin also became dull, and the reddish hair became as black as charcoal. In the end, the security guard turned into a charred black corpse. This ability is somewhat similar to childlike fruit. As long as it is touched, it is finished. Victor looked at the dead security guard and murmured, "It's a scare ability." Carrie said coldly, "What? Do you think I'm scaring you? Isn't it?" Victor said with a smile. "You will regret this." Carrie disappears again, he also uses shave, and also Grandmaster. However, Victor is faster than Carrie. "Where?" "Behind me, left, right, front." Carrie tried to lock on to Victor's position with his observation haki, but Victor was moving so fast that even though he had locked on to the anticipation, he simply couldn't keep up. "Want not to touch me? You're so naive, boy." Suddenly, the pores of Kari's body sprayed out a large amount of liquid. The purple-black liquid sprayed in all directions, and there was nowhere to hide. The surrounding security guards were stained with blood, and they didn't even have a chance to react. The skin on their bodies was as dry as a withered grass. Gradually, it turned into a piece of dry bark, and the whole person fell to the ground, out of breath, and turned into mummified corpses. "This is the price for angering me, brat," Carrie snorted. Then he turned to look at the body on the ground, and snorted because Victor had nowhere to hide in the environment. Now, like everyone else, he has become a mummy. Just as Carrie was about to turn to leave, he heard Victor's voice behind him. "Where are you going?" Victor asked with a smile. Carrie thought in horror, he didn't understand why Victor was able to hide. Tempest kick crescent sky rush. At this time, Victor kicked out a white slash and flew towards Carrie. "What?" Carrie screamed. Jun and the others looked down and saw that the white crescent slash kicked by Victor cut off Kari's left arm. Chapter 38. Ah! Kari's right hand was clutching his broken left arm, and the pain of the broken arm made his face hideous. Hearing Kari's screams, Victor took out the cigarette calmly and did not continue to attack. He didn't intend to kill Kari. Existence is reasonable. In the world of One Piece, any power has its meaning of existence. For example, pirates. If there were no pirates in the world, then no country would need the protection of the world government, and there would be no need to pay the heavenly money. As for the black market, it can also bring benefits to the world government. At this time, Jun, Cake, and others went downstairs to join Victor. What should we do next? Jun glanced at Kari and asked Victor. What to do? Victor said casually. Jun was stunned. She thought Victor would take new actions later. Starting today, if you want to continue doing business in New World, then establish a good relationship with me. Also, give me the list of clients in recent months. Victor said to Kari, and then he left the castle with the people. A hole. Kari watched Victor leave. Although he was very angry, he had no intention of sneaking up. He can't beat Victor, and if he fights again, he will bring shame on himself. Just walked outside the castle. Right? Asked Victor curiously. Senior, how did you avoid his liquid just now? Connor and others were also curious. They clearly saw the liquid sprayed at Victor. Those security guards didn't escape the liquid just now, and they all turned into charred corpses. Without waiting for Victor to answer, Gigi said disapprovingly, it's not difficult, just use armament haki to bounce it away. There was no need for Wright, Connor, and others to continue asking questions. Gigi raised his hand and released Connor, Wright, and others. I saw him throwing a handkerchief, and then, with his hand in the direction of the handkerchief, he released armament haki. The handkerchief was blown away. This is the release of armament haki. It can be used both defensively and offensively. Therefore, in Victor's eyes, Kari's devil fruit ability is just a scare. It's like the childlike fruit of granulated sugar. As long as you know the characteristics of Granu's abilities, you can easily defeat her. Armament haki. Right, Connor and others also wanted to practice armament haki early. Victor saw their reactions and knew what they were thinking. He patted the heads of the two and said, first lay the foundation of the body, and then it will not be too late to practice haki. Yes, Senior. Wright and Connor replied at the same time. Just as Victor and the others left, a man in a white suit and a white clown mask walked over. The man looked at Kari, who was lying on the ground. Pain was written all over Kari's face. Is this how you treat your friends? Gritting his teeth, Kari asked viciously. The clown man is CP0, the world government sent him to station in the black market, and his task is to collect intelligence. Of course, his relationship with Kari is not bad. This has nothing to do with us. The masked man clarified. Bastards, you're all a bunch of sons of B. Kari continued to curse. The clown man sighed, and then took out the phone bug. He wanted to report what happened here to his superiors. He has a headache now. People like Victor will affect his normal work. Blue blue. Blue blue. The phone on the empty desk buzzed. Kong picked up the microphone. The phone bug imitates the voice of a Marine. Marshal, just got the news that Victor Vice Admiral attacked the black market in Saladai and cut off Kari's left hand. After listening to Sora, he put down the phone bug. When Victor went to find Kari, Sora received the report. Although Victor is the commander of the G1 branch, he has certain decision-making powers. However, this is too messy. Although Warcraft Kari is not a good thing, but has always been good. At least the cooperation with Marine and world government is still very harmonious. Why bother with him? Of course, it would be easy for Victor to accuse Carrion if he wanted to. In Victor's way, everything can be rationalized. At this time, Sengoku walked into the office. Is something wrong? Sengoku asked Sora. Sora motioned for Sengoku to sit down first, before Sora said, Victor attacked the Saladai black market and cut off Kari's hand. Sengoku couldn't help sighing after hearing this, although I knew it would happen, he was too aggressive. In Sengoku's view, Victor's purpose of gaining power and wealth is to implement a radical just line. The money was used to pay Marine a pension. Power allows him to have more room for free movement. Now that Victor has power, it's natural to start acting. If you let him stay in New World. Sora rubbed his forehead, maybe it will be a headache for everyone. It's not something we should think about. Sengoku originally wanted Victor to take it easy. Although Victor is a genius, it is still a little inappropriate to be promoted too fast and gain too much real power. Sengoku wanted Victor to practice more. Maybe, let the 5 elders think about it. They'll have a headache, too. Sora had a wry smile on his face. Marie Joyce, Pangu City. Between powers. The 5 elders got the message earlier. Is Victor this guy too hard-working? Although he is indeed very obedient, his resentment towards the pirates really cannot be diluted. If he is left alone, it will also disrupt our layout in New World. Then what can we do? He has just become the commander of G1. Arrange something for him to do, at least not let him be idle. Let him go after Roger, or let him hunt the Golden Lion. Well, let's arrange it like this. The 5 elders started talking. Although the world government withdrew from New World, the world government is still secretly controlling New World in other ways. Warcraft Carry is also one of the puppets of the world government. Although Carry has a so-called principle that protects customers' information from being leaked, 5 elders is not interested in those customers most of the time. Because those clients have already placed undercover agents from the world government. Chapter 39. Blue Blue. Blue Blue. The phone in Victor's office rang. Victor picked up the microphone. Victor. The phone bug mimicked Sora's voice. Marshal, what's the matter? Victor asked. Kong sighed, and said, I know you want to wipe out all the pirates, but there are some things that you can't be too anxious about. Victor's dream of purifying the ocean has long been known to all. Therefore, Victor needs power and wealth. Sora couldn't deny Victor's motives. It's just that Victor's justice is too radical. It is not currently in line with the strategy set by the world government. I see what you mean. Victor didn't show any emotion. Kong said, pay more attention to Roger and Golden Lion, which is also the meaning of 5 elders. Yes. Victor ended the call, and then asked Wright to convey the order to lift the first-level combat readiness order. Have you heard? Victor Vice Admiral's operation has been terminated. It must be restricted, and it will cause big things as soon as it comes. If you really do what Victor Vice Admiral wants to do, then the New World will really be messed up. After the first-level combat readiness order was lifted, the Marines of the G1 branch were relieved. At this time, they gathered together and chatted. During the war preparation period, their nerves were tense every day, and they could not eat or sleep peacefully. There are also dozens of inspections by the inspection team a day, so that the officers and sailors of the G1 branch are not even allowed to chat. However, when Victor led someone to cut off one of Carey's hands and asked Carey to hand over the black market client list, the Marines in the G1 branch all understood Victor's intentions. Victor wants to do something to all the pirates. Pirates' guns and artillery, a small part rely on robbing, most of them need to be bought on the black market. Therefore, as long as you find the list of customers, as well as the delivery time, place, date, etc., you can find out the location of the pirate. Victor wasn't messing with them on purpose, but really wanted to clean up those pirates. It's a pity, if Victor Vice Admiral can really succeed, it will definitely be a good thing. At this time, a sailor said with emotion. This sailor is called West. His hometown was destroyed by pirates, and his parents and sister were killed by pirates. Therefore, he has a deep hatred with the pirates. If it really can purify the sea, then he is willing to join it and follow Victor's command. Jun and Cake were brought back to Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters really lacks combat power. At the same time, staying with Jun and Cake will give Victor more room to play. Whether it is the Five Elders, Sora, Sengoku, etc., they all only hope that Victor will act as a deterrent, like a nail stuck in New World, making the big pirates in New World uncomfortable. At this time, inside the G5 branch, Polo Salino was reading a newspaper. Most of the news in the newspapers these days is about new pirates who have just debuted. The big pirates have not been very active recently. Have you heard? Senior Victor has been admonished. What happened? Senior Victor wanted to purify New World, but his plan was rejected by the headquarters. Really? Where did you hear the news from? Just heard from Matt Rear Admiral. 2 military cadets who graduated this year and have now been promoted to lieutenant junior grade are talking about Victor being educated. The admonishment is a recent rumor. As for whether it exists, it is all hearsay and hearsay. However, the G1 branch did cancel the first level of combat readiness, which is a fact. Polo Salino continued to read the newspaper while drinking his coffee. Compared with Victor, he is much more low-key. At this time, Sakazuki was sitting in the restaurant, eating lunch in silence. Ghost Spider chatted with Doberman. I didn't expect Victor to come for real. I really underestimated him. Ghost Spider and Doberman don't expect Victor to attack the black market. Of course, the black market is indeed a place of evil. Pirates will send their loot to the black market for sale, and they will also buy arms and even devil fruit from the black market. Victor started from the black market, and he can really make a big difference. Akainu was silent, he was not disgusted with Victor's behavior. On the contrary, he still admires Victor a little. Be brave. Pity, Naval Headquarters is so cowardly. Sakazuki, it would be great if we could have the power to make decisions. The Ghost Spider said with emotion. Yes, there are too many incompetent people in this department. Doberman echoed. At this time, Hua Shaishan and the others looked at Ghost Spider and the others. Keep your voice down so they don't hear you. Ghost Spider reminder and Doberman. The incompetent people they talk about are the current rulers of the headquarters. Those who can mobilize their Vice Admiral, Admiral, Marshal. Although they had performed quite a few missions during their stay at the G5 branch, they were completely useless to the New World pirates. If you want to purify New World, you must declare war on New World. Sakazuki picked up the plate and left. Hua Shaishan and the others looked at Saji. Sakazuki has been silent lately, like an extinct volcano. The senior is in a good mood recently. Right? Asked Connor carefully. Not good or bad, Connor replied. I really hope that the senior can become a marshal sooner, so that he will have autonomy. Right's thinking is the same as Akainu's now. They all believed that being the marshal of the Marine would determine the strategic direction of the Marine. At this point, Victor is writing a reply. Oren wrote him a letter. Oren mentioned in the letter that he wanted Arthur's kingdom to also donate. It's just that Oren doesn't know how to start. Kingdom of Arthur is a member country of world government. There's no way Marine would openly go in and get ripped off. In the letter, Victor encouraged and supported Oren. As for the solution, Victor didn't even mention it. Victor just told Oren that he believed in Oren's ability and would be able to solve any difficulties. Connor, Victor called to the door. Connor walked over. Victor said, "Go," and reply to Colonel Oren. Yes. Connor took the letter and left. Fax sent to 189 branch. Oren read Victor's reply with a smile on his face. Sir, has Master Victor given a method? The adjutant next to Oren asked. This letter is enough. Oren laughed loudly, and then said to the adjutant, Go and send invitations to the nobles of Kingdom Arthur. Yes. The adjutant turned to execute. With Master Victor supporting me, I don't have to worry about it. Oren smoked, feeling elated. Although Victor did not reply with any method, he has already made a reply. Victor means, no matter what you do, I will support you. Because there is no objection in the reply. If there is no objection, it is in favor. Oren planned to do the ceremony first and then the soldiers. He first invited the nobles of the Kingdom of Arthur to a banquet and asked them for money at the banquet. Of course, if these nobles don't want to give money, then he has ways to deal with them. Moreover, the consequences of rejecting him will need to be borne by the entire Kingdom of Arthur. Chapter 40. Early the next morning, Oren sent his men to the Kingdom of Arthur and invited all the nobles, officials, and businessmen to the banquet. The nobles, officials, and businessmen of the Kingdom of Arthur were at a loss. The Kingdom of Arthur is a member of the world government, and pays tribute to the celestial dragons every year. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately please Marine. What's more, it's just a colonel of the South Blue branch. Even, to enter the territory of the Kingdom of Arthur, Marine needs to greet the Kingdom of Arthur first. Therefore, the nobles, officials, and businessmen of the Kingdom of Arthur were not very interested in this invitation. Some sent their own butlers, and some didn't even take it seriously. Oren didn't mind, though, because he had a surprise ready. Under the night, several ships with black skull flags were quietly approaching the coastline of Arthur Kingdom. At this time, the pirates on the ship all gathered together. Although they are dressed like pirates, they stand up straight like marines. To set fires, to cause explosions and panic, to loot things, you understand? Yes. Master Victor Hoon is looking forward to good news from us, so even if you are caught, don't be afraid, just keep silent. Yes. Action. Oren ended this impromptu battle meeting. He then donned a white wig to stand out even more from the crowd. Then, he put a blindfold on his right eye, and then took off his shirt, with necklaces all over his neck and gold rings on his hands, looking like a pirate. Brothers, grab this place for me. Kill. Under the command of the captain, under the cover of night, nearly 1,000 pirates rushed into Fast Harbor in the Kingdom of Arthur. They beat anyone they saw, and set fires everywhere. Rushing into the room, looting property everywhere. Soon, thick smoke rose from the port. On fire! On fire! At the same time, the shells of the pirate ship began to fire, and the entire harbor was quickly caught on fire under the attack of the shells. Smoke rose. The whole city was thrown into panic. The merchants, nobles, and officials in the town are neither deaf nor blind, and they are well aware of what is going on outside. Now the streets are in chaos, full of fleeing people. What's going on? How could we be attacked by pirates? A businessman can't believe his eyes. They are members of the world government, and pirates generally don't attack them. Because once the pirates attack, they will be hunted down by Marine. What's more, the Kingdom of Arthur also has a kingdom army, which can defend the territory. Go and contact General Hammond. At the same time, Earl Reinhardt of Fast Harbor called his servant and asked him to contact the garrison 50 kilometers away. Nearly 20,000 Royal Army can definitely wipe out all the pirates with the momentum of thunder. Of course, Earl Reinhardt also contacted Marine just to be sure. At this time, the sound of gunshots and screams became clearer and clearer, which meant that the pirates were getting closer to Earl Reinhardt's mansion. Go get everyone together. The situation was critical, but Earl Reinhardt still tried to calm down. He hoped to organize the army of the entire city, as well as the nobles' private armed forces. He also wants the businessman to call in his own bodyguards. As long as it can be organized, it is also a force that cannot be underestimated. However, merchants and nobles only cared about their belongings, and their own safety. How could they let the guards around them protect the entire city? At this time, the pirates invaded the entire city very smoothly, and they clashed with the defenders in the city. However, pirates have more advanced weapons and equipment than defenders. Soon, the street defense line composed of nearly 1,000 defenders was instantly broken. These pirates are well-trained marines who are better at fighting. Fire! Fire! Some pirates climbed to the top of the building, condescending, and bombarded from a height, as if they were in an uninhabited land. The defenders fled in all directions. Nobles, merchants, and officials each tried to escape from the town under the protection of guards and private troops. When the royal army came to Fast Port, the fire in Fast Port was still burning. The whole city has just been ransacked. Aristocrats, officials, businessmen, and ordinary people are all like frightened birds, they are frightened. Fortunately, that group of pirates did not hunt them down. It just looted the shops in the street, robbed more property in the houses, and burned some warehouses. General Hammond brought 5,000 men. However, these 5,000 people are all soldiers and infantry. The pirate has escaped. It is useless for these 5,000 people to stay in Fast Harbor. Fast Port also has to bear the problems of eating, drinking, and sleeping for 5,000 people. By noon, the warship of the Marine 189 branch arrived at Fast Port. This made Earl Reinhardt a little dissatisfied. Because before Colonel Malone died, Marine only needed 3 hours to reach Fast Port. Oren has returned to his usual attire. Do you know the identity of the attacker? Oren asked Count Reinhardt. Earl Reinhardt shook his head and said, "It's too dark, I only saw a purple skull on their pirate flag." Purple skull. Oren hummed and asked the adjutant to record the messages. Besides that, is there anything else? Oren continued to ask. Earl Reinhardt shook his head. After the pirates attacked, he ran away with his people. Although he also thought about organizing a counterattack, everyone was running, and the idea was just an idea. Well, we will investigate and we will give you news after the results are out. After Oren finished speaking, he was about to leave. Colonel Oren. Earl Reinhardt hurriedly stopped Oren. Is there anything else? Oren asked, frowning. Is it okay? Earl Reinhardt was in a hurry. He said to Oren, "What if the pirates attack again?" Oren replied, "We will do our best to hunt them down and keep you safe." These are all pretty words. Count Reinhardt thought for a while and said, "Colonel Oren, can you send some troops to station in Fast Harbor?" Oren shook his head, but did not accept Count Reinhardt's request. Oren replied, "The Kingdom of Arthur is a member country of the world government, and Fast Port is not the territory of the world government. We have no right to be stationed here." Before Reinhardt could speak again, Oren turned around and boarded the warship. Watching the Marines leave, Earl Reinhardt was anxious and helpless. At this time, the steward Florence reminded, "Sir, Earl Thompson of Port Wilhelm is your good friend. I heard that Earl Thompson has a good relationship with Colonel Oren. Maybe you can contact him. Let Earl Thompson come and talk." Earl Reinhardt also felt reasonable when he heard the words. Chapter 41. Earl Reinhardt sent a fax to Earl Thompson, hoping that Earl Thompson could help him think of a way. Pirates attack the Kingdom of Arthur. As long as there is the first time, there will be the second and third time. Moreover, the fact that the mysterious pirate group that attacked Arthur's kingdom was not caught will give more pirates ideas. Therefore, Count Reinhardt desperately needs Marine. Earl Thompson quickly responded. After seeing Earl Thompson's reply fax, Reinhardt suddenly realized. So I wanted money. Earl Reinhardt never thought that Marine would cheat. In the past, Colonel Malone of Section 189 never asked for money. Oren, however, is markedly different from Malone. At this time, the butler reminded, "Master, Colonel Oren invited you to Wilhelm Port a few days ago. You were not free at the time, so you sent other people there. What do you mean by that?" Earl Reinhardt was taken aback. The butler lowered his voice and said, "Sir, is there a possibility that the invitation to the banquet and the attack on Fast Harbor are actually related?" Earl Reinhardt held his breath and paced back and forth. The butler's words woke him up. Maybe there is a connection. If it is really related, then the purpose is for money. Reinhardt couldn't help but frowned. As a nobleman, he had seen countless people. It's just that I didn't meet Marine who would come to rip me off. However, now it is met. Earl Reinhardt said, "Prepare the carriage, I'll go back to the capital." Earl Reinhardt's big brother is Duke Richard. Duke Richard is the heir to the kingdom of Arthur, and he has the right to speak in the kingdom. That night, Earl Reinhardt rushed back to the capital and met Duke Richard. "Has the matter of Fast Harbor been resolved?" Duke Richard asked. Fast Harbor is the fief of Earl Reinhardt. Therefore, when the pirates attacked Fast Harbor, Earl Reinhardt would think about fighting back instead of just thinking about running away like other nobles and wealthy businessmen. Earl Reinhardt replied, "This attack may not have been done by pirates." "Not a pirate? Who could it be?" Duke Richard asked curiously. Earl Reinhardt said, "I guess Marine is pretending." "What did you say?" Duke Richard was taken aback after hearing this, and then he hurriedly shook his head. "Don't talk nonsense, we are a member of the world government, how could Marine attack us?" Earl Reinhardt said, "I don't have any evidence now, but this incident is too coincidental." "What coincidence?" Duke Richard asked. "That's right." Count Reinhardt informed Duke Richard of Oren's invitation to them. Upon hearing this, Duke Richard replied, "Indeed, Colonel Oren invited me, but I didn't go either." Earl Reinhardt said, "I heard that except for some merchants, nobles, and officials, almost no one in our kingdom of Arthur attended. Because we didn't go, Oren couldn't receive the money, so he sent people to attack Fast Port." Duke Richard understood Reinhardt's thinking logic. Earl Reinhardt said, "Yes, so what can be done at present is either to report the situation to the world government, or to invite Colonel Oren to the banquet and invite him in the name of the Kingdom of Arthur. The implication is, either fight back or obey. A mere branch colonel." Duke Richard snorted coldly, and then said to Marquis Reinhardt, "Let's go to the king and tell us about it." How could Duke Richard, as the Duke of a member country of the world government, allow a branch colonel to be ripped off? If this matter gets out, the Kingdom of Arthur will become the laughing stock of the world. Duke Richard and Earl Reinhardt came to the palace. The current king, Bronn II, is the big brother of Duke Richard. However, Bronn II was not in good health and had no heirs. Therefore, upon the death of Bronn II, Duke Richard will inherit the throne. It is precisely because he wants to inherit the throne that Duke Richard needs a tough attitude. Otherwise, after the citizens learn that the entire kingdom has been blackmailed, how will he rule the country in the future? Cough, cough, cough. Bronn II was bedridden, and his health was getting worse day by day. "Your Majesty!" Duke Richard was about to speak. At this time, the Queen shook her head at Duke Richard. "He can't talk to you now." "Okay." After listening, Duke Richard informed the Queen about Fast Harbor and Marine. After listening to the Queen, she said, "Our Kingdom of Arthur is a member country of the world government, and it really cannot be the same as Port of Wilhelm. I'm going to send a fax to the world government expressing our protest," Duke Richard said. "Yeah." The Queen nodded, "Although there is no evidence, these Marines can be warned." How dare Marine, a branch of South Blue, dare to take money? I really don't know what to do. After obtaining the Queen's consent, Duke Richard sent a fax to the world government. Of course, Duke Richard did not explicitly say that Branch 189 was blackmailing and asking for money. He mentioned the matter of Port Wilhelm, representing that Branch 189 has a criminal record in Port Wilhelm. Moreover, all the coincidences were mentioned again. As long as the world government is not blind, it will definitely be understood. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Pangu City, between the powers. A fax from Duke Richard was handed over to the 5 elders. In fact, the member countries of the world government often raise some dissatisfaction. The 5 elders know it all. Dealing with the affairs of the franchise countries is also one of their daily tasks. Cabinet 189? Colonel Oren. After the old man with glasses looked at the contents of the facts, he lost interest. In his eyes, these are trivial matters. However, a mere branch colonel dared to blackmail a member country of the world government. That's kind of interesting. At this time, the white-haired old man said, "It has been investigated, and Oren is Victor's subordinate. He can be the colonel of the 189 branch, and he is also recommended by Victor." Thinking about it, wasn't Victor the cause of the Port of Wilhelm incident? Is that going to be dealt with? If this kind of thing is really dealt with, the world government will lose face. But if you don't care, the member states will have more opinions. Then let them produce evidence. Yes, it can be dealt with if there is evidence, otherwise there are too many such things. The 5 elders all had smiles on their faces. If Oren was an ordinary branch colonel, they'd take care of it. However, Oren happened to be Victor's man. Victor is a marine supernova that 5 elders focuses on training. With Victor's character, Oren will definitely be saved. The old man with glasses said, "Let CP4 investigate." Garner is the commander of CP4, and he is the most adaptable person. Chapter 42. CP and Marine are 2 departments of world government, which belong to 2 systems. Marine is the facade of the world government, belonging to the bright side. CP is the cipher pole directly under the world government, and it belongs to the dark place. Therefore, it is unreasonable for CP4 to investigate Oren's case. However, allowing CP4 to investigate can also reflect the importance the world government attaches to it. In this way, the mouths of allied countries can be blocked. After all, CP and Marine are not in the same system, and there is no suspicion of covering up. Really, I was actually asked to investigate such a boring case. A warship without a hull number was parked in Fast Harbor. On the left side of the ship, a man in a black and white striped suit with an oiled hair was complaining. After the warship docked, the man stepped arbitrarily off the ship with steps that his relatives would not recognize. The man's name is Garner, the chief executive of CP4. Behind Garner, followed by 100 agents. This is Gana's style of doing things. No matter where he goes, there are hundreds of people around him. In this way, it not only looks imposing on the road, but also, with so many people following, it is safe everywhere. Count Reinhardt waited for Garner on the dock. Garner came to Earl Reinhardt, he took out his ID from his pocket, and then waved it in front of Earl Reinhardt. "My name is Garner, and this is my ID. Mr. Garner, this way, please." At the invitation of Earl Reinhardt, Garner got into the carriage. On the carriage, Count Reinhardt briefly mentioned some coincidence things to Garner. Garner heard the words, but did not make any statement. Earl Reinhardt and Duke Richard have already inquired about Garner through various channels, and believe that Garner will not believe their one-sided words until he sees the evidence. Of course, if you want Ghana to do things, you have to give Ghana benefits. Garner is a greedy man. The carriage stopped in front of Count Reinhardt's mansion. Garner and Earl Reinhardt entered the mansion together. Although it was looted by the pirate and even partially burned, Earl Reinhardt's houses were many, and they were repaired very quickly. Therefore, the standard of reception is not low. After the two sat down, Earl Reinhardt poured wine for Garner first, and then said, "This wine is a specialty of our country. It is a high-end South Blue red wine. I also prepared some for Mr. Garner to take back." 10 servants came to Garner holding the wooden box containing the wine. The box was opened in front of Garner. The box is full of banknotes. There are 20 million pellis in a box. 200 million Baileys. Garner's eyes lit up, and then a smile appeared on his face. He drank high-grade red wine. "I will start investigating this case immediately. As long as the evidence is convincing, the violators will be severely punished. Money can turn ghosts around." The nobles knew this well. What's more, Earl Reinhardt has already inquired about it, and Garner is a person who has an eye for money. Ghana has framed many people for money. A reputation can be as bad as it gets. Thanks for your hard work, Mr. Garner, the Kingdom of Arthur will never forget your hard work. Earl Reinhardt said with a smile. Ghana received 200 million pele, so it is natural to investigate. As the saying goes, one must tie the bell to untie it. I want to investigate whether the attack on Fast Harbor is the work of Branch 189. That's very simple, just review the Marine of Branch 189 separately. As for whether they will confess, it doesn't matter. If you want to add a crime, there is no excuse. Of course, the premise is that Earl Reinhardt is willing to add money. Just 200 million Baileys? That's not enough for Garner. Ghana comes to Port Wilhelm. Order in the port of Wilhelm has long since been restored. If it wasn't for the burning marks of the buildings in the port, it would not have been attacked by pirates at all. At this time, Garner noticed something. All businessmen and tourists who landed in Wilhelm port are queuing up to donate money. Garner took a closer look. The money was going to the Marine Veterans and Disability Foundation. What will happen if you don't donate? At this time, a passenger in grey clothes asked. Another passenger wearing a yellow hat replied, then you cannot enter the port of Wilhelm and you will be taken for investigation. The grey-clothed traveler asked, why? The passenger in the yellow hat replied, this is the rule set by the Marine. Garner thought it would be troublesome to collect evidence, but unexpectedly, it would be so easy. Just entering Hong Kong to make donations is extortion. However, Ghana also admires the commander of the 189th branch, not only greedy, but also quite courageous. Extorting money openly and aboveboard, this money-raising speed is faster than pirates stealing money. Just as Garner and the others were about to leave the port, a group of sailors stopped Garner and the others. Wait. What's wrong? Garner asked, frowning. The ensign officer who blocked the way reminded, go in the direction of the queue. Garner took out his ID and shook it cheekily, did you see it? Certificate of CP4. CP4. After receiving the documents, Marine Ensign knew that Garner was CP4, so he said to Garner, what are you doing here? We CP4 handle the case, do we need to explain to you? Garner chuckled, he didn't pay much attention to Marine from the South Blue branch. Wait, let's check. At this time, Ensign went to contact Oren. Garner snorted softly, then smoked to himself. In South Blue, CP4 can walk sideways. Moments later, Ensign returned and Garner was allowed a pass. Ghana withdrew his documents and swaggered to the 189 branch base. At this time, Oren learned that Garner had brought people in, and he was waiting for Garner with the officers. After Garner and Oren met, Garner took out his ID and the investigation documents of the world government, and said, received a report from the Kingdom of Arthur. From now on, Branch 189 will be investigated. Reported by Kingdom Arthur? The Marine generals behind Oren were a little nervous. If Naval Headquarters sent people to investigate, then they would not be afraid. However, CP and them are not in the same system. They usually do not deal with CP. People are full of fear of the unknown. After hearing this, Oren came to Garner with a smile on his face. He whispered in Garner's ear, brother, do you know Victor Vice Admiral? Victor Vice Admiral? Of course. Garner said casually. Of course he knew Victor. Victor has been a supernova in Marine these past few months. Garner is sure that Victor will be promoted to Admiral and even Marshal in the future. Oren suddenly raised his arms and shouted loudly, long live Lord Victor. The sudden shout stunned Garner. Chapter 43. Long live Lord Victor. Long live Lord Victor. Long live Lord Victor. At this time, the Marines of the entire 189th branch were shouting long live Victor. Garner suddenly realized something. He almost accidentally kicked the iron plate. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Garner hurriedly forced a smile, and said to Oren, Colonel Oren, although I'm here to investigate, I believe that none of this has anything to do with Branch 189. Oren has already clarified, showing that he is Victor's subordinate. If Garner still investigates Oren, it's going to be hard on Victor. Although Garner is the highest officer of CP4, CP4 is really too small in front of Marine Vice Admiral, especially Marine's future Admiral and Marshal. Garner wouldn't dare offend Victor. Garner is greedy for money and afraid of death, but he knows how to adapt to the wind. Now Garner understood why the 5 elders had sent him to Arthur's kingdom. The 5 elders must have known early on that Victor was behind Oren. Then how do I cooperate with the Ghanaian chief's investigation? Oren asked with a smile. After Oren got Victor's support, he knew there was nothing he could do in South Blue. In the past, Victor was only a colonel, and naval headquarters couldn't handle Victor. Now that Victor is Vice Admiral, what is Oren afraid of? Ha ha ha. Garner laughed awkwardly. Colonel Oren, aren't we just investigating? Oren had a smile on his face. All the Marines around had smiles on their faces. They have Victor to protect them, so what are they afraid of? At this moment, Oren took out a cigarette and handed the cigarette to Garner. Would Mr. Garner have a meal with us? Of course I would, of course I would. Ghana has no reason to refuse. Just now, Oren almost kicked the iron board, and now Oren took the initiative to extend an olive branch, and he just took the opportunity to ease the relationship between them. Oren and Garner come to the best restaurant in Port Wilhelm. After the food and drinks were served, Oren said to Garner, Sir Garner, I wonder if you have heard of the Blue Ocean Project. Project Blue Ocean. Garner shook his head upon hearing this. He hadn't heard of it. Oren said seriously, this is Lord Victor's dream. Lord Victor wants to purify the evil forces in the sea and make the sea pure and blue. That's what it means. Garner suddenly realized. Oren went on to say, we are all members of the Blue Ocean Club, voluntarily follow Lord Victor, and strive for Lord Victor's dream. When Garner heard this, his eyes lit up. Blue Ocean meeting? Equal to Victor's henchmen. Oren's words are telling Garner that we are all Victor's cronies. Oren said, if the governor of Ghana also has the same ambition as us, he can join us. Can I join too? Garner was taken aback when he heard this, but was delighted instead. Oren laughed loudly and said, as long as you are willing to follow Lord Victor, we are all welcome. The Blue Ocean Society is a faction spontaneously created by Oren. As a subordinate of Victor, how do you highlight loyalty? That required Oren's imagination. One is to get more money for Victor. The second is to increase power for Victor. Only in this way, Victor will recognize Oren's ability and give Oren more power. I am willing, of course I am willing. Garner thought that the Blue Ocean would be founded by Victor, and thought that if he joined it, he could become Victor's confidant. Push the cup and change the cup, and finish the meal. A total of more than 3 million Baileys were consumed. Garner rushed to pay the money. Garner wrote a report and included the fact that Earl Reinhardt sent him 200 million Baileys into the report. Subsequently, Garner returned to the Kingdom of Arthur with the investigation report. This time, Garner went directly to Duke Richard. Garner handed over the investigation report to Duke Richard. After reading the report, Duke Richard turned pale. Duke Richard never expected that Garner would bite back. Mr. Garner, what do you mean? Duke Richard asked coldly. As the future king of a member country of the world government, Duke Richard must have momentum. Garner replied, I was in Branch 189, and I did not investigate any criminal evidence. On the contrary, Earl Reinhardt bribed me as soon as I arrived in Fastport. These are all facts. I just wrote them truthfully in the investigation report. Without waiting for Duke Richard to refute. Garner continued, although CP4 and Marine are different systems, what we do is for justice and stability. Now you bribe me to frame the righteous Marine. I can't do this kind of thing. Duke Richard's eyes widened when he heard this. According to the information inquired by Duke Richard, Garner is greedy for money and afraid of death. As long as there is money to be made, Ghana doesn't care who the other party is, even if it is a person of high esteem, he will still be charged by Ghana and sent to an ICE lobby for trial. However, Garner is a completely different person now. Opening and shutting is justice. Okay, I will pass this report to my superiors. After Garner finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Duke Richard hurriedly stopped Garner. To the superiors, isn't it to the 5 elders? Sir Garner, we are willing to pay this amount again. Duke Richard held out a hand. Another 500 million pele. Counting the 200 million baileys given before, the Kingdom of Arthur is willing to pay 700 million baileys to deal with Oren. In Duke Richard's opinion, Garner is going to temporarily increase the price. However, as long as money can solve the problem, Duke Richard is willing to solve it. After Oren is dealt with, if Branch 189 can have a normal commander, then everything will return to normal. Otherwise, as long as Oren is still there will be no peaceful days in the Kingdom of Arthur. I will also record this matter. Garner said to Duke Richard. Duke Richard's face suddenly changed. He realizes that things are more serious than he thought. Oren sent Victor a fax. The content is related to Ghana. The world government sent Garner to investigate Branch 189, and Oren not only solved the problem, but also absorbed Garner, making Garner a member of the Blue Ocean Club. Oren specifically mentioned the Blue Ocean Club in his fax. According to Oren, the Blue Ocean Club is the most devout follower of Victor, and every member is willing to give his life for Victor's dream. This moment. In the commander's office of the G1 branch. Victor looked at the letter from Oren and couldn't help but smile. Blue Ocean meeting? That's a creative idea. Victor thought about it and decided to promote Blue Ocean Club, making Blue Ocean Club a real organization. Subsequently, Victor wrote a letter of recommendation, and he wanted to recommend Oren to be the commander of the Truro Fortress of the 6th Division. That's the rank of Commodore. Chapter 44. Bribing CP4 and framing Marine is no small matter. Marine is the face of the world government. To frame Marine is tantamount to discrediting the world government. Although Duke Richard is about to become the king of the Kingdom of Arthur, once this matter is made public, the consequences will be very serious. So, Duke Richard was persuaded, and he hoped to be able to privately minimize as much as possible. So, Duke Richard immediately invited Oren and Garner to dinner. Oren and Garner also accepted the settlement. However, Oren is not willing to go to Arthur's kingdom. Duke Richard is now being held accountable and has no substantive evidence to fight back. Therefore, he can only go to the Port of Wilhelm. Port of Wilhelm, 189, Branch Station. In Oren's office, Duke Richard and Oren meet for the first time. When we first met, Oren pretended to be confused. Why did Your Excellency the Duke come to see me? Duke Richard replied, the incident at Port Fast was a misunderstanding, and I came here to apologize to Colonel Oren. Oren said with a blank expression, it doesn't matter if I'm alone, but the justice of the Marine and the reputation of the world government. What's more, as Lord Victor's subordinate and the most devout follower, my affairs will also affect Victor Sir's prestige, and the entire Blue Ocean Club. Oren is going to give Richard a big hat, which he learned from Victor. He is awe-inspiring, opening and closing his mouth about Marine, world government, Victor, and the Blue Ocean Club. Takes things to an extremely high level. Actually, Duke Richard understands. Isn't this just compensation? Moreover, Duke Richard also heard that Oren wanted the lion to open his mouth. If it doesn't satisfy him, then he won't let it go. Duke Richard can only admit it now. He now understands that Oren is not an ordinary Marine. Oren has a background. The world government didn't really intend to deal with Oren either. If not, an officer from NICE lobby, or an investigative team from naval headquarters should be sent. Thinking of this, Duke Richard said, I would like to publish an apology in the newspaper, and at the same time, donate 3 billion Baileys to the Marine Veterans and Disabled Foundation. 3 billion Pele, this is not a small number. Oren, however, did not respond. Well, keep adding money. Duke Richard gritted his teeth and said, 5 billion. At this time, Oren said, except for the donation of 5 billion Baileys, the port of Fast is the same as the port of Wilhelm. Naturally, this extortion is not a one-time transaction, it is continuous. Oren added, only in this way can the long-term peace of Fast Port and the Kingdom of Arthur be guaranteed. The implication is that if you don't agree, many problems will arise. Garner raised his hand and patted Duke Richard on the shoulder. Master Victor will be a Marine Admiral in the future, or even a Marshal. Upon hearing this, Duke Richard nodded, I see. Marine Fort, Naval Headquarters. Victor just faxed Kong. Victor. Sora is also very helpless now. Victor's promotion rate has been very fast. Oren's promotion speed is also jaw-droppingly fast. Since Victor came to Branch 191, it has only been more than a year, and Oren has been continuously promoted. He had just been promoted to the rank of Colonel, and Victor recommended Oren again. Kong glanced at the newspaper on the table. A report in the newspaper was related to Oren. It's a letter of apology from Arthur Kingdom. Although it is a public apology, Victor did do a lot of shady things when he was in South Blue. Use various means to collect money, including extortion. At this time, Sengoku walked in, saw Sora's sad face, and asked, is it related to Victor? Well, it's him. Sora didn't deny it either. Sengoku glanced at the newspaper on the table and said, these are small things, not enough to affect stability. In Sengoku's eyes, the stability of the sea is the most important thing. And he implied that he could agree to Victor. Anyway, Victor's subordinates are in South Blue. Apart from extorting money, they also perform their duties, uphold justice, and fight against pirates. You came to see me, is there something? Sora asked. The candidate I just picked. Sengoku handed Sora a report. Sora looked at the content of Sengoku's report. Shishibukai candidates. After reading the report, Sora couldn't help frowning. Shishibukai was proposed by the world government. The purpose is to check and balance pirates with pirates. This way, Marine can concentrate on dealing with Roger et.al. Just being empty is also hard to accept. Because as long as Shishibukai becomes Shishibukai, not only will Shishibukai be cancelled, but at the same time, he can also obtain the legal right to plunder. Of course, only countries that are not part of the world government can be plundered. They do have a deterrent effect. Putting down the report, Sora said to Sengoku, go invite them. See Circle Calendar late 1494. One thing has once again sparked extensive discussions within Marine. That's Oren getting promoted again. On Victor's recommendation, Oren successfully became the commander of Truro Fortress. In just a few months. From colonel to commodore rank. Moreover, Oren doesn't have any combat exploits that can be shown. Most of the pirates caught were small characters, and the reward of millions of Baileys was not worth mentioning at all. As one of Victor's subordinates, Marta was jealous. Because Oren's promotion rate is much faster than him. In terms of personal strength, Marta thought he would be inferior to Oren, but Oren could rise so fast. Not only Marta, but other officers of the 191st branch are also envious and jealous. Because after Oren is promoted, the Marine of Branch 189 will also be promoted. I heard that Oren created the Blue Ocean Club for Mr. Victor, and was appreciated by Mr. Victor. Blue Ocean Club? What is Blue Ocean Club? With the goal of purifying the sea, all members are the most devout followers of Lord Victor. We are also Lord Victor's followers. It's different. I heard that the 189th branch shouts Long Live Lord Victor every day, and there are statues and photos of Lord Victor everywhere in the barracks. Everything Sir Victor said has been compiled into books. Oren is too good at flattering. Otherwise, how could he rise so fast? Maybe, he still has a chance to be promoted to Rear Admiral, and he will be transferred to the headquarters in the future. At this time, the officers of the 191 branch were discussing. Oren's quick success allowed the officers to discover a shortcut. As Victor's former team, they can naturally join the Blue Ocean Club. Moreover, purifying the sea is Victor's dream, and it is absolute justice. And not just in branch 191. Even the G1 branch has started to promote the Blue Ocean Club. The goal of the Blue Ocean Club is to purify the evil forces in the sea and make the sea pure and blue. Therefore, joining the Blue Ocean Society is not only for promotion and fortune, but also for justice. Chapter 45. If you plant flowers deliberately, the flowers will not bloom, but if you plant willows unintentionally, they will make shade. Victor did not expect that the Blue Ocean Club created by Oren would expand and grow rapidly. Now in the G1 branch, there are already many Marines who want to join the Blue Ocean Club. Of course, Victor also knew in his heart that most of these people joined the Blue Ocean Club for their own future. However, it doesn't matter. They were after Victor's purpose, and Victor didn't care. What he needs now is power, a huge following. The rise of the Blue Ocean Club just happened to further expand its influence in Marine. In order to highlight the advantages of the Blue Ocean Club, Victor promoted a group of members of the Blue Ocean Club, or transferred them to positions that were easier to promote or paid better. In this way, a conclusion was given to the G1 branch Marine. Only those who follow Victor and show their loyalty can be easily promoted. At the same time, in order to improve the recognition of Blue Ocean Club, Victor decided to make the badge of the Blue Ocean Club. Wearing the badge of the Blue Ocean Club can make it easier to identify. The logo of Marine, R, is a seagull with a scale in its mouth, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. Taking this as inspiration, Victor made the badge of the Blue Ocean Club. The emblem of the Blue Ocean Club is a blue ocean with the word justice on it. This pattern symbolizes the blue sea and the justice of the Blue Ocean Society. After the badge was made, Victor wore the badge himself. Eric, Kennard, Wright, Connor, and others also wore the badges of the Blue Ocean Club that day. As Victor placed an order with the factory, more and more Blue Ocean Club badges were sent to the G1 branch, South Blue Crudo Fortress, 189 branch, 191 branch, and Marine Ford Town. More and more Marines have begun to wear the Blue Sea Club badge. Town of Marine Ford. Marine Military Academy. Kuzan just walked into the cafeteria. At this time, many students in the cafeteria gathered together. Those who want to participate in the Blue Ocean Club can sign up here. Line up here. Keep the order. Come to me to get the form and fill in the information. The noise in the cafeteria attracted Kuzan's attention, and Kuzan followed the prestige. At this time, a banner was pulled up in front of several dining tables. The content of the banner read, "Join the Blue Ocean Club, purify the evil forces on the sea, and make the sea pure and blue." Blue Ocean Meeting? Although Kuzan is very unfamiliar with Blue Ocean, Kuzan was deeply impressed by the second half of the sentence on the banner. Because Victor once mentioned it in his personal speech. Kuzan. At this time, a young man came behind Kuzan. Kuzan turned to look at the youth. The young man is called Thor, and he is from the same class as Kuzan. Kuzan noticed a badge on Thor's chest. Pointing to his badge, Thor said proudly, "I have joined the Blue Ocean Club and officially become a member of it." Yet, Kuzan was not surprised, because Thor admired Victor. More than once Thor has publicly extolled Victor's great Yamato selflessness. You can join too. Thor said with a smile. Kuzan frowned, looking at the long line of people, he shook his head temporarily, let's talk about it later. Thor heard the words and didn't persuade him anymore. He knew that the man Kuzan admired was Garp. Moreover, Victor's justice is too radical, and Kuzan doesn't quite agree with it. Despite this, there are still many students who sign up, and they recognize Victor's justice. Purify all sins, and the sea will return to tranquility. G1 Branch, Commander's Office. Tuk tuk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Victor called to the door. 3 young people came in front of Victor, and after he stood up straight, he saluted Victor. The 3 youths held their heads high, especially the Blue Ocean Club badge on their chests, which was particularly bright. Victor said to the 3 youths, I have something that I need you to do. The 3 youths answered loudly at the same time, the task is definitely completed. They are all members of the Blue Ocean Club, so naturally they have to complete the orders arranged by Victor. Andrew. Rivera. Guerra. Victor looked at the 3 youths, I need you to go to East Blue, West Blue and North Blue, and then promote the concept of Blue Sea Club. To purify the sea, we need more comrades. Victor said seriously. Yes. The 3 youths replied at the same time. These 3 youths are in the same class as Wright and Connor. The candidate recommended by Wright. The strength of the 3 is also relatively weak. If they stay in New World, they are likely to die in battle. Therefore, Victor is going to send them all over the world. It is not an easy task to control the Marines all over the world. However, it is not difficult to expand the influence of the Blue Ocean Club to the whole world and collect money. See Circle Calendar 1495. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Victor promoted the expansion of the Blue Ocean Club and continued to recruit members. This news is all on the surface, and the senior management of Naval Headquarters is naturally clear. He was not surprised when he learned of the goal of the Blue Ocean Club. Victor's personality design over the years, as well as the current Blue Ocean Club, all provide a reasonable basis for he. Victor hates pirates and wants to wipe out all the evils on the sea. So, Victor sprang into action. As for the formation of cliques, it is not the first time in Naval Headquarters. At this time, Garp came over and sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper while eating the senbei on the table. Kuzan followed Garp, who was sent to intern with Garp at the beginning of the year. In the newspaper, a picture of a Marine colonel catching a pirate is particularly eye-catching. What caught Garp's attention was not that the colonel had caught the pirate who was offering a bounty of 14 million baileys, but that the colonel Marine was wearing the badge of the Blue Ocean Club on his chest. It's not South Blue, it's not a G1 branch, it's not Naval Headquarters. Instead, in East Blue. The Marine captain graduated last year and was an intern on Garp's ship. If Garp remembers correctly, this colonel should be in the G1 branch, and his rank should be lieutenant junior grade. I didn't expect East Blue to have a Blue Sea Club, Victor. Garp grumbled. He also read the newspaper reports, and she said, the child's intention is good. Garp didn't answer the call and continued to watch other news. He saw Supernova Shacklock Doll, and an impressive face, Douglas Bullet. Needless to say, Shacklock Doll made the world remember him as soon as he debuted. Now the reward has reached 82 million baileys. Bullet was once a member of the Roger Pirates, and his intention to disembark is currently unknown. Therefore, the world government also pays attention to Bullet. However, Garp cares more about Roger. Arresting Roger is the last thing Garp wants to do. Garp. At this time, Sengoku came in and said to Garp, the marshal told you to find him. Understood. Garp stood up and left the office impatiently. Chapter 46. I heard that Vice Admiral Garp is going to be promoted to Admiral. I've heard that too. It's long overdue for Vice Admiral Garp. Yet, Vice Admiral Garp is so powerful. After Garp left, some young people were discussing Garp's promotion. These young men are cadets who are graduating this year, and they have just completed their internships on Garp's ship. Kuzan was about to join the discussion when he heard a Rear Admiral speak. "What are you thinking?" Rear Admiral burst into the mouth, correcting the intern's wrong thinking. The reason why Vice Admiral Garp doesn't want to promote Admiral is that he doesn't want to be promoted at all, not because the department doesn't allow him to be promoted. Hey! The interns were all stunned when these words came out. Seeing that the interns were stunned, Rear Admiral added, "Vice Admiral Garp has been refusing to be promoted all these years." Refused to be promoted to Admiral? Kuzan was also taken aback, but after he realized it, he admired Garp even more. Garp came to the Marshal's office. Sora threw the appointment letter from the world government in front of Garp. Garp didn't even look at it, so he just refused. Garp said to Sora, "Sora, I'm not interested in Admiral's position. I don't want to tell you the same thing over and over again." Sora glanced at Garp, then puffed on his cigar. It's not the first time Garp has turned down a promotion. However, Marine now only has 2 admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr. Zephyr also focuses on the cultivation of the new generation. 5 Elders has long expressed dissatisfaction with Admiral's lack of combat power. Garp sat down, picked up his cigar. "If you need more deterrence, you can find Victor. Victor's past record and combat performance are good enough for Marine Admiral." Kong took a puff of cigarette. 5 Elders will naturally arrange this matter. The implication is that Victor's promotion to Marine Admiral is a certainty. As for when? That's not up to Kong to decide. Garp and Victor are 2 extremes. Victor wants promotion, Garp does the opposite. However, although they are all headaches, after Marine has them, it really gives people a lot of peace of mind. Marshal! Marshal! At this time, a Marine Rear Admiral ran away in a hurry. "What happened?" Kong asked. Rear Admiral replied, "Roger and the Golden Lion met at Admiral Beach." Sora's complexion changed suddenly. Golden Lion has always wanted to get the whereabouts of ancient weapon from Roger. Therefore, the encounter between the two is a huge crisis for the world. Go and inform Sengoku to assemble the fleet, and the G1 and G5 branches will assemble immediately. Sora responded in the shortest possible time. "Wait, Garp, I have something to tell you." Sora also wanted to ask Garp a few words. However, Garp has turned around. "That's your business, mine is over." At this time, Kuzan and others were waiting outside the corridor of the Marshal's office. "Vice Admiral Garp, you have refused to promote Admiral again." Kuzan looked at Garp adoringly. "I want to be free to do things, I don't need a higher position than this." Garp said casually, striding forward. "It's so cool." Kuzan was very excited. Garp, however, paid no heed to Kuzan's reaction. At this time, Garp came to he and the others. Several Marine Vice Admirals, including Crane, also got the news that Roger and Golden Lion met. Garp took the initiative to say to he, "If you go out of the boat, let me go." Crane looked at Garp in surprise. "I haven't given the attack order yet." Then, Crane shook his head and said, "If you were here, the ship would be destroyed in one fell swoop, and I won't let you aboard." "Don't say that, Roger must be taken care of by me myself." Garp laughed. While Crane, Garp, and others were talking, Akainu kept silent and walked in front of the crowd. He was transferred back from New World not long ago and has now been promoted to Colonel. At this time, Garp has come to the pier. Sengoku gathers his forces on the pier. Sengoku saw Garp appearing and was about to board his boat. He couldn't help frowning. "Garp, this matter has been entrusted to me, so don't interfere." "Don't worry, the credit is all yours." Garp laughed, and took Kuzan and others aboard. "BD, those are 2 different things." Sengoku was annoyed, but he couldn't stop Garp. Hua Shaishan, Flying Squirrel, and others were very excited when they saw this scene. Sengoku Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp joined forces. And a Victor Vice Admiral. Roger must be no match. G1 Branch. Victor received a message from the headquarters. Since being sent to the G1 branch as the commander, Victor's number of sorties has decreased. As a commander, how can the commander charge forward? Moreover, Victor's main task is to track Roger while maintaining the safety of the channel. Is it finally here? Victor knew that day would come sooner or later. And, this is his chance. After the Adver naval battle, the flying pirates were seriously injured, and it was a good opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Victor wants to step on the Golden Lion. So, Victor shouted to Wright and Connor, "Send the order, all the G1 branch gather." The G1 branch needs daily patrol routes. So it will take some time to build up. See Circle Calendar in 1495, Shiki finally got the whereabouts of Roger and his group, and Shiki assembled the fleet at the fastest speed, trying to surround Roger. Near Edwall Beach today, the wind and waves are fierce. Iger, the captain of the number 7 ship, looked at the Golden Jackson on the opposite side and muttered to himself, "It's really bad weather." Wahahaha. Carlyle patted Ignace on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter, the enemy only has one ship. The fleet assembled by Shiki already has more than 30 ships. And Roger has only one boat. In comparison, the flying pirates have an absolute advantage in terms of ships and troops. Therefore, from Carlyle's point of view, the flying pirates have absolutely no possibility of losing. Roger." At this time, Shiki stood at the bow of the ship, smoking a cigar, and shouted towards the Golden Jackson. "I've told you this matter dozens of times. Although there were many grievances when I was young, let them pass in the past. You know where the weapon to destroy the world is hidden, plus my military strength, and the perfect plan that I have spent many years formulating. Now I can immediately dominate the world. Come on, Roger. Be my right-hand man." Shiki's shout penetrated the wind and waves, and was clearly transmitted to the Golden Jackson. Roger and others heard it clearly. In addition to being able to hear clearly, they can also identify Shiki. The ground-length golden hair is like a lion's mane, and the sideburns and beard are all golden, and the sideburns are also very long. This look is unique in New World. Buggy looks at Shiki, and no matter how many times he looks at it, he always feels scared when he faces the Golden Lion. That's the mentality you don't have when you're facing Whitebeard. Is it because Whitebeard isn't that bad? Chapter 47. This moment. In the number 5 pirate ship of the Flying Pirates, a pirate cotter named Phelan quietly took out the phone bug in the cabin. The Golden Lion has surrounded Roger. Flywheel's true identity is actually an undercover agent sent by Sengoku to the Flying Pirates. Not only can you find the location of the undercover through the life card fragments on the undercover. At the same time, it can also allow undercover agents to create riots and panic among the enemies at critical moments. Of course, the most important thing is intelligence gathering. I understand, you have to pay attention to safety. Phone bug imitates Sengoku's voice. Flywheel put away the phone bug and crept back on deck, continuing to monitor Roger and Golden Lion. At this time, Roger shouted loudly. "Shiki, I'm not interested in domination. If you can't do whatever you want, then what's the point of being a pirate? No matter how much pressure you put on me, I will refuse your request." After hearing Roger's reply, Buggy hugged her head in panic. "Captain, there are dozens of ships on the opposite side." Standing on the bow of the ship, Shiki said with contemptuous eyes, "That is to say, your answer is to let me here and end your life." Dozens of ships attack one ship at the same time. Under a salvo of shells, the Golden Jackson would be smashed into a sieve. "I mean kill you all," Roger replied, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Roger is not a nice guy. "Little ones, kill them." Golden Lion swung his knife, and dozens of ships approached the Golden Jackson and began shelling. "Brothers, kill them!" Roger waved the knife in his hand without fear. A ship against more than 30 ships, the war broke out in an instant. Taking advantage of the war, Flywheel picked up the phone bug and contacted Sengoku to inform the two sides of the war. However, just when Fei Lu had just finished his report and was about to return to the deck, the already dark sky suddenly blew a strong wind and set off huge waves. The pirate ship on which the Flywheel was riding happened to be hit by a huge wave and swallowed. "Flywheel, Flywheel!" Sengoku contacted Flywheel several times, but was unable to contact Flywheel. "What's wrong?" Garp asked. "I can't reach Chakra." Sengoku looked at the life card fragments in his hand. Life cards are special items unique to New World. It is neither afraid of water nor fire. Made by mixing your own nails into the material, it is a paper that represents the vitality of the owner. Usually people will tear it up and give it to relatives or friends who are about to be separated, and the torn papers will attract each other. The life card shrinks when the owner is weak, and returns to its original size when the owner regains health. If the life card slowly turns to ashes, it means that the owner is not far from death. At this moment, Garp looked at the life card, which began to get smaller. "Have you been found?" Sengoku clenched his fists. Sengoku doesn't know the situation at the scene, he can only judge through the life card. Garp was silent. Being an undercover agent is not so easy. Over the years, too many undercover agents have sacrificed. They are unsung heroes. At this time, the fleet of the G1 branch merged with the fleet led by Sengoku. Victor boards Sengoku's warship, and he notices that Sengoku is in a bad mood. "Sengoku Admiral, is something wrong?" Victor asked. Sengoku shook his head and didn't answer Victor. Sengoku ordered, "The situation has changed, we will go directly to Adwar Beach." "Yes." Victor gave a military salute, then turned around and gave Wright and Connor a look. Wright and Connor went to convey the order. The next morning. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug in Sengoku's arms rang. "Hello." Sengoku picked up the phone bug. Sora said to Sengoku, "The war between Roger and the Golden Lion is over." "How is that possible?" Sengoku asked in surprise. Kong said, "As soon as they started the war, the bad weather ushered in, and half of the Golden Lion's fleet was wiped out by the waves." "Half the fleet?" Sengoku didn't feel the slightest bit excited when he heard the news. Kong went on to say, "Now Golden Lion and his remaining fleet have withdrawn, and the whereabouts of Roger and his group are unknown. So, you should withdraw too." "Yes." Sengoku nodded. Marine and world government are targeting Roger. As for the Golden Lion, it's not the most important thing. And with the existence of the Golden Lion, on the contrary, it can play a role in balancing the new world. After Sengoku ended the call, he called a meeting of all the generals. The content of the meeting is to retreat. Why retreat? Now that Golden Lion's vitality is seriously injured, this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Yet, why retreat? The new generations of Marine don't understand. They are all eager to use their own power to punish evil and promote good, and to maintain justice. At this point, Sakazuki said nothing. He was a little gloomy all over. "Are you used to it?" At this time, Victor came to Sakazuki's side. Sakazuki is now alone. Ghost Spider and Dogman were transferred to other units. And Sakazuki has a gloomy face all day long, and no one wants to talk to him, and he doesn't take the initiative to approach other people. After hearing Victor's inquiry, Sakazuki still didn't say a word. "Would you like to come to G1? Victor said to Sakazuki, "I want to do something big, and I need your help." Sakazuki looked at Victor suspiciously. Victor took out a cigarette and handed one to Sakazuki. "We are actually the same kind of people, but our methods are different. A class of people? Of course not. Victor just wanted to get closer to each other, so he said some polite words. Sakazuki did not object, nodded, and said, I agree with your dream. Purify the sea and eliminate all evils on the sea. Absolute justice. Sakazuki agrees with Victor. Victor asked, so, do you want to join forces temporarily? Joining forces? Sakazuki didn't understand. Victor said, don't you think now is a good time to kill the golden lion? Yet. Sakazuki nodded. Victor said, if we join forces, coupled with the strength of the G1 branch, the surprise attack will definitely be successful. Victor considered that it would be almost impossible to catch the golden lion if he was alone. However, if you join forces with Sakazuki, the success rate is much higher. When? Sakazuki asked. Victor said, of course, the sooner the better, if they are seriously injured. Sakazuki asked, how do you get their place? The Golden Lion's territory is not fixed. Because of Golden Lion's lion fruit ability, he can move at any time. Victor smiled slightly and said, I have my way. Chapter 48. Seeing Victor's confident look, Sakazuki said, okay, I agree to join forces with you. Then wait for my message. Victor took out a phone bug and handed it to Sakazuki, I will contact you when I am ready. Sakazuki put away the phone bug, turned and left. Victor leaned on the side of the boat and looked towards the sea. The position of Marine Admiral was getting closer and closer to him. The air pirates lost half of their fleet, and many more were seriously injured in the storm. Even the Golden Lion was traumatized. Therefore, the flying pirates need a lot of medical supplies, as well as ship repair materials. In New World, if you want to buy a lot of medical supplies and ship repair materials, you can only go through Saladai's black market. Victor had made a big fuss about the black market in Saladai before, and cut off Kairi's left hand. Kairi is a typical soft and hard food. As the king of New World's underground black market, Kairi has his principles. If he succumbs to Victor, not only will his business not survive, but he himself will be disgraced. Therefore, the flying pirates believe that Kairi will not betray them. Saladai Black Market. The flying pirates sent several ships. On the pier, the medicines that have been boxed, piled up like a mountain of materials, are being transported to the ship. Move quickly. Be gentle, don't break the medicine. The pirates of the flying pirates beat the slaves carrying supplies with whips. Black market workers are counting banknotes. This time it was a real hit. However, neither the flying pirates nor the staff of the black market noticed that a figure quietly climbed onto the ship and hid it among the cargo. The sea. 10 warships are parked on the sea. At this time, in the cabin of the flagship, Victor was smoking a cigarette, waiting for the news. Sakazuki sits to Victor's left. Sakazuki asked Sengoku for leave, which was also granted. Not only Sakazuki, but Ghost Spider and Dogman also asked for leave. Is it just us? The Ghost Spider asks Victor. Victor replied, we are raiding, so we don't need so many people. Both Ghost Spider and Dogman frowned. They all thought the battle plan was too radical. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this moment, the phone bug started ringing. Victor picked up the microphone. Master Victor, I have already found their location, you can look for life cards and come to me. The phone bug imitates a youth's voice. The youth is called Mayev. Originally a major of the G5 branch, now a colonel of the G1 branch. Victor said seriously, well done, now you have only one task, and that is to survive. Yes. Mayev replied. After the call ended, Victor said to Connor and Wright, let's go. Yes. Connor and Wright went to convey the order. New World, Oceanus Island. If you have a bird's eye view of Occidental Island from a high altitude, the shape of the entire Occidental Island is a crescent moon. Since the disintegration of the Rocks pirate group, Golden Lion has come to Ocean's Island, and since then, it has been the territory of Golden Lion. There are still 16 pirate ships in the Bay of Ocean's Island. The failure of Adwar Beach caused the air pirates to lose half of their fleet. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki has awakened and accepted the fact that the steering wheel was inserted into his head. He looked like a chicken because the steering wheel was stuck in too far and couldn't be pulled out. "Did you find Roger?" Golden Lion asked the man beside him. The man's name is Dr. Andy, he has a weird shape, and he is a Frankenstein in the Golden Lion Pirates. Dr. Andy replied, "Not yet, but their situation should not be much better. Don't underestimate them, it's Roger's ship." Although Golden Lion thinks highly of itself, he looks down on Burndy-Wald or Redfield and others. But he never took Roger lightly. In his eyes, Roger is the man who is qualified to compete with him for world hegemony. Even losing to Roger, Golden Lion is not ashamed. At the same time, a fleet of 10 large warships is lining up in a line, sailing towards Ocean's Island where the Golden Lion is located. Pirates that meet Marine on the way will be wiped out. After more than 10 days and nights sailing, finally, Oceanus Island appeared in front of my eyes. At this time, Victor said to Sakazuki, "This is up to you to be the vanguard and attack the port head-on. Using us as bait." Ghost Spider asked with a frown. "Is there a problem?" Victor asked Sakazuki. Sakazuki shook his head coolly. "That's how it's arranged." Victor looked at the sky. Soon, the moon would hide in the clouds, which would be the perfect time for a sneak attack. Under the night, with the moonlight disappearing, there was silence in the port. Some of the pirates of the Golden Lion Pirates are already drunk. Even if they are not drunk, they gather together to gamble. It never occurred to them that they would be attacked. They are now the overlords of the New World, who dares to attack them? At this time, dozens of small boats approached quietly. Each boat carries 20 marines. Sakazuki is on the boat. Ghost Spider, Dogman, and the others were beating faster. They are well aware of how dangerous the mission tonight is. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" With 3 flares being fired into the air, Sakazuki and the others jumped up and rushed onto the pier. Kill! Nearly 1,000 marines rushed into the pier, killing everyone they saw. Boom! 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 Marine shot at close range, a row of bullets shot out, and rows of pirates fell to the ground like cutting wheat before they could stand up. The surprise attack was too sudden. What happened? At this time, a man with a knotted beard was woken up. The man's name is Andre, nicknamed Dirty Beard, and he is the captain of the 19th ship of the Golden Lion Pirates. "Captain, Marine launches raid." A pirate ran in a panic and reported to Andre. Hearing this, Andre kicked his subordinates away, then grabbed a machete and strode out. Andre soon discovered Sakazuki. At this time, Sakazuki's arms turned into magma, and around Sakazuki, the corpses of pirates can be seen everywhere. The deaths of these pirates are all horrible. "Boy, I'm going to chop off your head." Seeing this scene, Andre became angry on the spot. These dead minions are all his subordinates. Dirty Beard Andre, offering a reward of 300 million Baileys. Sakazuki didn't speak, just stood there, waiting for Andre to approach. "Die!" I saw Andre jumping high, the big knife in his hand wrapped around armament Haki, and slashed at Sakazuki's neck fiercely. Sakazuki's head is about to be chopped off. However, Sakazuki remained motionless. Just at the moment when the knife is about to come, Sakazuki moved. The ghost dog. Grey-black lava palms spurted out. It was so close that Andre couldn't get out of the way. His head was blown off. Spike. Chapter 49. Not only the surrounding pirates, but even the marines were frightened by the scene in front of them. Sakazuki is just a colonel, but he can kill Andre the Dirty Beard in an instant. Dirty Beard Andre's reward is as high as 300 million baileys. Kill them all in one go. At this time, the ghost spider swung its 2 knives, cut down several people in a row, and then shouted loudly. Dogman had a ferocious smile on his face. Nearly 1,000 marines moved forward quickly. Victor was smoking a cigar on the deck, looking at the rapidly advancing marines. A cold light flashed in his eyes. There is bound to be a bloody battle tonight. Still, it all makes sense. Wright looked at Victor. He didn't know what Victor was thinking. However, Senior Victor must not be wrong. Just follow Senior Victor. Tonight's opportunity is fleeting, and everyone must give their best. Victor knows about the Golden Lion's Devil Fruit ability. He should have planned more comprehensively and deployed more troops. However, if there is too much movement, it will alarm the world government. World government is not interested in catching Golden Lion for now. Just like the world government clearly has the ability to wipe out any forces in the world, but deliberately indulges their activities. Yes. Wright stood up straight. The sound of killing from the port spread to the buildings on the island. Golden Lion stood up impatiently. What happened? Dr. Indigo replied, it seems that Marine is calling. Marine? Are they looking for death? Golden Lion said contemptuously, and then he asked again, how many people are here? Is Garp here? Soon, a man answered Golden Lion, boss, Marine only came with 10 warships this time. 10 warships? Golden Lion couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard that. This little man can be dealt with by myself. Boss, let me go, I will let them know who is the master of New World. Boss, I'll chop off Sengoku's head for you. Boss, let me go. All of Golden Lion's subordinates showed ferocious faces, and they were a group of ruthless characters just by looking at their appearance. These talents are the elite under the command of Golden Lion, who can confront the Roger pirates head-on, and are extremely powerful. And they all think the Marines' commander is Sengoku. Garp, Sengoku, this time I will let them die here. Golden Lion clenched his fists and grinned, little ones, greet these Marines well. Oh! The pirates under Golden Lion shouted in unison. In most cases, the pirates will not choose to confront Marine head-on. The main reason is that the number, caliber, and accuracy of the cannons of the pirate ships are far inferior to those of the Marines. After all, pirates have no professional training. However, in New World, most pirates dare to confront Marine head-on. This is a holdover from the days of the rocks. At this time, the shells landed on the island, smashing the buildings on the island and splashing earth and rocks several meters high. The counterattack of the pirates also began. Boom! 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 In the fort-like building on the island, shells flew towards the sea. The shells fell on the warship, and the deck of the warship was hit. While the sawdust flew around, it also caused a fire. At the same time, bullets whizzed past the scalp, making your teeth chatter. If it is a recruit, there is a high probability that they will shrink in a certain crater, and they will pee their pants in fright. Keep running, don't be afraid of death. Die 3 times the pension. At this time, the Master Chiefs shouted loudly and continued to charge forward. 3 times the pension is the treatment of death squads today. Sakazuki, Ghost Spider, and Dogman also heard it. Triple pension? How could they not know? Hurry up, move quickly, and lift the wounded down. The military doctor shouted from the rear, and at the same time, stopped the bleeding of the injured sailor. Golden Lion mobilized all the troops to surround and annihilate Marine on the beach. Senior, the death squad has more than 1/3 of the casualties. At this time, Wright came behind Victor and reported to Victor. Victor drew the most elite troops from the Blue Ocean Club. As a result, in less than an hour of fighting, casualties exceeded 1/3. Victor's face was calm. The second attack echelon is ready. Yes. Wright followed Victor's order and continued to fire the signal flare into the air. Call out! Call out! Call out! A second round of flares exploded in the air. Eric, Kennard, and others led nearly 3,000 marines and rushed towards the beach. Drive them all into the sea. Get rid of them. Although the Marine Death Squad is not afraid of death, the pirates are more excited and bloodthirsty seeing more and more marines die. However, that's what Victor is for. Use expendables as bait. Although it is cruel, it is very useful and can inspire blood on both sides. Hateful. Why are there more and more? The ghost spider's body has been injured in many places. Things were just as bad for Dogman. The strength of the flying pirates cannot be underestimated. When? At this time, a man swung his naginata and slashed fiercely. The ghost spider swung a knife to resist. After this knife slash, the ghost spider's hand holding the knife opened its tiger's mouth. Just when the man was about to slash at the ghost spider again, Connor and others rushed forward, and dozens of knives slashed at the man. The naginata in the man's hand held dozens of knives. Ahahaha! The man laughed loudly with a hideous look on his face. The man's face is very recognizable, it is a tapered face, like a bamboo shoot, and the man's hands and feet are very long. The man is a mixed race of long-handed and long-footed people. His name is Lake, and he has a bounty of 440 million baileys for the captain of the 11th ship. Before joining the Flying Pirates, he was already a famous pirate. Today I can kill as fast as I can. Bulletin Lake swung the naginata in his hand, and with just one slash, nearly 100 sailors were cut into the air. The third attack echelon, land on the island in 10 minutes. Victor continued to give orders. Wright hummed and waited for 10 minutes before firing the signal flare. Okay, I'll leave this to you. After Victor finished speaking, he stepped on the moonwalk and came to the sky. At this time, pirates came back one after another and reported to Golden Lion. One of them still had burn marks on his body. Boss, our ship number 15 is finished, including the captain, was killed by a marine colonel. Hearing this, Golden Lion couldn't help frowning. Who is it? He was able to kill the captains of 3 ships in a row. At this moment, a short and fat captain not far from the Golden Lion suddenly raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the sky. He is the captain of the number 5 ship, called Doran, and he was born with Observation Haki. Boom! With Doran pulling the trigger, bullets flew into the sky. Tempest kick crescent sky rush. In the air, Victor kicked a milky white crescent-shaped slash downward. The slash hit the bullet, chopped the bullet into pieces, and slashed towards Duolong. At this time, Golden Lion suddenly drew his sword. Slash wave. Chapter 50. I saw Golden Lion chopping out a giant sword aura with the sword in his hand. As the great swordsman of the sea, Golden Lion's slashing power is enough to cut hundreds of kilometers of sea. At this time, the sword energy slashed towards the slash kicked by Victor. The 2 slashes met in the air and collided together in the air. Boom! The earth was cut open. Duolong leaped back with the gun in his hand, narrowly avoiding it. However, the slash came too fast, and the subordinates around Duolong couldn't dodge in time, or even dodge in time. Therefore, it was directly cut open by the crescent-shaped slash. Golden Lion didn't pay attention to Miner's life and death, he looked at the sky with surprise and curiosity in his eyes. At this time, Victor stepped on the moonwalk and looked at the Golden Lion. Boom! At the same time, only a loud bang was heard. Like a volcanic eruption. I saw hundreds of pirates being blasted out by the magma. At the same time, the huge magma fist continued to blast towards the Golden Lion, unabated. Another Logia. There's so much energy in Marine this year. Golden Lion didn't even look at it, he raised his hand, flipped his wrist, and slashed out. Sakura slashed 10 times on the magma fist. Golden Lion remained motionless. The giant magma fist that was unstoppable just now couldn't go any further. Sakazuki looked at Golden Lion coldly. Kiahaha! Golden Lion laughed loudly, sword energy leaked from the blade, broke through the giant magma fist, and attacked Sakazuki. Sakazuki turned sideways immediately, dodging the attack, but his cheek was still scratched by the sword wave. Golden Lion grinned and said, "Little devil, you are still too young, the world of the strong is too early for you." Sakazuki was expressionless and didn't even care about his injury. However, the Golden Lion cares about Sakazuki just as much, and his eyes are always on Victor in the sky. Victor's slash can break through his sword energy. For the Golden Lion, Victor is more of a threat. However, Sakazuki is not offended at being slighted. Instead, Sakazuki was still sneering inwardly. Those enemies who underestimated him were all instantly killed by him. Sakazuki rushed towards the Golden Lion quickly. "Shave! Call out!" Sakazuki disappeared 50 meters away from the Golden Lion. It must be close enough, within the attack distance of the ghost dog, to burst out suddenly. At the same time, Victor also began to dive in the air. He stepped on moonwalk and accelerated towards the ground. "Then come and try." The Golden Lion grinned grimly, and slashed towards Sakazuki and Victor at an extremely fast speed. "Lion, Thousand Slice Valley." In the blink of an eye, the Golden Lion made dozens of slashes. The ground was cut. Sakazuki had to dodge the attack. Paper arts windward. Victor began to control his body, dodging the attack in the air. However, the Golden Lion's attack is not over yet. The quick slash just now slowed down Victor and Sakazuki, preventing them from approaching easily. Next, the Golden Lion flew almost close to the ground and rushed towards Sakazuki. "I'll kill you first." Golden Lion held Sakuragi and Muku with both hands, Armament Haki twined his swords, and slashed towards Sakazuki without hesitation. Sakazuki didn't panic at all, however, he still chose to avoid it. The blade slashed across Sakazuki's chest, opening it and splashing blood. However, Sakazuki's foot quickly stabilized, and at the same time, the palm of his right hand spurted out. Black smoke rose from the grey palm, and it shot out at an extremely fast speed, blasting towards the Golden Lion's head. Golden Lion did not dodge, but used another knife to block the incoming palm. "Boy, you are quite insidious." Killing intent was revealed in Golden Lion's eyes. He wanted to kill Sakazuki first, but he was almost overwhelmed by Sakazuki. Fortunately, he is at his peak, whether it is physique, speed, strength, physical strength, or reaction speed, he is in the best state. Moreover, fighting against strong people all the year round, Golden Lion's fighting instinct is extremely strong. Sakazuki wanted to use a sneak attack to kill the Golden Lion in one hit, which is whimsical. However, before Golden Lion could attack again, a crescent-shaped slash came from behind him. Golden Lion floated backwards, narrowly dodging the attack. "Don't forget, we're 2 against 1 now," Victor said calmly. "Humph." Golden Lion let out a cold snort. "Boss, we are here to support you." At this time, a group of people ran over. The leaders are Fei Noel, the captain of the number 1 ship, Graham, the captain of the number 2 ship, Pass, the captain of the number 3 ship, Angie, the captain of the number 4 ship, and Doran, the captain of the number 5 ship. Victor landed on the ground. When he looked at Golden Lion, he said blankly, "Sakazuki, you guys have to help me get rid of them." Ghost Spider and Dogman were nervous and flustered when they heard the words. Each of the captains of the Golden Lion pirates is a pirate with a bounty of over 300 million. Especially Fei Noel, the captain of the number 1 ship, Graham, the captain of the number 2 ship, Pass, the captain of the number 3 ship, and Angie, the captain of the number 4 ship. The rewards for all 4 of them exceeded 1 billion Baileys. If Kizaru was present, he would definitely pretend to be scared when he heard these words. After all, there are more than one opponent, and they all have very strong strength. "The Magma Boy is handed over to you." Golden Lion looked at Victor and said to Fei Noel and others. Sakazuki is surrounded by a group of people. His task today is not only to bait, but also to withstand the siege of a group of people and win the chance for Victor to single out the Golden Lion. Still, Sakazuki isn't scared. Die. Aji, armed with a pair of double swords, charged at Sakazuki first. Armament Haki twined his swords and slashed out fiercely. Knives are fast. If there is any hesitation, the heads will be separated. Sakazuki jumped back. The moment when the two swords split into the air. Boom! A bullet wrapped around Armament Haki flew past Sakazuki's cheek. If he had just chosen to attack Anji, Doran's bullet would have shot him. Before Sakazuki landed, two clusters of vines suddenly grew on the ground, like pythons, entangled Sakazuki's feet. Armament Haki is wrapped around the vines, making Sakazuki immobile. 100-style punch. At this moment, Graham threw a punch in front of Sakazuki. The fist wave came head-on. Sakazuki raised his left hand, and his left hand turned into lava. Boom! The fists of the two collided firmly. However, just at the moment of contact, Graham was pushed back nearly 100 steps. This guy is so strong. While Graham was shocked, a figure appeared behind Sakazuki. It was Fei Noel, the captain of the number 1 ship. Fei Noel's weapon was a huge scythe. Death scythe means Shinigami scythe. Fei Noel swung his sickle and slashed at Sakazuki, trying to split him in two. Chapter 51. In the blink of an eye, Sakazuki didn't dodge, letting the Shinigami scythe run across his body. Sakazuki's body splits in two. When the upper body and lower body are separated, dark red magma can be seen. At this time, Fei Noel's eyes widened. He had fought against Logia demon fruit power in the past. Those idiots thought they were invincible because of Logia. And he used the sickle wrapped around Armament Haki to easily pick out their intestines. But why didn't Sakazuki bleed? At this time, half of Sakazuki's body flew in the air, and his left and right hands ejected magma claws. The grey-black magma claw blasted towards Fei Noel's face, and towards Pa in the distance. Sakazuki already knew that it was Pa's who used the ability, and temporarily trapped him. All this happens in an instant. Pa's reaction was not slow, and he immediately hid in the distance. Fei Noel tilted his head, but his right cheek was still scratched by the magma claws, almost losing half of his face. Although Doran's reward is lower, there are still 860 million Baileys. However, the 5 people joined forces to besiege, and 2 people were almost killed. Fortunately, their response was fast enough and cautious enough. At this time, the magma merged in one place and reunited into a human form. Sakazuki looked at the people around him indifferently, then he hooked his hands towards the people around him, signaling them to continue. This is definitely a provocative gesture. Don't pay attention to Fei Noel and others at all. At the same time, the battle between Victor and the Golden Lion has officially begun. Golden Lion is indeed very strong, definitely stronger than Redfield. At this moment, Golden Lion floated up. Golden Lion himself is a lion fruit-capable person, and air combat is definitely beneficial to him. Seeing this, Victor also climbed into the sky on moonwalk. However, the Golden Lion continuously chopped out sword energy in the air. Shhhhhhh. Sword chi passed by Victor's side. If Victor hadn't been fast enough to dodge in time, he would have been cut into many pieces by now. Can I escape this time? Golden Lion grinned grinningly, then swooped down from the air. His face was arrogant and mighty, and the deadwood and sakura in his hand slashed at Victor fiercely. Victor had just dodged the sword aura, but now it was impossible for him to dodge again. Then block it. Victor raised his arms, wrapping them around Armament Haki. 2 swords slashed on Victor's arms. Kiahaha. Then come and try. Victor and Golden Lion fell directly to the ground from a high altitude. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire island was shaken, and at the same time, it raised dust all over the sky. The dust and mist dissipated, only to see a large pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The pit is 100 meters deep. With the big pit as the center, cracks appeared in the surrounding strata, and the cracks spread out in all directions, as if telling everyone how much damage it had just suffered, and it was already on the verge of collapse. Kiahaha! Golden Lion grinned grinningly, looked at Victor. You are stronger than Kong. Stronger than you. Victor just finished speaking. I saw the surrounding soil layers, rock layers, trees in the distance, etc., all floating up. Young man, I admit that you are a strong man, but you lack respect for my strength. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Before Golden Lion finished speaking, he used Lion Fruit's ability to lift up the entire ground, turning into multiple lion head-shaped dirt hills, and rolled towards Victor. It's up to me to tell you that. Victor snorted coldly, and then punched hard at a lion head-shaped dirt hill. Boom! The lion's head-shaped earth mountain, hundreds of meters high, was blown up by Victor's punch. The moment the earth, rocks, and trees exploded, all marines and pirates on the island suffered. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Although Victor and Golden Lion didn't do it deliberately, the marines and pirates in the distance didn't watch the battle either. However, they are all in a battle zone. Monsters like Victor and Golden Lion don't just fight over the entire island. Even the warships and pirate ships in the distance are not spared. I don't know who is stronger between you and Garp's fist. When Victor shattered the last lion's head mound, the Golden Lion was already in the air. The earth mountain shattered by Victor, as well as a larger piece of earth and rock, condensed in the air again. The scary thing about Golden Lion lies in his ability. As long as Golden Lion still has physical strength, he can use his abilities indefinitely. It seems that you want to waste your energy with me. Victor saw what the Golden Lion was up to. After speaking, Victor's body has undergone tremendous changes. In front of the Golden Lion, Victor transformed into a 30-meter tall titan. It has become so big, do you want to be a target? Golden Lion and Sengoku have also fought against each other many times, and he knows the power of Eudemons, but he is not afraid at all. His sword skills, paired with his Lion Fruit's abilities, keep him invincible. You're really long-winded. In Titan form, Victor has a blue and white tattoo of lightning emerging from his body. Afterwards, black clouds filled the sky, thunder roared in the clouds, and electric snakes moved, making people panic, as if a world-destructive energy was condensing. Suddenly, a branch-shaped white lightning pierced the sky, fell suddenly, and slashed directly at Victor. Victor's face was calm, and under the gaze of Golden Lion, he grasped the thunder with his right hand. Afterwards, the lightning condensed into a lightning spear. Tsitsizi. The thunder spear made a deafening hum. God's punishment. Victor hurls the thunder spear straight into the air. The nearly 50-meter-long thunder spear shot towards the Golden Lion with a terrifying momentum. Golden Lion's eyes froze, and then he dodged sideways. However, after Storm Pike flew past Golden Lion, it turned around and flew back. Golden Lion no longer dodged, but faced the thunder spear head-on, and slashed down fiercely with his sword. 10 cuts of Sakura with armament haki entwined on the thunder spear. Not as expected, cut it off. Instead, the moment the blade touched the thunder spear exploded. The violent lightning energy exploded, and the Golden Lion was blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Although Golden Lion adjusted quickly, his hair and clothes were scorched. Is this your ability? Golden Lion stared at Victor, the first time he encountered such a strange ability. This is theocracy, the power of God. Victor couldn't hide the pride in his eyes, and replied. Titans, as a family of gods, have godheads and master theocracy. The divine right gave them the ability to control the elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, etc. As long as it is an element of the world, they can control it. Chapter 52. Phantom beasts always have some strange abilities. Golden Lion snorted coldly. He knew that Kaido also got the form of Yuya fruit, phantasmal beast, and azure dragon. From then on, he can transform into a dragon, use heat, breathe wind blades, and control lightning. In addition to the ability to manipulate elements, what is even more troublesome is that the phantom beast species can enhance the host's physique, giving the host a terrible recovery ability. Originally, Golden Lion wanted to use Lion Fruit's ability to directly consume Victor to death. However, now Golden Lion must change its tactics. Among the powerhouses of their level, there are two types of battles. One is desperate, and the other is just enough. The former is no winner, never give up. The other is to stop as soon as you enjoy yourself. For example, Roger encountered Whitebeard, Garp, and others. The two sides played to their heart's content, then stopped in a tacit understanding, and then retreated separately. I saw Golden Lion open his arms. At the same time, under his control, the surrounding earth hills, boulders, etc. also floated in the air, and condensed into a super huge lion at a height of 1,000 meters. This supergiant lion is hundreds of meters tall, several kilometers long, and weighs more than hundreds of billions of tons. If this super huge lion falls, it will sink the whole island. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. The lion head opened its mouth and slammed at Victor. Run! Boss is on top! Some pirates of the Flying Pirates ran in all directions. Golden Lion is moody, as long as he is angry, he will kill people indiscriminately. In the eyes of the Golden Lion, the lives of his subordinates are insignificant. It's too late, how can this escape? It's over, we will be killed too. In the Flying Pirates group, some pirates looked at the sky desperately, that super huge lion will destroy everything. The whole island will be sunk. An air of desperation begins to creep in, and even Marine feels it. Be it mentally or physically. The huge lion on the top of the head is really ridiculously big. However, at this moment, Victor's body emitted a dazzling golden light. It's like a god's mansion descending, and it's as bright as the sun. When the gigantic lion fell, Victor's eyes glowed coldly, and he stood there, motionless. Do you want to carry it on your own? What a lunatic! Golden Lion grinned grinningly. The moment Victor's hands touched the gigantic lion, the armament haki all over his body penetrated into it. At the same time, the golden light shone around, making it almost impossible for people around to open their eyes, and at the same time dispelling the darkness. It was the first time for Ghost Spider, Dogman, and others to see Victor's abilities. However, they consider Sengoku to be of the same type. Rumble rumble! Under the pressure of hundreds of billions of tons, the ground under Victor's feet collapsed in a large area. Slices of rock layers grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, from cracks to complete collapse, just in a breath. The whole island is collapsing. However, the Golden Lion is no longer in control of the lions. Because he found an opportunity. I saw the Golden Lion holding the swords in both hands, and armament haki was constantly infused on the two swords. The two swords were as black as ink, and even appeared to be bright. The black knife is not forged, but forged by swordsmen after countless battles. Any sword can become a black knife. As a man standing at the pinnacle of combat power in the world, Golden Lion's twin swords are no exception. The so-called black knife means that after the sword is infused with armament haki for a long time, the blade turns black and becomes tougher and sharper. It will even improve the quality of the sword. Ryoma's black sword Kyushui and Hawkeye's black sword are made in this way. Master Victor! Senior! Right, Connor, Eric, and others exclaimed. Victor even lifted the lion up with his own strength, preventing him from falling directly. Titan Nova! However, Victor didn't hear their cries and continued to drive his armament haki into the lion. This is a fatal blow that gathers the strength of the whole body and haki. It has the power to destroy the world. It is like a supernova explosion and belongs to a large-scale destruction move. A large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the lion. Boom! Accompanied by a bang, the lion's watch case was like a broken egg shell, and countless golden lights appeared from the cracks. Under the golden light, the lion was smashed into gravel and dust. The center of the body of the several-kilometer-long lion began to melt. At the same time, golden light covered the sky, dyeing the sky golden, bringing hope to everyone. Don't die! However, Golden Lion has already completed charging in the air. A cold light flashed in Golden Lion's eyes, a cruel smile rose from the corner of his mouth, and he swooped down. His double sword slashed forward, starting from the tail of the lion, and the back half of the lion's body was cut open. The sword energy penetrated the entire lion and attacked Victor. Victor raised his arm and wrapped it around Armament Haki's right arm, blocking the sneak attack of the sword energy. It's just that it's not over yet. Under the horrified eyes of the pirate and marine, the Golden Lion rushed out from the lion, and slashed at Victor fiercely with his sword. Victor could only raise his right arm to resist. Golden Lion has taken the lead, and Victor can only be reached passively at present. The armament haki covered on Victor's arm, like a steel plate, collided violently with the armament haki on the Golden Lion's sword. Tsitsaizi. Armament haki rubbed violently. Not only did it make a harsh friction sound like sharp metal scraping on a steel plate. At the same time, a lot of sparks were splashed out. Both marine and pirates, who were still fighting not long ago, stopped instinctively. They opened their mouths wide, watching this shocking scene. However, this blow is just the beginning. Golden Lion swung his sword even faster. Before the cold light shone on Victor's face, the blade had already slashed across his chest. A splash of blood shot out. Victor was expressionless. Die! Golden Lion grinned grimly. No matter how strong Victor is, he has already consumed a lot of haki. Now Victor can only partially defend. If armament haki is covered all over the body, it will consume even more to Victor. Another sword slashed across Victor's abdomen, and blood spurted out. Victor didn't dodge or dodge. Is it too late to dodge? Ghost Spider, Dogman, and the others thought to themselves. However, it is normal to be unable to dodge. Victor consumed so much haki just now, he should be exhausted. And the strength of Golden Lion is so strong that it is suffocating. The Ghost Spider and Dogman believed that they would not be able to block even a single move in a head-to-head confrontation with Golden Lion. Sakazuki glanced secretly, then turned his attention to Anji and the others. He believes Victor can solve the Golden Lion. When they went to school together, Victor always succeeded in what he had to do. This time is no exception. In less than a second, Victor's body had been chopped open several times, and blood spattered several meters high. Even if there are phantom beasts, it's too much. It took too much energy to crush that lion just now. If it wasn't for protecting us. At this time, the eyes of Wright, Connor, and others were covered with tears, and they all thought that Victor was fighting for them. 6 forms 8 inner gates. Hugh gates open. Chapter 53. Hugh, open the door. The reason why Victor didn't dodge was not because he was exhausted, but because he was luring the enemy. He wants the Golden Lion to appear before him. Show yourself off and catch the Golden Lion. At this moment, Victor had already adjusted his breathing, and opened the Hugh door with the return of his life. By opening the door, you can release the restriction of physical fatigue, and overload the body to restore physical strength. Just now Victor dared to release so many haki because he had a way to recover his physical strength. At this moment, Victor's physical strength recovered quickly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, with murderous intent in his eyes. Just as Golden Lion was about to continue slashing with his sword, he realized something was wrong. However, it was too late. Titan burst. Victor punched Golden Lion in the chest as the Golden Lion struck him again. This punch is so powerful that it can turn the earth over. Boom! This punch was deeply embedded in Golden Lion's body. Golden Lion's chest was about to collapse, his upper body was deformed, and he was blasted thousands of meters away. Bang 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 bang! Golden Lion's body shattered dozens of peaks in succession before barely coming to a stop. Puchy! Golden Lion's throat sweetened, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Victor's fist hit him hard. Armament Haki penetrated his chest, destroying his heart and lungs. The blow was too sudden. Victor caught the Golden Lion off guard with an injury-for-injury approach. At this time, Victor had already chased him, and he jumped up, with blue tattoos on his body. Manipulating the wind element allows the Titan to also have the ability to fly. Boom! Victor's heavy punch landed on the mountain wall where the Golden Lion was located. Golden Lion raised his double swords and stood in front of him. The heavy punch shattered the mountain wall, and the mountain wall buried the Golden Lion. However, how could Golden Lion be defeated so easily? That is a ruthless man who can break his own legs and escape from impelled down by force. Hearing Golden Lion's low growl of awe, a terrifying armament Haki erupted from his body. The mountain wall pressing on Golden Lion was instantly blown away by armament Haki. You guys are really tough. However, the more this is the case, the more I can demonstrate my strength. Golden Lion, let me step on you and ascend to Admiral's position. Victor said, raising his fist again and blasting out. The Horn of the Titans. Victor's fist shone with a dazzling golden light. Accompanied by a loud roar, a golden shock wave swept in like a tidal wave. Golden Lion raised his double swords to resist. Wow! The Golden Lion's feet slid on the ground, forcibly plowing two deep furrows. The area where the Golden Lion passed was swept by a golden shock wave. After the rock was crushed, it turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Puff! Golden Lion vomited blood again. He underestimated Victor's awareness and combat experience. Unexpectedly, Victor is even more sinister than Akainu. Seeing Victor pounced again, Golden Lion didn't choose to head on, but flew into the air. The air is his home field. He is the king of air combat. Moonwalk Fenjai Unjuan. Victor stepped on the wind, quickly flew into the air, and continued to chase the Golden Lion. At this time, Golden Lion came to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, Golden Lion turned and swooped. Victor was not surprised when he saw the Golden Lion swooping down. The Golden Lion's life was ruined by Roger. If it wasn't for Roger, it wouldn't have lost half the fleet. If it wasn't for saving Roger, he wouldn't have gone to Marineford alone. He obviously had a chance to escape, but he spent the end with Sengoku and Garp. The current Golden Lion is in an IQ online state. He knows that air combat is his advantage, and he also knows that he is injured now. It is not easy to defeat Victor, and he can only consume it through air combat. A sharp light flashed in Victor's eyes, and immediately, his armament Haki covered his whole body, as if he was wearing a set of black armor. Why does he still have so many Haki? Golden Lion was also surprised. Victor is still in the form of a Titan, which is a Titan as high as 30 meters. How much is the consumption of armament Haki to cover the whole body with armament Haki? Wouldn't his physical strength be exhausted? Golden Lion didn't understand Victor's physical skills, let alone the special features of Shumen. In the state of opening the door, by increasing the load on the body, in exchange for unlimited physical strength. Of course, the premise of unlimited physical strength is that the body can withstand overload. Titans are gods in mythology, their bodies can naturally carry them. Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion slashed continuously, and the sword wave slashed towards Victor below. Victor did not dodge, but chose to carry it hard. Blood rush. However, although injured, the distance with Golden Lion has been shortened. At this time, the blue and white lightning tattoo lit up on Victor's body again. Titan stab. A blue-white thunder light wrapped around Victor's fingers. Immediately, Victor shot out the finger pistol continuously, and a blue-white lightning concentrated on one point and shot at the golden lion. The golden lion's body was pierced by lightning in many places. The two got closer and exchanged injuries again in the process. Victor is not afraid to change injuries. The more he changes, the more he earns. Phantom beasts have inherent advantages in resisting beatings. Finally, the golden lion came behind Victor as he wished, and before Victor could turn around, he swung his swords faster and slashed out. A gash was cut all the way down Victor's neck. Blood was floating in the air, turning into a rain of blood. Titan is the target in the air. Golden Lion mocked Victor's clumsiness to himself. Unexpectedly, Victor grabbed the void with his left hand, and immediately set off a blue gust of wind. As a lion fruit-capable user, Golden Lion can float its body and fly fast, but flying objects will be affected by the wind. Golden Lion is no exception. At this time, the cyan gust made Golden Lion temporarily lose its balance. Victor took the opportunity to adjust, and he turned around, punching hard with both fists. An iron fist versus two swords, the sword of one side can split the sea, and the fist of the other side can shatter the earth. Bang bang bang! Victor threw several heavy punches in one breath. The heavy punches landed firmly on Golden Lion. As the two staggered past, Golden Lion gritted his teeth, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he only had killing intent in his eyes. He swung his sword with his right hand, and slashed at Victor viciously. Arm! Victor didn't panic either, he covered his right arm with armed color reinforcement, and the front was tough. This is too scary. Master Victor is actually so strong. Master Victor! Master Victor, come on! The sailors below the island completely became spectators, and they cheered for Victor with the loudest voices. However, at this moment, Victor and Golden Lion didn't care to listen to the noisy sound below. Whether it's Victor or Golden Lion, they have to go all out to defeat their opponents. This is the world of the strong. Any behavior that underestimates the enemy will foreshadow your own failure. Chapter 54. Victor and Golden Lion fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. The injuries to both men continued to mount. On the other hand, Sakazuki faced the siege of the cotters of the flying pirates, and more wounds on his body. Fortunately, Marine has boosted the morale of the whole army because of Victor's desperate fight. Now Marine has begun to suppress the flying pirates in terms of morale. In the past, the pirates of the air pirates believed that the Golden Lion was invincible. However, it was the first time they saw Golden Lion suffer such serious injuries. Boy, I really underestimated you. But, don't think that you are guaranteed to win. Golden Lion had to admit that Victor was stronger than he imagined. I said I would use you as a stepping stone to the position of Admiral. After Victor finished speaking, he raised his arm, and his right fist burst into dazzling golden light. Die! The Golden Lion gritted his teeth and swung the famous sword in both hands. The Golden Lion has galloped on the sea for many years and has experienced countless fierce battles. Now that it is going to fight for its life, there is no reason to keep it. Golden Lion slashed the pair of swords towards the golden fist wave. Immediately, Chuanbo collided with Jianbo. With a bang, the resulting explosion sent up smoke and dust all over the sky. Victor didn't move, and the Golden Lion retreated nearly 100 meters before barely stopping. He was injured and couldn't play his full strength. The damage to the lung lobes made every breath painful. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to breathe by now, and they would die without a fight. Only monster-level powerhouses can hold on until now. The lion stared at Victor viciously. Your strength is not inferior to Garp. Don't compare me with anyone, I'm better than them all. After Victor finished speaking with a blank face, he stomped hard. The 30-meter-high Titan unexpectedly came to the Golden Lion with a razor. I'm going to be above all of you. Victor appeared in front of Golden Lion. When he spoke, he kicked out his right foot, like an axe, and slammed it hard. At the same time, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sora, Sengoku, and others are all in the office. They have received the news that Victor led the Marine of the G1 branch to attack the Golden Lion. He didn't report to the headquarters, but started to act directly. Victor's unauthorized actions shocked the Marine executives. Moreover, the person who participated in this operation was even Sakazuki. Sakazuki has always been taciturn and obeys orders, which has gained the appreciation of Sengoku and others. Not long ago, at the behest of the 5 elders, Sakazuki got lava fruit and Polisalino got sparkling fruit. I don't know how the battle is going. Even if the G5 branch goes to support it, it's too late. Sengoku walked back and forth in the combat conference room. So far, he only knows that the two sides are at war, but he doesn't know the situation of the battle. Garp was eating senbei, he said with a smile, "Don't worry. Victor and Polisalino are both very good. Although Victor is a bit extreme, his strength is still very strong. Victor is a born monster. His strength and fighting talent seem to be innate." Hearing this, Sengoku replied solemnly, "I hope so. Can the G1 branch alone really defeat the flying pirates?" Before Sengoku knew it, the fight had been going on for almost 3 hours. The sea was littered with dead bodies, as well as wrecks of ships. The originally golden beach is now stained red with blood. At this time, Victor had already lifted his life return, and the constant fighting increased the load on his body. If he continues to maintain the state of opening the door, his body will not be able to withstand the consumption before the Golden Lion falls. On the other hand, Golden Lion, his hands holding the double swords were trembling, and blood dripped down the hilts and along the blades. Not only that, but his clothes had been dyed red. Victor's armament haki damaged him from the inside and now he's bleeding from every pore. With the loss of blood, the loss of strength is also accelerating. You can't hold it anymore. Victor stopped attacking, but took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket. The casing of the cigarette had been softened by blood and sweat. Victor lit a cigarette and smoked it with a look of enjoyment. However, the moment he lit the cigarette, there was a murderous aura. Boom! The moment Victor turned his head away, there was a loud bang. A man is seen being pushed into the formation by Victor. A man's head is like a smashed watermelon. Brains, blood, yellow, white, red. A brutal scene, disgusting. I just lit a cigarette. Victor raised his hand calmly and continued to smoke. The man who was just killed in seconds, the flying pirates are the captain of the number 26 ship. He is good at assassination and sneak attack. As a result, he failed. I'll smash your head off. At this moment, a man holding an iron chain with a black iron ball hanging on it came over. It seems that my subordinates still have no way to stop you. Victor looked at the man in front of him, then tilted his head and looked into the distance. The battle situation is still stalemate, and people fall from time to time. The clothes on Akainu, Ghost Spider, Dogman, and others have been stained red with blood, and the word justice on their backs seems to be more deterrent after being dyed red. Vidova, the captain of ship number 11, has a reward of 521 million berries. Vidova was born in North Blue and came to New World 5 years ago. He voluntarily joined the air pirates and believed that Golden Lion could become the king of the world. Vidova, his head is mine. Don't try to argue with me, Prol. At this time, 2 more men appeared. A man holds 2 pistols in both hands and a machete on his back. Another man carried a field sword dripping blood on his shoulder. Prol, the captain of ship number 9, has a reward of 540 million baileys. Cook, the captain of the 13th ship, was offered a reward of 450 million baileys. The 3 of them saw that Golden Lion was injured and Victor showed an exhausted look, so they wanted to come and claim credit. One is to help the Golden Lion, and the other is to kill Victor, and their names will spread throughout the world. You can go together, anyway, killing one by one, or killing 3 together, it doesn't make any difference to me. Victor replied, with a bloody cigarette between his fingers. Stop talking nonsense with him, kill him. Golden Lion took the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. Don't underestimate me. Vidava's eyes widened, and he shook the iron chain with all his strength. In his hands, the iron ball on the iron chain was waving flexibly, spinning like a terrifying whirlwind. Victor took half a puff of smoke into his lungs, dodged Vidava's iron ball, and before Vidava recovered the iron ball, Victor had already stepped on the iron chain. No matter how hard Vidava tried to drag, the iron ball didn't move at all. So much strength! Vidava was shocked in his heart. Victor looked at Prul and Cook with a cigarette in his mouth, and said, "Don't just stand still. Go to hell." Cook jumped up, his knife raised above his head, and even hid behind him. This is his way of exerting force. He can add more powerful chops by bending his body. However, before he could swing the knife, Victor kicked the iron ball away. The iron ball dragged Vidava and slammed into Prul's body. Chapter 55. In the world of pirates, rather than saying that Admiral and 4 emperors are at the same level of combat power, it is better to say that only those who have stepped into this level are qualified to be called strong. As for the so-called deputy emperors, generals, and 3 disasters, in front of the real strong, they basically knocked one of them away with a single punch. The difference between them and ordinary people is that after being beaten, they can get up and get beaten several times. For example, Marco and Quinn, they have all been beaten by monsters, but they are still alive and well when they stand up. During the Summit War, Akainu knocked out a white team leader with 1 punch. Not even Marco could stop his blow. At this time, Victor's strength also caused Vidava and Prul to despair for a while. Cook held dual guns, armament haki wrapped around the bullets, and he was about to fire. Suddenly, Victor disappeared. Cook's observation haki made his own prediction. Victor was going to attack him head-on. He wanted to dodge, but Victor's fist reached him 1 step faster and hit him directly on the chest. With a click, a sternum was shattered, Cook's whole body fell back, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Your reflexes are good, but unfortunately your speed is too slow and your physical strength is not good. Victor teased, while sideways dodging Vidava's vengeance blow, before raising his leg and kicking Vidava in the stomach. With this kick, Vidava was kicked out. But Victor did not pursue the victory, but stopped. He turned his head to look at Prul, with a mocking smile in his eyes. As if mocking Prul, "You are a coward." With an angry expression on Prul's face, he rushed towards Victor with the field sword in both hands. However, Victor wasn't nervous or scared at all, he even snorted contemptuously. Overreach. He disappeared in place, disappeared in front of Prul, appeared behind him the next moment, and then slapped Prul's shoulder, deforming his shoulder. What? A scream came out of Prul's mouth. He clutched his left shoulder and knelt on 1 knee, in unbearable pain. Victor's right hand not only crushed Prul's shoulder blade, but also injected armament haki, destroying all blood vessels, muscles, bones and nerves. At the same time, Akainu's battle can only be described as brutal. The Cotters of Golden Lion were not defeated either. Although Victor is very strong, they believe that no matter how strong Victor is, there will be a moment of exhaustion. As long as they hold on. Once Victor loses his stamina, that's the best time for them to win. Moreover, during this process, Golden Lion can also recover some physical strength. Victor knew what they were thinking, but he had no intention of showing mercy to these guys. After Prul was abolished by Victor, Cook and Vidava did not end well. Among their characteristics, there is no one that is particularly fast. At this time, Akainu also blasted Angie away. Is this the first time he has blasted Angie away? Neither was recorded by Akainu. Angie spit out a mouthful of blood when he landed. He was so stunned that he couldn't think at all. If it wasn't for the help of his companions, he would have been killed by Akainu long ago. The same goes for the others. Although the flying pirates had an absolute advantage in numbers, after Golden Lion was hit hard, it was difficult for them to suppress Akainu by virtue of their numbers. At this time, you must rely on wisdom to fight. They have to find a way to break through. At this time, Golden Lion stood up again. He looked at the many subordinates killed by Victor, without any sadness or reluctance in his eyes. He has been galloping for so many years, except for the people he cares about, the life and death of other people has nothing to do with him. And the Golden Lion only cares about Roger at the moment. Still standing up. After killing several cotters of the flying pirates, Victor turned and asked Golden Lion, "If you want to escape, then you can." I saw the Golden Lion slashing in Victor's direction. However, Victor not only dodges easily, but also shoots gas bullets with the finger pistol. The bullet hit Golden Lion's knee. Golden Lion could only support his body with the sword in one hand and keep his balance. Victor swung the finger pistol again and fired bullets, but Golden Lion managed to dodge again. At this time, Golden Lion finally stood firm, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Loss of blood, it makes you so weak." Victor actually continued to make sarcastic remarks, provoking Golden Lion. "Humph!" Golden Lion snorted coldly. "In this case, then I will send you to die." Victor lunges at the Golden Lion again. Golden Lion wanted to block with his sword, but Victor had already kicked a crescent-shaped slash. Golden Lion hurriedly raised his sword to block it, but the aftermath of the slash caused even greater trauma to his internal organs. Golden Lion was shaken back a few steps, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Victor had already jumped in front of him, swung the finger pistol with his right hand, and stabbed at Golden Lion. "Damn it!" Golden Lion cursed secretly, but he did not choose to fight recklessly, but avoided Victor's attack to the side. Victor's attack failed again, but he was not in a hurry. He continued to chase, and then flashed in front of Golden Lion, and the finger pistol with his right hand stabbed at Golden Lion's chest. Golden Lion's left arm was in front of his chest, but his left arm was pierced by Victor. Golden Lion's eyes suddenly widened. "You feel it? How can you win with your current reaction speed?" Victor continued to stimulate Golden Lion. "UBD." Golden Lion clenched his fists. He lost to Victor. He is so arrogant. If only he could get to know Victor, maybe not. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Now it's an ironclad fact, even if you don't want to admit it, there's nothing you can do about it. Surrender? Be decent. Victor said lightly. Golden Lion didn't answer, but manipulated the surrounding land, causing it to fly. Lion Majesty govern place earth coiling. Seeing this, Victor knew that Golden Lion would do his best to make a final counterattack. However, here, the power of Lion Majesty govern place earth coiling is not as strong as before. Because the lions gathered this time were significantly smaller by more than half. This means that Golden Lion is already at the end of its battle. However, Victor didn't take Golden Lion's final counterattack seriously. I saw him rushing to the Golden Lion. Titan Burst. Chapter 56. The strength of Devil Fruit depends on the host itself. For example, when Luffy and Momonosuke were children, their bodies were too weak, so their abilities were as funny as they were. However, once you become an adult and your body strength increases, you will be able to exert stronger strength. Golden Lion is very weak now, his injuries are too serious, and now his strength has almost bottomed out due to excessive blood loss, and he can persist until now. One is because of vitality, and the other is because of willpower. However, Golden Lion is not destined to be Luffy, not the hero of the hot-blooded boy comics. Therefore, he has no chance of turning defeat into victory. Facing the shrunken version of the condensed Golden Lion, a cold light flashed in Victor's eyes. Immediately, golden light illuminated all directions, covering the entire space, and Golden Lion's body was immediately enveloped by these golden lights. Golden Lion's body trembled, and then he howled in pain. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sonic boom, the Golden Lion was blasted away. This time, the Golden Lion never stood up again. Ended. Victor used Observation Haki to target Golden Lion, observed his injury, and now Golden Lion is seriously injured. If this level of injury was applied to ordinary people, they would have died hundreds of times and thousands of times. However, for the Golden Lion, such an injury is not bad. He just needs to rest for a while. But at this time, Victor didn't dare to be careless. The strength shown by the Golden Lion just now made him clearly realize that even if they are exhausted, they can fight to the end with their own fighting will. This power has surpassed the limit of ordinary human beings. 1. We won! Long live Lord Victor! At this time, Marine began to cheer and celebrate the victory. On the other hand, the subordinates of Golden Lion are all in a state of mourning, with no morale. Run away! Among the pirates, whoever yelled first, then someone turned around and ran towards the beach. At first it was just a small group of people, then a large group of people. Catch them! Don't let them go! Eric and the others reacted and immediately urged the Marines to hunt down the pirates. They were also afraid that the pirates would take advantage of the chaos and leave. What are we going to do? Are we going to run away? Escape? What should I do? Aren't we going to retreat quickly? The psychological defense of the flying pirates completely collapsed, and one by one began to discuss in a panic, and some even started to turn around and run away, but the Marines caught up with them and fell to the ground. The flying pirates really wanted to run, but Marine might not be able to stop them. Victor only has 10,000 Marines in the G1 branch. Although they are all elites, the strength of the flying pirates is not weak. It was only because the Golden Lion was defeated that they lost their fighting spirit. And Victor has no time to care about it now. Victor turned to help Akainu, and the two teamed up to clean up the strong members of the flying pirates. However, the flying pirates perfectly inherited the tradition of the Rocks pirates. When the Golden Lion was defeated, his cotters fled in all directions. Although Marine has hunted down a large number of them, there are still a lot of fish that slipped through the net and escaped back. Victor didn't go after them either, as much as he could catch. Anyway, the big fish Golden Lion was caught. After the battle, Victor rests in the tent. At this point, Victor's body was covered with bandages. Akainu walked in and saw Victor covered in bandages. Akainu's injury is not serious, but only slightly injured, and a simple bandage will do. After this time is over, you can upgrade Rear Admiral when you go back. Victor said to Akainu with a smile. Akainu didn't respond. Promotion? That is a matter of course. They teamed up and got the Golden Lion down. However, Victor suddenly changed the topic. After this incident is over, it may be even more difficult to take action next time. After hearing Victor's words, Akainu said, if there is such an opportunity, then I will help you. Although Akainu didn't like Victor Zhongyang's character, Victor's actions this time won his trust. He believed in Victor, not only because of Victor's record and strength. It is because of Victor, who has courage. And, insist on justice. This is why Akainu is willing to cooperate with Victor. With courage and courage, such a person deserves to fight alongside Akainu. After hearing Akainu's words, Victor smiled slightly. It seems that Akainu has a foundation of trust in him. This is of course a good thing. Without Victor's, Akainu would definitely be the hawk in Marine. Now, though, Victor is even more hawkish than hawkish. This violated the instructions of his superiors and rashly declared war on the big pirate in New World. The news will spread soon, and I believe his popularity in Marine will be even higher. Garp is not only strong, but also because of Garp's personality, he is admired by countless Marines. His prestige is comparable to that of the Marine Marshal, if not higher. Marine Fort, Naval Headquarters. Sora, Sengoku and the others are standing by the phone bug. Blue blue. Blue blue. When the phone bug rang, Sora picked up the receiver. The battle is over. Victor Vice Admiral beat the Golden Lion and captured him. Call ended. After being notified, the entire office fell silent. It actually did it. Kong muttered to himself, he didn't expect Victor could really defeat Golden Lion. And the Golden Lion didn't run away, and was captured alive. I can't believe it. The Golden Lion successfully escaped from the Valley of the Gods incident 10 years ago. And he is the coolest one among the Rocks pirates. He does deliver surprises, though. Sengoku hesitated to speak. Sora said to the others, except for Sengoku and Zaizuru, everyone else goes out. Soon, there were only 3 people left in the office. Sora told Sengoku, the next problem, it's hard to solve. Yet. Sengoku nodded, Victor captured the Golden Lion, and the world will admire his strength and courage. This creates a problem for us. Leave that to the 5 elders. Sora smiled wryly, Victor acted without authorization this time, but got into big trouble. In the past, both the world government and the 5 elders just wanted a dynamic balance. New World is under the control of pirates, and the 5 elders don't care at all. The reason for this is intriguing. What the 5 elders and the world government need is a messy new world. It's not just Sora and Sengoku's idea. Successive marine marshals, or the marshals' successors, will have similar thoughts and feelings. As Sora and Sengoku thought, the 5 elders have met within the entitlement to discuss Victor and New World issues. How does Victor arrange it? Who will be the new overlord of the New World? In the New World that lost its overlord, new monsters will be born again. The balance is broken and order needs to be re-established. Chapter 57. How to place Victor became a big problem. Victor caught the Golden Lion, which is naturally a great credit. Now that the flying pirates are almost wiped out, Marines including Victor will all be promoted and rewarded in terms of meritorious deeds. However, Victor is already the commander of the G1 branch, and further up is the headquarters Admiral. Although Victor's strength is enough to be the Admiral of the headquarters, Victor has broken the balance of New World. That's something the 5 elders don't want to see. If Victor becomes Admiral, will he continue to launch a war against New World after he has more power, and will really wipe out all the pirates in New World? In fact, the world government has always had the ability to wipe out any power and wipe any individual who threatens the world government from history. However, the reason they didn't do this was because they wanted New World to remain in turmoil. Only by keeping the New World in turmoil, some of the secrets buried in the New World can be hidden. Moreover, the more turbulent the area, the more crime and terror can breed, and the people of ordinary countries can only survive if they rely on the world government. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Pangu City, between the powers. Since you choose to train him, you can only persevere. His parents were killed by pirates, so it is understandable that he hates pirates and wants to eliminate them. However, he did act without authorization this time, and caused a large number of casualties in the G1 branch. I don't think it was his fault. Good. I can understand how he feels. So, what should we do? I think I know what to do with it. I think you know, what should we do about it? Of course, the mistakes he made, how should we punish him? Are you trying to punish him? Of course, what do you think? I think, this kind of punishment, he will definitely not be able to accept it. Instead of punishing him, it is better to let him stay in the Holy Land. The 5 elders had some disagreements about how to deal with Victor, and they decided not to punish Victor. Victor's character is too strong, and his parents were also killed by pirates. This kind of hatred can't be resolved at all, and even punishment can't change anything. And Victor has made meritorious service, so he should be rewarded naturally. Okay, let's make Victor fit for Admiral and bring him back at the same time. Let's deal with it like this. After being transferred back, he won't have a chance to deal with the New World pirates. After the 5 elders negotiated, the result was made. Victor is a strong man, even if he acts privately, he cannot be punished. In the G1 branch, Marine suffered more than 5,700 casualties during the crusade against Golden Lion. However, nearly 12,000 pirates were killed or captured. Such a casualty count is already a big victory in New World. At this time, a high platform was temporarily built on the school grounds, and the high platform was filled with cash and military medals. After the war, Victor sent someone to withdraw the money. Real money. Brothers killed in battle and disabled, each will receive 1 million Baileys. Those who survived will receive 300,000 Baileys per person, and an additional 100,000 Baileys will be given to each person with a higher rank. You risk your life to fight for justice, and your sacrifice cannot be in vain. Brothers who died in battle and disabled, you will receive a pension every month. As long as you are my Victor's subordinates, then I will not ignore you. When Victor spoke, people had already opened all the money boxes. Now, come up to receive money and military medals according to your name. After Victor finished speaking, he looked at Wright, Connor, and others. Jimmy, Bart, Vase, Hunter. The Marines whose names were being read stepped up to the high platform one by one to collect the money. Meaningless, this way of receiving money can make the sense of ceremony full. Every Marine who came to the stage to receive the money, after receiving the money and signing, was full of pride in his heart. Akainu and others watched from a distance, and they were also very surprised. They didn't expect Victor to be so rich, let alone so generous. I heard Victor is good at making money. It seems to be the same as the rumors say. Ghost Spider and Dogman whispered. As long as justice can be upheld. At this time, Akainu spoke. Rumor has it that Victor is extorting money from South Blue, doing whatever it takes. The headquarters even sent an investigation team, however, Victor is still safe and sound. Now, Victor spends such a large amount of money as a reward as consolation money at one time. Where did all this money come from? Victor must be speechless. However, Akainu is unimpressed. Victor's performance, as well as Victor's persistence and awareness of justice, inspired Akainu. It turns out that there are people like him who are determined to destroy the pirates. Even if Victor does do anything to get money, Victor is doing the right thing, and that's right. And Akainu's idea was within Victor's expectation. He needs to rationalize everything. So far, he's doing pretty well. Promotion to Admiral is a sure thing, just waiting for the appointment of 5 elders. However, when you become Admiral, you are not so free. 5 elders will definitely move him in order to restore the balance of New World. Of course, this is in line with Victor's expectations. That way he can do his own thing with peace of mind. This is one part of Victor's plan, and now, this part has begun. In his plan, he needs Admiral's power to pave the way for his next step. Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Long live Lord Victor! Fight for justice, for Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Fight for justice, for Lord Victor! It was the members of the Blue Ocean Society who took the lead, but they drove everyone's emotions. 10 days later, news of Victor's defeat and capture of the Golden Lion was published in the newspapers and spread throughout the world. This news has caused extremely shocking reactions around the world. Aboard the Golden Jackson, except for Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others, all had solemn expressions. Not long after they fought Golden Lion was defeated by Victor unexpectedly. The flying pirates that ran rampant in the New World were destroyed just like that. And, Victor's name pops up again. He's still a very young Marine. How strong is his strength? He was able to capture the Golden Lion alive. Not only on the Golden Jackson, but on the Moby DK, on Cake Island, on Beast Island. On the ships of the major pirate forces in New World, or on the territory. Whitebeard, Ant, Kaido, and others all looked dignified. Garp, Sengoku are strong but never give them a dangerous feeling. Instead, it was Victor who made them wary. Maybe one day, Victor will sneak up on them. This is not unfounded worry. However, it was only 3 days after Victor caught the Golden Lion news. The news is not yet digested around the world. Another big news has been announced. Chapter 58. Victor has been promoted to Admiral. When the world government announced this news through the newspaper, the whole world was shocked. Victor is only 20 years old. Moreover, it took less than a year to be promoted from Colonel Marine to Admiral. Of course, no one questioned Victor's strength and ability. Because Victor has captured so many powerful pirates, and recently captured the Golden Lion and wiped out the Flying Pirates. Although the Flying Pirates do not have the name of being the Overlord, they already have the status of being the Overlord, and all major forces in the New World will choose to avoid their edge. Therefore, apart from Garp, Victor is currently the second player in naval headquarters. According to the information provided in the newspaper, Victor will step down as the commander of the G1 branch, and then return to Marineford to hold the award ceremony. Victor was sitting in the office, he was smoking a cigarette calmly, Akainu was sitting opposite him. There are newspapers in front of them. Newspapers are full of news about Victor. Obviously, the world government is praising him and promoting him. Now, Victor's reputation is second only to Garp, and even Sora and Sengoku can't compare to him. After all, every guy Victor catches is a big fish. Unfortunately, I thought you'd be promoted to Vice Admiral. Victor said to Akainu. Akainu doesn't care. As for the Ghost Spider, Daubman also thinks that the headquarters should at least let Akainu be promoted to Vice Admiral, and then take over as the Deputy Commander of G1. I've written all the letters of recommendation. Victor looked at Ghost Spider and Dogman. You will also stay in G1, there are more opportunities here. Ghost Spider and Dogman were a little surprised, but they didn't expect Victor to recommend them. Although they are classmates with Victor, they are not familiar with each other. I've written your letter of recommendation as well. Victor said to Akainu. Also recommended me? Akainu looked at Victor. Victor said, I recommend you to be the commander of the Special Forces. The headquarters has also seen your strength, and they will agree. The tasks of Special Forces are often very special and lack reinforcements. Therefore, the requirements for the commander's strength and ability are relatively high. This time against the Golden Lion, the strength Akainu showed is enough to prove his strength and ability. At this moment, Nun Vice Admiral walked in. If there is no accident, then the position of commander of the G1 branch is still not up to Nun. The reason is that Nun's strength is not enough and his qualifications are average. Victor also wrote a letter of recommendation to Nun and handed it to Nun. Uncle Nun, I recommend you to go to the Science Corps. The world government has established a scientific force long ago, and the core of the scientific force is Vegapunk. The status of science troops in Marine will be higher and higher. The reason why Nun was recommended to the science force was also Victor's selfishness. He and Nun weren't particularly close, but they were acquaintances. Let Nun stay in G1, sooner or later he will be squeezed out. After all, the young people of the new generation of Marine are better than each other. A good post for Marine is a radish and a pit. If he is really squeezed out, then Nun may return to the headquarters early to retire. Well, I'll consider it. Nun accepted Victor's letter of recommendation. Victor upgraded all the Marines in the G1 branch to 1 level. Especially for military officers, if they are disabled and unsuitable to fight on the front line, he also wrote a letter of recommendation and asked them to return to the headquarters to work. They are all the logistics department of the headquarters. As for the members of the Blue Ocean Club, he gave them special treatment. In short, no one was left behind, and the ones who should be taken care of should be given special care. For Victor's gang-forming behavior, both Sengoku and Kong are used to it. Victor and newcomer Paris Vice Admiral hand over. Paris Vice Admiral, 55, is a senior dove at Naval Headquarters. Paris is Sora's subordinate, and Sora hopes that Paris will adjust the G1 branch. The current G1 branch is influenced by Victor, which is really too radical. World government doesn't want Marine to be too radical. As for the reason, Marine just needs to execute the command. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Victor walked into the empty office doorway. The office door is closed. Report. Victor stood up straight. Come in. Sora said towards the door. Victor opened the door and walked in. Sit down. Kong motioned for Victor to sit on the couch. Victor wasn't too polite. The awarding ceremony will be held in a month. Kong said to Victor. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of the world government, and at the same time, it is also a direct unit of the world nobles. Therefore, the investiture ceremony must be grand and widely advertised so that the whole world knows about it. This is to promote the power of Marine to the world. Yes. Victor has no problem with the investiture ceremony. There will be an external live broadcast at the awarding ceremony, allowing audiences all over the world to see the majesty of Marine. Victor has seen the investiture ceremonies of Sengoku and Zephyr. During this month, you can take a good vacation. Sora said to Victor. Yes. Victor replied. From now on, your code name is Suinma. Sora continued. Yes. Victor then answered. The sky is mysterious and the ground is yellow. Xian means black. Dark horse? He is indeed the dark horse of this world and era, which is unexpected. Okay, do you have any requirements? After this promotion, you need to be stationed in Marie Joy's, and you can choose your favorite subordinates. Sora accepted Sengoku's suggestion, and he had to follow him when dealing with Victor, so that he could guide him. Although Victor defends his shortcomings and forms gangs, he has a good intention. Victor used the money he got to pay the dead and disabled Marines as pensions. Send money to the Marines who participated in the battle to encourage them to fight bravely. This is not a bad thing. Therefore, Kong felt that Victor's behavior of making money was not unacceptable. Moreover, the main targets of Victor's extortion are nobles, wealthy businessmen, and big landlords. Victor, however, is in no rush to nominate. Marshal, after I sort out the list, I will submit it to you. After listening to Victor's words, Sora nodded and let Victor go back first. Victor is in no rush to recommend this list. In fact, being stationed at Marie Joy's is a very boring job. Only green bulls can adapt. After all, how could they raid Marie Joy's unless they were out of their wits? However, Victor knew that there were people out of their minds. Chapter 59. Victor was promoted to Marine Admiral. Oren, Marta, and many other old South Blue divisions were very happy. They are all under Victor and members of the Blue Ocean Club. Victor has been promoted to Marine Admiral, and their future is even brighter. And Victor didn't forget South Blue, to be exact, he didn't forget 4 seas. Including South Blue, he hopes that the world will become his cash cow, his cornucopia. Therefore, Victor took advantage of the vacation and went back to South Blue first. The reason is to go to South Blue instead of sending them to Marine Ford. There is a deep meaning in this. Oren gets a fax that Victor is coming back to South Blue. The news made Oren very excited. Did you see it? Oren said to Marine beside him, Lord Victor values us so much that he specially came to visit us before the awarding ceremony. Master Victor is nostalgic. We are Lord Victor's henchmen. Master Victor knows that we are his most loyal subordinates. Our performance, Mr. Victor can see it. We must not disappoint Master Victor's expectations. All the Marines beside Oren looked as if they had been slapped with chicken blood. Their expressions are excited. You know Victor is now Marine Admiral, one of the most powerful people in Marine. Not to mention the whole world, even the Marine in the headquarters wants to curry favor with him. As long as Admiral's recommendation letter, you can arrange to serve in any army. For example, Smoker has done a lot of things that defy military orders. If it were Marine with no background, he would have been dismissed long ago. But Smoker's rank is getting higher and higher. The reason is that there are people like Zephyr and Aokiji covering them. Smoker wanted to go to G5, so Aokiji got him to go to G5. Therefore, Victor's return this time has completely moved South Blue's old subordinates. Like Oren, Colonel Marta was agitated. Victor mentioned in the facts that he would stop at the port of Leinster. This is nostalgia. Master Victor remembers us. Marta excitedly took the fax and announced it to all officers and soldiers. The sun is shining brightly, and the seagulls are flying freely on the sea. The port of Leinster was quiet. Originally, in the port, merchants, hawkers, porters, and passengers should have been running around for their livelihood. However, all are now required to stand in line. It was Marine who gave the order. If they don't, fines, beatings, jail time, ban from working in South Blue. It is even possible to be executed as a pirate. In short, in South Blue's Leinster Harbour, Wilhelm Harbour, and other places, you must absolutely obey Marines' orders. However, law and order has indeed improved. At this time, Oren Commodore, Colonel Marta, and others led nearly 10,000 Marines to greet them in the port. At the same time, more than 20 warships lined up, waiting for inspection. Oren will still come, knowing that Victor is coming back, the scene will be full immediately. I'm coming. Marine on the mast saw the huge warship in the distance through the telescope. It was Victor Admiral's ship. As the warship docked, Victor appeared on the side of the ship. He raised his left hand and stretched it forward horizontally. This is a gesture designed by Lan Haihui. Long live Lord Victor! Oren was the first to yell out, his voice blushing and his face blushing. Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Long live Lord Victor! Marta and other officers, as well as nearly 10,000 Marines shouted in unison, and the sound waves seemed to penetrate the clouds and break through the sky. At this moment, Victor's left hand clenched into a fist and raised above his head. The audience fell silent. Victor is very satisfied, this performance means awe and discipline, this is a good team. Afterwards, Victor took Eric, Kennard, and others off the warship and began to inspect the troops in the port. South Blue's troops, trained according to Victor's training method, are currently considered strong. It's just that it still lacks the experience of iron and fire. After all, South Blue is not as good as New World, and the strength of pirates is too weak. Victor walked in front of nearly 10,000 Marines. At this time, the nobles, businessmen, residents, and tourists in Leinster Harbour, regardless of age, all applauded and welcomed them together. Although they all had smiles on their faces, they were very reluctant in their hearts. It was already the next day when Morgan Rear Admiral learned that Victor had arrived at Branch 191. Morgan Rear Admiral hurried to see Victor with the officers of the 6th Fleet. Not only Morgan Rear Admiral, South Blue's Marine are all running towards Leinster. The reasons are the same. Want to be promoted, want to climb up. If you want to climb up, you need connections and background. Unfortunately, these two things are not available to most people. There was already a long queue at the gate of the 191 branch base. The nobles, merchants, and big landowners from Leinster Port, Wilhelm Port, Arthur Kingdom and other places all came to give gifts. If it was before, then when they were blackmailed by Victor, they must have been unwilling to speak out. But today is different. Victor has been promoted to Marine Admiral, and Victor's power can change the fate of a country. Therefore, they are even willing to grovel and beg Victor to accept their gifts, just hoping to keep in touch with Victor. Of course, they all knew that even if many people wanted to give Victor a gift, they might not have the opportunity. Because they all keep in touch with members of the Blue Ocean Club, they can meet Victor. Water flows to lower place, man goes to higher position. For many Marines, that was the pinnacle of power. If Victor can carry them, they're likely to be promoted to naval headquarters. For Marines from all over the world, being able to go to the headquarters is their lifelong wish. Duke Richard donated 10 boxes of gold, 5,000 cattle and sheep, and a mine. Duke Richard smiled at Victor as Connor read the gift list. Duke, you are welcome. On behalf of all Marines, thank you for your emotion. Victor accepted all the gifts in the name of donation. Anyway, all the money in his fund account is in his hands. Morgan Rear Admiral sent 50 boxes of desserts. The so-called dessert box is filled with desserts on the top and cash under the desserts. A box of 2 million Baileys, 50 boxes is 100 million Baileys. Victor looked at Morgan Rear Admiral and smiled with satisfaction. Morgan Rear Admiral, I heard that you want to join the Blue Ocean Club and follow me. Yes, I am willing to follow behind you, purify the sea, and wipe out all the pirates. Morgan Rear Admiral said righteously. Well, then join the Blue Ocean Club first. If you perform well, then I will promote you to the headquarters. Thank you, Lord Victor. Excited, Morgan thanked Victor on the spot. It's completely different when you get to the headquarters. The gold content of the captain's rank in the headquarters is even higher than that of the colonel in the Four Seas branch. You have to work hard, and you can ask Oren if you don't understand. Victor said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Victor. When Morgan thanked Victor, Marine's eyes sparkled behind him. Oren immediately raised his head and chest, his face showing pride. Victor has appointed him as the head of the South Blue Ocean Club. Chapter 60. Victor returned to South Blue for two purposes. One was to support Oren, and let Oren act as his agent to control South Blue for him. The second is to take the opportunity of returning to South Blue to tell all followers that the longer they join, the more they can be reused. Thousands of gold by the bones of the Cole Lima. Is the picture of the bones of the Cole Lima? Of course not. Willing to spend thousands of dollars to buy the bones of Maxima, that proves that he likes and values Maxima. And, never underestimate the little people. They can make a big difference sometimes. Although Oren and the others are weak, they can manage South Blue well and earn money for him without Victor's hands, and he only needs to pay some rewards to keep them loyal. At least, they are outwardly faithful. Victor returned to Marineford after spending a few days at South Blue. Victor goes to the military academy to meet Zephyr. Zephyr always had a smile on his face when he saw Victor. Victor is his proudest student. Be an admiral at the age of 20. This is the power of role models to inspire new generations. Victor also accepted Zephyr's invitation and stayed in the military academy for a few days to answer various questions from the juniors. He was patient and answered their questions. And a week before the investiture ceremony, Victor saw a piece of news. Douglas Bullitt, what a crazy guy. Victor reads the news in the newspaper. After Bullitt left the Roger Pirates, he began to wreak havoc. Now Bullitt, like Locke, is a pirate supernova. Victor remembered that the two would fight. If nothing else, it should be sometime next year. Victor continued to read the newspaper, looking for interesting news. Most news, though, is boring. The reason why they are called boring is because they are talking about the pirates of New World over and over again. There are also exaggerated parts. For example, which pirate group did Roger destroy, which challenger did Whitebeard defeat, which country did Big Mom destroy, and so on. This kind of news is too common to interest Victor. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug started calling. Victor picked up the phone bug's microphone. At this time, the phone bug imitated Sora's voice. "Victor, there is a little emergency, and you need to be dispatched immediately." Sora said to Victor. "Yes." Victor didn't want to refuse. Angarati Saint's boat has an accident and is currently trapped on Grove Island. During the accident, it was attacked by sea kings. Now I ask Marine to send Admiral to rescue immediately. Sora said with a face full of headaches. Understood. Victor stood up and left. Although Marine Admiral has extremely high power, it has also become a direct force of celestial dragons. When the celestial dragons are in danger, they naturally send Admiral to the rescue. Garp doesn't want to be Admiral because of this type of mission. Grove Island. A luxury cruise ship is inserted in the center of the island. At this time, a group of agents and guards in armor were protecting Angelotti from being attacked by the Sea Kings. This is a huge sea frog with a body length of more than 500 meters. In order to protect Angelotti-san, the agents shot at the sea frog. The rocket launcher is also fired continuously. The target is the eye of the sea frog. As long as the sea frog is irritated, it can attract the attention of the sea frog, so that Angelotti can get out of danger. The continuous attacks did have a slight effect. The sea frog is visibly angry as it sticks out its long, wide, split-ended, slime-coated tongue. The power of the tongue was quite terrifying, instantly raising a large forest to the ground, and engulfing dozens of guards, turning them into a puddle of flesh. The sea frog sticks out its tongue lightning fast, and its body skin is tough. Even rockets can't hurt its skin. "Take your highness away." At this moment, Angela Titian's guard captain yelled, and then he raised the 5-meter-long axe in his hand and slammed it at the sea frog. However, the 500-meter-long sea king still failed to break through. Not even a trace of marks on the skin. This monster is horrible. What to do? Its body is too strong, we can't hurt it at all. Are we going to die here tonight? The guards looked at the weapons in their hands and hesitated whether to die. Even if you die, you must protect Saint Angelotti, and think about your family. The captain of the guard reminded the people around him. As the guards of celestial dragons, if they can't protect the safety of celestial dragons, not only will they die, but their families will also be punished and reduced to slavery. Hearing the captain's words, everyone suddenly woke up. They cannot be timid. Because the celestial dragon's survival depends on them. They can't let their family members die, that's their dereliction of duty. Kill it! The captain yelled. A group of guards rushed towards the sea frog. They know that there is no way out now, unless they can kill the sea frog, but killing the sea frog is not so simple. Lead it away, and try to buy time for His Highness to transfer. The captain was instructing, when suddenly, the sea frog's tongue stuck out, and it actually stuck the captain to the tongue and pulled it into its mouth. It's like an anteater licking. The captain was quickly consumed. Seeing such a scene, all the guards were frightened. At this time, Angela Titian had been emboldened. In fact, it was Angelotti who killed her. When he was free, he would shoot fish into the sea at will. As a result, the fish didn't explode much, but the sea frogs in the sea were angered. Where's Marine? Where's Marine Admiral? Angelotti-san was terrified, the first time he encountered such a thing. Your Highness, don't worry, Marine will come to rescue you immediately. The agent next to Angela Titian comforted him. Then why hasn't Marine come yet? Angela Dessen asked. Your Highness, Marine Admiral will definitely come, please wait for a while. The agent continued to comfort. Now the agents are speechless. Although it is not far from Marine Ford, it will take about a day for Marine to come here. Finally, under the appeasement of the agents, Angelotti came to a cave. At this time, the surviving agents and guards breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that in a short time, they are finally safe. However, less than half an hour had passed. Angela Titian suddenly shouted, Marine, where is Marine? why don't you come to rescue Ben Sheng? The agent hurriedly comforted him, Your Highness, it is safe for the time being, and Marine will be back soon. However, as soon as the agent finished speaking, Angelotti raised his pistol and shot and killed the agent. Are you playing Ben Sheng like a child? You lied to Ben Sheng from the beginning. Angelotti is very suspicious, he often suspects that people around him are deceiving him. Therefore, if those around him cannot meet his needs, then he will execute the people around him. Chapter 61. Why did you choose such a route? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Angelotti had just killed an agent, and he still couldn't calm down his emotions. As long as his paranoia flares up, he will become paranoid. The agents and guards around were terrified, for fear of being killed by Angela Titian. It's a pity that no one dared to come forward to persuade. Angela Titian was already in a state of madness at this time. At this moment, a huge sea frog jumped onto the island, and it began to hunt on the island. The creatures on the island, including the guards who fought for the sea frogs to escape in order to attract the attention of the sea frogs, all became the predation targets of the sea frogs. The sea frog makes a huge noise every time it sticks out its tongue. Pieces of woods collapsed, trunks snapped, and rumbling noises continued. Under such terrible movements, Angelotti's uneasiness continued to magnify, and the more uneasy he became, the more neurotic he became. About 2 hours passed. Where's Marine? Why didn't you come? So he raised his gun and fired at one of the guards. The guard was shot and fell to the ground. Angela Titian immediately rushed to another guard, and then slashed at the other 2 guards with the knife in his hand. The 2 guards evaded quickly, but they still couldn't dodge, and they were hacked to death by Angela Titian in the end. After Angela Titian killed the 2, he began to kill himself. Run, Angela Titian is crazy. The agents and guards panicked. They didn't dare to stop Angelotti, so they could only run in a panic. Not long after they ran out of the cave, a thick and wide tongue shot from a distance, stuck them, and rolled them directly into their mouths. Angela Titian was still in a tizzy just now, but he ran to the entrance of the cave and immediately regained consciousness after witnessing the guards and agents being preyed upon. Come and protect me. Angela Titian made a horrified sound. Boom! There was a loud bang. The tongue of the sea frog hit the place where Angelotti was, and a hole was pierced in place. Angela Titian looked in horror at the hole he didn't want to come out of. An agent had just rescued him. Your Highness, are you all right? The agent asked hastily. Angela Titian didn't answer, he was already frightened now, and he was terribly frightened. What is that? On the sea, a pirate ship is sailing on the sea. Suddenly, the navigator found a figure in the sky. The navigator continued to observe with a telescope, and the figure became clearer and clearer. Be a Titan. Oh my God, is the Titan flying? The navigator found a passerby flying in the sky, and there was a blue air current surging around him, and the flying speed was extremely fast. After hearing the voice of their companions, the crew members on the pirate ship looked up one after another. At this point, Victor transforms into a Titan. Although he cannot create elements, he can control them. He controlled the wind element to fly, and rushed to Grove Island at the fastest speed. It used to take a day, but now it is much faster by flying. When Victor arrived on Grove Island, he found a giant sea frog on the island. The body length exceeds 500 meters. This type of sea kings is not easy to deal with. Moreover, sea kings has tough skin, typical rough skin and thick flesh, and ordinary attacks can only tickle it. Victor returned to human form and landed on the island. He soon found Angelotti-san's hiding place. Also, Victor saw some interesting things. Angela Titian hunts down guards and agents. Interesting guy. Victor discovers that Angelotti-san is mentally unstable. If it was Sengoku, Zephyr, etc., they would rush up to defeat the sea frog without hesitation, and then send Angelotti-san back. But Victor didn't do that. He has an idea. Maybe, he could use Angelotti St. Just like Muscarud-san. Muscarud-san was going to the Fishmen Island in order to snatch back the freed Murloc slaves. During the voyage, he was attacked by sea kings and drifted to the Fishmen Island. Even though Muscarud was seriously injured and had nowhere to turn for help, he still remained arrogant and threatened the residents of the island to help him. The Murlocs who had been enslaved by him planned to take the opportunity to kill him, but Princess Otohime stopped him in time. When he was about to shoot and kill Otohime, the Sea Kings were frightened unconscious by Shirahoshi's crying. After recovering from the injury, Otohime personally sent her back to the Holy Land, moved by Otohime's advice, and decided to repay the Fishmen Island's kindness one day. And 10 years later, Muscarud-san did exactly that. Of course, there aren't many celestial dragons with a personality like Muscarud's. But never mind, Victor was just trying to get close to Angelotti-san. If Angela Deschang could gain the trust, or even favor, then maybe he could learn more about Im's secrets. After all, Victor's ultimate goal is to defeat Im and sit on the Void Throne, which symbolizes supremacy. At this time, although Angela Titian regained his senses, it was too late. They successfully attracted the attention of the sea frog. The huge body of the sea frog was destroying the mountain walls around the cave. Under the destruction of the sea frogs, broken rocks continued to fall down the mountain wall. How to do? Hurry up and save me! Damn Marine, why aren't you here? Angela Deschang let out an angry and desperate roar. We rushed out to divert the attention of the sea frog, and you all escaped with your highness. At this time, after discussing with the agents, the surviving guards began to run. However, as soon as they ran out, they were caught by the tongue of the sea frog. Do not! They stuck to their tongues, terrified, but unable to break free, they could only be swallowed by sea frogs. At this time, Angela Titian was desperate. It's over, it's all over. Angela Titian collapsed on the ground, seeing the guards and agents being eaten by sea frogs one by one, his face was blue with fright. He is completely desperate. At this time, the sea frog started to dig the soil again, trying to dig out the mountain wall and dig out the people in the cave. Sea kings are all intelligent, and sea frogs are no exception. The reason why it attacked Angelotti-san was not to prey, but out of anger. Therefore, we must kill Angela Titian and his gang. You can't stay here and wait to die. A crack the size of a fist appeared in the cave, and staying inside would definitely be a dead end. So, an agent said to the people around him, you run out separately, run separately, try to buy time for me. As long as His Highness is alive, your family will be treated well. The implication is that everyone must be sacrificed to protect San Angelotti. However, no one objected. As Angela Titian's guards, they have long been awakened. So, the people in the cave ran out one by one. However, as soon as they went out, they were swept away by the long and wide tongue. Seeing this, the agent counted the time in his heart, and then ran out with Angelotti on his back. As soon as he got out, the agent jumped up. In the next second, he narrowly escaped the attack of the sea frog's tongue. However, before he landed, the sea frog stuck out its tongue again. This time, Angelotti and the agent couldn't dodge, stuck by the long and wide tongue. Just as it was about to be swallowed, a crescent-shaped white slash flew over, cutting off the sea frog's tongue abruptly. Chapter 62. After the sea frog's long, thick tongue is cut open, blood spurts from the wound, like a blowout in an oil field. Blood was poured out, and it rained blood. Ah! The sea frog let out a painful roar, and the sound waves were so huge that the eardrums of Angelotti Sheng and others were about to be shattered. At this time, Victor appeared in front of Angelotti Sheng and others, with his back turned to them, leaving only the back of Justice. It's Marine to the rescue. Angela Dessen was still in despair just now. She thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect to turn around and come back from a desperate situation. It's like a roller coaster ride. You guys step back first, and I will deal with it alone. Victor turned around and said to Angelotti and the others, his tone was very firm. After Victor finished speaking, he walked slowly towards the sea frog. Seeing this scene, Angela Titian and others immediately stepped back. The sea frog looked at Victor, and it raised its forelegs and slapped Victor hard. This palm is astonishingly powerful, extremely fast, and full of power. If it hits someone, it will definitely be smashed into meat sauce. Seeing the ferocious blow of the sea frog, Victor didn't dodge anything. He stood straight on the spot without any resistance, just watching. The sea frog's devastating slap landed on Victor. Boom! The palm of the sea frog hit Victor's left palm heavily, making a muffled sound. Plop! The sea frog flew upside down into the sky, hundreds of meters high. Then, it fell from the air again, making a big hole in the ground. What a powerful force! Seeing this scene, Angela Titian and the others were stunned. Although the agents knew Victor was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. The sea frogs are sea kings, possessing terrifying strength, and they are very powerful, but they were blown away by Victor's understated palm in front of them. How can that be? However, before the sea kings flew out of the pit, Victor disappeared in place. He jumped into the air and then fell from the air, stepping on the white belly of the sea frog with his right foot. The sea frog's body trembled continuously, and then a stream of fresh blood flowed out of its body, staining the ground red. Its body turned red, which looked terrifying. What? The sea frog let out a shrill scream as it struggled to get up from the ground. But just as it got up a little bit, Victor held down its belly with his hand. Then press hard. Crack! There was the sound of bones breaking, followed by the sea frog's abdomen being crushed. Gilyalu! The sea frog uttered an unwilling cry, and then died. Victor put his foot down first, with sheer strength. And just that pressure poured armament haki into the body of the sea frog. The internal organs, blood vessels, muscles, nerves, etc. of the sea frog were all destroyed by armament haki. Of course, Victor was able to kill the sea frog in one blow just now. Just to show off your strength. So I played for a while longer. Angela Titian, are you okay? At this moment Victor turned to look at Angela Titian and the others. I know you are the new Suinma Admiral. At this time, Angela Dessen looked at Victor with an excited expression. I came to rescue immediately after I learned that Angelotti was trapped. Victor replied calmly. Thanks to your rescue, Ben Sheng was able to survive this time, it is really thanks to you. Angelotti looked at Victor with a grateful expression. It's my duty to wait for Marine. Victor said calmly. Ha ha ha. Saint Angelotti said, you are still the most reliable, and I will reward you. Thank you Angelotti. Victor replied. What do you want? Wealth? Power? A woman? Angela Dessen continued to ask Victor. Victor replied, if I can choose, then I hope to gain your trust. Ha ha ha. Victor, I will remember you. When Angela Deschang laughed, the agent beside him thought to himself, Victor is so smart, he got a backer so quickly. From the agent's point of view, Victor wants to use Angelotti as a backer to compete for the position of future marshal. After Victor sent Angelotti back to Marie Joy safely, he returned to Marineford to wait for the awarding ceremony. Finally, the awarding ceremony officially began. On the day of the awarding ceremony, just as Victor expected, world government started the live broadcast. The Bubble Plaza in Sabayati Archipelago has already set up 3 huge screens. On the square, reporters from various newspapers came early, carrying long guns and short cannons, recording this moment in history. The youngest admiral in marine history. Long live Justice! Long live Marine! Long live Victor Admiral! Part of the Sabayati Archipelago's pre-arranged crowd stood up in unison, yelling at the screen in the square. The world government is making gods and creating new heroes. Shuki leaned against the tree, smoking a cigarette peacefully, admiring the script of world government. At this time, the picture on the screen is the front of Marineford Fortress, and the warships in the port are lined up, which is quite spectacular. With the majestic fortress, it seems to be showing force to the whole world. At this time, the square of Marineford Fortress was full of Marines. Tens of thousands of elite Marines, the flags of the Marines behind them fluttered in the wind, making noise in the wind. At this time, according to the pre-arranged script, Victor will walk from the center of the square to the preset high platform step by step. Then, he will be crowned on the high platform. Victor doesn't walk very fast, and he has Admiral's standard height. At this time, in addition to Marshal Kong on the high platform, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Crane and other headquarters Vice Admiral, Marine commanders from G1 G10 fortresses also came. The Titan Vice Admiral stood 50 meters apart. The camera is not only shooting Victor, but also the people in Victor's background board. The world government is creating gods, and it wants to use the awarding ceremony to publicize the power of the world government. Victor finally stepped onto the high platform and came before Sora. In front of the empty space stood a Commodore. Commodore held a square tray in his hand. Inside the tray were a medal, a knife, and Admiral's rank epaulets. Victor, Sora said seriously. Victor stood up straight in front of Sora. Kong puts the epaulets on Victor, and then puts the medals on Victor. Finally, holding the knife in both hands, he handed it to Victor. After Victor took the knife, he turned around and faced all Marines, audiences, and cameras all over the world. He raised the knife above his head with one hand and shouted, "Justice will prevail." Chapter 63. After the awarding ceremony, Victor officially became Admiral, and he will also start working on shift. Guarding the Marie Joys, keeping the Holy Land and the Celestial Dragons safe is what every Marine Admiral must do. However, most of the time in this job is to bask in the sun and read newspapers. However, Victor is restless, he has a lot of things to do. As Marine Admiral, he has the authority of Admiral and can place his own people all over Marine. For example, Victor arranged Eric to be the Commodore in the G2 branch, and Kennard to be the Commodore in the G3 branch. These people are all members of the Blue Ocean Club. And after Victor was promoted to Admiral, he transferred them from the dangerous New World so that they would not die in New World. In addition, transferring them to other branches can also develop and strengthen the Blue Ocean Club. As far as Victor is concerned, he is now Admiral, and the need for military exploits is not high. And he needs performance and layout now. Perform in front of the 5 elders while gaining more followers. Wright and Connor were left by their side. Victor handed over Marie Joya's daily patrol duties to the two. The sun was shining brightly, and Victor was lying on a chair, reading a book while lying on the chair. This is his second month at Marie Joy's. Reading books in the morning, teaching Wright and others how to practice in the afternoon, and practicing Haki in the evening are Victor's daily routines. In addition, it is to check the letters written to him by members of the Blue Ocean Club from all over the country, and then reply to them. Of course, Victor was dictated and ghostwritten by Wright and Connor. Part of the letter will definitely mention the admiration for Victor, as if it is a fixed format, and then mention their recent work, problems encountered, and bottlenecks. Of course, most of these letter-writing members are disciples of Zephyr, students of Victor. Victor once said that no matter where they were, they could turn to him for help. After reading those letters, Victor will also give them advice and encourage them to continue to persevere and so on. In addition, they will be adjusted to their positions and given some financial assistance. In this way, Victor's reputation in the hearts of members of the Blue Ocean Club will become higher and higher. Moreover, members of the Blue Ocean Club will also worship Victor as a god. They believed following Victor would make them better, and it did. And only Victor can be so selfless, so great to help them. Of course, Victor did so out of selfishness. To be a great leader, one must be admired. The reason why Akainu became the marshal is not convincing, because he is too bad a person, and there are too few people who are willing to follow him. Before you know it, it's almost time for dinner. When Victor was about to put down the book, he heard the Marines yelling, "A boat is coming and it's Angelotti's boat." Angelotti St. Victor hasn't seen Angelotti since he rescued him and sent him back to Marie Joyce. Victor reckoned that Angela Desson had gone on a trip again and just came back now. Worked at Marie Joyce for a month and saw celestial dragons every day. In the eyes of the world, the celestial dragons on Marie Joyce are in heaven. However, the celestial dragons are just the opposite. Although they like the identity and power of the celestial dragons, Marie Joyce is too boring for them. There is no other fun here except bullying the slaves every day. On the contrary, it is better to do whatever you want in all parts of the world. After a while, Victor met Angelotti-san. Angelotti sat on the back of a tall slave. This slave used to be the Admiral army of a kingdom in West Blue, the god of war and hero of the country. Because Wang Chuan was on the wrong team when he alternated, he was framed by the new king and eventually became a slave. This type of slave with a prominent past is a favorite of celestial dragons. Driving and enslaving this type of slave can deepen the sense of accomplishment. So, Victor greeted Angela Desson. "Angela Desson." "Ha ha ha, Victor Admiral." Angela Desson jumped up excitedly when he saw Victor, and waved to Victor. Victor saved Angelotti-san, and his life was hanging by a thread. Therefore, Angela Desson has a particularly high degree of favorability for Victor. In front of Victor, Angelotti's attitude was obviously much better. "It seems that you have gained a lot today." Victor glanced at the slaves behind Saint Angelotti and said with a smile. "This is the slave I just bought." Angela Desson said with a smile, before turning around and whipping a girl. "Ah!" The girl who was beaten screamed again and again. "Is her voice particularly nice?" "She is a singer. I bought it for 50 million Baileys." Angela Titian introduced it triumphantly. "The girl not only has a good voice, but also has a graceful figure." After being whipped, the white skin left bloodstains, which aroused pity. "As expected of Angela Dean, you have such a good vision." Victor admired. Ha ha ha! Angela Titian was even more proud, obviously very satisfied with his harvest. "Are you guarding Marie Joyce now?" At this time, Angela Titian asked. In the past, whenever celestial dragons entered and exited, they encountered Marine Admiral. However, they never greeted Marine Admiral. Therefore, when celestial dragons passed by and saw Victor talking with Angelotti, I felt curious. "Yes. If there are no special circumstances, then I will stay here for a year." Victor replied. "I really want you to come to me. With your protection, I will be able to travel around the world." Angela Titian felt a little regretful. Although there is no shortage of strong men in CP0, and some of them are strong enough to be admirals, but after 800 years of reproduction, there are many descendants of 19. Can think about it. Victor chatted with Angelotti for a while, and then watched Angelotti leave. "I remember her name is Theria, and she was holding a concert in Sabayati Archipelago 2 months ago. A month ago, she was arrested for attempting to subvert the world government." At this time, Wright whispered. "It's a pity." Connor echoed. "Teresa is a singer, her voice and appearance are deeply loved by young people. Marine on Marie Joyce has long been numb to it. Wright, Connor, and others are slowly getting used to it. In the past, when they performed Buster Call, they would be angry, incomprehensible, and ruthless. But now, they are used to it. Because they see this every day. Over the course of a month, they saw slaves trying to escape, whose collars blew up in the process. The neck was shattered." Chapter 64. At night, 4 guards wearing armor sneaked up near Marine's camp. Only by passing through Marine's camp could they reach the elevator and finally leave Marie Joyce. These guards are not real guards. Their true identities are slaves. It's just that tonight they finally opened the collars around their necks, and they killed 4 guards, wearing their armor, before escaping here. Keep calm and don't panic. We must be able to escape from here, the leading man said to his companions. The other 3 slaves nodded simultaneously. Come on, follow me. The leading man was at the forefront, preparing to cross the Marine camp. The 3 followed the man, remaining as calm as possible. At this time, the patrolling Marine found 4 people. Strange, what are they doing so late? The Marines looked at the 4 guards suspiciously. Wright was on duty tonight, and he became suspicious as he watched the 4 guards walking towards the elevator. What's wrong with these people? Is there any important task to enter the Marine camp? Wright thought so in his heart, and then he took the initiative to step forward. As soon as he got close, he smelled blood from the 4 of them. Where are you going? Wright became more suspicious, so he stopped them from asking. We're on a mission. The leading man stood in front of Wright and said that he had a strong smell of blood on his body. Executing the mission. Wright circled around the 4 of them, and then said, Wait here, let me check first. The leading man knew that he was going to be exposed, so he became vicious and drew the sword at his waist. Seeing this, Wright couldn't help sneering, and clenched his saber tightly in his hand. The leading man swung his sword and slashed. His sword is fast, and his foot is very stable, and the edge of the sword is unstoppable. Still a master. Wright frowned. But Wright's reaction was also very fast, and he quickly dodged the leading man's sword sideways. Immediately, the saber in Wright's hand slashed fiercely at the chest of the leading man. The sword in the leading man's hand immediately stuck to the sword in Wright's hand. Then, with the sword in the leading man's hand spinning, he wanted to break Wright's wrist. Not only the sword skills are superb, but also the combat experience is rich. Wright has followed Victor for so long, and his strength has been greatly improved, but the strength of the man in front of him is not inferior to him. Although the leading man's swordsmanship is fast, accurate, and ruthless, Wright is not weak. He first took a step back to avoid the attack, and before the lead man could advance, he raised his left hand and shot the finger pistol with a blow. The air bullet shot at the forehead of the leading man. The leading man was shocked, gave up chasing, and dodged to dodge. After Wright adjusted, his body suddenly jumped up and kicked the leading man's chest. The leading man retreated 3 steps in a row before barely stopping his figure, however, Wright had already caught up to him. When, with a sound of metal impact, Wright's saber slashed on the leading man's sword. This time, the leading man didn't block the saber, and the saber wrapped around the armor cut off his sword. However, the right hand of the leading man firmly grasped the blade of the saber. Blood flowed from the palm. The leading man could only watch helplessly as the saber pierced his heart bit by bit. Please, let us go. At this time, a pitiful voice sounded. A fake guard was seen taking off his helmet. It is the female singer Teresa who was purchased by Angela Tisson. What's going on? At this time, many Marines rushed over one after another, including Connor. Connor also saw Theria. He took off the helmet of the leading man and found that he was the Mount of Saint Angelotti. Please, let us go, we were all framed, we did not commit a crime. Tria raised her head, her sapphire-like eyes begged Wright, Connor, and others. With that lovely and pitiful appearance, even a man would soften his heart. Connor whispered, What should I do? This is the first time they have dealt with this kind of thing. Although I can see the slaves running away, I never run to them. Wright frowned. Although he liked Teresa's song, he couldn't cause trouble for Victor, let alone implicate his family and companions. He clenched his fists, leave it to the agents. When Tria heard this, her face turned pale with fright. She knew what it meant to be taken back. They will be tortured, life would be worse than death. Please, please. Tria begged, she kowtowed so hard that her head was broken. Right, Connor turned around, then waved his hand, send them back. Reality makes people grow fast. Wright and Connor are no exception. Since coming to Marie Joyce, they have witnessed human tragedy every day. This is just a holy place for celestial dragons. For slaves, it is purgatory. Their justice has been trampled on by reality, and their blood has been completely cooled. What is justice and what is evil? If we eradicate evil and promote good, it is justice to eradicate the strong and support the weak. Trampling life is evil if it bullies the weak. The world government and world nobles of Marie Joyce are undoubtedly the greatest evil in the world. However, Marine needs to obey the orders of the world government to protect the safety of celestial dragons. This is the greatest irony of justice. At some point, Victor came to Wright and Connor, and he patted the shoulders of the two, helped them out. What? Wright and Connor froze for a moment. Victor said with a deadpan expression, we do what we can within our own capabilities, without leaving any regrets, and that is justice. I see. Wright suddenly understood. He finally understood Victor's justice. Justice beyond the scope of one's own ability is naive and unrealistic. Okay, I'm going to rest. Victor looked at Wright and the others with relief, they had finally matured. Back in his room, after Victor sat down cross-legged, he took a knife, poured armament haki into the knife, and tempered it into a black knife. Anyway, idle is idle. Not only can you practice armament haki, but you can also use the black knife as a gift, which will be given to outstanding members of the Blue Ocean Society in the future to encourage them to continue to improve. They should cherish the weapons created and bestowed by the god. See Circle Calendar 1496. In the morning, Victor sat on the deck chair as usual, ready to read the newspaper. Today's newspaper headlines are still Bullet. Bullet has been active since leaving the Roger Pirates. And, today's news is very interesting. After the two pirate supernovas, Bullet and Locke, meet, a fierce battle ensues. The result was a close call. Victor remembers that Bullet and Rayleigh were on par. So does the current cloak doll have the same strength as Rayleigh? After flipping through the news on the front page, Victor went on to read other news. About Roger. Marine encounters Roger in Alabasta, only to be run off by Roger. Whitebeard and Roger are about to meet, and the next thing is that Odin boarded Roger's boat and helped Roger translate the historical text. Victor muttered to himself. In fact, he still wanted to find Roger. Although Roger is terminally ill, Roger is not weak now. If Roger can be defeated head-on, then his reputation can be compared with Garp. However, this is just his competitive spirit. Although prestige can bring power, it is also part of Victor's plan to use Roger's hand to start the era of great pirates and make profits from it. As for news about Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and others, Victor is not very interested. Chapter 65. The Roger pirates encountered the Whitebeard pirates, and a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides, and the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As night fell, the entire island was in a mess, as if it was the end of the world. However, the bonfire on the beach, the men sitting around the bonfire, although many of them have wounds, bandages and bloodlines wrapped around their bodies, but their faces are full of happiness. Obviously, they were still fighting for life and death just now. Ha ha ha. Ku la 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 la. Whitebeard, Roger, Kojiki Odin, and others sat on the ground, holding wine, eating meat, and laughing heartily. Their laughter is very contagious and drives the people around them. Shanks and Buggy were also affected. They were more free and enjoyed the banquet wholeheartedly. The firelight illuminates the faces of Roger, Whitebeard, and others. They are the heroes of the sea, and now driven by the times, they have reached the apex of the times. In the past, when they met each other, there would always be a fight. However, it is in the fighting again and again that the recognition of each other is born, which is an emotion that transcends friendship. While drinking and chatting, Roger said to Whitebeard and others, "I want to go to the end of the world, but no matter how I try, I can't reach the final island." Whitebeard and the others listened quietly. As a member of the Rocks pirate group, Whitebeard has also heard a little about the final land. Later, I learned that I need to pass 4 red road signs in the historical text to point to the final place. Although I can successfully find the historical text by listening to the voice of all things, I can't understand the text on the historical text. Roger's face was full of displeasure. Whitebeard and others have also encountered historical texts, and the text on the historical texts has origins with the Kojiki family. Kojiki Odin said, "I can understand it. If you need translation, I can help you." The purpose of Kojiki Odin going to sea is to let Wano Kuni start the country. However, when he encountered the historical text, he understood that the key to the founding of Wano Kuni lies in those historical events. Therefore, he also wanted to uncover the history of 800 years ago. Upon hearing this, Roger immediately put down his wine glass, with excitement in his eyes. He turned serious, looked at Whitebeard, and made a request, "Although it is very rude, I would like to invite Odin to my ship, and I will go to Raftel, the final place." At this moment, the smile on Whitebeard's face froze upon hearing this. Kojiki Odin was also stunned. Going so far as to openly poach someone. And, Kojiki Odin is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. UBD. Whitebeard's forehead was bulging with veins. Odin has been on the boat for so long, and the relationship between the two has become like that of family members. He regards Odin as his younger brother and witnessed the birth of Momonosuke. 1 year is fine, just walk with us, please. Roger faced the angry Whitebeard, but he didn't give in at all. He insisted on his request. At the same time, he looked at Odin and lowered his head. The words are sincere, and at the same time, with the determination to succeed. UBD. Whitebeard didn't know how to answer. Kojiki Odin admires Roger. Roger's strength is far above him, but at this moment, he can ask him with this attitude. So, Kojiki Odin said to Whitebeard, "Let me go and come back in a year." Whitebeard scowled, "Whatever you want." Light met Odin, Kojiki and others boarded Roger's ship, and bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates. The news that Roger pirates had 1 more samurai reached 5 elders soon after. Through the newspaper, Victor learned that Roger and his gang had been to the capital of 7 Waters, and successfully got rid of Marine. However, I believe that 5 elders can't sit still now. If Roger really made it to the final place, then the truth of history will be revealed. Just as Victor expected. The 5 elders summoned him. Victor came between the rites. The 5 elders looked at Victor. "Garp has failed again." The straight-haired old man said to Victor. "We want you to catch Roger." The old man with glasses continued. The blonde old man stared at Victor. "CP0 will assist you. How many more people do you need? It's up to you to choose." Listening to the words of the 5 elders, Victor knew that Roger had touched the sensitive point of the world government. "I'll do my best," Victor replied. "Yet." 5 elders nodded. Naval headquarters made multiple snaps and Garp cornered Roger several times. However, Roger seems to be sheltered by luck, and he can turn danger into good fortune every time and escape from birth. This is already metaphysics. When the 5 elders summoned Victor, they also gave Sengoku an order to let Sengoku replace Victor and guard Marie Joyce. Before the elevator, Victor said to Sengoku. "Sengoku uncle, the job of guarding here is left to you." Sengoku remained expressionless, and just reminded Victor, "Pay attention to weather and geographical factors." In the process of capturing Roger, Sengoku and others had some rich failure experience. For example, in the Battle of Edwall, Roger was surrounded by the Golden Lion. As a result, a sudden storm came, not only saving Roger, but also destroying half of the Golden Lion fleet. Similar things don't just happen to Golden Lion. Both Sengoku and Garp come across quite a few. It's just evil. I will treat it with caution. Victor replied. Yet. Sengoku nodded. Immediately, Victor turned and entered the lift, and took the lift away from Marie Joyce. Sengoku looked at the back of Victor going away, then turned to look in the direction of Pangu City. It's been a long time since he guarded Marie Joyce. And the reason why 5 elders did this is to imply that he wants to replace him with Victor. Sengoku was expressionless just now, but when he thought of some possibility, veins appeared on his forehead and he clenched his fists. His justice is the justice of the king, and it is only natural to take over as the marshal and lead the marine. However, not necessarily anymore. Pangu City, between the powers. What if Victor captures Roger? Then Sengoku or Victor, who is more suitable to lead marine? If you only talk about strength and ability, Victor is more suitable. Victor is too selfish, not as easy to control as Sengoku. Sengoku can check and balance the sea, which is a talent that Victor does not have. However, having them compete is more important than who commands marine. The 5 elders chatted and couldn't help laughing. Power tactics are an essential skill for those in power. If Garp is willing to promote Admiral, then Garp will be Sengoku's competition. In the process of competition, the relatively weaker side needs to rely more on the support of 5 elders. The 5 elders manipulated Marine to cause discord within Marine, which was their routine. After all, the United Marine is also a threat to the world government. Chapter 66. Marine Fort, Naval Headquarters. Victor is sitting in his Admiral office. This is his first time working in Admiral's office. Victor took out his cigarette and lay down on the chair with his feet up on the desk. He smoked and looked out the window. At this moment, a Vice Admiral staff officer walked out of the office, knocked on the door, and saluted Victor. Victor Admiral, the information has been collected and can now report to you. Hearing this, Victor resumed his normal sitting position. Come in. Victor called out the door. Mike Vice Admiral walked in. Mike Vice Admiral was single-handedly promoted by Sengoku to be responsible for intelligence analysis and collation. Now Victor and Sengoku are exchanging jobs. Therefore, Mike reports to Victor according to Sengoku's instructions. We did not find Roger and his gang in Sabayati Archipelago. According to the analysis of the staff, Roger and his gang may have gone to the Fishmen Island. Mike Vice Admiral replied. After listening to the report, Victor said, "Where's the eyeliner of the Fishmen Island? If Roger enters the Fishmen Island, it's impossible not to see it." Mike Vice Admiral replied, "No discoveries so far." "Okay, you go out first." After Victor finished speaking, he sent Mike Vice Admiral to leave. Mike Vice Admiral frowned, but after thinking about it, forget it. If Victor and Sengoku are equally capable, then there must have been a judgment. Conversely, if Victor's judgment is affected by his own judgment, it will affect the relationship between them instead. Mike Vice Admiral is not willing to do the hard work. What's more, he is not Victor's subordinate. After Mike Vice Admiral left, Victor picked up the microphone, ready to use the fortress internal broadcast to announce. He's going to hold a combat seminar. The new official took office with 3 fires. Marine Admiral's job is not only to fight and kill, but also to command his subordinates. Victor can also use it to improve his presence at naval headquarters. Please all the Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Commodore in the headquarters to the second war room for a meeting. Please all the Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Commodore in the headquarters to the second war room for a meeting. At this time, he Vice Admiral and others also put down their work after hearing Victor's broadcast, and went to the second war room. A few minutes later, the second war room was already full of people. A general at the Commodore level doesn't even have a seat. After Victor sat down, in front of everyone, he unhurriedly lit a cigar, took a puff slowly, and then said, "I just accepted the order of 5 elders and took over the job of hunting Roger. Let Roger escape again and again, and Marine is about to become a laughing stock. Of course, I know this has nothing to do with you." Victor looked at everyone present calmly. Among them, he and others are still his elders. Victor said, "However, I can understand that the world government and the people of the world can't understand. They only think that Marine is trash, and they have nothing to do with Roger. So." Victor bit his cigar and slapped his hands on the table vigorously. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said viciously, "Even if you can't catch Roger, you must cut off his hands and feet. Be vicious. Let Roger not dare to appear in the open sea. Let them hide like mice. Let them fear the justice of Marine." Victor said to everyone, "I hope you can do it. Especially the combat troops. If Roger and his gang are allowed to retreat unscathed, then I suggest you transfer to the logistics department. A combat meeting is actually a head start." Victor is still very young, he is only in his early 20s. Although he is very strong, most generals in this department don't think he has the ability to command. Therefore, Victor needs to stand up and tell everyone the difference between him and Sengoku. He and others listened to Victor's solo show. Victor's meaning, if you can't catch Roger, you can catch the people around Roger. You can't even catch the people around Roger. In the Marshal's office, although Sora did not attend the meeting, the war room was monitored, and he could hear the whole meeting. The difference between Victor and Sengoku is indeed huge. This is the feeling of emptiness. However, Sora could understand Victor. In his view, Victor has always wanted to achieve the goal of purifying the sea. Therefore, he will do his best to promote and change Marine. The Blue Ocean Club was established for this purpose. Kong also learned that many students who graduated from naval headquarters participated in the Blue Ocean Club. Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. At this time, the phone on the empty table rang. Kong picked up the microphone. "It's Commander Glenn." Glenn said to Kong, "Come to my office, I have something to tell you." Kong hummed. When Sengoku was in the past, a lot of work has been handed over to Sengoku. Therefore, although Kong is still the marshal, many things do not require him to do it himself. Kong left Marineford for Marie Joyce. At this time, a special visitor came to Victor's office CP0. The visitor is about 2.8 meters tall, a head shorter than Victor. Wearing an iconic white suit and a white mask with 2 blood-colored tear stains on his face, the first impression he gave was that it was weird. "This is the first time I've come into contact with a Marine below the Marshal." CP0 agent to Victor. Victor's face was expressionless. CP0 is notoriously bad-tempered. Akainu was confronted by Lu Chi face-to-face. But because they are directly under the Celestial Dragons, they are defiant. However, there is not much difference between Marshal Marine and Admiral. You both performed very well in disappointing people. Seeing that Victor did not respond, the CP0 agent approached Victor and continued to provoke Victor. CP0 hates Marine. Because they think they have done more than Marine. However, it was Marine who enjoyed the flowers, applause, and adoration. And they can only wear masks, even on the day they die, no one will know their true identities. Such a difference in identity made them psychologically distorted. "Are you really a CP0 agent?" At this time, Victor suddenly spoke. CP0 agent looked puzzled. "I suspect that you are faked by a pirate." Victor suddenly reached out and grabbed the latter's neck. "5 elders sent CP0 to assist me, not to do redundant things, so, if necessary, then I will take your head back to Marie Joyce and find Angeletti-san verify your identity." With the force of Victor's fingers, CP0 agent could feel that his neck would be crushed in an instant. This is a death warning. Victor is different from Akainu. Victor understands the rules of the game. The biggest reliance of CP0 is Celestial Dragons. In front of celestial dragons, they are all well behaved. And Victor is very familiar with Angelotti, and can use celestial dragons to clean up the agents in front of him. Chapter 67. Gerald was strangled. He knew Victor was only threatening him. Victor certainly wouldn't kill him. However, in front of Victor, under his control, Gerard felt too small. Just like a child, there is no resistance. Humph. Victor let go, and Gerald finally recovered his breath. Cough cough cough. Hearing Gerard's cough, Victor snorted coldly. Well, I hope to hear some useful information. Victor sat down, crossed his feet and said. This guy is really arrogant. However, he has the capital of arrogance. The human body is the most honest. When the weak face the strong, as long as there is no problem with their brains, they will show obedience. Roger's gang was picked up in the Sabayati archipelago. I suspect they are still in the Sabayati archipelago. Gerald replied. What are you waiting for? Victor took out the golden phone bug. What are you going to do? Seeing this, Gerald was taken aback on the spot, and he hurriedly asked. Of course it is to gather troops and wipe out all the villains in the Sabayati archipelago. Victor said calmly. Are you crazy? That's in the Sabayati archipelago, and you're trying to start a buster call in the Sabayati archipelago. Under the mask, Gerald was dumbfounded. Crazy, simply crazy. If the information you provided is correct, now is the best time to eliminate Roger. Even if the information is wrong, the pirates in the Sabayati archipelago and the outlaws in the grey area are also cancers that need to be eradicated. Victor snorted softly and said. Also, don't worry about hurting the nobles of the world. Before starting to act, I will give you enough time to evacuate the nobles of the world safely. Victor's words left Gerard speechless. He could tell that Victor wanted to take advantage of Roger's affairs and use this opportunity to deal with the evil forces of the Sabayati archipelago. Gerald knew Victor before he met him. No Victor's dream. Now, Gerald believes that as long as Victor has enough power, he will decisively implement his plan. Okay, I'm Marine Admiral and I'm authorized to make buster calls. Victor picked up the microphone of the golden phone bug. In 24 hours, target Sabayati archipelago. At this time, Victor looked at Gerald again, as the troops directly under the world's nobles, you can act now. You. Gerald turned and left the office. He needs to tell 5 elders about buster call. At the same time, the Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters have received orders from buster call. At this time, G2, G3, G4, G6, G7, G8 and other directly subordinate branches are already gathering troops. Naval Headquarters is also building up forces. 5 Vice Admirals, 10 Rear Admirals, 10 large warships, and 10,000 elite sailors. Inside the Marshal's office, Sora was still a little surprised when he heard the unique built-up alarm of buster call, thinking, did Victor find Roger so quickly? If it wasn't for Roger, it wouldn't be buster call. Just where will Roger and his gang be hiding? If it is a town with a lot of people, the people in the town will also be unlucky. After all, shells are ruthless, and bullets have no eyes. At this time, Tsuru walked into the empty office. Victor is so messed up. Crane said to Kong. If Roger can be caught, it will be worth paying a certain price. Kong shook his head and said, he thought Crane couldn't bear it. After all, when the buster call was activated, many innocent people would be affected. However, everything comes with a price. Kong believes that compared with capturing Roger, the price paid is acceptable. Victor is going to start a buster call in the Sabayati archipelago. Crane said to Kong. What did you say? Sora stood up, startled. Sabayati archipelago is more than just the gathering place for the first half of the Grand Line. At the same time, a large population lives on the island. Relatives of world government officials were also included. Not only that, Sabayati Archipelago is also the playground of the world's nobles, and it is the place where the world's nobles go to play most often. Once the buster call is executed, the result will be no grass and dead bodies everywhere. Sora realized the seriousness of the situation, so he immediately picked up the phone bug and contacted Victor. "Come to my office." The 5 elders were also taken aback when Kong contacted Victor. Gerard informed the 5 elders of Victor's actions. "Victor is such a mess. It's possible to capture Roger, but the price is too high. Tell him immediately and make him stop. If a buster call is launched against the Sabayati Archipelago, it will be a stain on the world government. It's not easy to hide this matter." 5 elders had a book on their minds. They know what they can and cannot do. While they have the ability to wipe anyone from the world, there are downsides and costs to consider. Once the news of the destruction of the Sabayati Archipelago spreads, the whole world will be shocked. Sabayati Archipelago is a super city with a huge population, which is not comparable to a small country. Destroying such a large city and killing so many people in one go, how should the whole world view the world government? The member countries of the world government will also worry. The world government has spent a lot of manpower and material resources in order to conceal the blankness of 800 years ago for 100 years. Now, no more wiping Victor's A. Inside the marshal's office. Sora and Victor face to face. "Cancel buster call now," Sora said to Victor. "From the information provided by CP0, I think it is very likely that Roger is hiding in the Sabayati Archipelago. Get rid of Roger, isn't that what the world government wants?" Victor replied calmly, not thinking of cancelling the buster call at all. "I order you as marshal." Sora raised his voice. Victor remained expressionless. "I'm sorry, capturing Roger is a task assigned to me by the 5 elders." "Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo." Just as Sora was about to speak, the phone bug in Victor's arms started calling. "Victor, terminate buster call immediately." The straight-haired old man of one of the 5 elders said seriously. "Yes." Victor didn't refuse this time. "We all know your determination to catch Roger, but it still depends on the occasion, understand?" The old man with white straight hair softened his tone. "Victor is not the same as Akainu. Akainu will contradict the 5 elders. However, Victor is a man who obeys." 5 elders thought Victor was reliable and manageable. At least they thought they could control Victor. "Understood," Victor replied. "If you suspect that Roger is hiding in the Sabayati Archipelago, then you can conduct a search and we will give you 3 days. The 5 elders also counted as saving face for Victor. Didn't Victor want to fight against the pirates and get rid of those cancerous tumors? Then give him a chance. Controlling the strong is also part of the art of power. Chapter 68. After finishing the call, Victor calmly smoked a cigarette. As he had guessed, 5 elders had a condition for launching buster call. 5 elders launched buster call only for less populated areas. Really want to launch a buster call to Sabayati Archipelago? That's impossible to enforce. World government is a legal government after all, even if it is bad in its bones, it is also worried about the direction of public opinion. After all, the world government is the party of justice. There is no reason why massacres cannot be carried out. Send an order to block the coastline of the Sabayati Archipelago, and the docks on the island will also be blocked. Without my order, no ship can release the Sabayati Archipelago. In addition, in areas 1 to 29, everyone will be arrested, and if they encounter resistance, they will be executed immediately. In the area from 1 to 29, there are human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. The area from 50 to 59 is no exception. Everyone in the ship are all locked up by me. If you encounter resistance, then feel the ground. In the area from 50 to 59, there are many shipyards and coating craftsmen. Bubble Park, as well as specialty shops, tourist streets and hotel streets, are the same. Grab anyone you see. In short, 3 days. I'll give you 3 days to check all the people on the Sabayati archipelago. All fugitives with criminal records, whether they are pirates or other criminals, will be arrested and sent to Nice lobby for trial. Notify Nice lobby to send someone to the dock to receive. Victor uses the golden phone bug to issue a terrible order to the troops involved in the buster call. This workload is simply too great. It can't be done in 3 days. The Vice Admiral commanders of the various branches who were planning to participate in the buster call were speechless for a while. Victor's approach is too crazy. However, who let Victor be Admiral? Now that Victor has issued an order, they can only accept and execute the order. Sabayati Archipelago. In the population auction is in progress. Saint Roswald kept raising the sign in his hand. He wanted to buy a bit too many slaves today. Especially some pirates who offer a reward of tens of millions of Baileys. Saint Roswald especially likes to collect them and use them as mounts, wantonly trampling on their dignity. In addition, Saint Roswald's son, Charles Rose St., likes mermaids. There are also mermaids in today's auction, and he is also planning to buy them. At this time, an agent in a white suit came to Saint Roswald and said to him, "His Royal Highness, please return to Marie Joyce as soon as possible." Hey! Saint Roswald showed a displeased expression. He was happy with the purchase. "That's what 5 elders asked for," added CP0. Humph! Saint Roswald heard that it was 5 elders, although his face was displeased, he still got up from his seat. Not only in the population auction, but in many places in Sabayati Archipelago, celestial dragons left Sabayati Archipelago quickly under the notice of CP0. From now on, Sabayati Archipelago can only enter, not exit. Any ship that tries to leave the Sabayati Archipelago will be sunk. Victor was on deck, broadcasting his orders to the fleet. At this time, the warships are already lined up. In addition to the 10 warships brought by Buster Call, Victor transferred more than 20 ships from the headquarters and surrounding branches. Together with the Marines stationed by the Sabayati Archipelago, Victor has mobilized nearly 30,000 troops. Of course, he can transfer troops again. However, it takes time, and because too many troops are deployed, there will be a vacuum in the governance of the sea, and it is easy for pirates to take advantage of the loopholes. Hurry up, move faster. At this time, the Marine on the Sabayati Archipelago has rushed into areas 1 to 29, and their order is to arrest people. They catch anyone they see. This is an order from Victor. Such an order caused an uproar in the Sabayati Archipelago. At this time, in a casino, the guests in the casino were arrested by Marine before they could figure out the situation. The shining saber rested on his neck, and the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead. "If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. I want to see Troy Rice Commodore. We are friends. Trust Rice Commodore, he wouldn't do that to a friend." The casino boss was pinned to the ground with his face pressed against the ground, but he still protested to Marine as loud as he could. Rice Commodore in his mouth is the garrison commander of the Sabayati Archipelago. Marine accepting bribes doesn't just happen in 4 seas. As long as there is no substantive evidence, no one deliberately investigates. This is the unspoken rule of naval headquarters from top to bottom. At this time, Troy Rice Commodore did not dare to get close to the briber. "If you don't cooperate, you will be executed on the spot. Not one can be let go." Troy Rice commanded the garrison and rushed into the shops. This also includes Shucky's bar. It's just that Shucky's bar is empty now. Where did the lady boss go? Some Marines have been to Shucky's shop before and know Shucky is a beauty. At the same time, Shucky was behind a fence, observing the street. She couldn't understand what happened today. Because things like this have never happened before. Now, though, Marine appears to be looking for someone. Is it looking for Roger and Rayleigh? Shucky murmured. Of course she couldn't sit idly by. At this time, Victor has landed with a large group of sailors. Report. Wright came to Victor, and he said to Victor, Rice Commodore has arrested nearly 1,000 people, but there are still many people who escaped, and he asked for support. There are only 5,000 people in Tuo Rice, and it is indeed a tight manpower. Don't worry. Victor didn't send reinforcements immediately. At this time, there was a sound of bombardment in the distance. On the distant sea, a cargo ship trying to break out was hit by Marine's naval guns, and began to burn, and finally sank into the sea. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug in Connor's hand was beeping. Connor hands the phone bug to Victor. Victor picked up the microphone. The phone bug imitated Eric's voice, Master Victor, we have taken control of the shipyard, but there are too many people to arrest. According to Victor's order, both the boatman and the boatman must be arrested. So Eric asked Victor for reinforcements. Not only Eric, Kennard's situation is similar. Kennard is now located on Hotel Street. There are dragons and snakes in the Hotel Street. Many of them are wanted criminals. In order to escape the pursuit of Marine, these wanted criminals lit the room on the spot and caused a fire. They tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape. At this time, Victor said to Connor, contact NICE lobby, let them send a judicial ship over, and take all suspicious people to NICE lobby first. Yes. Connor immediately contacted NICE lobby. Chapter 69. Is Marine crazy? This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Mom, what are they doing? SHH, keep your voice down, Marine is catching bad guys. In the Area 129 of Sabayati Archipelago, dragons and snakes are mixed in this area. Not only are there many wanted criminals lurking, there are also a large number of civilians living here. Therefore, when Marine arrests people, it usually starts along the street first. Including the population auction, it is hard to escape. Sir, we are not pirates, nor are we wanted criminals. All the slaves here have been approved and are legal and compliant. Hughes, the manager of the population auction, and the staff were all suppressed on the ground. Hughes is trying to communicate. He has worked here for more than 30 years, serving senior officials of the world government, nobles from various countries, wealthy businessmen, and even the supreme world nobles. Especially the nobles of the world are satisfied with his service. However, he never dreamed that the low-ranking sailor he despised the most would actually push him to the ground. What a humiliation! Shut up! Seaman recruit Leon took the gun, and stuffed the barrel into Hughes' mouth. He had long since disliked these people. Take this opportunity today to teach this group of people a lesson. Hughes couldn't make a sound. At this time, a team of Marines came over. This team of Marines wore the badge of the Blue Ocean Club on their chests, uniformly wore white gloves, high military boots, and swords around their waists. They walked aggressively and superiorly. The leading major asked, "Have you found any suspicious persons?" "No discovery yet." Hughes' immediate supervisor, Captain Mark, replied. "Continue to search." After the major finished speaking, he left with his head held high. "Yes." Captain Mark replied. "Who are they?" A sea soldier behind Leon asked in a low voice. "Did you see the badges they wear on their chests?" "The Blue Ocean Society, the troops directly under Suinma Admiral." Someone replied. "Directly under the troops? Don't you know? As long as you join the Blue Ocean Club, it will be much easier to get promoted, and you can go to any position in any army." "Then where can I join? Can I join the Blue Ocean Club?" "To recommend people, I also heard that it has become stricter now, and personal information needs to be reviewed." "Does our army have Blue Sea Clubs?" "I heard that Major Ron belongs to the Blue Ocean Club." No wonder he went from ensign to major in less than a year. The Marines were discussing in private. After listening to Leon, he was full of curiosity about the Blue Ocean Society. At the same time, Ron was counting the money found in the population auction. This large sum of money is naturally going to Victor. Of course, Ron will also keep a sum of money for himself. Sir, you have a total of 3.5 billion Baileys in cash, and this time you are going to be promoted again. Ron's Lieutenant House said with a smile. Ron nodded, and crossed out a 5 from the 3.5 billion on the ledger. Hand over 3 billion Baileys. And the 500 million Baileys, Ron will not take it all alone, he will distribute it to his subordinates. This is the unspoken rule within Blue Ocean Club. Ron was self-aware, he knew he couldn't go to the front line. However, he still has the ability to contribute to the Blue Ocean Club and Victor. Only those who can contribute to Victor and Lanhai can be promoted quickly. Shuki came to an abandoned shipyard. Marine searched here, and searched 3 times. However, Marine did not find the whereabouts of Roger and others. After confirming that there were indeed no suspicious persons here, Marine left. Shuki pulled out the phone bug. It's time to come out, Shuki said. After a while, the ceiling of the dock slowly opened. Roger and others jumped down from above. Are they gone? After jumping down, Roger asked while patting the dust off his body. The cunning rabbit has 3 caves. This is one of Shuki's hideouts. Because of his relationship with Rayleigh, Shuki provided Roger and his gang with refuge here. It's early, Shuki replied. Do you know how long it will take? Rayleigh asked. Shuki smoked and said, 3 days. Shuki also has informants within Marine. Then, Shuki added, it was supposed to launch a buster call, but it was terminated. It's really enough nonsense. Roger couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard this. In this environment, you can still laugh so happily. There are only a very few people such as Roger. Shuki reminded, you stay here for 3 days, and I will arrange for you to leave after confirming safety. After Shuki left the dock, she came to another stronghold of hers. An ordinary residential building. Big sister. A youth opens the door for Shuki. The young man is called Frank. He was rescued by Shuki 10 years ago. He has been collecting information for Shuki as an ordinary resident. The identities and families of ordinary residents are a very good cover. Shuki entered the room. Frank's wife and children are preparing lunch in the kitchen. Shuki said hello to Frank's wife and children, and went straight to the attic. Big sister. Frank said to Shuki, Big sister, Marine will implement a foot ban later, and search residential areas. Anyone who violates the foot ban and appears outdoors will be arrested. Frank's brother-in-law Brent was serving in the Marine, and Brent had just told Frank to stay at home and not run around. Confinement order. Shuki took a deep drag on his cigarette and murmured, That's crazy. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Sabayati archipelago's radio started ringing. After 1 hour, a stay-at-home order is imposed. No one is allowed to leave the premises. Those who violate the foot ban and appear outdoors will be arrested as wanted criminals. Repeat. After 1 hour, a stay-at-home order is imposed. No one is allowed to leave the premises. Those who violate the foot ban and appear outdoors will be arrested as wanted criminals. At this moment, the sailors of the brigade appeared on the streets in neat steps. They were divided into 2 columns and stood on either side of the street. Victor appears on the street. The residents of the houses on both sides of the street are looking at Victor. At this moment, the street seemed to be cleared. And, quietly, if you don't return home within an hour, you will be arrested. Those who were arrested earlier have now been sent to the judicial ship and sent to an ice lobby in batches. Shuki is in the attic, watching Victor secretly. At this moment, Victor suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the attic. The attic curtains are still moving, and Shuki is hiding behind the wall, his heart beating fast. He is really too dangerous. Humph! Victor let out a cold snort. No gaze that stares at him can escape his perception. However, Victor didn't bother to arrest Shuki. Making such a big noise in Sabayati archipelago today is just to shape his character. Resolutely and thoroughly eradicate evil. This will give him a very high reputation. Whether it is inside the marine or in the hearts of the people. For the vast majority of the people, they hate and fear pirates. Therefore, Victor can win the support of ordinary people by eradicating evil with such great efforts. There is no doubt that today will be a grand show. Use the opportunity of hunting Roger to show the world your determination and courage. The grey income found today is also a considerable amount. Victor can be said to have gained both fame and fortune, and he made a lot of money. Chapter 70. At this time, there was a huge explosion not far away. Victor was smoking a cigarette calmly. After a while, Connor came over and said beside Victor, "It's the direction of the hospital, Rodney is over there." The Rodney that Connor mentioned was his classmate of the same class and the most potential member of the Blue Ocean Club, which was appreciated by Victor. Victor heard the words, but his face was expressionless, and he continued to follow the original route to Soap Bubble Park. There is a large square in Soap Bubble Park, which is suitable as an execution ground. Victor is ready to be here, ready for stage 2. In the hospital, doctors, nurses, and patients were all hiding in the wards, and they screamed with frightened expressions on their faces. At this time, a one-armed middle-aged man with a cane was surrounded by hundreds of Marines. After a while, Marine naturally parted ways. A Marine colonel stepped forward slowly. The colonel has a cropped head, a neat suit, white gloves on his hands, high military boots on his feet, and the logo of Blue Ocean Club on his chest. Boatman Roll, who was most recently seen on Viju Island in New World, then challenged Roger and failed, losing a leg and a hand. The colonel's name was Rodney. Unlike Wright and Connor, Rodney is a very withdrawn person. He doesn't like to deal with others and is used to being alone, so he is not very popular. Although Rodney was one of the best students in his class, he never got a chance to perform. He didn't join the Blue Ocean Club until Wright invited him, and was promoted to colonel by Victor because of his consecutive military exploits. Rodney is currently serving in the G2 branch. As long as he continues to gain military exploits, his future is limitless. At least in the eyes of most members of the Blue Ocean Club, with Victor as his backer, Rodney might also be the commander of G2. However, the real reason why Rodney is willing to join the Blue Ocean Club. Because of Victor's goal. As it happens, Rodney has the same goal. You have found the wrong person. There is no boatman Luo here. Luo lost his left hand and left foot, his internal organs were damaged, and his strength was not even a single one. If it was his peak period, he would not pay attention to the Marine in front of him at all. Don't think that after retiring, the sins you committed can be written off. Rodney said coldly, the ghosts killed by you are waiting for you at Santa Kuan. You guys are forcing me to kill people. As soon as Luo finished speaking, the crutch in his hand was thrown backwards, hitting a Marine captain just in the head. The Marine captain was hit in the head, blood spurting out. It's a pity that his body is not as good as before. If it was in the past, and the weapon was still his iron ore, then the captain's head must have been smashed into tofu. However, the moment Roll shot, Rodney also rushed over. Rodney's speed was very fast, he stepped out continuously, and only his afterimage appeared in front of his eyes. Call out! Call out! Call out! Roll was startled, he jumped back with one foot, and in the next second, he narrowly avoided Rodney's kick. However, the toe of Rodney's shoe still brushed Roll's brow bone. The brow bone was cut open, blood flowed out, and the world in Rodney's eyes was stained red. Before Roll landed and wiped off the blood, Rodney shot finger pistol with another blow from his right hand. The air bullet hit Roll's left knee. The pierced left leg instantly lost its ability to support. Roll collapsed on the aisle in embarrassment. The surrounding Marines swarmed up, the knives and forks grabbed Roll's neck, and the muzzle of the gun pressed his head. Boom! Just then, there was an explosion outside the window. Get out of the way, get out of the way, if you don't get out of the way, I will blow them up. At this time, a man with a bomb strapped to his body took dozens of medical staff, as well as patients and their family members hostage. He wanted to use the hostages around him to forcibly open a path. The nearby Marines were holding knives and guns, and their muzzles were aimed at the men, but they were somewhat cautious. Rodney took out a thick wanted warrant and found the man's name. Sandy, the bomb expert, offers a reward of 46 million Baileys. Rodney took the rifle of the sailor beside him and aimed at Sandy. Colonel Rodney, you can't do this. A Marine lieutenant colonel next to Rodney was about to remind him. Rodney, however, had already shot. Boom! The bullet hit Sandy in the eye and flew out of the back of Sandy's head. Although Sandy was shot through the head, he detonated the bomb at the last moment. Boom! This time the explosion killed all Sandy and the hostages, and all the glass of the surrounding buildings was shattered. The marine surrounding Sandy was also blown away by the impact, and many people were injured. Rodney returned the rifle and went downstairs without looking back. When he was a child, he witnessed the pirates using the whole village as hostages to force Marine to lay down his weapons. As a result, the Marines who put down their weapons were all killed, and the villagers could not survive. Therefore, Rodney has his own judgment standard. He thinks that Victor's goal is achievable, and Victor's approach is not wrong, so he follows Victor. The same is true of what is currently happening. If Sandy is spared, more people will only be killed. Run separately. It's safe to run to the seaside. A group of Murlocs ran desperately. Behind them, Marine is chasing them. Some Marines stop and shoot while running. Bullets whizzed by. Some unlucky Murlocs fell to the ground after being shot. Damn Marine! The leader of the Murloc is called Bazel, and a reward of 110 million Baileys is currently offered. Because he hates humans, Bazel likes villages and towns that slaughter humans. At this moment, Bazel just glanced at the fallen companions and did not stay to help them. The coastline was not far away, and Bazel could already see the sea. As long as they can jump into the sea, they will be temporarily out of trouble. They are Murlocs, and their diving ability is much stronger than that of humans. However, at this moment, several rows of Marines suddenly stood up in front of them. Boom! 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 Hundreds of Marines shot, and the Murlocs behind Bazel couldn't dodge and were all shot. At this time, a blonde young captain was leaning against a tree, smoking a cigarette. The young man is called Felix, the rank of captain, and the same class as Aokiji. Because he agreed with Victor's philosophy, he joined the Blue Ocean Club when he was in school. Purify the sea and remove all pirates. He believes that what Victor does today will be realized all over the world. Tang Caowa Zhang Fist. Seeing his companions fall, Bazel was furious. He jumped up, and the punch he was about to throw could generate shock waves in all directions 360 degrees. Tempest kick. However, the slash kicked by Felix hit Bazel's chest first. Chapter 71. Although he was hit in the chest, Bazel was able to receive a reward of 110 million Baileys, and his own strength was not weak. The blow failed to kill him. Hateful. Bazel looked at Felix. Felix hooked Bazel. How dare a mere marine captain dare to provoke after a sneak attack? Boy, you are dead. Just as Bazel was about to attack Felix, a beam of light shot through Bazel's chest. Felix frowned. Sorry, he's the one I'm looking for. At this time, Kizaru came over. The current Kizaru has the rank of Commodore. Felix salutes Kizaru. Immediately, Felix turned and left. Kizaru notices the Blue Ocean Club logo on Felix's chest. Victor's people are really brave. Kizaru murmured. Which one of the pirates who can be rewarded with a reward of over 100 million baileys is the weak one? Felix was unafraid. I don't know how Lanhai will brainwash him. However, Kizaru knows the strength of Bazel, who is a master of Murloc karate. While Felix is not weak, he is definitely not strong either. If he was severely injured by Bazel, even if Felix would not die, he would be permanently disabled. Therefore, Kizaru chose to make an early shot to save Felix. Only Felix didn't appreciate it. The members of the Blue Ocean Club, apart from being single-minded, only think about getting promoted and getting rich. More are passionate young people. Influenced by Victor, they are proactive and no longer confused about the future. And young people like Rodney and Felix are on Victor's promotion list. Victor intends to train them as a backbone. At this time, Victor was in the soap bubble park, and the Marines built a high platform in the shortest time. Victor is going to execute the heinous wanted criminal here, and show the world his iron-blooded skills and his determination to uphold justice through live broadcast. After the high platform was built, Victor only left behind Connor and a very small number of people, and the rest of the Marines were sent to participate in the search mission. Today, on the Sabayati archipelago, only Soap Bubble Park has the least Marine. As the information was collected, Connor continued to report the progress of the search on the island. Rodney caught Roll, the boatman, and then shot and killed bomb expert Sandy. Sandy detonated the bomb, and nearly 100 people were killed. Felix caught Gecko Jackson, Mountain Mouse Roland. Ed caught Cross Star Mayo. Jerry. After the report was over, Connor added, the whereabouts of Roger and his gang have not been found yet. Victor sat on the chair, resting his chin on one hand, and said expressionlessly, continue to search. Yes. Connor replied. Boom. There was another explosion not far away. As the search deepened, Marine began to move into residential areas. The wanted criminals hiding in the Sabayati archipelago now have only two choices. 1. Change to a more concealed and safer hiding place. 2. Choose to break out and escape from Sabayati archipelago. At this time, in a private house, several minions in black suits are nervously holding hostages. The sharp blade touched the child's smooth neck. At the same time, there are still a few minions standing by the window, they are condescending, looking out of the window vigilantly. Boss, Marine is coming. A minion by the window, reporting to the man inside. Shut up, I knew they were coming. The men drank beer and ate dinner at the hostage's house. His name is Lawrenson, a pirate from West Blue, who was also active in New World as a subordinate of Golden Lion, and currently has a reward of 181 million baileys. It's just that after Golden Lion was caught, Lawrence had the idea of retiring. Lawrence chose to go back to the first half of the Grand Line and buy property in the Sabayati archipelago. He has a very cruel personality. When he was a pirate, he would take many hostages every time he committed a crime. If Marine dared to pursue him, they would not dare to attack him because they were afraid of hurting the hostages. Boom boom boom. Marine knocked on the door. The man of the house opened the door. Without any greeting, the Marines entered the house and started searching directly. Sir, my family members are not feeling well, please don't disturb them upstairs. The male host tried to stop him, but Marine ignored him at all. When Marine opened the attic door, there was a bang of a gunshot. Marine was shot through between the eyebrows. Lawrence took the gun and said to the minions, take the hostages and get out of here. The gunshots in the houses attracted the surrounding Marines. Eric, Kennard, Rodney, and others quickly surrounded them. The two sides fought in the alley. Boss, there is no Marine in Soap Bubble Park. At this time, a minion reported to Lawrence. Go to Soap Bubble Park. After Lawrence finished speaking, some cotters were left to hold Marine back, while he led a few people to the Soap Bubble Park. As I said, Marine was not found in Soap Bubble Park. Lawrence, however, did not relax. On the contrary, Lawrence was more disturbed. It's so quiet. Soap Bubble Park is so quiet and scary. At this moment, Lawrence heard footsteps. Lawrence reacted quickly, he turned around immediately, the muzzle of the gun in his hand, with the swing of his arm, did not aim at all. Boom! The bullet was fired at the person who came. Ding! The gunfire reflected on the blade, reflecting a cold light, which split the bullet into two pieces. The sparks from the muzzle and the reflection from the blade made the two of them see each other clearly. Although they don't know each other, it can be confirmed that neither of them is Marine. Now is not the time to fight. A man wielding a katana sword with a skull band around his head. I think so too. Lawrence put away his gun. Let's join forces. Suddenly, another man came over. Only by joining hands can we leave here. Their situation is similar, because the Marine raided the residential area, they had to escape from the hiding place, and, coincidentally, they came to Soap Bubble Park. Just a dark patch of Soap Bubble Park. If you want to join forces, count me in. At this time, another figure stepped out from behind the tree. There are many big trees in Soap Bubble Park. After leaving the hiding place, they all chose this place by coincidence. When Lawrence took out his cigarette and lit the lighter, he could clearly see the faces of several people. Sharp. Zachary. Gore. Lawrence saw the faces of the men and recognized each other's identities. The double knife Sharp was once offered a reward of 456 million Baileys. After failing to challenge Whitebeard, he lost his right hand and has disappeared from the sea for 3 years. Zachary was offered a reward of 320 million Baileys, encountered Golden Lion, and was killed by Golden Lion because he refused Golden Lion's invitation. After he survived by chance, he chose to retire. Al Gore, who was offered a reward of 370 million Baileys, left New World 5 years ago after being defeated by Roger. If we join forces, maybe we can do a big job. Lawrence looked at the three of them, and suddenly felt a little more confident in his heart. However, at this moment, the street lights in Soap Bubble Park suddenly turned on. Chapter 72. The sky was dark, and the dark clouds made it very depressing. After the street lights came on, instead of feeling relaxed, everyone felt a little more uneasy. Lawrence, Sharp, Zachary, and Gore looked at each other. They realized that Soap Bubble Park is a trap. At this time, a light suddenly projected from a distance, shining on the high platform ahead. There is a chair on the high platform, and Victor is sitting on the chair. Under the spotlight, Victor is expressionless, smoking a cigarette and looking down. At this time, the people who were driven to Soap Bubble Park were not only the four of Lawrence, but many people were still hiding behind the trees. They noticed the direction of the spotlight and saw Victor's face clearly. They were all thumping in their hearts, secretly thinking something was wrong. They know how strong Marine Admiral is. Therefore, they dare not take Victor lightly. At this time, Victor said calmly, "Surrender, you are surrounded by me." Meanwhile, in the square of the Sabayati archipelago, 3 large screens light up. On the screen, Victor's face appeared. In the distance, Connor was broadcasting live. Victor's live show begins. Lawrence clenched the 2 guns in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said solemnly, "It really is a trap." Although only Victor was around, Lawrence witnessed the battle between Victor and Golden Lion. Lawrence knew how strong Victor was. Like a god, invincible. Sharp said nothing, just drew the knife with his left hand. He used to be a 2-handed swordsman, but now he only has 1 hand left. However, Sharp thought he could still fight. Zachary clenched his fists and said coldly, "If caught, I will be sent to Impel Down for a lifetime. I don't want to die in prison." Gore, armed with a naginata, stared at Victor. "Fight him." In addition to the 4 people, dozens of people appeared one after another in Soap Bubble Park. These people are all wanted criminals with a reward of over 100 million. Some of them even dominate one side. They thought they could hide in the Sabayati archipelago for the elderly, but they didn't expect Marine to hunt them down at any cost. It seems that you have already made a choice. Victor said calmly, if that's the case, then accept justice. After speaking, Victor stood up. Call out. Then, he took a step and disappeared in front of everyone with a razor. The moment Victor disappeared, the high platform was overwhelmed and collapsed directly. Up there. The observation haki of Lawrence et.al. are locked on Victor. At this moment, Victor transforms into a titan in the air. The titan, which was 30 meters high, emitted a dazzling golden light. Then, Titan punched downwards. The shock wave blasted by the fist, the moment it hit the ground, shone golden light in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the golden light, and the earth was bright again. When this jaw-dropping scene happened, Sharp, Gore, Zachary, Lawrence and others had no time to marvel. Because each of them has to bear the shock wave of terror. The turf and soil were instantly separated. Boom! 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 Sharp, Gore, Zachary, Lawrence and others were all sent flying. Some people crashed into the trunk of a thick mangrove tree, and the trunk was smashed. Some people rolled continuously in the air, and finally fell to the ground, rolled for a while, and then stopped. Some old and weak were directly knocked unconscious by a single punch. Even those with relatively strong bones still feel that their internal organs are about to be shattered. Victor did not continue to attack, but maintained the posture of punching the ground. This is purely just a pose to enhance the live broadcast effect. After dozens of seconds of silence, Victor resumed his standing posture. Jointly kill him. Otherwise, we will all die here. Lawrence reminded loudly. In fact, there is no need for Lawrence to remind, Sharp and others know that Victor is terrible. As expected of someone who can catch the golden lion. This strength is really terrifying. Giant shark slash. At this time, Gore rushed towards Victor, and he ran at the fastest speed. When he was 100 meters away from Victor, he jumped up, and at the same time, he held the handle of the naginata with both hands, and was about to strike Victor. However, Victor took a step. Boom! The lawn was easily trampled by Victor. Immediately afterwards, Victor appeared in front of Gore. Before Gore could react, Victor's fist hit Gore directly. Boom! The punch hit Gore's body with precision. The sound of the sonic boom from the boxing force made everyone's eardrums go numb. However, Gore was the worst. After being hit by a heavy punch, his body flew thousands of meters away. Accompanied by the loud rumbling noise, Gore barely stopped after collapsing dozens of houses in succession. However, Gore's current situation can only be described as miserable. All the bones in his body were smashed, and blood was oozing from the eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, and all the pores of his skin. As Lawrence's face froze, Victor raised his fist and punched again. The golden light is dazzling. Then, a group of people were blown away again. Ah! Some screamed and fell to the ground. Inside Marine Fort. The Marines who stayed behind were all stunned. They only heard that Victor was very strong, but they had never seen it in actual combat. What I have seen with my own eyes can only be described with my heart. Sora was also watching the live broadcast. Crane was also shocked, saying, "This kid really has Garp's deterrent power." Yet, Sora didn't deny it, just continued to watch. Aurora slash. At this time, Sharp gritted his teeth and stood up, rushing towards Victor, and then, his slash attacked Victor from the front. Victor didn't even dodge, he stood where he was, with Armament Haki covering his arms. Sharp wrapped around Armament Haki's knife and slashed firmly into Victor's right hand. However, nothing worked. Sharp's attack was unable to break through Victor's defense. In Sharp's astonishment, Victor raised his hand and slapped Sharp hard on his right hand like a fly. Victor shook his hand, shaking the bloodline off his hand. The monster. In just a moment, Sharp was killed and Gore was killed. All are instant kills. Run. There is no possibility of winning. Lawrence and the others turned to flee. Victor had broken their resolve to fight to the death. However, Victor didn't want to give them a chance to escape. Victor jumped up, and while he was high in the air, he punched down again. Boom! The golden giant fist fell. Accompanied by the dazzling golden light, the huge red tree was annihilated under the force of the fist. Lawrence couldn't dodge in time, and his internal organs were shattered by the fist wave. As Victor puts it, it's not a fight at all, it's a sanction. Chapter 73. In 3 days, a total of 26,542 people were arrested in Sabayati Archipelago, and 1,689 people were executed on the spot. Of those arrested, how many were innocent? This needs to be judged by an ice lobby. Victor doesn't care about the result, he only cares about the process. This time, Victor's performance was brilliant. The names of Victor and Blue Ocean Club will impress people. They are a group of Marines determined to destroy the pirates. Moreover, Lan Haihui will never compromise with evil. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Victor walked into the empty office. Kong said to Victor, "Many people complained about you. Many businesses on the Sabayati Archipelago are related to powerful people. Fortunately, Victor offended all these big shots." Victor's face was expressionless. Kong smoked his cigar and said, "What are you going to do next?" "Continue hunting for the Fishmen Island." Victor replied, "If there is information that Roger is on the Fishmen Island, then I will do so." After Kong heard the words, he didn't doubt Victor's words, so Kong continued to ask, "Where do you think Roger will be?" Victor replied, "Probably still in the Sabayati Archipelago." Kong thought for a while, and said, "You go to work first." Victor turned and left. Victor returned to the office, with today's newspaper on his desk. A photo of Victor at Soap Bubble Park appeared in the newspaper. There is also a picture of Victor executing the wanted criminals hiding on the island like a god after transforming into a titan. These photos were taken by Connor and submitted to the newspaper for publication. Victor smiled contentedly. His current goal is to become the leader of Marine. There are 2 obstacles standing in his way. One is Garp and the other is Sengoku. Victor needs to get past them. As for people like Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, Victor didn't think they were capable of competing with him. However, it is not easy to surpass Garp and Sengoku. Tuk tuk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Victor said. "Report." Rodney walked in. Victor smoked a cigarette, looked at Rodney, and said, "Your complaint letters are so thick." When speaking, Victor also gestured with his hand. Rodney listened expressionlessly. "However, I appreciate you." Victor smiled slightly, "I'm going to set up a task force named SS, and you will be the commander of the Special Operations Team, with the rank of Commodore." "Yes." Rodney replied. "Okay, you go out," Victor said to Rodney. Rodney was about to turn to leave when Victor's voice came from behind him. "Your big brother is a hero, but he makes irrational decisions." Rodney's body trembled, and he was about to step forward with his right foot. After a second pause, he stepped out and left Victor's office. Outside the office, dozens of young people are waiting. Among them was Felix. They are all members of the Blue Ocean Club. They all performed well in the hunt for the Sabayati Archipelago. So they lined up, waiting to meet Victor. Felix watched Rodney leave, and Connor arranged for another colonel to enter the office. After the colonel went in, after a while, he came out with a face full of excitement. "Sonny," asked the colonel's companion. "I'm about to be transferred to the SS task force, and now I'm the district captain of the G2 branch, with the rank of Commodore. Sunny said excitedly. SS? What's that? None of the young officers outside the office knew. Lord Victor's newly established troops are commanded by Lord Victor himself. Sunny explained. It feels great. We can go in too. Probably. Just when the young officers were getting excited, Connor arranged for others to go in. Like Sunny, almost all the officers who saw Victor were promoted. Moreover, without exception, they were all transferred to the SS unit, some became the captain of the assault brigade, and some became the squadron leader. Finally, it was Felix's turn. Felix enters the office and salutes Victor. Victor said, "You were transferred to the Special Operations Team as a squadron leader, with the rank of Major." Yes. Felix was not so excited. Because all the people who were called into the office were promoted. Victor said, "You cultivated very hard, and you fought bravely." Felix and Kabi are of the same type, they both belong to the type with average physical talent but hard to endure hardships. During the military school, Victor saw Felix practicing with scars all over his body. Therefore, Victor not only gave Felix more guidance, but also gave him more care. However, innate talent will limit your growth. Victor took out a box from under the table as he spoke. Inside the chest is a devil fruit. This devil fruit is a loot captured from the Sabayati archipelago. Although it is a relatively common zoan devil fruit can make up for your lack of body. Especially it is especially suitable for you. Victor opened the box and threw the devil fruit to Felix. Felix instinctively reached out and caught devil fruit. This is a zoan cat fruit lynx form. The body is thick and strong, the tail is extremely short, the head is usually less than 1/4 of the body length, and the limbs are thick, long, and vigorous. It can live alone in an area of several hectares for several days without moving, and it can also run for more than 10 kilometers without stopping. Good at climbing and swimming, with strong hunger resistance. At the same time, hearing and vision are developed. "Okay, eat it," Victor said. Hearing this, Felix took a bite of the rubbery devil fruit in front of him. He frowned when he took the first bite. However, when he ate it, he could feel the change. "Thank you, Senior," Felix said gratefully. "Well, let's get out," Victor said to Felix. Felix turned to leave. "Remember to write a letter to your family and tell them you've become a great man." At this time, Victor's voice sounded behind Felix. When Felix heard this, his body stiffened. Despite his family's objections, he chose to join Marine after he ran away from home. What Felix didn't expect was that Victor would care about his origin. He is obviously just a small person. Felix adjusted his mood before opening the door and leaving Victor's office. At this moment, there was a thick stack of documents on Victor's desktop. In the file, there is the identity information of the members of the Blue Ocean Club. Victor wants to set up a special task force named SS, and the members of this force must be absolutely loyal. Therefore, Victor must investigate the family background of each member. He didn't want undercover agents to sneak into his personal armed forces. Chapter 74. The SS unit, the full name is the Task Force. Victor has designed a complete frame. The task force is under the direct command of Victor. Under the jurisdiction of the Staff Department, the Personnel Department, the Operation Department, the Security Department, and the Logistics Department are 5 departments. Taking Naval Headquarters as an example, set up Staff Headquarters, Personnel Headquarters, Operations Headquarters, Security Headquarters, and Logistics Department. As for the branches in various places, there will also be staff branches, personnel branches, combat branches, security branches, and logistics branches. This is an independent unit attached to the marine system. Of course, one bite does not make a fat man. This is why Victor assigned the members of the Blue Ocean Club to each unit. Let them suck blood in each branch of marine, continuously absorb outstanding talents, and gradually grow the SS troops. Wow, I finally breathed the air of the sea. Kojiki Odin stood by the sea, breathing greedily. Kojiki hugged his daughter Hiri, covered his mouth and smiled lightly. Not far away, Roger and others are waiting for the arrival of the ship. Marine searched the Sabayati archipelago for 3 days, but did not find the Golden Jackson. It is not to blame that Marine is incompetent, but that Roger and others have rich hiding experience. After the appearance of the Golden Jackson, the crew began to board the ship one after another. Shuki said to Rayleigh, "The wine is already in the cabin." "Yet." Rayleigh nodded. At this time, Roger came over, put his arm on Rayleigh's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we will be back soon." Shuki looked at Roger and said seriously, "Victor is more dangerous than Sengoku, you better not meet him again." "Ha ha ha." Roger said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have more important things to do, and we don't have time to entangle him. It's time to go." Jabba came over and informed Roger and others. "Yet." Roger patted Rayleigh on the shoulder, "Brother, I'm on board first." Roger gave Rayleigh time and opportunity to say goodbye. After Roger and others boarded the boat, only Rayleigh and Shuki were left on the shore. The two looked at each other, and Rayleigh said, "I'll be back soon." Although he said the same thing as Roger, Shuki liked to hear it. "I'll wait for you to come back," Shuki said to Rayleigh. Rayleigh turned and jumped aboard the Golden Jackson. Shuki watched as the Golden Jackson dived until it completely disappeared on the surface. The Golden Jackson dived 10,000 meters and arrived at the Fishmen Island after passing through the giant hole below the red line. For the Fishmen Island, Roger and his group have long been familiar with it. After all, they have crossed here many times. However, when the Golden Jackson entered the Fishmen Island, Roger felt he was being watched. For a strong person at Roger's level, his perceptual ability can only be described as pervert. There was a gleam of red in Roger's eyes. Subsequently, several people fell to the ground unconscious in the pier of the Fishmen Island. Although these people are just small players, Roger doesn't want to attract Victor. After Rayleigh and others sensed Roger's use of Conqueror's Haki, they said, "Looks like we can't stay here for long." "World government eyeliner is everywhere," Jabba echoed. "I know, but before they come, I have to meet some friends, they are waiting for me," Roger said with a smile. He has the ability to hear the voice of all things. And when he approached the Fishmen Island, he heard their calls. Rayleigh, Jabba, Kojiki Odin and others looked at each other. Along the way, they've all seen what Roger is capable of. Sure enough, Roger and others found an information historical text stele engraved with Joey Poi's apology and a road sign historical text stele in High Z Forest. At the same time, Marie Joyce, inside Pangu City. Agents lurking in various places will report to their superiors at a fixed time period. However, it has been more than 2 hours. There is still no news of the agents on the Fishmen Island. This means one thing. They may have been killed. So, the news reached the ears of CP0 and passed it on to Victor. Victor naturally sent someone to put on a show. If he really wants to catch Roger, he can arrange in advance and carry out ambushes in the Fishmen Island, Wano Kuni and other places. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, Second War Room. Crane Vice Admiral, Nunn Vice Admiral, Boris Vice Admiral are in charge of support. Victor is mobilizing troops for the Fishmen Island. At this time, the door of the meeting room was suddenly opened. Garp walks in. "Count me in, I must catch him with my own hands." Garp said to himself that he had just rushed back and went straight to the war room without stopping. He and several other vice admirals frowned. While Garp has always been like this, but now, not then and then. Victor is not Sengoku and empty. Although Victor is a descendant of Crane and others, Victor is now Admiral. Garp broke into the meeting room suddenly and interrupted Victor's arrangement. Victor's face was deadpan, he knew what Garp was like. At this time, Victor said to Garp, "Then let Vice Admiral Garp lead the team to the Fishmen Island." Leave it to me. Garp said confidently. Let's go. Victor said seriously. After Victor's order was issued, Garp, Crane and others stood up at the same time. At this time, Eric, Kennard, Connor, Wright, and others all had dark faces. Garp and Crane walked side by side. Behind the two, there were several vice-admirals with white sideburns from the headquarters, and a large number of young and middle-aged generals and officers. At this time, Crane said to Garp in a very low voice, Garp, if you are late for such meetings in the future, then don't come. Hey! Garp didn't understand. Crane said, Sora and Sengoku won't argue with you, but Victor needs prestige. Garp laughed a little embarrassed when he heard this. I understand what you mean, I was too impatient this time. It's always been like this. Crane can only describe Garp as speechless. After Garp was molded into a marine hero by the world government, relying on his own strength and prestige, he didn't take Sora and Sengoku seriously at all. Although Sora and Sengoku are both Garp's superior, they cannot mobilize Garp. Garp still does what he wants, is free, and does what he wants to do. As a marine, Garp is a bit too much. Victor doesn't count on that. Garp said disapprovingly. Crane shook his head and said, be careful. Victor doesn't care, but what about Victor's followers? In their eyes, Victor's status is equivalent to Garp. It's like Aokiji and others worship Garp. If Victor suppresses Garp and causes trouble for Garp, then they will hate Victor too. In the same way, if Garp doesn't respect Victor, Victor's followers will hate Garp. This will cause internal conflicts in Marine. Chapter 75. As the saying goes, there are no two suns in the sky, and there are no two masters in the people. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. To become the leader of Marine, Victor must cross Garp and Sengoku. And he has found a way in today's meeting. That is a contradiction, creating factional contradictions. Victor is too weak right now to compete with the dominant naval headquarters faction. However, now that Victor has the power of Admiral, he can already cultivate his own power. The sun is shining and the sea breeze is refreshing. Perhaps guided by fate, Roger's next journey went smoothly. On the Fishmen Island, Roger not only found a historical text of a road sign, but also learned from Charlotte's divination that the ancient weapon Poseidon Princess Mermaid will be born 10 years later. After leaving the Fishmen Island, Roger continued to search for the historical text of the signpost. Through the bug-level skill of listening to the voice of all things, Roger knew that there was a historical text of the road sign, which had been taken away by Charlotte Linlin. This means that the Roger pirates and the Bigo pirates will clash. Captain, are we going to Wanguo? At this time, Buggy asked Roger in a panic. All crew members now know that the text of the signpost history is in the hands of Charlotte Linlin. Just as Buggy is afraid of the Golden Lion, he is also afraid of Charlotte Linlin. Because Charlotte Linlin is so brutal. Is real evil. Those crazy women are tricky. If you get entangled with them, it may take a while. Rayleigh said, resting his chin. Jabba echoed, it's really troublesome. Marine is also chasing us. If we fight with them at the same time, it will be a headache. Roger laughed and said, don't worry, I have a solution. And it won't delay a lot, and there won't be a fight. Really? Rayleigh and the others looked at Roger curiously. Really? Captain? Buggy was excited and curious. Shanks is also curious about what method Roger wants to use. At this time, Roger grinned and said, as long as I sneak into the world alone and secretly print a copy. Ah! Buggy's eyes widened, his mind went blank. What kind of solution is this? Buggy was dumbfounded. If it's you, it should be fine. If there are many people, it will be easier to be discovered. Both Rayleigh and Jabba agree with Roger's plan. Roger smiled and said, however, you still need to draw their attention away. No problem. Rayleigh et al. Replied. Cake Island, Cake Castle. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was meeting with CP0 agents. It is not a very strange thing to come into contact with CP0 agents. As long as you step into the ranks of the peak powerhouse, the scenery you can see is different. For example, the world government got a lot of sea stone from Wano Kuni after Kaido took control of Wano Kuni. Between the strong and the strong, more attention is paid to interests and values. CP0 to Charlotte Linlin, Roger will pass through your territory. If he dares to come, let him die here. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Since you are so confident, then I will wait for your good news. After CP0 finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. I don't want Marines on my turf. At this time, Charlotte Linlin said. Agent CP0 paused. I will give feedback. Agent CP0 said without looking back. After the CP0 agent left, Charlotte Linlin called the eldest son Perospero. She told Perospero to ask Perospero to step up vigilance and patrol. If the Roger pirates are found, they need to report as soon as possible and follow them. The Holy Land of Marie Joyce, the city of Pangu, among the powers. ACP-0 wearing a dog head mask came to the 5 elders. Victor is not fit to hunt Roger. Agent CP-0 to 5 elders. What the 5 elders need is a balance between the sea and the sea. Pirates are used to protect the secrets of the New World. At the same time, they can also divert the dissatisfaction of the people of the world with the world government. Therefore, the pirates of New World cannot be eliminated. Then let him come back. Don't get used to him too much, let him understand that his power will be lost at any time. You're right, let him stop in moderation, and don't let him run amok. Sengoku has done a good job in this area. Let Victor learn a little bit, which is also for his own good. The 5 elders have reached a consensus on the matter with Victor. They won't let Victor be too strong, and they won't let Victor directly replace Sengoku. Use power to control subordinates, and pull with them to keep them loyal and obedient. G1 Branch, War Room. In the War Room, Victor is waiting for news. Roger's group has left the Fishmen Island. Currently, both Marine and CP0 are tracking Roger's location. In the combat conference room this time, Garp and others were not seen. Garp and others have already chased Roger and his group as the vanguard. At this time, Akainu, Kizaru, and others were smoking, waiting for the combat order. According to Victor's personality, this time he has transferred the elite sailors of each branch, and may want to launch another buster call. Of course, Akainu would not object. His goal is to deal with the pirates thoroughly, without any mercy. Blue blue. Blue blue. Victor picked up the phone bug's microphone. The phone bug imitated Sora's voice. Victor, you come back, Sengoku will take your job. Since it was in the war room, everyone heard the call. Is it an order from the 5 elders? Victor asked. Yes. Sora didn't deny it. Understood. Victor put the microphone down. Senior. Master Victor. What's going on here? Why is Sengoku Admiral in charge? At this time, Wright, Connor, Eric, and other members of the Blue Ocean Club stood up one after another. Although they are still very young, and the highest rank among them is Commodore, they are now expressing their dissatisfaction. Akainu also frowned. With a cold face, Victor said sharply, our duty is to obey orders. Although Wright, Connor, and others were angry, they could not refute. I thought I could take this opportunity to get rid of some cancerous tumors. Victor smoked a cigarette and said to himself, I hope Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp don't leave me with regrets. Victor ends the meeting. Akainu was about to leave, but saw many young officers gathered around Victor. It's not that Akainu deliberately eavesdropped. It's just that the words Sengoku, weakness and compromise appeared in the mouths of these officers. Obviously, they cannot accept Sengoku's command. It is believed that Marine, commanded by Sengoku, cannot sanction New World at all. At the same time, many young people are full of dissatisfaction with Marine's weakness, especially under the influence of Victor and the Blue Ocean Club. Kizaru was outside the meeting room, smoking a cigarette, muttering to himself, "There are more and more conflicts." He did not join any party, but watched from the sidelines from the perspective of an outsider. Chapter 76. Mom, found the gold Jackson. Sparrow quickly ran up to Charlotte Linlin. The tension on his face couldn't be concealed. In the past, pirates who broke into the world without permission would not end well. Only this time is an exception. Sparrow and others are facing a big enemy. Mama Charlotte Linlin sat up, and she said coldly, "Since he dares to come, don't even think about leaving alive." Immediately, Charlotte Linlin assembled all the children and cotters. "The opponent is Roger, so you have to go all out." Because she knows how strong Roger and his gang are. "Mr. Rayleigh, how long are we going to stay here?" said Buggy in horror. He knew they were playing bait to lure Charlotte Linlin out. This trick lures the snake out of the hole and diverts the tiger away from the mountain. The purpose is to buy time for Roger. They are only used as bait, and they are about to face a real monster. Rayleigh said with a smile, "Roger will be back soon." Kojiki Odin laughed loudly, "Even if the battle fails, I will fight them at worst. I haven't had a serious fight for a long time." Buggy was speechless for a while. However, looking at the members of the Roger Pirates, except for Buggy and Kojiki, as well as Momonosuke and Hiri, the rest are gearing up. Are they really bait? Shanks is no exception. Shanks' eyes were fixed on the direction of the Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin led more than a dozen ships and left Cake Island. This is all her current strength. Before the era of great pirates started, there were not many talents that New World could recruit. And many of Charlotte Linlin's children are still very young. After Charlotte Linlin left, a small boat stopped at Cake Island. On Cake Island, the guard task is homies made by Charlotte Linlin. However, Roger just glared. With a flash of red light in his eyes, all homies on the island rolled their eyes and fainted to the ground. Even the pillars and walls of the houses on the island have cracks. This is Roger's Conqueror's Haki. Roger boarded the Cake Island and walked all the way into the Cake Castle. In Charlotte Linlin's treasure room, Roger took out the prepared white cloth and rubbed the historical text of the road sign. "Here they come." At this time, Buggy was already standing on the mast, and he looked into the distance with binoculars. When he found that the Bigo pirates were approaching, he reminded everyone nervously and hastily. "Blue blue. Blue blue." At this time, the phone bug kept calling. Rayleigh picked up the phone bug's microphone. "Brother, it's here." The phone bug mimicked Roger's voice. "Then we'll wait for you at the agreed place." At this moment, Rayleigh turned to look at the crowd. "Are you going to retreat? I really want to fight." "Me too." After a while of regret, the crew of the Roger Pirates chose to evacuate. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin and others also found the gold Jackson left. "Mom, they're running away," Owen said to Charlotte Linlin. "Run away?" Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. It wasn't the first day she knew Roger's group. "These people can't be here for tourism." After punching in and taking pictures, we retreated urgently. Oops. Longbread suddenly thought of a possibility. Longbread, as Charlotte Linlin's military advisor, hurriedly said to Charlotte Linlin, "Linlin, we have been tricked." When Charlotte Linlin took the people back to Cake Island, they found homies fainting all over the place. Soon, Charlotte Linlin discovered that the door of the treasure house had been split open. There are fewer gold jewels in the treasure house. These are not the point. The point is that there is ink on the road sign history text. Thief! This damned thief! Charlotte Linlin was in a state of extreme anger. Chasing now! In anger, Charlotte Linlin chose to pursue. However, When Charlotte Linlin pursued the Golden Jackson, Roger and his gang had already fled. On the day Victor returned to Marijoi's, Sengoku came to the G1 branch and regained command. Sengoku's strategy is only one, only for the Roger pirates. As for Charlotte Linlin's Bigo pirate group and other pirate groups encountered along the way, we can leave it alone for the time being. An enemy of an enemy can become a temporary friend. Sengoku wants to create a balanced sea, and Charlotte Linlin and others will be a key link. However, Sengoku soon got bad news. Roger got it. Sengoku frowned when he learned from CP0 that Roger had obtained the second road sign history text. Sengoku is very clear that now Roger is getting closer and closer to the final place. After a few days, Marijoi's Wright held the newspaper and said to Victor with a smile, "Senior, Sengoku has failed again. This time, many battleships were lost. Wright is gloating now. Who put Sengoku in charge of hunting down Roger?" Victor has no expression on his face, he knows Sengoku can't catch Roger. And, now that Sengoku had failed before Wano Kuni, there was no chance. Just as Victor expected. Roger continued sailing and they came to Wano Kuni. The closer you get to the last isle, the more dangerous the journey becomes. To be on the safe side, Kojiki got off the boat with his children. Kojiki Oden decided to keep traveling. Subsequently, Roger and others found the third stele of the historical text of the landmark in Wano Kuni. Then, the Roger pirates came to Zhou, Koh Chang. In Zhou, they found the last stele of the historical text of the signpost. Not only that, Kojiki Oden also discovered the family crest of the Kojiki family in Zhou, and confirmed that the Kojiki family had become brothers with the Fur tribe. Although Marine's pursuit of Roger has never stopped, the Roger pirates still dominate the Grand Line and reach the final island. The final island. After Roger and others learned the truth about the big secret treasure, they laughed heartily with the crew. And, Roger named the final island Raftel. After that, Roger began to be called One Piece by the world, and all the things Roger got were collectively called One Piece, the unique big secret treasure in the world. Victor held the newspaper and looked at the propaganda in the newspaper. One Piece Roger. Not Gordy Roger. Writing is the most wonderful thing in the world. Victor looked at the contents of the newspaper and smiled slightly. The world government focused the world's attention on One Piece and the big secret treasure One Piece, but deliberately covered up the anonymity of D related to it. Chapter 77. Roger conquered the Grand Line, an unprecedented feat, earning him the title of One Piece. However, One Piece is not what Roger calls himself. Roger and others also learned through newspapers that Roger became One Piece because of his wealth, fame, and status. Roger is very satisfied with the title of One Piece. However, this is actually a conspiracy. Because of this name, it will attract the attention of marine and pirates. As the saying goes, shoot the bird that stands out. Marine has good reason to get rid of Roger. As for the pirates, in order to steal Roger's treasure, they will naturally attack Roger. Therefore, the title of One Piece is obviously for pitting Roger. In fact, for Roger, the title of One Piece is not important. As for the concerns of marine and pirates, it doesn't matter. Roger made his dream come true. However, his time is running out. What he has to think about is how to use his remaining time. Now, the journey is over and it's time to say goodbye. So, Roger announced the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. In fact, the crew had already guessed in advance. However, when Roger said the word disbanded, the crew still couldn't stand it. Roger chose to disembark first, and when he disembarked, the crew behind him shed tears, because this farewell is a farewell forever. Roger's crew knew that Roger's life was numbered. Before disembarking, he took a lot of medicine from the ship Dr. Kurika's. Soon after, a small island. Roger and Whitebeard sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Sakura flowers are flying. The two drank more and more, and before they knew it, they had already drank several jars of wine. At this time, Roger told Whitebeard the secret of the D family. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, "Ku la la la, is this the truth of world history? It's really nonsense." Roger said, "One day, someone will overturn this era." Whitebeard looked at Roger seriously, "What do you want to do?" Roger replied, "You'll find out when the time comes." After Roger saw Whitebeard for the last time, he and his wife, Potter Casse de Rouge, retreated to South Blue's Battleella Island. During this period of time, the world government completely lost Roger's whereabouts. Although the world government never stopped the hunt, they found nothing. Victor knew that Roger would appear a year later, and then he would turn himself in to start the era of great pirates. And before the age of great voyages begins, what Victor has to do is to accumulate strength. Although he is very powerful, he thinks that he will not be weaker than anyone, but if he wants to become the king of the world, his current power is too weak. Also, Victor needs allies. So far, there is only one candidate for the best ally, and that is Akainu. Akainu's character is destined to be at odds with Sengoku and others. And it is impossible for Akainu to obey 5 elders absolutely. Therefore, win over Akainu, let Akainu and his camp, and the two join forces to deal with Sengoku and others, thus becoming the number 1 force in naval headquarters. This is Victor's current plan. Victor is currently Admiral. Although he still needs to be on duty in Marie Joyce, with his power, he can help Akainu and others become Vice Admiral in advance. This can be regarded as a favor. Sailed continuously at sea for 1.5 months. The sailors of the Special Forces finally returned to the base to rest with exhaustion. In the past, they would have gone straight to the cafeteria, ordered some cold beer, asked the kitchen to prepare some food, and then got drunk. However, not anymore. Their current commander is Akainu. Akainu is a very rigid person, lifeless every day, and that gloomy face is scary. The Secret Service sailors miss Victor. When Victor was the commander in G1, they not only had high benefits, but also had a good atmosphere in the base, which was not depressing at all. Of course, these words can only be held back, they dare not say it. Akainu went back to the dormitory. His dormitory is simple and clean. The only decoration in the dormitory is a potted plant. Every time Akainu comes back from the sea, he will trim it to restore it to its original appearance. Sakazuki. At this time, Ghost Spider and Dogman walked in. Akainu didn't look at the two of them, but concentrated on trimming the potted plants. "I just heard that you are going to be promoted to Rear Admiral," Ghost Spider said to Akainu. Although Victor in the same class has been promoted to Admiral, Ghost Spider and others are not envious. Because Victor is different and evil, there is no need to compare with Victor. Akainu said calmly, "I received a fax from Victor." "Hey!" Ghost Spider and Dogman froze for a moment. They just heard that Akainu was going to be promoted, but they didn't expect it to be related to Victor. After trimming the potted plants, Akainu took out the fax from his pocket and handed it to Ghost Spider and Dogman. After reading the fax, the two froze in place. Not only Akainu is going to be promoted, but even Ghost Spider and Dogman are going to be promoted. Obviously, Victor is helping them. "Why is he so nice to us?" the Ghost Spider murmured. Dogman pondered for a while. "Could it be that they want to win us over and let us enter the Blue Ocean Club?" The Blue Ocean Club branch of the G1 branch is already a large-scale organization. Now, if you want to join the Blue Ocean Club, you need to apply in advance and undergo a review. If the audit fails, you cannot join the Blue Ocean Club. "It's possible, but that's fine," Ghost Spider said. "I heard that Kuzan has also been promoted to Commodore." "So fast?" Dogman was a little surprised. Ghost Spider said, "I heard that Mr. Zephyr, Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp all appreciate him. Why doesn't Teacher Zephyr recommend us?" Dogman was a little dissatisfied. They are also students of Zephyr. Ghost Spider said, fortunately, Victor supports us. Akainu didn't make a sound. A year passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office, Sora and Sengoku sat facing each other. Their expressions are solemn. Because they encountered a problem. That was Roger turning himself in. Sora asked Sengoku, why would he do that? Sengoku shook his head. Even if it is called the resourceful general, Sengoku can't figure it out. Kong sighed, and said, since he surrendered himself, let's make it public and execute him publicly. Sengoku nodded, I think so too. At the same time, when the cell door opened, Roger thought it was Garp. After all, Garp had been hunting Roger for years. In the process, the two fought countless times. Unknowingly, Garp established a friendship with Roger, and Garp regarded Roger as his opponent, his lifelong opponent. They were both enemies and friends. You really came? Roger smiled, ready to look up at Garp. From the time he turned himself in, all of Marine's reactions were within his expectations. However, the smile on Roger's face froze. Chapter 78. Victor walked to the cell, and he looked at Roger blankly. Looks like I've let you down. Victor said to Roger. Roger smiled when he heard that. This is the first time we met. Yes. Victor took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. He said calmly, I thought about whether I was going to find you and beat you. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed out loud after listening. He didn't mean to belittle Victor. Victor was able to beat the Golden Lion one-on-one. This is enough to prove Victor's strength. Only in his early 20s, he does have the confidence to be proud. However, I thought about it and held back. Victor paused for a while, and he took a deep breath, although after defeating you, you can get a very high prestige, but it's only limited to this. Roger looked at Victor curiously. There was absolute confidence in Victor's words. It seemed that defeating Roger was a matter of course. Hearing you say that, I also feel a little pity. Roger chuckled lightly, if we met earlier, it would be fun to fight with you. Fights, adventures, parties, drinking, and more. Everything has to be fun for Roger. Even in the face of death, he has to face it with a smile. It's a pity. Victor nodded slightly, a man who can be recognized by the strong all over the world. If I can defeat you, then I will be recognized as the strongest man in the world. You seek fame too much. Roger said with a smile. Victor said, everyone has something they want. For example, you don't have much time, but you still want to subvert the world. After Roger heard the words, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. And he looked at Victor with vigilance in his eyes. Are you worried that I know your intentions? Victor asked Roger calmly. Roger said nothing. Put away your useless worries, I won't interfere with you. Victor smoked a cigarette and said, on the contrary, I want to thank you. Thank you. Roger was puzzled. I don't need to tell you the reason, lest you tell Garp. Victor smiled slightly, okay, I'm leaving, thank you for bringing a new era to the world. When Roger heard this, his expression was serious. He could tell that Victor was a very dangerous man. His last sentence had already told Roger, I know what you want to do. Just as Roger expected. Garp did come to see Roger. When Garp saw Roger, there was no joy or excitement on Garp's face, but a sense of loss. Garp has made Roger his fateful opponent. Now that the old enemy has surrendered, life will become boring. Roger looked at Garp and said to Garp, Garp, I have a baby. Hey! Garp froze. Roger actually has a son? Roger looked at the dumbfounded Garp, and continued, the child in my belly is innocent, I will leave my child to you. Why did you leave it to me? Garp was stunned, and he questioned Roger. Roger said to Garp, "The relationship between the two of us is based on countless fights. It is true that we are enemies, but the other party is just as trustworthy as our companions." This is an affirmation of Garp's character. Of course, there are other reasons why Roger asked Garp. "Give your child to Garp so that he can grow up safely." Who would have thought that the son of One Piece would grow up under the protection of marine heroes? "You guy, you always create problems for people." Garp frowned. Roger laughed. Garp sighed, "Okay, I promise you. Roger will be executed soon." After Roger was executed, the child was indeed innocent. Garp couldn't bear to involve an innocent child. And Garp knew very well that if he didn't help Roger, then Roger's wife and children would definitely be killed. World government will never let them go. "By the way, there is one more thing," Roger said to Garp with a serious face. Garp froze for a moment and asked, "What's the matter?" Roger said, "Before you came, Victor also came." "Victor? What is he here for?" Garp was at a loss. Roger said, "He is dangerous, you have to beware of him." Garp heard the words, his mind was full of question marks. This is too riddle. Of course, it is impossible for Roger to tell Garp that he will use the opportunity of his public execution to start the era of great pirates. Even less likely to tell Garp that Victor already knew his intentions. The only thing he can do now is tell Garp to be careful with Victor. That's all. When Garp returned to naval headquarters, he happened to meet Victor. Garp subconsciously stopped. Victor stopped too. There were only the two of them in the aisle. The two stood facing each other. Their eyes met, and Garp seemed to want to read Victor's inner thoughts from Victor's eyes. Victor asked calmly and politely, "Garp uncle, what's the matter?" "Nothing." Garp shook his head, then walked forward on his own. Victor also stepped forward. The two passed by. Garp suddenly stopped. "Why are you going to see Roger?" He still couldn't help asking. Victor replied, "It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to arrest him with my own hands." "Really?" Garp nodded. "It's a pity." After speaking, Garp walked back to the office. Victor's mouth curled into a smile. He knew that Roger must have conveyed his feelings to Garp. I believe that Roger will remind Garp and let Garp beware of Victor. However, in order to start a new era, Roger will definitely not tell the whole story. And that's what Victor wanted. Make Garp suspicious of him. This is Victor's purpose. Victor walked all the way to the marshal's office. At this point, Sora is waiting for Victor. Victor sat in front of Sora. Kong said to Victor, "You go to the town of Rog yourself and take charge of this public execution." Victor is now Marine Super General. Victor personally supervised the execution, which would naturally have a deterrent effect. "Understood." Victor nodded. "Okay, there's nothing else to do." After Kong finished speaking, he was busy with other things. At this time, Victor was not in a hurry to leave. He said to Kong, "After the execution is over, I want to rest for a while." Although Admiral is a unit directly under the world's nobles, and often has to work, it is impossible not to give vacations. Hearing that Victor was going on vacation, Kong Dao didn't hesitate. "Well, it's approved." "Thank you, Marshal." Victor wanted to take advantage of the vacation time to raise a loyal dog. Chapter 79. The port of the town of Rog has a triangular arch with the words Logue Town on it. There are various shops on the surrounding streets, and there are porches in front of the shops, which are crowded with people. Among them, the square is the most crowded place in Rog Town, in front of the town hall. One Piece Roger's execution platform is also set here. Although the execution has not yet started, Roger has not yet appeared, and the heat is still hot, but in order to have a close look at Roger, the One Piece King, people came to the square early and crowded the square. There are many young people mixed in the crowd. Including Garp's son, the future commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army Monkey D. Darag, is being invited to be Shishabukai's Sand Crocodile Shacklock Dar. In addition, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Hawkeye My Hawk, and others are also on the scene. Shanks and Buggy mingled with the crowd, waiting for Roger to show up. In order to watch the execution of Roger, the One Piece, the prices of catering and accommodation in Rogtown have increased by more than 5 times. Even so, the supply is still in short supply. Coming! Look quickly! One Piece Roger! Finally, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the execution team escorting Roger appeared. On both sides of the road, Marine soldiers are on standby to maintain order on the road. Roger walked forward with a smile on his face. Although his hands were in handcuffs, he walked like a guy returning from a general. Captain! Buggy couldn't stop crying when he saw the heavy shackles on Roger's body. In order not to expose himself, he had to cover his mouth and try not to make a sound. The same is true for Shanks on the side. He clenched his fists with both hands, his body was shaking non-stop, he gritted his teeth, but the tears couldn't stop flowing. Buggy and Shanks have different feelings for Roger. They grew up on Roger's boat since they were young. Roger is like their father, teaching them knowledge, fighting methods, and the pursuit of dreams. In the team escorting Roger, there was a carriage behind. A man sat in the carriage. The man wears a white suit with an Admiral rank on his justice cape. It's the Admiral Black Horse. If anyone dares to come to Roger's rescue, they won't be able to escape. After people on both sides of the street found Victor, they began to discuss. Although the Roger Pirates have been disbanded, the people who eat melons are still looking forward to the Roger Pirates robbing the court. Victor sat in the carriage, his eyes flitting casually through the crowd. Drago and Victor exchanged glances. After their eyes made brief contact, Victor looked at the others as if nothing had happened. Victor sees Mihawk in the crowd again, and Doflamingo hiding behind the wall. Shacklock, who looked at Victor curiously, and Moria, who was dead or alive. Victor's face was expressionless. Roger had already stepped onto the execution platform. Audiences around the square could see Roger's face clearly. 2 executioners with long knives came behind Roger, waiting for Victor to give the execution order. Victor took out the pocket watch on his chest, and when it was 12 o'clock, the execution could begin. One Piece, where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it really the big secret treasure hidden in the Grand Line? In the audience, one of the audience asked Roger loudly. What this person said immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shut up! At this point, the executioner began to yell at the audience. However, that spectator didn't care about the warning at all, and he continued to question, that one and only big secret treasure. One Piece. After hearing the man's question, Roger let out a ha 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 laugh. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I will give it to you. Go find it, my treasures are all there. Roger's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Every audience present was afraid of missing a word. The still young smoker stared at Roger with wide eyes. The executioner was afraid that Roger would tell more secrets, so he started the execution directly. 2 sharp blades plunged into Roger's body. At this moment, everyone present opened their mouths wide open. They are not afraid, but excited. Oh! It was as if they heard the treasure calling them. Although Roger was stabbed through the body by a sharp knife, there was a smile on his face. Because he saw hope in the eyes of people pursuing freedom. Captain! Buggy could no longer control the situation and burst into tears. The same goes for Shanks. Sabayati Archipelago. After returning from the town of Rog, Victor was on vacation at the Sabayati Archipelago. Victor owns a villa in Sabayati Archipelago. The villa is sold for more than 1.5 billion pele. However, Victor did not buy this villa, but someone gave him a gift. The person who gave Victor the gift was the boss behind the Sabayati Archipelago Human Trafficking Association, King Ferdinand VI. Last year Victor conducted a 3-day manhunt on the Sabayati Archipelago on the grounds of capturing Roger. More than 10,000 people were arrested just to catch wanted criminals and suspects. Human trafficking workers are among them. Only illegal things make money in this world. Not to mention the commodities of human trafficking, the channels of these slaves are not clean. Therefore, whether or not to convict human trafficking depends entirely on NICE lobby's mood. In order to get people, Ferdinand VI spent a lot of money. Moreover, in order to prevent similar things from happening again, King Ferdinand VI wisely donated 2 billion pele to the Marine Disabled and Veteran Foundation. In addition, there is a mansion worth 1.5 billion pele. At this moment, Victor's attention was on the slaves' files and materials. Although Victor accepted the bribe from Ferdinand VI, he had a request to Ferdinand VI. That is the need to hand over the product information of the human trafficking fair. Victor needs to control human trafficking and cut off some valuable kids. Give them to the celestial dragons as playthings? That would be such a waste. After flipping through the files, Victor finally found the person he was looking for. Bring her, Victor said to Wright. Wright looked at the girl's profile. Stella. After Wright silently read the girl's name, he picked up the phone and contacted the Human Trafficking Association. Soon, the staff of the Human Trafficking Association sent Stella to Victor's mansion. Stella was wearing only a sleeveless blouse with a collar around her neck. She was led all the way to Victor by the staff of the Human Trafficking Association. Master Victor, the man has already brought it. The staff of the Human Trafficking Association thought Victor had taken a fancy to Stella. Everyone has emotions and desires, and Admiral is no exception. The staff thought to themselves. Chapter 80. Tetsalo is carrying a bouquet of flowers, which he wants to give to the most beautiful girl in the world. One day last year, Tetsalo suffered a crushing defeat in the casino and was caught and sold by human traffickers. And the guys he thought were friends fled immediately. Although Tetsalo was beaten badly, he tried his best to escape. In the process of escaping, Tetsalo met a woman named Stella in the human trafficking market. She thought his singing was great, and they hit it off. Tetsalo decides to set Stella free. So Tetsalo stopped doing bad things, worked from morning to night and forgot to eat and sleep, and saved money to save her. However, Tetsalo did not see Stella today. Where's Stella? In desperation, Tetsalo reached out and grabbed a staff member by the collar. The staff member was wearing a black suit and was tall and burly, while Tetsalo was too thin in front of the staff. As a result, the staff threw Tetsalo away. Where is Stella? After being thrown away, Tetsalo got up and continued to entangle. The staff got impatient and gave Tetsalo a punch. The fist hit Tetsalo hard in the abdomen. Tetsalo curled up like a boiled shrimp. He is in pain. However, he still wanted to struggle. The staff kicked Tetsalo several times in succession. His leather shoes are very pointy and his feet are heavy. Tetsalo immediately vomited blood. The staff didn't want to kill people either, not because they were afraid of causing trouble, but because they didn't want to clean up the corpses. After the staff left, the woman who was locked in a closet with Stella in the past whispered, "I heard it was bought by Victor Admiral." Victor Admiral. After hearing that he was bought by Victor, Tetsalo's eyes widened. Victor was recently on vacation in the Sabayati archipelago, and he was visited by nobles, officials, and wealthy businessmen every day. Therefore, it is not difficult to inquire about Victor's mansion in Sabayati archipelago. After inquiring around, Tetsalo arrived outside Victor's villa. He waited for a long time outside the villa, watching the people coming and going. At this time, a girl in a white dress appeared in the garden. Tetsalo recognized Stella at a glance. Stella was carrying a plate with black tea and desserts. She came to the pavilion in the yard, arranged the black tea and desserts, and waited in the pavilion. After a while, Victor appeared. People with Victor, and a marine. About the same height as Victor. Victor and Rodney came to the pavilion. As soon as the two sat down, Rodney looked in Tetzalo's direction. His perception is very strong. After Tetzalo was found, he immediately shrank behind the tree in fright, turned around and ran away. Rodney frowned, thinking, is it a reporter? He heard that reporters like to secretly take pictures of the daily life of big shots. Don't talk to him, Victor said with a smile. Yes. Rodney nodded. Victor drank black tea and said, how is the special operations team doing? Rodney replied, according to your order, select elites from various branches to join, and 47 people have been recruited so far. The Special Operations Team is the elite of the Blue Ocean Club. Rodney would rather lack than excess. Well done. Victor affirmed. At this time, Rodney got up and bowed to Victor to thank him, on behalf of my hometown, thank you Lord Victor. Rodney recently received a letter of thanks from his hometown. Rodney's hometown built an orphanage and nursing home. The donor is the Marine Disabled and Veterans Foundation, and the orphanage and nursing home are named after Rodney Big Brother. Victor said, if you are free during the holidays, you can go back and enjoy flowers and praise, which is what heroes deserve. Yes. Rodney nodded. Stella stood aside, admiring Victor from the bottom of her heart. Because she could see that Rodney's eyes were full of gratitude. From inner heart. Victor-sama is really great. Stella thought to herself. After sending Rodney away, Victor returned to the villa, and he would choose to take a nap in the afternoon. And Stella will tend the yard. Tetzalo watched for days, watching Victor and Stella. Tetzalo confirmed a safe time. Therefore, Tetzalo took advantage of Victor's lunch break, sneaked over the wall and entered the courtyard, and he came to Stella. Tetzalo, why are you here? Stella asked in surprise. Tetzalo replied, I went to you and they told me you were bought by Victor. Stella and Tetzalo had known each other for over a year and had a close relationship. Tetzalo assured Stella more than once that he would save enough money and give Stella freedom. Well, I was lucky to meet Victor Admiral. Stella said with a happy face. Seeing that you are doing well, I am relieved. Tetzalo looked at Stella's neck. There is no longer a collar around the neck. Only. Seeing that Stella was having a good life, Tetzalo couldn't feel happy in his heart. It was because the freedom she wanted was given by another man. And he worked hard for more than a year, but to no avail. After this comparison, the incompetence and frustration produced made Tetzalo very frustrated. Okay, I won't tell you any more, I still have to clean the yard. Stella is very satisfied with her current job and is very serious. She was by Victor's side, and the word responsibility was what she heard the most. When Victor's subordinates came to see Victor, Victor would always tell them to fulfill their duties. Therefore, Stella felt that it was her duty to do her own job well. Stella. At this time, Tetzalo said to Stella, I will take you out of here and let you live a happy life. Hey! Stella was taken aback when she heard the words, then her eyes widened. I will definitely do it. As soon as Tetzalo finished speaking, he was picked up. At some point, Wright came behind Tetzalo. Do you know each other? Wright asked Stella. Stella nodded. Although you are friends, there are a lot of military secrets in Victor Admiral's mansion, so no one else can get close. After Wright finished speaking, he was about to take Tetzalo out. Tetzalo tried to struggle, but he was like a kitten right now. Bring him up, I want to meet him. At this moment, Victor's voice sounded in Tetzalo's ear. Wright looked to the second floor, and Victor watched them from the balcony on the second floor. Yes. Wright responded, and then took Tetzalo to the study on the second floor. Stella was a little nervous, she followed closely, standing outside the study and waiting. In the study, when Tetzalo saw Victor, his legs felt weak unconsciously. Victor seemed to exude the aura of a monster, just like an ordinary person standing in front of an island-swallowing monster. The brain is blank and the limbs are weak. Chapter 81. Victor's feeling to Tizalo now is completely different from when Tizalo first met. The down-to-earth hero. The dreaded Demon King. Probably such a big contrast. This is Victor's deliberate intention to scare Tizalo. Victor asked, "What's your relationship with Stella?" I'm her friend." Tezalo knew the use of rich people buying slaves. Especially buying young and beautiful female slaves. In his view, Stella has become Victor's personal property. Although Stella took off her collar and felt very happy, Tezalo believed that Stella would always be a servant and the property of others. Therefore, he wants to save Stella and give Stella real freedom. Victor said blankly, "Then you should know that she is different from the past." "I know." Tizalo clenched his fists. He thought Victor was warning him. "Well, you go back, don't come to her in the future," Victor said. After listening to Victor's words, Tizalo did not leave. He trembled and mustered up his courage, saying, "I want to give her freedom." "Why?" Victor asked. "She said I sing well and she is my friend." Tezalo replied loudly. "For this reason?" Victor asked blankly. Tizalo hummed. His mother hated his singing, which hurt him deeply, and his friends abandoned him. Abandoned again and again. Only Stella is an exception. Victor asked, "But what can you do now?" "I'll work harder, save more, and then..." At this point, Tizalo couldn't continue, he became tense, and he looked at Victor awkwardly. Victor smoked a cigarette, and calmly stated Tizalo's intentions, "Buy her back from me." "Yes." Tizalo replied. Victor said, "But I'm not short of money, and I won't sell her to anyone." After hearing Victor's words, Tizalo was completely stunned. "Money is useful, but not omnipotent," Victor said to Tizalo. Tizalo was lost in thought. If celestial dragons bought Stella today, can you buy Stella back from celestial dragons? I know you cherish your friends very much, but if you want to protect what you cherish, if you don't have enough strength, it's all empty talk. Victor's words made Tizalo completely silent. He knew how small he was and how naive he was. Victor said, "Go and become stronger, and come to me after you become stronger." Victor did not directly train Tizalo. Although Tizalo was very good at making money, that was after he experienced Stella's death, became a slave himself, and was completely blackened. Tezalo is too tender right now. Needs to be honed. The best way to hone it is to let Tizalo go for it. "I'll be back." This time, Tezalo turned and left. He wants to become stronger, and only after becoming stronger can he be qualified to negotiate with Victor. Victor watched Tizalo's back with a smile on his face. He kept Stella by his side, and as long as Stella was still around, Tizalo would come back. There are some things in this world that money cannot buy. For example, friendship, trust. At least Tezalo gained friendship and trust from Stella. Victor isn't exactly stalking Tizalo, though. Victor still asked people to take care of Tizalo, adding new difficulties to Tizalo's life and adding more pain to his already painful life. These things are trivial to Victor. Sabayati Archipelago's black and white, all rushed to curry favor with him. And the more pains and tribulations experienced, the faster a man grows. After Tezalo returned, he began to think of ways to make money. Although money cannot buy everything, it is easier to become stronger after becoming rich. So Tezalo began to find ways to make money. Even if it is unscrupulous. When Tezalo was growing up, many major events happened in the world. For example, after the era of great pirates started, many pirates began to do evil on the Fishmen Island, so Whitebeard took the Fishmen Island as his territory and saved the Fishmen Island. Whitebeard seems to have become the overlord of the New World. The Whitebeard pirates replaced the flying pirates. In addition, the Beagle pirate group and Beasts pirates are also expanding. As Marine Admiral, Victor gets more intel. The development of Whitebeard, Beagle, and Beasts pirates are all under Marine's supervision. However, Victor doesn't care much about the new world. What Victor really cares about is the capital of Seven Waters. Tom was sentenced to death because he built a ship for Roger. However, as a condition for the design and construction of the sea train, the execution was postponed for 10 years, and Tom's studio began to build the sea train. Victor knew that in Tom's hand, he did hold the blueprint of Pluton. Ancient weapon Pluton, the most ferocious ship in the legend, has the ability to destroy an island with one shot. If you get it in your hand, it can also become your own whole card. Maybe one day in the future, it will come in handy. The capital of Seven Waters. Victor took Stella and others here to play. It's still Victor's vacation, so he can go wherever he wants. At this time, the sea train has already started. Stella marveled at Tom's whimsy while eating roasted water and water meat. Although the sea train has not opened to traffic, the idea of laying tracks on the sea has attracted countless passengers. Tom and others are also used to being watched. It's Victor Admiral. Victor Admiral. At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized Victor. Victor is Marine's supernova, the youngest admiral in Marine history. Coupled with his determination to severely punish crimes, he has won the support of many people. Stella is also proud to be by Victor's side. Victor waved his hand and greeted the tourists. His image is very friendly. This is what he needs to shape now. This is the capital of Seven Waters and the largest shipyard in the world, not Leinster in South Blue. Victor now has idle baggage. At this time, Tom and others also noticed Victor. Hearing that Marine was coming, Bing Shan and the others immediately became vigilant. Victor waved to Tom and others. Seeing that Victor was wearing casual clothes, Tom and others were also relieved. After a while, Tom and others came to Victor. Victor asked Tom, "I heard you built Roger's boat." "Yes." Tom replied. "That's a good ship, you are an excellent shipwright." Victor praised. Without waiting for Tom to be modest, Victor said again, "I heard that you will be executed after you finish building the sea train." "Yes." Tom and others looked sad. "Absurd verdict," Victor said coldly. Frankie and others had hope in their hearts, maybe there is a turning point. Chapter 82. Victor went on to say, "If you need to be sentenced to death because you built a ship for Roger, then the person who provided Roger with food also needs to be sentenced to death. Roger has lived for decades and has been to so many places. If no one provides him with food, then he would have starved to death." Then, Victor said, "The result of this judgment is a manifestation of Marine's incompetence, which makes Marine lose her dignity." "Right!" Victor yelled. "Right came alive. Send a fax to the headquarters and tell Kong what I think. Also, message a nice lobby in my name, as soon as Tom completes the sea train, he should be pardoned." Victor's words made Tom and the others, who were once in despair, see hope again. At this time, Victor looked at Tom again. "Although a ship is like a weapon, there is no difference between good and evil, but you built Roger a good ship and helped him reach the final place. If you can be pardoned, then I hope you will stop building ships for pirates. There are reasons for this." Frankie, Bing Shan, and others couldn't find any reason to refute. At the same time, Frankie, Bing Shan, and others knelt down to thank Victor. Victor said, "You don't need to do this. Although I am Marine Admiral, I have no influence on whether this case can be changed. Even if the result cannot be changed, we are still grateful to you. You are a good man." Frankie and Bing Shan said successively. In Tom's case, little could be changed. They all know about it. However, Victor has no relationship with them, but he is willing to speak up for Tom, which is very rare. Yet, Victor nodded, then turned to leave. Victor and others continued to play in the capital of Seven Waters. Stella asked in a low voice, "My lord, can't you change the verdict even if you come forward?" Victor's face was expressionless. Connor said first, "Nice lobby, Marine and Impel Down are the three systems of world government. Although Marine can interfere with Nice lobby and Impel Down in certain decisions, in the final analysis, world government makes decisions." Wright echoed, "To put it simply, our Marine is involuntary in many things. It's not that we don't want to do it, but we can't go against the will of the world government." After Stella heard the words, she secretly looked at Victor. If Master Victor has higher power, it may be able to influence the decision-making of the world government. Wright muttered softly. Victor remained silent. Actually, he doesn't need to explain now. Because no matter what he does, he will be rationalized by his followers. This is the character he has always shaped. No matter what he does, Wright, Connor and other followers will believe that he is justice. What's more, Victor really did a good thing this time. As for whether you can save Tom, Victor didn't care. What he cares about is the blueprint of Pluton in Tom's hand. If you plant flowers deliberately, the flowers will not bloom, but if you plant willows unintentionally, they will make shade. Victor didn't expect that his purposeful and righteous speech won him a good reputation in the capital of Seven Waters. The next day, when Victor and others were going to the Queen of Spring City by warship, the residents they met along the way took the initiative to say hello to Victor. There was reverence in their eyes. Overnight, the story of a Marine Admiral who stood up for an ordinary shipbuilder spread. This won the respect of ordinary people. Stella followed Victor, and she felt an indescribable sense of pride. At the same time, as the instigator of this incident, Spondam hurried to the capital of Seven Waters. However, when Spondam arrived at the capital of Seven Waters, Victor had already gone to the Queen of Spring. "Quick, go to the Spring Queen City," Spondam said hastily. Spondam killed Tom in order to get ancient weapon Pluton. As a result, Spondam learns that Victor went so far as to advise Nice lobby to commute his sentence. Therefore, Spondam immediately came to Victor to explain clearly to Victor. Victor is the Marine Admiral, and all it takes to kill a Spondam is a little thumb. A gentleman is magnanimous, and a villain is long-suffering. Spondam wants to get more chips for his promotion by harming Tom. Therefore, Spondam is afraid of being retaliated by Victor. Spring Queen City is not far from the capital of Seven Waters, and it is a small town suitable for tourism and vacation. In the original plot, after the CP9 gang was defeated by Luffy, they hid here to recuperate and defeated the Candy Pirates. When Spondam found Victor and others were watching street acrobatics. "Victor Admiral." Spondam told his men to wait at a distance as he moved to Victor's side with two of his cronies. However, before Spondam approached, he was stopped by Wright and others. Spondam hurriedly took out the certificate of CP5, and explained at the same time, "I am the chief of CP5, and I want to meet Victor Admiral and report some important situations to Victor Admiral. Let him come over." At this moment, Victor said to Wright. "Yes." Wright let Spondam pass. Spondam came to Victor's side. Spondam said in a low voice, "Victor Admiral, I would like to report something to you alone." "Yet." Victor nodded, so they walked all the way to the tavern not far away. After Spondam asked his agents to clear the tavern, only Victor and Spondam were left in the tavern. Spondam said to Victor, "Victor Admiral, Tom has a secret that could endanger the world." "What secret?" Victor asked. Spondam explained, "Master Victor knows about ancient weapon, right?" "Yet." Victor nodded. Spondam replied, 800 years ago, the city of Seven Waters created the most vicious ship. Its name is Pluton. Although there is no definite evidence, I suspect that its design is in Tom's hands." Victor said, "That's why he was sentenced to death." Spondam explained, I am also for the safety of the world. If Pluton falls into the hands of the evil party, it will bring disaster to the world. It's obviously for his own promotion and fortune, but he can still say it in a high-sounding manner. Victor looked at Spondum and said, "Do you know Garner?" "We're still good friends," Spondum replied. The former CP4 chief Ghana, of course Spondum knew him. There is only one type of person who can serve as the chief of the Secret Service Department of the world government, and that is the related households. Victor asked, "Did you know that he is now a member of the Blue Ocean Club?" Hearing this, Spondum was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. He understands it in seconds. "So," Spondum said excitedly, "Master Victor, can I also join the Blue Ocean Club?" Chapter 83. Joining the Blue Ocean Club naturally has a lot of benefits. After Garner joined the Blue Ocean Club, the tasks can be easily completed. After completing the tasks delivered by the world government, you will naturally be appreciated. Therefore, Ghana's promotion went well. After hearing Spondum's words, Victor smiled and said, "I think you can join." Spondum smiled and said, "I will definitely try my best to repay your appreciation." Spondum will naturally say the words of loyalty. "Your father is the commander of CP9. At this time," Victor said. "Yes." Spondum replied immediately. "If he finds a child with potential, he can send it to Marine for training," Victor said. "World government will take in a large number of orphans, and select top-end talent children from among them, allowing them to receive training from an early age. The selection of members of CP9 is very strict, and the children who can be selected by CP9 are the elite among the elite." Victor didn't want to raise kids. However, CP9 can be used to raise children. Spondum naturally agreed, "I will pass it on to him. From now on, if you encounter any trouble, you can contact the branches of the Marine Blue Ocean Club in various places. If they can't solve it, you can also contact me." "Yes. You go first," Victor said. "Yes." Spondum turned to leave. After Spondum left, Victor smoked a cigarette and called Wright and others in. "Senior, is it a secret?" "Yeah." Victor nodded, "I guess. The world government doesn't want to expose the matter of ancient weapon either." "What do we need to do to prepare?" Wright asked. "I have already communicated with them, we try not to get involved in this matter," Victor said. "Yes." Wright nodded again. "Nice lobby." Spondum came to the office of his father Spandane. "Dad, I have something to tell you," Spondum said. "What is it?" "I met Victor Admiral, and he got me into Blue Ocean Club," Spondum said. "Blue Ocean Club?" Spondum nodded. Spandine is engaged in channels, so he naturally knows that Blue Ocean will meet. It's a huge organization, they have tens of thousands of members. Especially the arrest of Sabayati Archipelago, the Blue Ocean Club is very famous all over the world. "You joined the Blue Sea Club?" Spandine asked. "Yes." Spondum replied. Spandine nodded, "In this case, you should behave well. You can go to Victor Admiral in the future. If you need help, you can go to him." "Well, I see." Spandane looked at Spondum and said, "Remember, if you want to climb up, you must rely on the strength of the strong." "I see." Spandane nodded, "That's fine, if you have nothing else to do, you can go first." "Yeah." Spondum nodded, "Then I'll go first." After speaking, Spondum turned and left. Spandane stood up, picked up the teacup at hand, and took a sip of tea. After a while, however, Spondum returned and told Spondum, "Master Victor wants some gifted children." "Yeah." Spandine nodded. Victor continues on leave while Victor is on leave. The number of pirates around the world is increasing. Roger used his own life to start the era of greedy big pirates. And naval headquarters has been exhausted in order to deal with the pirates who are constantly rushing to the sea. As far as marine is concerned, the current military strength cannot prevent the advent of the era of great pirates. Have you heard that Kuzan Rear Admiral is going to be promoted to Vice Admiral? In naval headquarters, a Marine ensign speaks to another Marine ensign beside him. The Marine ensign's eyes widened. I heard that the army will be expanded in response to the age of the great pirates. Don't think about it. If you think about it, it won't be our turn. You don't have a backstage. Does Kuzan have a backstage? Sakazuki is still a Rear Admiral, and Kuzan is directly promoted to Vice Admiral. In terms of military exploits, Sakazuki Rear Admiral is not bad. That's right, without a background, you can't climb up in the headquarters at all. Hearing this, the Marine ensign fell silent. Okay. Marine ensign glanced at the Marine ensign and said, "Stop thinking about it and work hard." Yeah. The Marine ensign echoed. Although he was not convinced, he couldn't refute it. If our application is approved, then we will have background and backing. Another Marine ensign said. Yes. The Marine ensign also nodded. I want to practice hard too, the Marine ensign said firmly. Although Sakazuki said nothing, Ghost Spider and Dogman were not convinced. Why? Kuzan is going to be promoted to Vice Admiral? They admit that Kuzan is excellent and has captured many pirate groups, but what about the others? Sakazuki also gained a lot of military exploits, but the result? Humph, isn't it just relying on the backing? What's the big deal? Dogman said viciously. Sakazuki didn't want to say anything to him either. After all, everyone has a mentality of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why hasn't Victor given us a promotion yet? At this time, Dogman asked again. It should be inspecting you. If you are qualified, you will naturally be promoted. Sakazuki said blankly. I hope so. The Ghost Spider really wanted to be promoted, but he just complained. Compared to Sengoku, Victor is interesting enough, at least taking care of them. Naval Headquarters. Not only Aokiji, Hwashaishin, and others have also been promoted. Do not suffer from widowhood, but from inequality. Aokiji and other gentle marines have all been promoted. On the other hand, Ghost Spider and the others seem to have entered a bottleneck period. The worst thing to do now is Kizaru and a small number of neutrals. They are active in their work, but they don't know how to flatter Marshal and Admiral. Therefore, so far, the rise has been extremely slow. Kizaru didn't mind. He has already seen through the power struggle within Marine. However, he still wants to become stronger and get better in Marine. Because he knew that in this situation, the higher his status, the more secure he was, so he worked harder, hoping to be promoted earlier. After he takes the position of Admiral, then he can rest. It's just that not everyone is a Kizaru, has the mentality and patience of a Kizaru. Therefore, more and more people apply to join the Blue Ocean Club, or join Sengoku's camp. Marine's internal division is getting worse. Chapter 84. Making money is no easy task. Originally, Tezuo wanted to set up a small stall to sell some fruits, but it was fine if he didn't earn any money, and the fruit stand was overturned. Tetzalo was robbed of his money and he was beaten. Later, Tetzalo realized that the place where he set up his stall was the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang, and he had to pay protection fees to the Wild Wolf Gang every month to be eligible to do business. After paying the money, Tetzalo thought he could do business, but he didn't expect to make much money after the whole day. On the contrary, the gambling stall next door is simply a gold-swallowing machine, making money too fast. Tetzalo thought to himself, it is too difficult to make money in a serious business, or I will also set up a gambling stall. Tetzalo used to like to gamble too, and knew that people were addicted to gambling, and gambling did pay off quickly. So Tetzalo decided to abandon legitimate business and start a gambling stall as well. Tetzalo, however, was soon taught a lesson in reality. Not only did the gambling stall fail to make any money, but was beaten up by thugs invited by colleagues. Tetsalo understands that not everyone is qualified to make quick money, he needs power. Without strength, he can't keep anything. So Tetsalo joined the Wild Wolf gang and became one of them. On the sea, a warship is sailing at a constant speed. The commander of this warship is called Sarah. Sierra joined the Blue Ocean Club last year and has just been promoted to Rear Admiral this year. Now Sierra started from the G6 branch and was responsible for transporting 3 devil fruits back to naval headquarters. At this time, Marine on the mast found a ship in distress ahead. People on board are shouting to the warship, they are asking for help. Sierra was kind-hearted, and he found that there were several children on board the wrecked ship. If they didn't help them, they would definitely die in the sea. He ordered the warship to approach and rescue these people. Rear Admiral, it's not right to do this. At this time, Sierra's adjutant reminded, what should I do if the enemy traps me? No, they have no reason to do so. Sierra was very firm in her own judgment. What if? The adjutant was still very worried. If it's a trap, then we'll get rid of the trap and the enemy. If not, then we'll save them. Sierra said very seriously. Okay. The adjutant had no choice but to agree. So Sarah insisted on issuing a rescue order. Here we come, the warship is coming. We were rescued. After hearing the rescue order issued by the warship, the victims were very excited and shouted to the warship. Come here one by one. Marine soldiers set up ladders and sent the people on board the ship in distress one by one to the warship. On Class A of the warship, tents and beds have already been set up. The Marine soldiers arranged nutrients, water bottles, cans, bread, meat products, and some food and drinks for their convenience. In the middle of the night, Sierra and the others were asleep. On the deck, the Marines are patrolling, and the medical team on board is still changing the dressings and checking the physical condition of the rescued personnel. However, they suddenly felt more and more sleepy. Before he knew it, he fell to the ground. Not only the medical class, but also the Marines on the deck fell asleep. When Sierra woke up, he found that the crew members were in a coma, and the sleep was everywhere. He was keenly aware that they were in trouble. So, Sierra went to check the escorted items immediately. Sure enough, the 3 devil fruits were gone. He knew they were under attack. So, he quickly contacted the Blue Ocean Club headquarters and naval headquarters. I was attacked, and the 3 devil fruits are gone. Sierra reported anxiously. What? What's going on? Eric asked immediately after receiving the news. I don't know, they used some method to put us to sleep. Sierra replied. I will immediately ask Lord Victor for instructions. Lord Victor will dispatch a sea fleet to rescue, you just wait. Eric comforted Sierra. Victor didn't care about Tetsalo, anyway, he had already confessed, so naturally someone would watch Tetsalo for him. Currently, Tetsalo is in the Wild Wolf gang, which mainly relies on arms smuggling and casino profits. Tetsalo is smart and should be able to learn a lot. And the leader of the Wolf gang goes out of his way to please Victor. Although Victor didn't target the Wild Wolf gang, he was afraid of well ropes after being bitten by a snake for 10 years. Victor has captured so many people in the Sabayati archipelago, but he scares them. Tuk tuk. Then there was a knock on the door. Victor yelled casually, come in. Wright walked in and walked to Victor's side, Senior, Sela Rear Admiral is here. Let him in, Victor said. After a while, a nearly 40-year-old Rear Admiral walked into the study and met Victor. Sierra Rear Admiral saluted first, then stood straight. Don't be so restrained, just sit down. As Victor spoke, he threw a cigarette to Sarah, who caught it. Thank you Lord Victor, Sela replied. Victor asked, are you here to report your situation to me? Yes, Master Victor, the failure of this mission is due to my dereliction of duty," Sierra Rear Admiral said. Afterwards, he told Victor the cause of the incident in detail. Sierra also joined the Blue Ocean Club. In the Blue Ocean Club, apart from Victor, Sierra is already the group of people with the highest military rank. And not long ago, Sierra failed to escort Devil Fruit, resulting in Devil Fruit being robbed. Of course, the enemy did not use force, but a despicable means. "I don't mean to blame you, but you have to remember that you are mine, and as long as I am here, I will be responsible to the end." As Victor said, he picked up the wine again and poured it for Sarah. "However, you still have to rest for a while, and you will resume your job when I notify you." "Yes." Sarah stood up. "Okay, relax and spend more time with your family during this time." When Victor was speaking, he took out his checkbook and wrote a check for 5 million Baileys to Sarah. "Take your family to play." "Thank you, Victor Admiral." Sierra took the check and turned to leave the study. After Sarah left, Wright whispered, "Senior, Sarah lost 1 Zoan ancient seed and 2 paramecia. Do you know who took it?" Victor asked. Wright shook his head and replied, "No clue for now." "Then investigate first. As for Sarah's matter, let him be suspended pending investigation," Victor said. "Yes." Wright nodded. "If you have no background, if you lose 3 devil fruits in one breath, you will definitely go to jail." However, who made Sierra a member of the Blue Ocean Club? Victor's personality is to protect his shortcomings, so it is impossible for Sierra to be punished. Chapter 85. There is a Marine-exclusive pub in the town of Marineford. During break time, the tavern is always full. Especially Marine, who just came back from a mission and rested, wished she could spend the whole day in the bar to rest her body and mind. As soon as Sierra entered the tavern, he heard someone greet him. "Sierra Rear Admiral, we're over here." A Rear Admiral greets Sella. Sierra turned her head and saw that the left corner of the tavern was already full of members of the Blue Ocean Club. Sarah walked over. "How's it going? How will Lord Victor handle this matter?" one of them asked Sierra. "Sierra lost 3 devil fruits, including an ancient Zoan. If the ministry pursues responsibility, Sierra will definitely be arrested and go to jail." Sierra sat down, and under the gaze of everyone, he replied, "Master Victor, let me relax and spend this time with my family. During this period, I will be suspended for investigation." "You said vacation. Have a holiday." The surrounding generals and officers all stared wide-eyed. The other Marines in the tavern also stretched their ears. It can be seen from their expressions that they are all shocked. According to the normal procedures of the ministry, now Sarah needs to cooperate with the investigation of the Judicial Department, and is temporarily locked in a small dark room, losing her right to freedom. However, Sarah was not only not locked up, but was also granted a period of leave. It's incredible. Master Victor must have intervened. That is inevitable, otherwise the military police would have come to arrest people. As expected of Mr. Victor. When everyone praised Victor, Sierra remembered what Victor had said to him. "You are mine, as long as I am here, I will be responsible to you to the end." Thanks to Lord Victor. Sierra drank the rum and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Sora, Sengoku, and Victor sat in the room and smoked. On the empty desktop, there is still a portfolio just sorted out by the Ministry of Justice. Portfolio is sent by Sengoku. The Minister of Justice is Far Vice Admiral, who is Sengoku's subordinate and was promoted by Sengoku. If it is normal, as long as Marine does not complete the task and there is an abnormal situation during the execution of the task, then the Ministry of Justice will immediately send the military police to buy tea and close the small black room for investigation. This time, however, Far did not do so. Because Victor contacted him as soon as possible, he asked the Ministry of Justice not to continue the investigation. As for the lost devil fruit, Victor will be responsible for retrieving it. Far is a serious person. He knows Admiral's power and knows that he can't mess with Victor, so he hands the problem to Sengoku. Sengoku is his old boss now. The same as Admiral, let Admiral negotiate. After a moment of silence, Sengoku took the lead in questioning Victor. Victor, do you know how bad the nature of this incident is? Victor knew what Sengoku was referring to, but he pretended to be confused. Do you mean losing 3 devil fruits? Sengoku said seriously, with a straight face, I know Sira is a member of the Blue Ocean Club. However, the original intention of the Blue Ocean Club was not to cover up crimes. Victor took a deep breath, turned his head to look at the sky. Marshal, if you meet civilians who are shipwrecked, will you save them or not? Kong frowned. Of course it will be saved. Victor looked at Sengoku and said, Sengoku uncle, what about you? Sengoku scowled. If it is not saved, it will not only damage his reputation, but also affect the world government. However, Sengoku did not intend to answer this question. He said coldly, now it is not a question of whether to save people, but you, as Admiral, should not interfere with the normal law enforcement procedures of the Ministry of Justice. Sengoku uncle, if you say you can't save them, then I'll arrest Sira now and send them to the Ministry of Justice. In the future, Marine will die if civilians are killed. Conversely, if you can't see them die, Nazra did not behave abnormally during this mission and does not need to be investigated by the Ministry of Justice. Victor responded with a smile on his face. Without waiting for Sengoku to speak, Victor took out a phone bug from his sleeve. This phone bug is a video bug that can record and project images. Victor said, Sengoku uncle, look at it and say. Sengoku suddenly swallowed the words that came to his lips. He didn't expect Victor to play this trick. Victor aimed the phone bug at the sky again. Sora rubbed his forehead with a headache on his face. Victor smiled and said, everything is for justice. I believe that Sengoku uncle, like Sarah, will not refuse to save the victims. Sengoku was silent, and Sora was also silent. Victor said, in addition, I guarantee with Admiral's position that the 3 devil fruits will be retrieved. As soon as these words came out, Sora found the stairs. Kong said solemnly, since you can guarantee it, then it's up to you to get them back. However, this is not an example. After saying that, Sora also looked at Sengoku. Sengoku said only this time. Victor chuckled, then got up and left the office. When Victor opened the sliding door of the office, the 2 Marines at the door stood up in a panic. The 2 of them had just eavesdropped on the door. Victor smiled and walked out of the office. Looking at Victor's back, the 2 Marines at the door couldn't help giving their thumbs up. They have been with the Marshal for so many years, and this is the first time they have seen a chief who shields and protects his subordinates so much. Marine's internal information circulates extremely quickly. Victor sided with Sarah and vouched for her with Admiral's position. This is extremely shocking inside Marine. Because never seen Marine Admiral do this before. Now that Victor did this, the prestige of him and the Blue Ocean Club had increased to an unprecedented height. Who doesn't want to find a backer? Who doesn't want to hug their thighs? Marine, who was not used to Blue Ocean Club or Victor, started to change his opinion of Victor. At least Victor is someone you can trust. Follow Victor, you won't be betrayed, let alone take the blame for your superiors. It's word of mouth. Priceless things that money can't buy. Victor was naturally happy to hear Wright's feedback. If he wants to realize his ambition, he must have a group of loyal followers. One prospers all, one loses all, a community of interests. This naturally fit Victor's needs. The news spread to all branches. Victor, I didn't expect him to be so reliable. Ghost Spider muttered. Dogman was lying on the sofa with his feet up on the coffee table, and he secretly glanced at Akainu. Akainu was reading the newspaper, and he was not at all involved in the topic of discussing Victor. Dogman wonders sometimes. Would Akainu vouch for them if they were like Sarah one day? With Akainu's character. Can you? Chapter 86. 3 devil fruits were robbed. Naturally, this matter has to be dealt with. So, Victor called Rodney. Rodney has performed well and has now been promoted to Commodore. It is clear within the Blue Ocean Club that Victor will train Rodney. Rodney comes to Victor's office. Report. After Rodney came in, he stood up straight and saluted the military. At this moment, Victor turned his back to Rodney. He was reading the newspaper. After a while, he said leisurely, "What do you think about the robbery of devil fruit?" Rodney replied seriously, "This is not an accident." Yet. Victor nodded lightly, "Continue." Rodney continued, "Since the death of Rox and the disintegration of the Rox pirate group, there have been very few villains in the sea who dare to attack Marine proactively. For example, in the post-Rox era, the Golden Lion who succeeded the Rox Overlord and World Destroyer burned Ewald etc. However, these people have one thing in common. After they attack Marine, they all leave traces." Victor's face was expressionless. Rodney took a peek and saw that Victor didn't let him stop, so he continued, "This time the villain obviously got the route of Sierra Rear Admiral, and arranged it in advance." Victor turned around, looked at Rodney and said, "Give me a conclusion." Rodney didn't hesitate, and he didn't hesitate to do things. Since Victor would come to him and let him express his opinion, he obviously trusted him. Someone inside Marine leaked the news. "I think so too." Victor lit a cigarette, and then slowly said, "I'll leave this matter to you. You should be arrested, and you should be killed. Get the devil fruit back." "Yes." Rodney replied immediately. Victor stood up and walked in front of Rodney. He straightened Rodney's epaulets and said seriously, "Rodney Commodore, my face and position are all in your hands." Hearing what Victor said, Rodney felt a warm current in his heart. Trusted and reused by Master Victor. Victor patted Rodney on the shoulder and said, "Go to work." "Yes." Rodney turned and left the office. Rodney is a man who can get things done. He doesn't know how to flatter, let alone engage in workplace relationships. However, ever since he joined the Blue Ocean Club, ever since he was appreciated by Victor, he has a feeling of entering the ocean and allowing me to swim. A scholar dies for his confidant. Although Rodney couldn't express it, Victor entrusted him with such an important job. Of course, you can't disappoint Mr. Victor. So Rodney immediately began investigating. At the same time that Rodney began investigating, Sengoku was also investigating the matter. There is an internal reaction of the enemy within the Marine, which cannot be tolerated. And that's just 3 devil fruits missing. If it is a more important information leak, the consequences will be disastrous. Of course, if the case can be closed early, then Victor will be in a bad situation. After all, Victor used his position as a guarantee and promised to retrieve the 3 devil fruits himself. Even if Victor keeps Admiral's position in the end. However, after this incident, it will still affect 5 elders' evaluation of him. The selection of the marshal not only considers the strength of the individual, but also needs to be capable. For public and private purposes, Sengoku needs to step in. Wright walked up to Victor, "Master Victor, as you expected, Sengoku Admiral also sent people to investigate this incident, and the Ministry of Justice has already taken away the relevant personnel from the G6 branch. As expected of the resourceful general, the speed is really fast." Victor smiled. Wright showed concern, "Master Victor, if Sengoku Admiral solves the case early, it will have a big impact on you." Victor smoked a cigarette and asked with a smile, "How much are these 3 devil fruits worth?" Wright was stunned for a moment, then estimated the price in his mind, and said, 2 of them are ordinary paramecia worth 200 million berries, and 1 Zoan ancient species is worth 500 million berries. It adds up to less than 1 billion pelas, Victor said. Yet. Wright nodded. Victor asked, if you were those people in the sea, would you expose your inner circle for 1 billion baileys? Wright thought about it and shook his head. Victor said, trust Rodney, he will not let me down. Wright could see that Victor wasn't panicking at all. Rather than trusting Rodney, it would be better to say that Victor has already made up his mind. After Rodney arrived at the G6 branch, he was told that the officers involved in this matter had been taken away by the Ministry of Justice. Sir? What should we do? Rodney's adjutant asked. Rodney remained expressionless. Find all the officer information of the entire branch. Hey! Rodney's adjutant was taken aback when he heard this. Executing an order. After Rodney finished speaking, he strode towards the headquarters of the G6 branch. The commander of the G6 branch is Jamal Vice Admiral. Jamal Vice Admiral is nearly 70 years old and has a lot of prestige in naval headquarters. Now, Jamal Vice Admiral is also on the verge of retirement. Report. Rodney came to Jamal Vice Admiral and immediately saluted Jamal Vice Admiral. Jamal Vice Admiral smiles like a kind grandpa next door. Is there any direction for investigation? Jamal asked. The loss of devil fruit this time will not affect Jamal. What's more, Jamal is about to retire. However, Jamal spent 45 years at Marine. He knew that this incident had already broken through, and it would even affect the selection of the marshal. After all, Victor is a dark horse whose rise threatens Sengoku. If this matter is resolved by Sengoku, then in the eyes of 5 elders, Sengoku's ability to handle affairs is still better than Victor. Rodney replied, yes. Well, it's good to have a direction. I also hope that you young people can bring changes to Marine. Jamal said earnestly. As an old Marine, Jamal also wanted justice when he was young. It's just years in reality that Jamal realized. Enforcing justice is not an easy task. Victor's style of doing things is extreme, even a little extreme. However, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Marine really needs to usher in a change. And Sengoku is too steady. The Marine commanded by Sengoku will not have major problems, but it still cannot change the status quo. Master Victor will definitely be able to do it. Rodney said seriously. Hope so. In Rodney's eyes, Jamal saw determination and fanaticism. Victor should be stronger than Sengoku in terms of personal charm. Jamal thought to himself. After Rodney greeted, he turned and left. He also needs to look at the officers' files. He wanted to find out those in the G6 branch who were depressed. Only these Marine scum would betray justice. Chapter 87. Rodney read all the information on the officers of the G6 branch. After screening, Lieutenant Colonel Magnum was the most suspected. Lieutenant Colonel Magnum is 35 years old and has been with Marine for 15 years. During this period, he participated in several large-scale operations and gained a lot of military exploits. According to his military exploits, Lieutenant Colonel Magnum has been promoted to Rear Admiral. It's just that Magnum has repeatedly contradicted his superiors, and his personal conduct is bad, and he has been anonymously reported many times. Therefore, the promotion was delayed. Marine, who was at the same time as Lieutenant Colonel Magnum, is now a Commodore or even a Rear Admiral. Only Magnum was still a Lieutenant Colonel. More importantly, Magnum once applied to join the Blue Ocean Club, but was rejected by the Blue Ocean Club branch of the G6 branch because of his bad conduct. Once a person has no channel for promotion, it is easy to go to extremes. Rodney has seen many of these Marine scum before. Of course, this is just suspicion. Rodney does not have any evidence at this time. And Magnum has not had any abnormalities recently. Blue blue. Blue blue. After calling the phone bug 3 times, Victor picked up the microphone. At this moment, the phone bug imitated Rodney's expression. Victor asked, "Is there any progress?" Rodney replied, Master Victor, a suspect has been identified. But there is no evidence pointing to him. Hearing this, Victor said blankly, then what do you want to do? I want to capture him, Rodney said. Victor hummed, then grab it. Yes. Rodney ended the call. Wright was beside Victor, and he couldn't help frowning after hearing Rodney's report. Senior, is this really okay? Catch thieves and seize stolen goods. Arresting a Marine officer without any evidence makes no sense. Victor said, I believe in Rodney's ability to handle affairs, just like I believe in you. Since I entrust the work to you, you will not let me down. I understand. Wright nodded and said no more. At the same time, after Rodney got permission, he immediately sent someone to rush into Magnum's barracks. Magnum was still in the shower. When Rodney brought people in, Magnum was stunned. What's going on? What are you doing? Magnum questioned the surrounding sailors. The sailors had their knives on Magnum's neck. At this time, Rodney walked into the bathroom, and he said coldly, You are under arrest. Magnum was bewildered and innocent. His mental quality is very high. Although he was flustered when he was happy, he quickly regained his composure. Because if you want to catch him, you need evidence. Since the Ministry of Justice did not find him, how could Rodney and others have evidence? This is Lord Victor's order. When Rodney spoke, Marine had already tied up Magnum. What happened? How was Lieutenant Colonel Magnum arrested? It's from Victor Admiral. Is Lieutenant Colonel Magnum related to the robbery of Devil Fruit? Impossible, it is impossible for Lieutenant Colonel Magnum to know about the escort mission. At this time, the Marine officers around the barracks whispered to each other. In their eyes, although Magnum has misbehavior, there is no evidence to prove that Magnum is an insider. Rodney did not give an explanation, and led the people away directly. Rodney brought Magnum into the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Magnum cooperated. He sat on the interrogation chair, his hands and feet were locked, and he could not escape. At this time, Rodney sat in front of Magnum. Have you ever encountered a difficult case? Magnum frowned. What do you mean? Rodney continued, I have encountered many times, including this one. Every time we encounter this kind of case, the superiors ask us to give the result. We usually use the old method. You should have used it too. Rodney came up to Magnum and offered Magnum a cigarette. Magnum had a cigarette in his mouth. After Rodney lit a cigarette for Magnum, he also lit one for himself. Actually, you also know that in Marine, this kind of thing is too common. Rodney is like the Riddler. Although Rodney didn't say it clearly, Magnum understood. This is to catch someone to take the blame. I have investigated you. In the G6 branch, you have no background. Moreover, your relationship with your superiors is not good, and your relationship with your colleagues is not good. You were even reported anonymously for mistreating soldiers. There are too many guys like you, Marine. Rodney smoked a cigarette and said calmly, now we need a person who confesses his crime. Of course, it is also beneficial. As long as you spend a few years in prison, you can become a rich man after you get out of prison. After hearing Rodney's words, Magnum secretly sneered in his heart. Sure enough, Rodney didn't have any evidence, and just wanted to find someone with no background to take the blame. Indeed, Magnum has experienced this kind of thing many times. He even helped his superiors carry the blame several times. Magnum said coldly, what if I refuse? Rodney chuckled, don't do something stupid, you know it's not good for you. I know your methods. Magnum snorted coldly. Think about it, you still have a chance. As Rodney spoke, he took out a small brown bottle. The vial contains an unknown liquid. Rodney uncapped the vial and poured the contents into a teacup. Magnum watched the scene. He thought Rodney was going to kill someone. Moreover, Even if Magnum died, it would create the illusion of committing suicide in fear of guilt. This is not the first time this kind of thing has happened inside Marine. Magnum took a deep breath. Okay, I am willing to plead guilty. Rodney smiled when he heard that. That's right. Magnum said, but I have one condition. Rodney nodded. Say it, as long as it's not too much. Magnum took a deep breath. I don't want to go to jail. Rodney shook his head and said, it's beyond your control. Magnum smiled contemptuously. I will escape during the escort, so that my crime will be confirmed. Rodney thought about it, but didn't agree. Magnum went on to say, the convincing power of absconding in fear of crime is stronger than suicide in fear of crime. Rodney nodded slightly. Magnum added, I've saved some money over the years, and I can use it to buy freedom. Magnum didn't know much about Blue Ocean. Although the purpose of the Blue Ocean Society is to thoroughly clean up the sea and implement justice, Magnum scoffed. In his opinion, there is no cat that does not steal. Magnum has been in the military for 15 years, and Marines' corruption runs from top to bottom. Members of the Blue Ocean Club are no exception. Isn't their purpose of joining the Blue Ocean Club to get promoted and make a fortune? Rodney held his chin and pretended to be moved. Chapter 88. Magnum secretly sneered. He had already seen through the Marine executives. Every time something goes wrong, some people will be arrested to take the blame. This time he was unlucky. However, this is also good. Magnum originally wanted to leave Marine and go to sea to be a pirate. Now that the era of great pirates has begun, it is a good opportunity for him to flex his muscles. What's more, he has already got 3 devil fruits. With his strength, plus 3 devil fruits, it will not take a few years to make a name for yourself at sea. At that time, Rodney will definitely regret letting himself go. Those idiots Marine. Victor and Sengoku are idiots. Everything is just as Magnum thought. When Magnum fulfilled his promise and gave Rodney a sum of money, Rodney also cooperated very well. On the way to escort Magnum back to the headquarters, Marine, who was in charge of guarding, happened to leave the cell key on the ground. Magnum got the key, uncuffed the handcuffs and shackles, and jumped ship to escape. It's just that Magnum never dreamed that the prison uniform he was wearing was specially made. Life card fragments were sewn into the lining of the clothes. Rodney not only wants Magnum to plead guilty, but also to get devil fruit back. I'm on this island, you come and pick me up. On Kaga Island, Magnum contacted his partner with a phone bug hidden on the island. These partners are all pirates. They and Magnum were childhood friends. It's just that Magnum became Marine and they became pirates. This group of pirates was operating near the G6 branch. With the help of Magnum, they belonged to the Black Under the Lights, and they didn't worry about being caught by Marine at all. At daybreak, a pirate ship approaches Kaga Island. Seeing the pirate ship approaching, Magnum was full of excitement. He was finally going to be reborn. Leave Marine, become a pirate, and live the life he wants. Soon, the pirate ship docked, and the pirates landed on Kaga Island. Brother Magnum, we brought you wine. There's still meat. Several pirates shook the wine and meat in their hands, looking excited. Ha ha ha. Magnum greeted them excitedly, embraced the leaders, then picked up the wine and meat, and ate happily. He was really starving. However, at this moment, only a bang was heard. A cannonball hit the pirate ship with precision. After the pirate was hit by the shell, he burst into flames. Call out! Call out! Call out! The shells fell one after another, and soon, the mainmast of the pirate ship was hit. The shells shattered the mainmast. What happened? The pirates around Magnum were stunned. The flesh in Magnum's mouth fell out. Magnum looked into the distance, and saw several warships parked in the distance. Could it be? A thought flashed through Magnum's mind. These are all set by Rodney. Rodney gave him a chance to join the pirates. A hole, he played tricks on you. Magnum gritted his teeth and began to curse Rodney in his heart. Brother Magnum, what should we do now? At this time, a pirate asked Magnum. Magnum gritted his teeth and roared angrily, fight with them. But, there are so many marines. One pirate shrank back, his legs shaking. Brother Magnum, why don't we surrender? Surrender is the best way to go to jail. Facing a marine several times larger than their own, and with strong ships and sharp guns, how could the pirates have the courage to fight? However, Magnum would not surrender. Magnum grabbed a pistol, pulled the trigger, and killed a pirate with one shot. Either work hard or die. Magnum's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his expression was grim. He doesn't want to go to jail. Especially in such a good time. Obviously the opportunity is in front of him, as long as he can grasp it. Lieutenant Colonel Magnum, surrender. At this time, Rodney's persuasion came from the sea. Magnum looked sullenly at the warships at sea. Rodney went on to say, as long as you are willing to surrender, you can still save a life. Magnum looked around, then snatched a rifle from a pirate sniper and aimed it at Rodney's ship. The crosshairs aimed at Rodney. Despite their distance of 3 kilometers to meet. At this moment, Magnum took a deep breath and Armament Haki coiled the bullet. Then, with his right index finger, he lightly squeezed the trigger. Boom! The bullet shot out and flew towards Rodney's forehead. What an excellent sniper! Rodney stretched out his hand, wrapped his right hand around Armament Haki, and caught the high-speed spinning bullet. Seeing this, Magnum was shocked. Unfortunately,